Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 3134 to Chapter 3184. When Little Cranegrass returned to the valley, he didn't know what happened to the Hu family. But even if he knew, he wouldn't be angry. Hu Quan's wife wasn't wrong, he really wanted to help the Hu family. If someone dared to bully the Hu family, then he wouldn't be polite. When Little Cranegrass returned to the valley, Hu Yuan wasn't in the wooden house. Seeing this, Little Cranegrass knew that Hu Quan had gone out to work. So he changed his clothes and went out to look for Hu Yuan. It didn't take long for the Little Cranegrass to find Hu Yuan in the field. Because the climate here was very good, the land in the valley could be planted for a long time. However, Hu Yuan had allocated the land very well. The land that had been planted for a season must be planted for another season of fertilizing crops. After that, the land that had been planted for medicinal herbs needed to be planted for 2 to 3 seasons of fertilizing crops. After that, the medicinal herbs needed to be planted so that the land could maintain its fertility. Little Cranegrass immediately went up to help. Hu Yuan glanced at him and didn't say anything. Other than when he was teaching Little Cranegrass, he usually didn't speak much. Little Cranegrass was also used to him being like this. The day passed by quickly. After eating dinner, Little Cranegrass ran out to chat with the pine tree. At the same time, he also looked at the little flowers. After chatting with the pine tree and the little flower, Little Cranegrass returned to the wooden house. When he arrived at the wooden house, he discovered that Hu Yuan was still politely waiting for him. Little Cranegrass quickly went forward and gave Hu Yuan a salute. "Master, why haven't you gone to rest yet? Do you have any instructions?" Hu Yuan waved his hand and said, "Sit." Little Cranegrass nodded and sat down. Hu Yuan looked at the Little Cranegrass and said, "Originally, I wanted to wait for you to rest for a few days before teaching you the cultivation method of natural energy. But seeing that you're in good condition today, I'll teach you the cultivation method of natural energy. Listen carefully." Little Cranegrass didn't think that Hu Yuan would teach him the cultivation method of natural energy today. He quickly sat up and carefully listened to Hu Yuan's words. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and nodded with satisfaction. Then he said, "If you want to learn the cultivation method of natural energy, then you must first understand what natural energy is. Once you understand what natural energy is, then you'll know how to cultivate it." Little Cranegrass nodded, his mind was constantly thinking about Hu Yuan's words. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass's serious expression and continued, "The so-called natural energy doesn't just refer to the energy of plants, but refers to all the energy in the natural world. The power of water, the power of wind, all of these can be called natural energy. It's just that we can't use these energies, so it's usually not counted by cultivators. We plant cultivators, because we have the closest relationship with plants, we can feel the energy from plants, we can absorb this energy into our bodies, we can store this energy in our souls, and we can use this energy to command plants to help us in battle. That's why we call this energy natural energy." Speaking of this, Hu Yuan paused for a moment. He glanced at the Little Cranegrass and said in a deep voice, "In the soul world, only us plant masters use natural energy. The energy used by craftsmen is called craftsmanship energy, the energy used by beast soul masters is called beast soul power, and the energy used by soldier soul masters is called battle chi. The way they obtain their energy is different from us plant masters. Let's take craftsmanship as an example. If a craftsman wants to obtain craftsmanship energy, he needs to forge continuously and diligently. Only then can he obtain craftsmanship energy. The method used by beast soul masters to obtain beast soul power is to hunt wild beasts, while the battle chi used by soldier soul masters can only be obtained through continuous battles. In comparison, the way we plant masters obtain natural energy is the easiest." Little Cranegrass listened carefully. He really didn't think that craftsmen, beast soul cultivators, and soldier cultivators would obtain their energy in this way. He thought that they would obtain their energy in the same way. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and continued, "Although the way we plant cultivators obtain natural energy is relatively easy, we also have our weaknesses. Craftsmen, as long as they keep forging diligently, they can obtain craftsmanship chi. Beast soul cultivators and soldier cultivators are similar, they don't need to communicate with those things. But we plant cultivators are different. If we plant cultivators want to obtain natural energy, we need to communicate with plants and then slowly cultivate. Only in this way can we obtain natural energy. It is precisely because our energy comes from plant cultivators that compared to other types of energy, the attacking power of natural energy is relatively weaker. Natural energy is more suitable to be used to take care of plants or for people to fight. It is not very suitable to be used in battles. Little Cranegrass nodded, he had a deeper understanding of natural energy. Hu Yuan sighed and said in a deep voice, in the beginning, the soul world didn't need us plant cultivators to fight. Plant cultivators only need to take care of the plants and cure the diseases. But later on, plant cultivators slowly found out that if we don't have any fighting power, we would be bullied by other types of people. Only then did we slowly develop the profession of combat plant cultivators. It is precisely because of the existence of combat plant cultivators that the status of plant cultivators slowly rose. Little Cranegrass really didn't expect it to be like this. He had always thought that plant cultivators could take care of the plants, improve the plants, provide food for the people on the continent, and even cure diseases, so they should be respected by the people. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. Hu Yuan didn't care about what Little Cranegrass was thinking about, but continued, later on, we plant cultivators became more and more proficient in the application of natural energy. We also discovered various kinds of energy in the natural world. In fact, in the natural world, everything contains energy. Just like plants, there is energy in the water, there is energy in the fire, there is energy in the earth, there is energy in the stones, and there is also energy in the wind. And all these energies are collectively called natural energy. In the beginning, there were still plant cultivators who wanted to borrow energy other than plants. They did indeed do it, but the speed at which they absorbed energy from other things was very slow. There was no way to compare it with the absorption of energy from plants. Slowly, people stopped absorbing energy from other things and only absorbed energy from plants. This made Little Cranegrass a little surprised. He looked at Hu Yuan and said, Master, you mean, it's not only plants that have energy? There was also energy in other things? Even the soil and stones here have energy? Hu Yuan nodded and said, right, everything in this world contains energy. In the past, plant cultivators did experiments and found that they can indeed absorb energy from other things. Even if they don't absorb energy from the air, they can still absorb energy from the air. This is natural energy. Little Cranegrass was really stunned. He didn't think that natural energy could be directly absorbed from the air. Then he immediately thought of a problem. He turned his head to Hu Yuan and said, Master, is there any difference between absorbing natural energy from stones and plants? When Hu Yuan heard Little Cranegrass, he couldn't help but stare. Nowadays, there were no longer people who absorbed natural energy from plants. Also, the matter of absorbing natural energy from stones happened a long time ago. He only knew that the speed of absorbing natural energy from stones was very slow, but he didn't say anything about it. Hu Yuan shook his head and said, it happened a long time ago, and there are no records in historical records. Therefore, I don't know what it feels like to absorb natural energy from stones. But Little Cranegrass, you have to remember, don't think about absorbing natural energy from stones. That would be too slow, and it would also affect your absorption of natural energy from plants. A person's cultivation time is only so long. If you spend a bit of time on other things, you'll have less time on your cultivation. Therefore, you mustn't bite off more than you can chew. Master knows that you're smart, but that doesn't mean that you'll be faster than others when it comes to cultivation. After all, cultivation doesn't have much to do with one's intelligence. You mustn't harm yourself, understand? When Little Cranegrass heard Hu Yuan's solemn words, he quickly nodded and said, Yes, Master. I'll remember it. Hu Yuan nodded, then he said, Natural energy cultivation is actually divided into 3 parts. First, communication. Communicate with plants so that they can give you their natural energy. However, you mustn't absorb all of the natural energy in the plants at once. Otherwise, it would affect the growth of the plants. You have to absorb a bit of natural energy from each plant, and you can also give some of the natural energy that you absorb to the plants. This way, it wouldn't delay the growth of the plants, it would even help them grow. Growing together with the plants, this is what a plant master should do. Little Cranegrass nodded, he already had some understanding in his heart. Plant masters' cultivation should be closer to nature. They should try not to destroy nature as much as possible. This point was very good. Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass, then he said, second, storage. Once you absorb the natural energy into your body, you must store it for future use. The container for storing energy is our soul object, little crane grass. Do you know why people are divided into soul planters, soul beasts, soul soldiers, and soul craftsmen? Generally speaking, grass soul cultivators have the worst talent among all the soul cultivators. However, the best soul plant should be a tree plant soul. It has a lot to do with the amount of energy it can store. Generally speaking, grass soul cultivators could store the least amount of natural energy. After absorbing natural energy, you could store a small part of it in your soul item, however, most of it would be returned to the plant. In this process, grass soul cultivators could store the least amount of natural energy. Generally speaking, grass soul cultivators could store the least amount of natural energy. After absorbing natural energy, you could store a small part of it in your soul item, however, most of it would be returned to the plant. In this process, grass soul cultivators could store the least amount of natural energy. Generally speaking, grass soul cultivators could store the most amount of natural energy among all the soul cultivators. Generally speaking, grass soul cultivators could store the least amount of natural energy. After absorbing natural energy, you could store a small part of it in your soul item, most of it would be returned to the plant. When little crane grass heard Hu Yuan, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He now understood why people say that soul planters have the lowest talent among soul planters. So it was because of this reason. Little crane grass's expression wasn't very good. This was because he discovered that his development potential might be very limited. This was definitely a blow to little crane grass. Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass's expression and knew what he was thinking. He said in a deep voice, however, this method isn't impossible to improve. Crane grass, do you know how lucky you are? Do you still remember those gratitude seeds that you collected? Those gratitude seeds were used to increase the storage capacity of your soul object. When little crane grass heard Hu Yuan's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then a trace of joy appeared on his face. He now had 4 gratitude seeds. If he used all 4 of them to increase the storage capacity of his soul object, then that would be great. Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass and smiled faintly, aren't you happy? But crane grass, I hope that you can leave a gratitude seed behind. Although you're lucky this time and obtained 4 gratitude seeds, you won't always be so lucky. Moreover, gratitude seeds are things that can only be encountered and not sought after. Therefore, it's best that you leave one as a backup. There's a limit to how much gratitude seeds can increase the storage capacity of your soul object. But if you leave a gratitude seed behind, in addition to your super strong ability to communicate with plants, you might be able to subdue a demonic plant in the future. If you subdue a demonic plant, then your strength will soar. Not only will you have a powerful subordinate, but your soul object storage capacity will also become very powerful. It will already be stronger than the best soul object. When little crane grass heard Hu Yuan's words, he nodded and said, yes, master. I understand. I will work hard. Hu Yuan nodded. Actually, he did this partly because he really wanted to tell little crane grass this cultivation method. But the other reason was that he wanted to give little crane grass hope. When little crane grass found out that his soul object was the one with the lowest potential, he was very depressed. This wasn't good for a plant master's cultivation. If he wasn't given a bit of hope at this time, then he would never be able to become a powerful plant master in the future. Crane grass, your ability to communicate with plants is very strong. This is very advantageous for you. If you want to absorb natural energy into your body, the first step is to communicate with the plants. The better you communicate with the plants, the easier it is for the plants to give you a part of their natural energy. And this natural energy is something that nature can't use, so it wouldn't have any effect on the plants. But when you return the natural energy that you can't absorb to the plants, the energy you return to the plants would be beneficial for them. This is the true essence of a plant master's cultivation. We plant masters don't rob the plants of their natural energy, but instead, we complement each other. The plants give us energy, and we process it into energy that they can absorb before returning it to them. During this process, we leave behind a part of our energy as a reward. This way, not only can we absorb the energy, the plants would also benefit. This is the true essence of a plant master's cultivation. Little Cranegrass nodded. This was the first time he heard that a plant master's cultivation was like this. It turned out that the foundation of a plant master's cultivation was based on communication. In other words, he had a big advantage in this aspect. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and said in a deep voice, "Now you know how talented you are, right? Right now, there are countless plant masters in the soul world. They might not be able to communicate with plants in their entire life and let the plants give them natural energy. Such people are those plant masters who haven't learned how to cultivate, or those ordinary soul plant masters." Little Cranegrass nodded. He knew about the soul plant masters that Hu Yuan mentioned. There were a lot of them. In Green City, Little Cranegrass had seen a lot of them. Hu Yuan didn't know what Little Cranegrass was thinking about. He then said in a deep voice, "When you have your first trace of natural energy, you can use this trace of natural energy to exchange with plants. You don't need to communicate to get natural energy anymore. You give your trace of natural energy to the plants, and the plants will give their natural energy to you. Then you can store this energy. When your soul item can't store anymore, you can stop and slowly use your soul item to digest this energy. When you use this energy to expand the stored energy of your soul item, you can use this energy to exchange with the plants for more energy. Then you can digest it and expand the stored energy of your soul item. As the cycle continues, the amount of natural energy you can store will get more and more. Now you understand why the quality of a soul item directly determines a person's talent. Give you a space as big as a blade of grass or as big as a tree, which one can store more energy? There's no need to ask, it must be because there's a lot of big trees. This is why many people think that your talent is ordinary when they see that you're a grass plant master. Little Cranegrass was enlightened. It turned out that the cultivation of a plant master was really not simple, and all of this cultivation was related to one's soul item. No wonder the soul world had such a strict hierarchy. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and said in a deep voice, "I'm not worried about your ability to communicate with energy at all now. I believe that you'll be able to attract the first trace of natural energy into your body very soon. After that, you can use your heart to feel this trace of energy and follow this trace of energy into your soul object space to take a look." Little Cranegrass looked at Hu Yuan with some confusion. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Soul object space is a very common saying. There seems to be a space inside our soul objects. This space can store natural energy and can also store the demonic plants that you've subdued. Once this demonic plant enters your soul object space, it will become your most loyal subordinate. Not only can it help you deal with your enemies, it can also help you expand your soul object space at all times. Not only can it expand your soul object space, it can also increase the size of your soul object space, making your soul object space bigger. Therefore, it's precisely because of this that any plant master would want to get a demonic plant." Little Cranegrass didn't think that the soul object space would have this kind of ability. These things were all new to him. The door to becoming a plant master has officially opened for him. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "The reason why plant masters are called invincible in the forest by other cultivators, aside from being able to command the trees in the forest to fight, it's also because we can replenish our natural energy in the forest at any time. In the forest, even if other soul object cultivators are stronger than us, they can still be exhausted to death by us. This is the reason why soul plant masters are invincible in the forest." Little Cranegrass nodded. Hu Yuan looked at him and said, "You go rest first. Tomorrow, we'll go to the forest. Prepare to absorb the first trace of natural energy into your body and then slowly cultivate. After 2 days, when your natural energy has a certain foundation, I'll teach you how to use it to help you fight. At the same time, I'll also teach you how to make your own weapons." When Little Cranegrass heard Hu Yuan, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Master, do we plant masters need weapons?" Hu Yuan smiled and said, "Of course we do. Making plants help us fight is just one of the ways plant masters fight. What if there are no other plants nearby? What would you do? Wait for death? Of course not. That's why plant masters also need weapons. However, plant master weapons are usually more special. Most of the weapons are found or made by themselves. At the same time, I can take it into my soul item space and refine it. Although it can't expand my soul item space like a magic plant, it's still much more powerful than ordinary weapons in battle. Weapons like this are generally called life source weapons. This is because the longer you refine this plant, the stronger it becomes. Because of this, most people wouldn't change their life source weapons unless their weapon is completely destroyed. Zhao Hai nodded and said, life source weapons can be divided into two types. One is some special plants. These plants must have some special characteristics. For example, the ghost vine I use. Although it isn't a magic plant, it's still a carnivorous plant. It's extremely tough and poisonous. I spent 5 years to find this ghost vine. Then I started to use natural energy to refine it, or rather, to strengthen it. After a long time of natural energy strengthening, my ghost vine is no different from a soft whip. It's even more flexible, and more durable. At the same time, I can take it into my soul item space and refine it. Although it can't expand my soul item space like a magic plant, it's still more powerful than ordinary weapons in battle. Weapons like this are generally called life source weapons because the longer you refine this plant, the stronger it becomes. Because of this, most people wouldn't change their life source weapons unless their weapon is completely destroyed. While speaking, Hu Yuan's hand moved as a black vine came out of his hand. It looked like it was growing out of his body. In front of this black vine, there was a black flower with a white ghost face. It looked very scary. The appearance of this vine was almost exactly the same as Hu Yuan's soul object. This made little crane grass curious. He looked at Hu Yuan and asked, Master, could it be that a plant master's natal weapon has to be the same as his soul object? When Hu Yuan heard little crane grass, he couldn't help but stare. Then he understood why little crane grass said this. He couldn't help but laugh and said, No, of course not. A plant master's life weapon has nothing to do with your soul object. Could it be that a pine tree master's life weapon has to be a pine tree master's life weapon? That's impossible. Your life weapon is related to your future development. Therefore, when you choose your life weapon, you must be very careful. Moreover, you must remember that your life weapon cannot be too big. Moreover, your life weapon must be a living plant. Like the iron birch saber that I gave you before. Although it was made from an iron birch saber, it was already dead. Therefore, it cannot be your life weapon. Your life weapon must be small because it has to be compatible with your martial skills. You can't command your life weapon like how you command plants to fight. That would be equivalent to your weapon fighting without you participating. This is too wasteful. Nowadays, most plant masters choose to use vines as their main weapon. There are also some who choose to use special plant masters like the iron birch tree. It's a tree that doesn't grow tall but is harder than steel. It's very suitable to be used as a weapon. However, the iron birch tree is something that can only be chanced upon and not sought after. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it even after a few years. But if you use a few years of time to refine it, it would be enough to turn an ordinary vine into a good weapon. Little crane grass nodded. He didn't think that a plant master would have so many things to say when choosing a weapon. It seems like the path of cultivation really can't be underestimated. He needs to work harder. Hu Yuan didn't stop, instead he continued, in addition to life weapons, plant masters also have another type of weapon. This weapon is called a seed weapon. Seed weapons are generally seeds that have been refined by plant masters. Plant masters need to constantly refine these seeds with natural energy, but they can't let them germinate. After a long time, they will turn into a mutated seed. Plant masters can refine a lot of these seeds, and these seeds are usually carried by plant masters. They can't be stored in the spiritual object space. During a battle, you can throw these seeds out and use natural energy to stimulate them, allowing the seeds to grow into plants in a short time. These plants will listen to your command, they can help you in battle. When the battle is over, you can take back your natural energy and these seeds will turn back into seeds. You can use them again next time, but if the mutated seeds receive a fatal attack, then they will be scrapped. Scrapped mutated seeds will die, they can't be used again. Bean soldiers. Hearing Hu Yuan's words, little crane grass immediately thought of this sentence. The situation that Hu Yuan described was too similar to scattering beans. It really was very similar. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but be stunned. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and smiled faintly. Our Hu clan seed weapons are very famous in the world of plant masters. It's also one of the pillars of our Hu clan's business. Every man of the Hu clan has to learn how to make seed weapons after reaching adulthood. These seed weapons can be sold because there are a lot of plant masters who don't have the time and energy to make seed weapons. This time, Little Cranegrass was even more stunned. He didn't think that seed weapons could be sold. He looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Master, can I use these seed weapons that are refined by others?" Hu Yuan nodded and said, "Of course you can. Although the natural energy that each person cultivates is slightly different, just like a person's fingerprints, seed weapons don't need to be that troublesome. They only recognize natural energy, they don't care about the differences. They aren't that smart." Little Cranegrass was lying on his bed, but his heart couldn't calm down for even a moment. He really didn't know that there were so many things to learn when a plant master cultivated. Just the weapons alone had so many things to pay attention to. This was really too scary. But at the same time, Little Cranegrass was also a little excited. To be honest, ever since he learned this medical skill, he felt that there was nothing else for him to learn. He even took out the books about other cultivators from the Hu family's library and read through them. Now, he had grasped the forging technique and the method of taming wild beasts in theory. This sounded very strange because in the soul world, the forging technique had always been learned by the craftsmen, and the method of taming wild beasts was also something that only the soul beasts would learn. Why would he read those books for no reason? But reading books had become a habit for Little Cranegrass. Now that he had read all the books about plant master cultivation in the Hu family that he could read, there was nothing else for him to read. So naturally, he would look for other books to read. Hu Yuan was also aware of this situation, but Hu Yuan didn't stop Little Cranegrass. As long as Little Cranegrass could cultivate those basic things in peace, Hu Yuan wouldn't care too much about Little Cranegrass. Originally, Little Cranegrass thought that as long as he learned the cultivation method of natural energy, he could quickly become a powerful plant master. But after listening to Hu Yuan's words, Little Cranegrass understood that he still had a long way to go. Lying on the bed quietly thinking about these things, Little Cranegrass's heart couldn't help but be a little confused. He didn't know how far he would go after learning the cultivation method of natural energy. He was a smart person, so he heard some other things from Hu Yuan's words. He believed what Hu Yuan said, that the gratitude seed could expand his soul object space, but by how much, Hu Yuan didn't say. But Hu Yuan said another thing, that was, as long as he subdued a magical plant, his soul object space would be comparable to the soul object space of the best soul plant master. In other words, before he got the magical plant, even if he had the gratitude seed to expand his soul object space, his soul object space wouldn't be comparable to other soul plant masters. But it was too difficult to subdue a demonic plant master. A iron thread grass was enough to make Hu Xian unable to take a single blow. Hu Xian was injured and couldn't move, and he didn't even have a chance to resist. In this case, it was really too difficult to subdue a demonic plant master. If he couldn't subdue a demonic plant master, then he wouldn't be able to become a powerful plant master like Hu Yuan. This was what Little Cranegrass was most worried about. At this thought, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but let out a sigh. But shortly after, he pulled himself together. He wasn't the kind of person who would go to a dead end. Even though he couldn't store too much natural energy in his spirit item space like other plants, he also had his own strengths, which was his ability to communicate. Little Cranegrass believed in his ability to communicate with plants. No one could compare with him. When he communicated with those little grasses could grow new grasses in an instant and even help him avoid the enemy's pursuit. This was something that ordinary plant masters couldn't do. Little Cranegrass hadn't seen a real plant master fight before. He had only seen iron thread grass attack Hu Xian once, and Hu Xian only blocked it once. That couldn't even be called a fight. However, he still noticed that the way a plant master communicated with plants was very different from how he communicated with plants. Like Hu Xian, he could communicate with the little grass, but if he wanted the little grass to grow faster and help him escape the enemy, then he must use natural energy. However, little crane grass didn't need to do that. He could communicate with little crane grass and get little crane grass to help him in battle. This was very different from normal plant masters. Little crane grass didn't know about this in the past. This time, when he worked together with Xianxia and got trapped together, he discovered this. This was his biggest advantage. It was precisely because of this advantage that little crane grass wasn't very worried about the problem of his natural energy. It didn't matter if natural energy couldn't help him too much, he believed that communication could make up for this shortcoming. Of course, this was just a guess. If he wanted to turn his guess into reality, then he would have to practice a lot more in the future. After thinking for a while on the bed, little crane grass slowly fell asleep. He was a little excited because he could absorb natural energy yesterday. With this mood, he slowly fell asleep. The next morning, little crane grass woke up early. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he went to the living room. At this time, Hu Yuan appeared in the living room. Upon seeing little crane grass, Hu Yuan couldn't help but smile as he said, "You didn't sleep well last night, right?" When little crane grass heard Hu Yuan, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He really didn't sleep well last night, he was thinking about absorbing natural energy today. Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass and smiled faintly, "There's no need to be embarrassed. When I learned about natural energy in the past, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep the whole night. Haha, let's eat. After eating, we'll go study." Little crane grass nodded. At this time, Xianxia had already prepared the meal. After eating, Hu Yuan took little crane grass to a forest in the valley. There weren't any fruit trees in this forest, it was also very far from the valley's pond. It was a natural forest. When Hu Yuan and little crane grass arrived at the forest, Hu Yuan turned his head to little crane grass and said, "Try to communicate with these trees and have them give you some natural energy. If they don't give you any, don't be anxious. Slowly communicate with them and pass on your goodwill." Little crane grass nodded. Little crane grass nodded. Then he walked to the side of a large tree and touched it with his hand. Then he began to communicate with the tree. However, the effect wasn't very good. This tree wasn't a pine tree. Little crane grass couldn't communicate with the tree at this time. He couldn't communicate with the tree like he did with the pine tree and the little grass. He could only slowly pass on his goodwill. Fortunately, little crane grass had some experience in communicating with crops before. Because of this, he wasn't worried at all. He slowly passed on his goodwill to the villages. Time passed by little by little. Little crane grass didn't know how long he had communicated with the trees, but it didn't have any effect. Just as he was about to continue, he heard Hu Yuan's voice, "All right, little crane grass, let's stop here for today." Little crane grass was stunned. Then, he let go of his hand and turned to look at Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan looked at him and smiled, "The first time absorbing natural energy is the most difficult. Many people can't do it in their entire lives. Even a very talented person would need around a month to discuss with the plant and absorb the first strand of natural energy. You don't have to rush, take your time. This kind of thing isn't something to rush. Let's go back and eat." Hearing Hu Yuan's words, little crane grass couldn't help but look up at the sky. Only then did he discover that the sun was already high up in the sky. It was already noon, and he had unknowingly stayed in the forest for an entire morning. Hu Yuan looked at him and smiled, "Let's go. We still have to practice martial arts in the afternoon. But from today onwards, you'll have to learn all kinds of weapons, especially the soft whip." Little crane grass didn't object, he just nodded and followed Hu Yuan back to his room. After eating lunch, they rested for a while. Then little crane grass followed Hu Yuan to the training field and began to practice his martial arts. Sure enough, Hu Yuan began to teach little crane grass how to use all kinds of weapons. Among them, the soft whip was the most important. The use of the soft whip was definitely a technique. One wrong move and he would hurt himself. When little crane grass was practicing with the soft whip in the afternoon, he had hit himself a few times. That kind of burning pain, however, did not stop him from learning the dance. After eating dinner, little crane grass took care of the little flowers. The new flower sprouts had already grown. Little crane grass chatted with them for a while before he went to the pine tree and lied down. Little crane grass said to the pine tree, "Grandpa Pine Tree, I'm going to start learning how to cultivate natural energy today. Unfortunately, I communicated with the trees for half a day, but they weren't willing to give me any natural energy. Without a trace of natural energy, I can't cultivate more natural energy. It seems like I still need a long time before I can learn how to cultivate natural energy." Ha ha ha, little crane grass, my silly child. If you want natural energy, just tell Grandpa Pine Tree. Why do you need to look for them? You still can't communicate with them. Those idiots also don't know who you are. Naturally, they wouldn't help you immediately. But you still have Grandpa Pine Tree. Grandpa Pine Tree has a lot of natural energy. What's there to be afraid of? Little crane grass stared blankly. Then he couldn't help but pat his head. He had always treated Pine Tree as his elder, but he forgot that Pine Tree was also a plant. His body naturally had natural energy. Moreover, Pine Tree was so big. Naturally, he would have more natural energy in his body. Thinking of this, little crane grass immediately said to Pine Tree, "Grandpa Pine Tree, is this true? Can you really give me natural energy? I don't need a lot, just a trace is enough. I want to feel my soul space first." Ha ha ha, what's so difficult about that? Come, little crane grass, feel it carefully. I'll immediately send natural energy into your body. When little crane grass heard Pine Tree, he immediately jumped up in joy. Then he calmed down and reached out to touch Pine Tree. Then he slowly closed his eyes. As soon as little crane grass closed his eyes, he felt a trace of energy entering his body. He could clearly feel the existence of this energy. Little crane grass remembered Hu Yuan's words. He immediately used his heart to feel where this energy was going. At the same time, he guided this energy into his soul. When little crane grass focused all of his attention on this energy, he immediately felt that his soul was attached to this energy. He felt that his surroundings were filled with fresh and vigorous energy. This made him feel incomparably comfortable. But soon, he felt that something was blocking his way. He didn't think and directly rushed over with natural energy. With a bang, he found himself in a strange place. Little crane grass stared blankly at everything in front of him. He discovered that he had entered an incomparably huge space. He didn't know how big this space was. He simply couldn't see the end of this space. In the distance, he saw a small black line. Little crane grass wanted to see what that small line was, but he discovered that the small line was actually flying towards him at lightning speed. Soon, that small line was getting closer and closer to him. But the closer it got to him, the more shocked little crane grass was. He discovered that it wasn't a small line at all, but the iron thread grass that almost took his life before. Now, this iron thread grass was even longer and thicker than the first time he saw it. The huge leaf was really like a sharp sword. Little crane grass looked at the iron thread grass and immediately said, "Why are you here?" "Master, you took me in." Little crane grass was stunned. He didn't expect the iron thread grass to answer him. But now, the iron thread grass actually answered him. This made little crane grass very surprised. He immediately said, "When did I take you in? How come I didn't know?" The iron thread grass immediately said, "When I attacked you, you took me in. Master, from now on, you are my master." Little crane stared at the fella that was acting like a spoiled child in front of it. It really couldn't connect this fella with the ferocious iron thread grass. However, little crane grass still said, "Does this mean that you have already become my life weapon? If I'm in danger in the future, can you help me fight?" The iron thread grass immediately said, "Fighting for master is my duty. Master, rest assured, if someone attacks you in the future, I'll definitely kill them for you." Little crane grass stared blankly at the iron thread grass. He discovered that this iron thread grass was very smart. It spoke like a human. One must know that although little crane grass could communicate with other plants, it was still difficult for other plants to talk to him. These plants didn't know any words or idioms. They learned their language from humans and slowly passed it down. Therefore, when you talked to them, ordinary plants would speak in a rigid manner. Plants like the pine tree and the iron thread grass that could communicate like humans were very rare. Little crane grass took a deep breath and said, "But how are you going to help me fight?" You're so big, I can't even hold you, let alone fight." Hearing little crane grass's words, Iron Thread Grass quickly said, "Master, I don't need you to hold me. Just tell me who you want me to hit and I'll hit him myself. If you want me to fight, that's fine too. I can turn small." As soon as Iron Thread Grass finished speaking, his body quickly shrank and finally turned into a small blade of grass. Little Crane Grass suddenly remembered that when it first saw this Iron Thread Grass, it was a small grass. Later on, during the battle, it slowly grew bigger. It seemed that this ability to grow and shrink at will was one of the Iron Thread Grass's abilities. Little Crane Grass nodded, then he looked at the huge space and said, "Iron Thread Grass, can you tell me what's going on with this space? Is this my soul object space? But how could he be so big? Did I help you expand it?" Iron Thread Grass said, "No, Master, your soul object space is already this big. Also, Master, please come with me." Then Iron Thread Grass flew into the space. Little Crane Grass was a bit confused as he followed Iron Thread Grass. After a long while, the Iron Thread Grass finally stopped, but the little Crane Grass was stunned because he saw the most unbelievable thing. It was a round, transparent sphere. Of course, there was nothing strange about a sphere. What was strange was what was inside the sphere. There were only a few things inside the sphere: a grass, a tree, and a person sitting under the tree. There was also a sun in the sky. The person was sitting there motionlessly. The sun was hanging in the sky. It was like a small world that was shrunk and placed inside a transparent sphere. Little Crane Grass carefully looked at the sphere, and when he did, he was stunned. Then, he was shocked because he had actually seen the person in the sphere before. Not only had he seen him before, he had seen him often. This person was actually the man in his dreams. The man who stood tall and dared to fight against the heavens. What's going on? How could this man appear in his soul object space? Also, why was he trapped in this transparent ball? What's going on? Little Crane Grass's mind moved. He couldn't help but probe the sphere with his spiritual force. As soon as his spiritual force went in, it immediately bounced back. Little Crane Grass felt that the bouncing force was very strong. He actually felt a bit dizzy. After a while, Little Crane Grass stabilized his spiritual force. He didn't dare to use his spiritual force to touch the sphere. Although he was still very curious, he wanted to know why such a powerful person was trapped inside the sphere. But after studying it for a while, he still didn't know what the sphere was used for. In the end, he could only give up. He began to pay attention to the space around him. This space was very big, as if it had no end. Little Crane Grass didn't understand why his space was so big. What was going on? Master said that he was a plant soul, so his soul object space was the smallest. But no matter how he looked at it, his soul object space didn't have anything to do with the word small. Could it be that this was the so-called small space? Then how big was the big space that Master spoke of? For a while, Little Crane Grass was a bit confused. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Such a big space, when can I fill it with natural energy? If I only absorb natural energy and don't return it to the plants, then wouldn't it be plundering? Sigh, it seems like I have to go back and ask Master. After muttering to himself for a while, Little Crane Grass thought about going back. Just as he thought about going back, he felt his mind leave the space. Then he felt his surroundings turn dark. But he immediately opened his eyes and saw the pine tree. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a green energy entering the pine tree from his body. This gave Little Crane Grass a fright. Crane Grass, that energy was given to you by me. Why did you return it? Not bad, the energy you returned is more comfortable to absorb. Crane Grass, how did you do it? It was the pine tree's voice. When Little Crane Grass heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression couldn't help but change as he immediately said, "Grandpa Pine Tree, wait a moment, I'll tell you." Then he closed his eyes and thought about entering the soul object space. He didn't expect that just as he thought about it, he would immediately feel the soul object space. But this time, the soul object space was different from before. When he felt the soul object space, it felt like he was standing in the sky and looking down at the earth. Or it could be said that he was standing outside the transparent sphere and looking at the small world inside. He saw the iron thread grass inside the space. The iron thread grass was like a spirit snake that was running around the space. It seemed like it was very fun. Besides the iron thread grass, there was also a small green energy inside the space. This energy was currently spinning around. Every time it spun around, it seemed like it was getting bigger. Besides these two things, little crane grass didn't see anything else. The transparent sphere that contained the small world seemed to have disappeared from the space. Little crane grass was alert and immediately opened his eyes. However, when he opened his eyes, he found that he was still sitting under the big pine tree. He could still see the scenery around him. Although the sky was a little dark now, in his eyes, the situation around him was as clear as day. But this wasn't the reason why little crane grass was surprised. Little crane grass was surprised that he could still see the situation inside the soul object space. This was what shocked little crane grass the most. He always thought that he could only see the soul object space when he was cultivating with his eyes closed. He never thought that he could still see the soul object space even now. This was really beyond his expectations. Crane grass, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Did I not give you enough nature energy? If so, then I'll give you more. Along with this voice, an even larger nature energy entered little crane grass's body. Then, this nature energy entered little crane grass's soul object space. Under little crane grass's gaze, the ball of natural energy that entered his soul object space was immediately absorbed by the rotating ball of natural energy in his soul object space. The rotating ball of natural energy rotated faster and at the same time, it became much bigger. Then, the ball of natural energy flew out from the ball of natural energy and rushed into the pine tree's body through the same route as before. See how didn't reduce the amount of natural energy that entered his body, but the ball of natural energy in little crane grass's soul object space didn't decrease either. After 2 rounds of natural energy entering his body, the remaining ball of natural energy was still as big as before. It didn't return to the pine tree's body, and it didn't decrease at all. This time, little crane grass was really confused. This was completely different from what Hu Yuan told him before. Hu Yuan told him before that when they introduced nature energy into their bodies, they would intercept a part of it and return a part of it to the plant. The nature energy returned to the plant would be easier for the plant to absorb, and the nature energy they intercepted would be the reward they deserved. But now, his situation was completely different from what Hu Yuan said. The pine tree gave him 2 strands of natural energy, and he returned 2 strands of natural energy back to the pine tree. The amount of natural energy he returned to the pine tree wasn't any less than what the pine tree gave him. Normally, in this case, there shouldn't be any natural energy in his soul space. But now, there was a mass of natural energy in his soul space. It was the same amount as what the pine tree gave him. No, it was a bit more. This was because when the mass of natural energy rotated, it would slowly grow bigger. What was going on? This didn't make sense. Little crane grass really didn't know what was going on in his soul object space. Why was his soul object space different from other people's? Crane grass, what's going on? Say something. Pine tree's voice was heard again. Crane grass came back to his senses and immediately said, "Grandpa Pine Tree, I'm fine. I just feel that my soul object space seems to be a little different from the soul object space that Master told me about. Grandpa Pine Tree, the natural energy you gave me is still in my soul object space, but for some reason, I can still return so much natural energy to you. I don't know what's going on either." Pine Tree was silent for a while before he said, "Crane grass, there's something I need to tell you. Your soul object space is indeed different from other people's. I remember when I first met you, I transferred a strand of natural energy into your soul object space. After that strand of natural energy entered your soul object space, I felt an incomparably intimate and dignified feeling. It was as if I had met our God. Crane grass, it's best if you don't tell anyone about the situation in your soul object space. Don't tell anyone, not even your master. This isn't disrespect to your master, but everyone has their own secrets. You should also have your own secrets, understand?" Little crane grass was silent. To be honest, little crane grass was a bit disgusted by Pine Tree's suggestion. Hu Yuan was his master. Although Hu Yuan didn't speak much and looked very serious, Little Crane Grass knew that Hu Yuan was sincerely thinking for his own good. Therefore, he didn't want to hide it from Hu Yuan. However, Little Crane Grass also knew that Pine Tree was thinking for his own good. Although Little Crane Grass was only 9 years old, he also knew that his soul object space was too special. It was better if he didn't tell anyone about it. After thinking for a while, Little Crane Grass finally nodded and said, "All right, Grandpa Pine Tree, I understand. I won't tell anyone. You can rest assured." When Xianxia heard Little Crane Grass's words, he became happy. He said in a deep voice, "Good, Little Crane Grass, good child. Remember, your spirit object space has endless uses. You will definitely become the world's greatest plant master. You definitely will." Little Crane Grass nodded and said in a deep voice, "Grandpa Pine Tree, I'm going back. I'll come and see you tomorrow." Xianxia nodded and said, "All right, let's go back. Remember, if you have time, come and chat with me. Also, help me convert some energy. It's easier for me to absorb the energy that you convert. After absorbing the energy, I seem to have become a lot younger." Hee hee. Little Crane Grass also smiled and said, "Okay, Grandpa Pine Tree, I'll definitely come and chat with you every day." After saying that, Little Crane Grass walked back. However, when he left, he didn't directly go back to the wooden house. Instead, he went to where the little flowers were. There was already a small patch of them. Little Crane Grass chatted with the little flowers for a while before exchanging some energy with them. After that, he went back to the wooden house. However, this time, Little Crane Grass knew that the little flowers couldn't provide him with a lot of energy. Compared to Pine Tree, the difference was too great. Before long, Little Crane Grass returned to the wooden house. Hu Yuan was still inside. When he saw Little Crane Grass come in, Hu Yuan waved his hand to Little Crane Grass. Little Crane Grass immediately ran over and bowed to Hu Yuan. "Master, you called for me?" Hu Yuan looked at Little Crane Grass and said, "Crane Grass, are you disappointed today? Don't worry, it's very difficult for a plant master to absorb nature energy for the first time. The reason why the Hu clan's people can absorb nature energy when they are around 10 years old is because they were told to take care of a certain type of plant since they were young. This type of plant is usually perennial, so they have a very good relationship with it. So when they want to absorb nature energy, they can have the plant give them a bit of nature energy. This way, the absorption of nature energy can be completed." Little Crane Grass looked at Hu Yuan and immediately said, "Master, I've already absorbed the first strand of energy. Today, when I went to chat with Grandpa Pine Tree, I told him that I wanted to absorb energy. He gave me a strand of energy, and I've already absorbed it. Moreover, I also gave Grandpa Pine Tree a strand of energy. Master, I've become a plant master." When Hu Yuan heard Little Crane Grass's words, he was also stunned. He wanted to comfort Little Crane Grass today, but he didn't expect that Little Crane Grass had already resolved the matter by himself. At the same time, Hu Yuan also scolded himself for being muddle-headed. Little Crane Grass and the big pine tree clearly got along so well. When he absorbed natural energy, he didn't ask him to look for the big pine tree and instead asked him to look for other trees. Wasn't this an unnecessary move? Hu Yuan took a deep breath, then turned to look at Little Crane Grass and said, "Crane Grass, how does it feel to absorb natural energy for the first time? Did you see your own soul object space? How big is your soul object space? Your cup is so big? Or is it as big as a bowl? Or is it as big as a basket?" When Little Crane Grass heard Hu Yuan's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Hearing Hu Yuan's words, when other people felt their soul object space for the first time, their soul object space was only the size of a cup or a bowl. At most, it wouldn't exceed the size of a basket. Then what was going on with his soul object space? He couldn't see the end of his soul object space. Wasn't the difference too big? Now Little Crane Grass suddenly understood why the big pine tree told him not to tell others about his soul object space. The difference was too big. If he told others about his soul object space, then it would bring him a lot of trouble. Little Crane Grass now understood that being more talented wasn't necessarily better. If you were too talented, there would always be troubles that would find you. Therefore, when it was time to hide it, it was better to hide it. Once it figured this out, little Cranegrass immediately said in a deep voice, "Master, it's this big." After saying that, little Cranegrass gestured that it was about the size of a basketball. Seeing the size that little Cranegrass gestured, Hu Yuan was already very satisfied. He nodded and said, "Good, very good. Being able to feel such a big soul object space for the first time is already very good." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he turned to look at Hu Yuan and said, "Master, can I go to the forest tomorrow to exchange some energy? Now that I have the first trace of natural energy, can I exchange energy with the trees and cultivate bit by bit?" Hu Yuan nodded and said, "Right, you can. Tomorrow, you can go to the trees to exchange energy." "Hee, alright, go to sleep early." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he turned around and left. Hu Yuan looked at little Cranegrass's back, his eyes were full of gratification. He was very satisfied with this disciple. Others would need at least a month to absorb natural energy, but little Cranegrass was able to absorb it on the first day. This was really amazing. Facing such a genius disciple, Hu Yuan wasn't dissatisfied at all. Little Cranegrass returned to his room and picked up a book to read. However, he discovered that he couldn't continue reading today. In the end, little Cranegrass had no choice but to put down the book and focus his attention on his soul object space. Inside the soul object space, everything was still calm. Even the iron thread grass that was moving around before had calmed down. The iron thread grass was like a small blade of grass, it was growing alone in the boundless space. It looked very pitiful. But when little Cranegrass's spiritual force sensed the iron thread grass, he couldn't help but laugh. The iron thread grass was actually sleeping. Little Cranegrass didn't know that plants also needed to sleep. This was too surprising. Ignoring the iron thread grass, the little Cranegrass focused its attention on the ball of nature energy. The ball of nature energy was still spinning and expanding, which made the little Cranegrass even more curious. When little Cranegrass felt the natural energy, he discovered that the natural energy was completely obedient to his senses. This made little Cranegrass a little surprised. Then he slowly guided the natural energy out of the soul object space. However, he didn't put it inside his body. Instead, he slowly explored his body. Little Cranegrass didn't do this recklessly. He was very clear that the natural energy wouldn't cause any discomfort in his body. Therefore, he wanted to see if he could guide the natural energy into his body. The natural energy was slowly drawn out of his soul object space and slowly entered little Cranegrass's body. A very comfortable feeling passed through his nerves and into little Cranegrass's brain. This was a kind of dense vitality. Wherever the natural energy passed, little Cranegrass felt as if his body was being cleansed. This kind of cleansing wasn't done with water from the outside, but from the inside. This kind of cleansing was done with energy. He had never felt this kind of feeling before. Wherever the natural energy passed, the warm and lively feeling made little Cranegrass indulge in it. At the same time, he discovered that there were many places on his body that had some hidden injuries. These hidden injuries were very deep. Even if he took medicinal baths every day, these hidden injuries couldn't be healed. But now that the natural energy was gone, the hidden injuries on his body were immediately healed. Unknowingly, the natural energy actually made a circle in his body. When little Cranegrass took the natural energy back into his soul object space, he discovered that the natural energy was actually a little smaller. Little Cranegrass stared blankly for a moment, but he immediately discovered that after the energy returned to the soul object space, it immediately began to spin. After spinning a few times, the energy returned to its original size. Little Cranegrass let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the energy couldn't be replenished. That would be troublesome. After retracting his spiritual force, little Cranegrass suddenly smelled a sour stench. He was slightly stunned. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that the stench was actually coming from his body. He didn't know when, but his body was covered in a layer of stinky sweat. The sweat was actually black. Little Cranegrass didn't understand what was going on. He immediately ran out of his room and looked at Hu Yuan, who hadn't returned to his room yet. He said, "Master, what's wrong with me? Why is there so much sweat on my body?" Hu Yuan stared blankly. Then when he saw little Cranegrass' appearance, his expression couldn't help but change. He immediately said, "What's going on?" Little crane grass, did you just draw out the natural energy from your soul object space? And you even drew it into your body? Little crane grass nodded and said, yes, master. I just felt bored so I tried it. When the natural energy was circulating in my body, it was very comfortable. But when I retracted my spiritual force, I discovered that I was sweating all over. Hu Yuan let out a sigh of relief and said, all right, it's fine. Quickly go and wash yourself. Natural energy can treat internal injuries and also help the body eliminate toxins. Especially the first time, when you transfer your natural energy into your body, the effect is the most obvious. Originally, you wanted to learn this in the future because your natural energy is very little. If you use it to wash your body, it would be too wasteful. Originally, I wanted to wait until you have more natural energy before learning the body washing technique. Right, little crane grass, do you still have natural energy in your body? When little crane grass heard Hu Yuan, he immediately understood what was going on. He immediately said, yes, but it's a lot less than before. Master, will it be like this in the future? Hu Yuan shook his head and said, it won't happen again. Later on, you need to circulate your natural energy in your body more often. This way, not only can it eliminate the toxins in your body, it can also increase your natural energy. So you don't need to worry about it in the future. Kid, you're too courageous. This time, using natural energy to wash your body isn't that simple. If you don't handle it well, you might suffer from qi deviation. Fortunately, you've been taking medicinal baths all this time, so your body is in good condition. Moreover, you're still young, so you don't need much natural energy. Otherwise, your natural energy would have been depleted and you would have felt severe pain. If you get flustered and your energy goes astray, then it would be troublesome. Go wash up and change your clothes. Go and wash your body. Little crane grass nodded, then he immediately ran to the bathroom. After taking a cold bath and changing his clothes, he returned to his room. Needless to say, after bathing, his body felt very comfortable. When Hu Yuan saw little crane grass entering his room, he waved his hand and had little crane grass sit down. Then he said, crane grass, although natural energy is mainly used for healing, it's also very docile. However, you should know that even though it's docile, it's still energy. Therefore, you must be careful. Don't mess around in the future, otherwise, you'll be in danger. Do you understand? Little crane grass quickly replied, yes, master. I understand. I won't do it in the future. Hu Yuan nodded, then he said, it's also my fault, I didn't make it clear to you. Alright, you can go back to sleep. Remember, don't mess around with natural energy. You can slowly cultivate after you absorb more natural energy. Your current performance is already very good, don't worry. Little crane grass nodded, then he stood up and gave Hu Yuan a salute. Then he turned around and returned to his room. The next morning, little crane grass woke up early. After eating breakfast, he followed Hu Yuan to the forest. It was the same forest and the same tree as yesterday. Little crane grass placed his hand on the tree. Just as he placed his hand on the tree, he heard a voice, isn't this the silly kid from yesterday? Why did he come again today? What does he want? This voice wasn't very loud, and it didn't sound as old as the pine tree. Instead, it gave off a very young feeling. Little crane grass stared, he didn't think that he could actually communicate with the tree. He immediately said, hello big brother tree, I'm crane grass. Ah? You can actually hear me? You can even talk to me like this? Not bad, kid. Tell me, you were here yesterday morning. What were you trying to do with me? Little crane grass smiled embarrassedly and said, I'm sorry, big brother. Yesterday I couldn't communicate with you normally. Today, I just wanted to talk to you and see if you could lend me some natural energy. But I don't need it now. Big brother tree, I also have natural energy in my body. Can we exchange natural energy? Give me your natural energy that isn't easy to digest, and I'll give you natural energy that's more suitable for your digestion. How about it? Oh, you can even do that? That's not easy. Can you really turn natural energy that isn't easy to digest into natural energy that's easy to digest and give it back to me? Yes, big brother tree, I'm a plant master, all plant masters are friends of plants. Moreover, I'm also friends with Grandpa Pine Tree. If you don't believe me, you can ask Grandpa Pine Tree. I just asked Grandpa Pine Tree, you're indeed a friend of us plants. Alright, I'll exchange energy with you. After saying that, little Crane Grass felt a strand of natural energy flowing through his hand and into his body. Then, it entered his soul object space. When that strand of natural energy entered his soul object space, it was immediately absorbed by the natural energy in little Crane Grass soul object space. When that energy finished absorbing the natural energy, it immediately spat out the same amount of energy. Then, it went through little Crane Grass hand and returned to the tree. As soon as the tree absorbed the energy from the little Crane Grass, it immediately shouted happily, "Wow, it's true, it's true. The energy you sent back is really easy to absorb. Little brother, can we exchange a bit more energy?" Little Crane Grass naturally wouldn't object to this request. Then, a large amount of natural energy came from the tree. This energy went into little Crane Grass soul object space, and after a spin, it was sent back out. The tree was so happy that it cried out loudly. And the tree's voice naturally attracted the attention of the other trees. For a moment, the forest was in an uproar. Although the noise between the plants was loud, ordinary people wouldn't be able to hear it. However, Hu Yuan, who was beside little Crane Grass, was able to feel it. In an instant, he felt that the plants seemed to be excited. Some of the plants even started to move without the support of natural energy. Although it was just a slight movement, it was still a very remarkable thing. Hu Yuan's expression changed, he turned his head to look at little Crane Grass. He knew that this was caused by little Crane Grass. He wanted to see if little Crane Grass was in danger. Fortunately, little Crane Grass wasn't in danger. Not only was he not in danger, he even had a smile on his face. This made Hu Yuan puzzled. Hu Yuan immediately contacted the plants. As soon as he did, he felt the joy of the plants. This was beyond Hu Yuan's expectations. However, Hu Yuan couldn't communicate with the plants like the little Crane Grass, so he had no way of knowing what the little Crane Grass said to the plants. Moreover, he could feel that the plants didn't seem to welcome him. Hu Yuan had no choice but to withdraw his thoughts of communicating with the plants. At the same time, the way he looked at the little Crane Grass changed. Hu Yuan was very clear that little Crane Grass was able to make so many plants happy through the exchange of natural energy. This was the first time he saw something like this. This was enough to show how extraordinary little Crane Grass was. He was now even more certain that little Crane Grass would be very outstanding in the future. However, when he saw little Crane Grass's plant soul, Hu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, this was the will of the heavens. The heavens gave little Crane Grass incomparable talent and gave him a good soul object. This was the will of the heavens. At this time, Hu Yuan suddenly felt that the natural energy around him suddenly became active. Hu Yuan stared, he didn't understand what was going on. However, he quickly discovered that in the forest, whether it was the trees, flowers, or plants, all of them had traces of natural energy. And these traces of natural energy were all converging towards little Crane Grass's body. As soon as he sensed this, Hu Yuan's expression changed. Not only was he not happy at all, but he was also extremely worried. Because there was too much natural energy. It far exceeded the absorption ability of someone who had just become a plant master. When a plant master just became a plant master, his soul object space was very small. At this time, the amount of natural energy that he could absorb and exchange wasn't a lot. Therefore, there was a basic process. Like now, a large amount of natural energy suddenly rushed into little Crane Grass's body. If little Crane Grass couldn't absorb it, then the natural energy would scatter. When the time comes, little Crane Grass would be in even more trouble. However, Hu Yuan also knew that he couldn't interrupt little Crane Grass at this time. If he did, then it would be even more dangerous. Hu Yuan couldn't help but be anxious. He wanted to reach out and help little Crane Grass, but he was afraid that he would make things worse. While Hu Yuan was anxious, he felt that little Crane Grass's body seemed to have turned into a machine. The natural energy that went in immediately came out. Moreover, the amount that went in was the same as the amount that came out. Seeing this, Hu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little relieved. But then he frowned again. He didn't know what was going on with little Crane Grass's body. What he was doing didn't seem to have any benefits. At this time, Hu Yuan suddenly discovered that little crane grass's body was slowly forming a shield. This shield style was very strange. It looked like a leaf, a very big leaf. This leaf was translucent and wrapped little crane grass inside. Upon seeing this leaf-like shield, Hu Yuan's expression changed. He whispered, "Plant protection? How is this possible?" It wasn't strange for Hu Yuan to be surprised. Plant protection wasn't something simple. It can be said that in 100,000 plant masters, there might not be one who has a plant protection. This was because the plant protection wasn't something that one could cultivate, it was something that was given to them by the plant itself. Nobody could force it. Plants also had their own thoughts, this was something that all botanists knew. If a botanist wanted to obtain a plant's protection, they would need to do something that was very important to the plant. Moreover, they couldn't just help one plant, they had to help a lot of plants. Most importantly, the plants that they helped couldn't be those that they grew or those that they took care of. They had to be wild plants. Only in this way would they be able to obtain the plant's protection. Although the forest in the valley couldn't be regarded as a pure wild plant, the little crane grass and Hu Yuan didn't really take care of it. They tried their best to maintain the original ecology of the forest. It was precisely because of this that the little crane grass could be protected by the plants here. If it was a fruit forest, then the little crane grass would definitely not be protected by the plants here. The plant protection was very important for a plant master. Every time a plant master uses natural energy, the plant protection would automatically appear. The plant protection wouldn't waste any of the plant master's natural energy. On the contrary, it would absorb the natural energy and protect the plant master from harm. At the same time, it was like an identity card. This identity card wasn't used for people, it was used for plants. As long as a plant master has a plant protection, it would be easier for him to communicate with plants in the future. When he wants to exchange energy with other plant masters, it would be even easier. At that time, you don't even need to communicate with those plants. As long as you show the plant protection, those plants would immediately exchange natural energy for you, making your cultivation much easier. To be honest, Hu Yuan had never seen a plant guardian before. In the entire soul world, there were many plant masters, but those who could really get a plant guardian were few and far between. Hu Yuan had never thought that one day, a plant guardian would take shape in front of his eyes. He stood there in a daze. After an unknown amount of time, the natural energy in the surroundings finally calmed down. Little crane grass also slowly opened his eyes. There was a smile on his face. At the same time, he also noticed the plant protection outside his body. Because little crane grass had stopped exchanging energy, the plant protection was slowly fading away. But it was still seen by little crane grass. He was a little puzzled. He reached out his hand to touch the plant protection, but he didn't touch anything. "Don't touch it, little crane grass. You won't be able to touch the plant protection. It's a special kind of energy. It's not natural energy. No one knows what kind of energy it is." Little crane grass was stunned. He turned his head and saw Hu Yuan looking at him with a very strange gaze. That gaze contained gratification, a trace of excitement, and even a trace of jealousy. Little crane grass quickly bowed to Hu Yuan and said, "Master, what's this plant protection?" Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass and said with a smile, "Crane grass, what did you do just now? Why are those plants so happy?" When little crane grass heard Hu Yuan's question, his heart couldn't help but move. However, he still replied, "It's nothing, it's just exchanging energy." At first, it was a tree. Later on, that tree discovered that it was more suitable for him to absorb after exchanging energy with me. Because of this, he had the other trees do the same. I discovered that my soul object space couldn't store that much energy, so I stopped taking their energy. Instead, I did my best to help them convert their energy. Only after I finished converting their natural energy did I wake up. When Hu Yuan heard little crane grass, he nodded thoughtfully. He knew what was going on. This was the effect of little crane grass' powerful communication ability. If your communication ability wasn't strong, then even if the tree wanted you to help the other plants, because of the problem of communication, the person wouldn't know and would miss this opportunity. Hu Yuan sighed. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that he would definitely strengthen the training of communication in the future. The convenience of communication was really too advantageous. After sorting out his emotions, Hu Yuan told Little Cranegrass about plant protection. When Little Cranegrass heard Hu Yuan's words, its eyes lit up and it cheered, "That's great. This way, I can exchange energy with more plants." When he heard Little Cranegrass, Hu Yuan couldn't help but stare. At the same time, he immediately fell into contemplation. He discovered that he only paid attention to Little Cranegrass's ability to communicate and didn't pay attention to anything else. The most important thing to pay attention to was Little Cranegrass's attitude towards plants. All plant masters knew that plants had their own thoughts. However, people were still used to differentiating plants from people. Plants were plants, and people were people. They couldn't be mixed together. Even when communicating with plants, people would still treat plants, as a different species, as a slave that could be controlled by oneself, as a dead object. They would never put plants in an equal position. However, Little Cranegrass was different. Little Cranegrass had always treated plants as his friends. He had always put them in the same position as him. This was very important. Plants had their own thoughts. In other words, they could think. Naturally, they knew who treated them sincerely and who treated them as inanimate objects and slaves. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for an ordinary person to be protected by a plant. Plants might be simpler than people. Perhaps people could use natural energy to control plants, but it was also impossible to make. Plants treat you sincerely. And it was precisely because Little Cranegrass treated plants as his friends that the plants would help him. Naturally, he would also do his best to help the plants. This was a virtuous cycle. A person's heart changes into a person's heart, and the yellow soil turns into gold. At this moment, Hu Yuan couldn't help but think of this proverb. This proverb might not only apply to people, but also to plant masters and plants. When Little Cranegrass saw that Hu Yuan was suddenly silent, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He looked at Hu Yuan in confusion and said, "Master, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong?" Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and shook his head. "No, Little Cranegrass, you did the right thing, very right. You have to do this in the future. Plant masters should treat plants as friends." Little Cranegrass nodded. Since it wasn't time to eat yet, Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, now that you have plants to protect you, it will be much more convenient for you to cultivate in the future. As long as you stay in a place with a lot of plants, you can cultivate. You don't need to cultivate deliberately. How about this, from now on, you can take care of the plants in the valley in the morning and practice martial arts in the afternoon. At night, I won't take care of you. Whether you want to cultivate natural energy or go out to play, it's up to you." Little Cranegrass quickly replied, "Yes, master. I'll remember it." Hu Yuan nodded and said in a deep voice, "Although it's said that the cultivation methods of plant masters are similar, every plant master clan has its own uniqueness. Our Hu clan's cultivation method is a little different from other clans. Cranegrass, is your natural energy still circulating throughout your body?" Little Cranegrass nodded. He didn't quite understand what Hu Yuan meant. Wasn't natural energy circulating throughout the body? What's wrong with this? Hu Yuan looked at the Little Cranegrass and smiled faintly. There's nothing wrong with natural energy traveling through the body. However, the path of travel is very particular. The human body has 12 main meridians as well as 8 extraordinary meridians. Whichever meridian you go through first, then the results will be different. Jiao Hai nodded, then he looked at the Little Cranegrass and smiled faintly. When Little Cranegrass heard Hu Yuan, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He didn't think that it would be like this. This was really beyond his expectations. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and smiled faintly. My Hu clan's natural energy cultivation methods are divided into 2 types. One is the Green Pine Secret Art. The Green Pine Secret Art focuses on continuous force, being neutral and peaceful. A lot of people in the clan practice the Green Pine Secret Art. Because of this, you don't need to worry about the consumption of natural energy when fighting. Ordinary cultivation methods don't have as much energy as the Green Pine Secret Art. The second type is the Thorny Vine Secret Art. The Thorny Vine Secret Art is different from the Green Pine Secret Art. The thorny vine secret art is more suitable for fighting. The thorny vine secret art is more suitable for fighting. The thorny vine secret art is more suitable for fighting. The thorny vine secret art is more suitable for fighting. The thorny vine secret art is more suitable for fighting. Hu Yuan paused for a moment before he continued, if you didn't use natural energy to cleanse your body, I wouldn't have told you this. You can only learn these cultivation methods after being cleansed by natural energy. I thought that you would need to wait for a while before being able to cleanse your body with natural energy. I didn't expect you to be able to do it so quickly. What cultivation method do you want to learn? Little Cranegrass frowned as he thought carefully. These two cultivation methods had their own characteristics. He really didn't know which one to choose. After thinking for a long time, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but ask Hu Yuan, Master, which cultivation method do you think I should practice? Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass and said, these two cultivation methods have their own advantages. Little Cranegrass, you have a plant soul, so the green pine secret art is the best choice. This is because your soul object space is relatively small. The reason why the green pine secret art can fight for a long time is because it has a certain amount of chi returning ability. In other words, when you fight, you can absorb natural energy from the outside. This way, you can fight for a longer time. However, this cultivation method is very gentle. Even if you want to deal with your opponent in a short period of time, you still wouldn't be able to do it. It can be said that this cultivation method is slow to heat up. But the thorny vine secret art is different. The thorny vine secret art's attack is very powerful and very strange. Most importantly, this cultivation method is more suitable for vines. However, the consumption of this cultivation method is also very large. Originally, you wouldn't be able to practice this cultivation method. But Little Cranegrass, you now have the protection of plants. As long as there are plants nearby, you can have a certain amount of chi returning ability. Therefore, it isn't impossible for you to practice the thorny vine secret art. As soon as Little Cranegrass heard Hu Yuan, he immediately knew which cultivation method he should choose. However, he immediately thought of another point. He looked at Hu Yuan and said, Master, can I practice both cultivation methods? Hu Yuan shook his head and said, you can't. If you do that, you'll be possessed by the devil. Cranegrass, don't have such thoughts. The most important thing in cultivation is persistence. The pine tree secret art and the vine tree secret art each have their own characteristics. The meridians that they pass through are completely different. If you learn both of them, it's very likely that you'll be possessed by the devil. Therefore, you can only choose one kind of cultivation method, and absolutely not choose more. Little Cranegrass nodded, then he took a deep breath and said, I understand, Master. Master, I want to learn the vine tree technique. When Hu Yuan heard Little Cranegrass, his eyes flashed with joy. He looked at Little Cranegrass and said, you've decided? You'll choose the vine tree technique? Little Cranegrass nodded and said, yes, I've decided. Master, I'll choose the vine tree technique. Hu Yuan didn't know, but Little Cranegrass was very clear about it. His soul space wasn't small at all. Moreover, his natural energy could grow inside his soul space. In this case, the pine tree technique was useless to him. On the contrary, the vine tree technique was more suitable for him. Ha ha ha, good. You're worthy of being my disciple. Good choice. When Hu Yuan heard Little Cranegrass's decision, he couldn't help but laugh. He looked very happy. When Little Cranegrass saw Hu Yuan's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately reacted and looked at Hu Yuan and said, Master, what technique do you practice? Is it also the vine tree technique? Hu Yuan laughed and said, right, Master also practices the vine tree technique. Most of my ghost vine name came from this technique. Master didn't tell you before, but in the Hu clan, most of the people who practice the pine tree technique are girls. When they treat people, they want natural energy to be neutral and peaceful. This way, they won't hurt people. On the other hand, most of the men in the Hu clan would choose the vine tree technique. The vine tree technique is very helpful to warriors. When Little Cranegrass heard Hu Yuan's words, he became happy. Little Cranegrass worshipped his master very much. He had forgotten to ask his master what cultivation method he was learning. Now that he heard that his cultivation method was the same as his master's, he immediately became happy. He was even more certain that he made the right choice. Hu Yuan looked at the little crane grass and said in a deep voice, "Although you don't have much natural energy right now, since you can use the body washing technique, it means that your natural energy can go through a cycle in your body. You have already reached the standard of a cultivation technique. Today, Master will teach you the cultivation method of the thorny vine art. You must remember the circulation path of the thorny vine art. You mustn't forget it wrongly." Hu Yuan explained to Little Crane Grass in detail about the thorny vine technique. Little Crane Grass memorized it attentively. As for the 12 standard meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians of the human body, Little Crane Grass already knew about them. For a person who had memorized the Hu clan's medical books thoroughly and had formal medical experience, how could he not know where the 12 standard meridians and 7 extraordinary meridians were? This joke wasn't funny at all. With Little Crane Grass's superb memory, Hu Yuan only needed to explain it once before he could remember it clearly. At the same time, Hu Yuan also explained to Little Crane Grass how to use the vine tree technique. The cultivation method of a cultivation method was only a part of the cultivation method. You had a good cultivation method, but if you didn't know how to use it, then it would be like having a mountain of treasures without knowing it. Therefore, the usage of the cultivation method was also very important. It must be said that using natural energy to attack an enemy was something like the thorny vine technique. Like the green pine technique, although it was more durable, it didn't have any special features. Aside from being able to jump higher, run faster, and gain more strength, it didn't have any other abilities. This also determined that the lethality of the green pine technique wasn't very strong. But the thorny vine technique was different. The thorny vine technique's attack focused on entanglement, sharpness, and poison. In order to cause more lethality to the enemy, one had to rely on increasing natural energy, speed, and flexibility, as well as being able to attack the enemy's body. This allowed the natural energy to cause secondary damage, or even tertiary damage to the enemy's body. For a cultivation method like the green pine technique, even if you hit the enemy's body, the enemy would be able to easily resolve it. The chance of secondary damage was very small. But the thorny vine technique was different. The thorny vine technique placed a lot of emphasis on secondary damage. When the natural energy produced by the thorny vine technique entered the enemy's body, it would be like hitting a thorny vine. Not only would it entangle your meridians, but it would also have thorns on it. Whether you want to force it out or digest it, it wouldn't be easy. The most important thing was that the natural energy produced by the thorny vine technique was still moving inside your body. Wherever it went, your meridians would be destroyed. Even if you wanted to treat it, it would be very difficult. This was the origin of the thorny vine technique's 3 characteristics: entanglement, sharpness, and poison. After Hu Yuan finished speaking, Little Crane Grass slowly closed his eyes. Then a leaf-shaped shield appeared around his body. Seeing this, Hu Yuan knew that Little Crane Grass had started to cultivate. Not only did Hu Yuan not blame Little Crane Grass, on the contrary, he liked Little Crane Grass's character of doing what he said without hesitation. Little Crane Grass was now controlling the natural energy in his body, slowly moving it along the meridians that Hu Yuan mentioned. This time, the long journey wasn't very smooth. This was because the order of the circulation was completely different from the previous ones. There were several times when he almost made a mistake. After the natural energy circulated in his meridians, Little Crane Grass heard a popping sound, as if something was broken. Then Little Crane Grass felt the natural energy ball in his soul space move. The energy ball rushed out of his soul space and began to move along the thorny vine technique's circulation path. This made Little Crane Grass surprised. He thought that this energy ball would really break his meridians. But fortunately, this didn't happen. Although the process was a little painful, he could still endure it. But now, Hu Yuan saw a different situation. He discovered that there was a bump on Little Crane Grass's body. Then this bump moved on Little Crane Grass's body. Upon seeing this bump, Hu Yuan couldn't help but stare. Then his expression couldn't help but change. He always thought that Little Crane Grass didn't have a lot of natural energy in his body. This was why he taught Little Crane Grass the thorny vine technique. But now, it seems like Little Crane Grass had a lot of natural energy in his body. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. Like the little crane grass, which had a lot of natural energy, it could open up a person's meridians. This process was very painful for a plant master, but as long as a plant master could keep his heart and endure this period of time, then he would obtain unexpected benefits. For example, their meridians would be widened and become tougher. However, no plant master would dare to use this method casually. This was because a single mistake could cause them to go berserk. Generally, plant masters would choose a more stable method to slowly increase their strength. Little crane grass used his mind to push the natural energy ball bit by bit. The natural energy ball moved forward little by little. Although little crane grass felt some pain in his meridians, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't endure it. After all, these 2 years of training weren't in vain. He had suffered too much. It wasn't something that an ordinary child who wasn't even 10 years old could endure. Therefore, today's pain was nothing to little crane grass. Finally, the natural energy ball was pushed by the little crane grass along his meridians. The path it took was the thorny vine art. After the natural energy ball made a round in the little crane grass's body, it returned to his sole object space. However, the natural energy ball underwent some changes. The natural energy ball slowly changed and finally turned into a circle of intertwined green energy vines. There were even some barbs on the surface of these energy vines. Seeing the changes in his energy ball, little crane grass couldn't help but stare blankly. He was really worried that if his energy ball became like this, would it damage his meridians when he cultivated natural energy in the future. Just as little crane grass was in a daze, the iron thread grass who was quietly sleeping on the side suddenly moved. This iron thread grass seemed to have seen a family member as it pounced into the energy ball. Then, the iron thread grass rotated along with the energy ball. Before long, the iron thread grass came out of the energy ball. However, little crane grass felt that the natural energy on the iron thread grass's body seemed to have exchanged with the natural energy in the energy ball. Then, the natural energy in little crane grass's energy ball changed again. Those barbed vines turned into iron thread grass. Although they were still entangled together, they looked much more pleasing to the eye. Little crane grass felt that the might of this energy ball didn't decrease at all. Instead, it became a lot bigger. Little crane grass looked at the clump of nature. Energy in the shape of iron thread grass, but no matter how he looked at it, it was an eyesore. He wanted to see if he could control this clump of energy. Under the stimulation of little crane grass's spiritual force, the energy ball slowly stretched out and turned into a very long iron thread grass. Then little crane grass tried to control this iron thread grass to move around in the space, just like what the iron thread grass did before. What made little crane grass surprised was that when the iron thread grass was alive, it was still absorbing natural energy. The iron thread grass was also growing bit by bit, becoming thicker and longer. Now, little crane grass could feel that this iron thread grass's stem was already as thick as an ordinary person's arm. On top of it were huge leaves that were half a meter long. These leaves were like swords, they were very sharp. Seeing this iron thread grass, little crane grass couldn't help but worry. He didn't know if his meridians could accommodate this iron thread grass. In the end, little crane grass clenched his teeth and thought of a method to attract natural energy to guide the iron thread grass into his meridians. Following little crane grass's guidance, the iron thread grass directly rushed into little crane grass's meridians. Once the iron thread grass entered little crane grass's meridians, little crane grass discovered that he didn't feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, he felt very comfortable. This made little crane grass stare blankly. He immediately guided the iron thread grass to circulate in his meridians. Very soon, the iron thread grass had circulated in his meridians once. However, what really surprised little crane grass was that his meridians were actually unable to contain the iron thread grass. The head of the iron thread grass had already drilled out of his meridians and returned to his sole object space. As for the tail of the iron thread grass, it had yet to enter his meridians and was still in the sole object space. Seeing this situation, little crane grass couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he suddenly had an idea. He immediately connected the head of the iron thread grass directly to the tail of the iron thread grass, allowing the energy iron thread grass to form a cycle in his meridians and sole object space. Once this cycle was established, the energy iron thread grass didn't need little crane grass to control it. Instead, the energy iron thread grass started to circulate in little crane grass's meridians and soul object space. Moreover, in the process of circulation, the energy iron thread grass was constantly becoming thicker and longer. What made little crane grass the most happy was that in the process of the energy iron thread grass becoming thicker and longer, his meridians were actually becoming wider bit by bit. Little crane grass slowly opened his eyes. He discovered that a leaf-like barrier was still around his body. Little crane grass was stunned. But then he remembered that the natural energy in his body was still circulating. Then this plant protection would always be there. Little crane grass was stunned. He really forgot about this matter. If the energy iron thread grass was circulating in his body, then wouldn't this mean that this plant protection would always be there? What should he do? Hu Yuan, who had been paying attention to little crane grass, saw that little crane grass had opened his eyes and was looking at the plant protection in a daze. Hu Yuan was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong, little crane grass? Could it be that your natural energy is still circulating? Why is the plant protection still there?" Little crane grass turned his head to look at Hu Yuan. Then he bitterly smiled and said, "Master, my natural energy is circulating. Moreover, I don't need to control it. It can naturally circulate in my body. But this way, the plant protection will always be there. What should I do?" When Hu Yuan heard little crane grass, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "Little crane grass, tell me, how did you do it? How did you make natural energy circulate in your meridians?" When little crane grass heard Hu Yuan, he didn't hide anything. He just said that when he was traveling, the natural energy circulated in his meridians. Then the natural energy underwent a mutation and turned into a vine. Then he directed the vine to circulate in his meridians. Then it formed a cycle in his meridians, allowing the natural energy to circulate in his meridians. Hearing the little crane grass's words, Hu Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. He never thought that the little crane grass's nature energy would actually take the form of a vine. This was too inconceivable. One had to know that when their energy was stored in the soul object space, it was a lump. How could it turn into a vine? This was the first time Hu Yuan encountered such a thing. After a while, Hu Yuan turned to little crane grass and said, "Can you undo the energy circulation in your meridians?" Little crane grass nodded and said, "I can. I can undo it immediately. But master, when the energy circulates in my body, it's also growing. Moreover, my meridians can also widen. Isn't this a good thing?" Hu Yuan was completely stunned. He muttered, "It's a good thing, of course it's a good thing." Then, he fell silent. He knew that it was definitely a good thing for little crane grass to let this natural energy circulate in its body. It was equivalent to little crane grass cultivating all the time. However, what would happen to little crane grass nature protection if that was the case? Could it be that it's going to stay outside his body? Wouldn't that be too dazzling? Hu Yuan closed his eyes and carefully thought about how to deal with this matter. After a while, he suddenly thought of something. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at little crane grass. "Crane grass, the plant masters in the soul world don't know much about plant protection, but I've heard of one thing. It's said that someone can control plant protection and turn it into their own ability, an ability that they can control. Unlike now, as long as the natural energy is activated, plant protection will appear. But as for how to control plant protection, no one knows, so this point can only depend on you. You have to try to control plant protection, try to completely control it. What do you think? So how about it?" Little crane grass couldn't help but stare blankly when he heard Hu Yuan. Then he immediately understood what little crane grass meant. He nodded and said, "Yes, master. I'll try." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "All right. Before you can completely control plant protection, don't leave the valley. Stay here. If you can't control plant protection, then you can only break the energy circulation." Little crane grass nodded and said, "All right, master. I'll definitely give it a try." Hu Yuan nodded. Looking at little crane grass, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, take it slow. You have time. For the current you, time isn't what you lack. You still have a lot of things to learn." Little crane grass nodded. Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, go back and rest. In any case, you've already learned the thorny vine technique. Moreover, you can practice it yourself. What you need to do now is to learn how to control plant protection. To be honest, little crane grass, Master really envies you. Master also believes that your future achievements are limitless. The best thing that Master has done in his life was to accept you as a disciple. Ha ha ha, go back and rest." Little crane grass stood up and gave Hu Yuan a salute before returning to his room. To be honest, the little crane grass didn't think that it could do this. It also didn't know that the amount of natural energy it absorbed today was something that other plant masters couldn't absorb even if they had a few years. Although the iron thread grass's energy cycle only increased a small amount of natural energy with each cycle, it couldn't stop it from constantly moving. Just the amount of natural energy it accumulated over a long period of time was definitely a terrifying amount. And this was something that other plant masters couldn't do. It was precisely because of this that Hu Yuan, who had always been very calm, lost his composure and became so excited. He had no reason to not be excited. With a genius disciple like Little Crane Grass, not only could he continue his legacy, he could also take care of the Hu clan after his death. With such a disciple, what reason did he have to not be excited? Little Crane Grass returned to his room and stared blankly at the leaf-shaped shield on his body. This was something that other plant masters couldn't even ask for. Now, it had become his trouble. Little Crane Grass couldn't help but smile bitterly. Little Crane Grass's unique experience made him mature beyond his age. He knew that Hu Yuan was doing this for his own good, but he still didn't dare to tell Hu Yuan all his secrets. Just like what Grandpa Pine Tree said, everyone had their own secrets. He also had his own secrets, and he must keep his own secrets. But now, the most important thing was to try and see if he could control this plant guardian. If he could really control this plant guardian, then there would be nothing better. If he wanted to control the plant guardian, he must first understand it. Little Crane Grass didn't know much about the plant guardian, so he could only try to use his mental power to communicate with it. But in the end, it was fruitless. Little Crane Grass had no choice but to support the plant guardian and fall asleep. Little Crane Grass fell asleep, but Hu Yuan didn't. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep, but he had something to do. Little Crane Grass's previous words reminded him that natural energy could actually operate on its own. If he could really do what Little Crane Grass said, then their Hu family's plant masters would definitely be stronger than others. This was because they would be cultivating all the time. This was something that other plant masters couldn't compare to. What Hu Yuan wanted to do was to give it a try and see if he could do what the Little Crane Grass said. If he could really do it, then the Hu family would really soar in the future. Hu Yuan wanted to give it a try because his control over natural energy had already reached a very high level. Furthermore, his soul object space had also expanded to its maximum extent. In the past few years, his soul object space hadn't expanded. Hu Yuan knew that he wouldn't be able to make any progress in this lifetime. With Hu Yuan's current strength, he could be considered a small expert in the soul world. In addition, there were many plant masters in the Hu family. In the Plant Master Association, their status was also very extraordinary. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about the safety of the Hu family. However, Hu Yuan was very clear that if he wanted the Hu clan to become stronger and survive for a long time, then the Hu clan would have to keep moving forward. Only in this way would the Hu clan be able to maintain its vitality. Nurturing the Little Crane Grass was equivalent to nurturing an expert for the Hu clan. However, Hu Yuan was also clear that the Little Crane Grass did not belong to the Hu clan. Therefore, it was best to think of ways to improve the strength of the Hu clan's disciples. In the past, there were two ways for plant masters to cultivate. One was to exchange natural energy with plants. This had always been the mainstream of plant masters' cultivation. This was because exchanging energy with plants would not only allow one to obtain a lot of energy, but it was also very easy and short. It could also increase one's affinity with plants. On the other hand, circulating natural energy on one's own was only used as a supplementary cultivation method. This was because this method was equivalent to using one's own body to absorb natural energy. Not only was the speed slow, it also took up a lot of time. On the other hand, plant masters would usually use a lot of time to interact with plants. They really didn't have that much time to cultivate themselves. However, if the little crane grass's method was successful, then it would be equivalent to a person constantly cultivating. This was very important for plant masters. Don't underestimate the accumulation of natural energy bit by bit. After a long time, this accumulation would become an astronomical number. Hu Yuan sat on his bed and slowly felt the natural energy in his mind. His soul object space was filled with natural energy, but it didn't fill up the entire space. This was also Hu Yuan's experience. One must leave some space in the soul object space in order to circulate natural energy freely. Hu Yuan's natural energy was also slowly circulating. However, this circulation of natural energy was unable to increase its volume. This wasn't because Hu Yuan didn't want to increase the volume of natural energy, nor was it because the soul object space had expanded to a certain extent. It was just that it couldn't be increased in the first place. Just like the little crane grass, it was able to circulate its own natural energy and increase its volume. In this world, perhaps only Hu Yuan could do this. Hu Yuan slowly drew out a trace of natural energy and circulated it along his meridians. This circulation route was the thorny vine art circulation route. Hu Yuan had practiced the thorny vine art for his entire life, so naturally, he wouldn't make any mistakes. He also tried to form a circle with the natural energy in his body. He wanted to see if the energy could circulate on its own. After Hu Yuan connected the energy's head and tail, the energy remained motionless in his meridians. In the end, it even slowly disappeared into his meridians. When Hu Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't understand where the problem was. Hu Yuan slowly opened his eyes and calmly thought about what he did before. He wanted to find out where the problem was. Just now, he drew out the natural energy from the soul object space and circulated it along his meridians. Everything was the same as when he cultivated. After the natural energy had circulated through his meridians, he cut off the connection between the soul object space and the natural energy in his body. Then he connected the energy's head and tail together. Normally, when Hu Yuan and the others cultivated natural energy, they would divide the natural energy into a small group. Then they would slowly direct this group of natural energy to circulate through their meridians. Generally, after 12 circulations, the small group of natural energy would increase a bit. This would be considered as having completed a cultivation session. However, this kind of cultivation didn't increase the natural energy by a lot. Most people wouldn't turn natural energy into a line and circulate it through their meridians. This was because it would make it harder for them to control the energy. This was just like when people practiced with weapons. Would it be easier to control a sword or a whip? He believed that everyone understood this point. Hu Yuan turned his natural energy into a line. This was a very easy thing to do. Therefore, after he circulated the natural energy in his body, he didn't have the strength to move it. Moreover, he also cut off the connection between his meridians and the natural energy in the soul object space. This was also how most people practiced. But Hu Yuan didn't expect that the natural energy circulation in his meridians wouldn't move without him pushing it. Instead, it slowly dissipated. Everything he had done before was in vain. But what was the problem? Hu Yuan thought bitterly. At the same time, he also did an experiment. Just like before, he used the natural energy to circulate along his meridians. This was a normal cultivation method. Then, he separated the energy lines and did the same as before. However, he realized that it was getting more and more difficult. When the energy lines were connected, he no longer had the strength to push the energy lines. In the end, the energy lines still failed. Hu Yuan was even more confused. After many experiments, he found that he didn't succeed. In the end, Hu Yuan could only give up. Hu Yuan let out a long breath. Then he slowly opened his eyes and calmed himself down. Then he laid down on his bed and rested. After some time, Hu Yuan calmed down. The next morning, little crane grass came out of his room. The leaf-shaped shield was still covering him. However, this shield was very mysterious. He couldn't feel its existence at all. Hu Yuan also came out of his room. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, Little Crane Grass planned to go outside and take care of the field. However, he was stopped by Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan looked at Little Crane Grass and said, "Crane Grass, you told Master that when you formed a cycle of energy, it would circulate by itself. Did you lie to Master? Why is it that after Master tried it last night, the energy was still and completely disappeared in the end?" When Little Crane Grass heard Hu Yuan, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Master, I didn't lie to you. You see, if my energy wasn't circulating, then how could my plant protection be here?" Hu Yuan looked at Little Crane Grass plant protection and nodded. This plant protection wouldn't lie. Hu Yuan couldn't help but be puzzled. That's strange. Why can't my energy circulate in my meridians? Is it because of the mutation of your energy? Little Crane Grass was also puzzled as he looked at Hu Yuan. Then he said, "Master, how do you circulate your energy? I remember that you said before that energy should form into a ball and circulate in your meridians. Did you also make your energy into a line yesterday? Master, you have a lot of energy, how can you make it into a line? Are your meridians all right?" Hu Yuan shook his head and said, "It's fine. I do have a lot of energy, but I didn't transfer all of it into my meridians. I just separated a strand of energy and let it circulate in my meridians. The energy in the soul object space didn't completely transform into energy. It's just that when I connected the head and tail of the energy strand, it didn't move. In the end, it slowly disappeared." Hearing Hu Yuan's words, Little Crane Grass frowned as he pondered. After hearing Hu Yuan's words, Little Crane Grass suddenly thought of something. He looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Master, did you cut off the connection between the energy threads and the energy in the soul object space when the energy flows into your meridians like you normally do?" Hu Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. Isn't normal cultivation like this?" Little Crane Grass finally understood where the problem was. He smiled and said, "Master, there's nothing wrong with connecting the head and tail of the energy line. But the energy line can't lose its connection with the energy mass. In other words, you have to connect the energy in your meridians with the energy mass in the soul object space. This way, when your energy mass circulates, the energy in your meridians will also circulate. It's my fault that I didn't explain it to you clearly yesterday." Hearing Little Crane Grass's words, Hu Yuan couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he understood and immediately said with joy, "So it's like that. I'll give it a try. If I can really do this, then the Hu family's plant masters will definitely be able to dominate the soul realm." Little Crane Grass looked at Hu Yuan's appearance and was very happy. In these past few years, Hu Yuan had been very good to him and taught him wholeheartedly, but he had never been able to repay Hu Yuan. Now that he found out that he could help Hu Yuan in this matter, and might even help the entire Hu clan, he was naturally happy. Hu Yuan couldn't wait another minute. He immediately began to do as Little Crane Grass said. A thin thread of natural energy stretched out from the energy ball in the soul object space and slowly moved forward along the thorny vine arts meridians. He had already done this several times last night, so it wasn't difficult for him to do it now. After the energy passed through the thorny vine arts meridians, it directly sent the thread of natural energy back into his soul object space, allowing the thread of energy to enter his energy ball. Just as that strand of energy entered the ball of energy, Hu Yuan heard a boom. He felt dizzy and his heart jumped. That was because in his view, this was the sign of cultivation deviation. He immediately focused his mind and tried to control the natural energy in his body. However, he didn't expect that after he calmed his mind, he would suddenly realize that his body was completely fine. The natural energy in his body didn't seem to have gone berserk either. It was very docile as it flowed through the meridians of the thorny vine technique. Furthermore, the energy in his soul object space was rotating at a much faster speed. Most importantly, he realized that his soul object space seemed to have suddenly expanded. Hu Yuan was shocked. He sensed it again and found that he wasn't wrong. His soul object space had indeed become bigger. Moreover, it was at least twice as big as before. Most importantly, there was a thread of natural energy in his meridians that was constantly moving. Moreover, he didn't need to control it at all. It was moving on its own. Hu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with joy. At this moment, Little Crane Grass was standing beside Hu Yuan. It looked like he was protecting Hu Yuan. When Hu Yuan saw little crane grass appearance, his heart couldn't help but feel warm. He looked at little crane grass and said, "Crane grass, sit down and rest for a while. Don't worry about master." When little crane grass saw that Hu Yuan had woken up, he quickly said, "Master, you're awake? Are you all right?" Hu Yuan laughed and said, I'm fine. Crane grass, master has to thank you. If it wasn't for you, master might never have discovered this secret." Little crane grass looked at Hu Yuan in confusion. After Hu Yuan had little crane grass sit down, he told little crane grass about the expansion of his soul object space and the fact that his energy could circulate on its own. Hearing Hu Yuan's words, little crane grass was also very happy. He looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Master, can we teach this method to the rest of the family?" Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass and made a decision in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "Crane grass, are you willing to become a member of my Hu clan?" Hearing Hu Yuan's words, little crane grass couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he looked at Hu Yuan in confusion, not understanding what Hu Yuan meant. Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass and said, "Crane grass, although you're my disciple and can be considered half a member of the Hu family, you're still only half a member. Today, I want you to become a member of the Hu family. You can enter the Hu family's genealogy and have a say in the Hu family." Little crane grass looked at Hu Yuan in puzzlement and said, "Master, how can I become a member of the Hu family? My surname is Tian, how can I enter the Hu clan's register?" "Master, I'm the only child in my family, I can't change my surname." Hu Yuan looked at little crane grass and laughed, "There's no need to change your surname. Crane grass, I think that I'll recognize you as my adopted grandson. This way, you can officially become a member of the Hu family. Moreover, you can enter the Hu family's genealogy. How about it?" When little crane grass heard Hu Yuan, he couldn't help but stare. Then a strange expression appeared on his face as he looked at Hu Yuan and said, "But master, I've already recognized an adopted relative. You should know that he's Grandpa Men. Do I still need to recognize him as my adopted relative? Is this okay?" Hu Yuan laughed and said, "Of course it's okay. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Little crane grass, you can rest assured. As long as you agree, I'll take care of the rest." What else could little crane grass say? He could only agree. Seeing little crane grass agree, Hu Yuan was very happy. He didn't say anything else and immediately sent someone back to the Hu clan to make preparations. He wanted to recognize little crane grass as his adopted grandson. When this news reached the Hu clan, all the members of the Hu clan were stunned. A large clan like theirs generally wouldn't randomly recognize a godson. The old man could casually recognize little crane grass as a godson because he was a servant. Even if the old man was a small clan like the Lu clan, it wouldn't be a big deal. But for a large clan like the Hu clan, having a godson was an extraordinary matter. It could enter the clan's genealogy and have the same status as a disciple of the Hu clan. Upon hearing this news, Hu Chao couldn't sit still. Hu Chao was the patriarch of the Hu clan, he was very capable. Under his leadership, the Hu clan's strength was also rising day by day. However, the Hu clan had always been very low-key, so nobody knew the true strength of the Hu clan. Now that he heard that Hu Yuan wanted to take little crane grass as his adopted grandson, Hu Chao couldn't sit still. He didn't know what Hu Yuan was thinking. Even if little crane grass was strong, it was fine to take him as a disciple. Why did he want to take him as his adopted grandson? He would enter the Hu clan's genealogy, this was a big deal. Hu Chao came to the valley alone. When he was still some distance away from Hu Yuan's wooden house, he saw a large leaf coming out of the house. Hu Chao stared, then he saw little crane grass. Little crane grass was holding a hoe as he walked towards the valley, he didn't notice Hu Chao. However, Hu Chao noticed little crane grass. He couldn't help but pay attention. As a plant master, he was very clear about what little crane grass's leaf shield represented. Although he hadn't spoken to Hu Yuan, Hu Chao understood why Hu Yuan wanted to take little crane grass as his adopted grandson. Hu Chao quickly entered the wooden house and saw Hu Yuan sitting inside. Hu Chao immediately went forward and gave Hu Yuan a salute. "I have seen third uncle." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "I guessed that you would be here soon. Take a seat." Hu Chao nodded and sat down. Hu Yuan looked at Hu Chao and said, "Are you here for little crane grass? You don't know why I want to take him as my adopted grandson?" Hu Chao smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't understand before. But after seeing little crane grass, I now understand. Third uncle, didn't you just teach little crane grass natural energy for a few days? How did he get a plant to protect him? This is too inconceivable." Hu Yuan looked at Hu Chao, then he smiled faintly and said, "It's good that you think this way. Actually, besides this, there's another matter. You should know that my cultivation has reached its peak, but I recently had a breakthrough." Hearing Hu Yuan, Hu Chao couldn't help but stare. He knew that Hu Yuan's strength had reached its peak. The soul object space had already been expanded to its peak. How did he progress again? Hu Yuan looked at Hu Chao and said, "The reason why I had a breakthrough is all because of little crane grass. When you saw little crane grass, didn't you feel that something was wrong?" Hearing Hu Yuan, Hu Chao couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Something is wrong? What's wrong? Wait, that's not right. Even if he has a plant to protect him, you can only see it when he's using natural energy. How can you see it when he's working? That's not right." Hu Yuan smiled faintly and said, "You finally found something wrong? Haha, this is the reason why I can improve." The little crane grass discovered a method that allows one's natural energy to circulate on their own without them needing to push it. With this method, it's equivalent to cultivating at all times. Most importantly, this method can also make one's soul space bigger. My soul space had originally reached its limit, but after using this method, my soul space suddenly doubled in size. That's why my strength improved. Hu Chao listened to Hu Yuan's words in a daze. When Hu Yuan finished speaking, Hu Chao looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Third uncle, is what you said true? Is there really such a method?" Hu Yuan looked at Hu Chao and smiled faintly, "Of course it's true. Although your strength hasn't reached its peak, it's almost there. You can also use this method. How about this? I'll teach you this method right now. You can try it out." "Alright, calm down first." Hu Chao was indeed excited. He knew what this method meant for the Hu clan. But now that he heard Hu Yuan telling him to calm down, he quickly took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. It didn't take long before Hu Chao calmed down. Hu Yuan told him that this method was actually very simple. However, plant masters had never thought of this. There were two main reasons. First, when they circulate natural energy in their bodies, they would circulate it in clumps and not in energy lines. Second, when they circulate natural energy, they wouldn't connect it with the natural energy in their soul object space. In fact, they couldn't connect it. It was simply impossible for a small clump of natural energy to connect with a large clump of natural energy. It was precisely because of this reason that this seemingly simple method had never been learned by plant masters. No matter how much the cultivation method of plant masters changed, this basic method of circulating natural energy had never changed. Hu Chao followed Hu Yuan's method and slowly circulated his natural energy along his meridians. He turned his natural energy into a thin energy line and carefully moved it forward. This wasn't easy. Otherwise, everyone would turn their natural energy into energy lines and circulate it inside their bodies. They wouldn't use energy clumps all the time. When Hu Chao finally connected the energy line with the energy clump, he felt an explosion in his head. Hu Chao's mind cleared up as he immediately focused his mind. Then he discovered the same situation as Hu Yuan. He discovered that the natural energy in his body could circulate freely. At the same time, his soul object space also became a lot bigger. This made Hu Chao startled. He felt it a few more times and discovered that he wasn't mistaken. Then he opened his eyes and looked at Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan also had a smile on his face as he said, "How is it? Did you succeed?" Hu Chao nodded and said, "I succeeded. I didn't think that I could do this." "Third uncle, is this method really something that little crane grass came up with?" Hu Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "He was just lucky. After he succeeded, he couldn't take back his plant protection. I want him to try and see if he can control it. If he can, then it would be even more amazing." After Hu Chao left, he didn't object to Hu Yuan accepting little crane grass as his godson. However, after discussing with Hu Yuan, he decided to let the Hu clan know about Hu Yuan accepting Little Cranegrass as his godson. They wouldn't do anything about it, and they wouldn't even mention it to the outside world. This was done to prevent Little Cranegrass from becoming a target. Secondly, Little Cranegrass still didn't have a way to control the plant guardian. If they were to make a big deal out of it, Little Cranegrass would be discovered by others. This would only make things more troublesome. At the same time, Hu Yuan also told Hu Chao that the Hu clan can find some people to practice natural energy. However, they mustn't let too many people know about this method. The disciples who practice this method must be core disciples. They mustn't let outsiders practice it. Moreover, they mustn't write down this method. This method can only be passed down by word of mouth. However, Little Cranegrass didn't care about this. He was taking care of the plants in the valley. Moreover, Little Cranegrass really liked this feeling. Because of the plant guardian, the plants in the valley would take the initiative to exchange energy with him. This allowed Little Cranegrass to be in the process of exchanging energy all the time. This made his natural energy increase even faster. At this time, Little Cranegrass didn't care about the natural energy. Instead, he was thinking about how to control the plant guardian. If he could circulate natural energy without others discovering the plant guardian, then that would be the best. The morning passed by easily. At noon, Little Cranegrass returned to the wooden house. Hu Yuan was waiting for him. Little Cranegrass quickly went forward and gave Hu Yuan a salute. "I've seen Master." Then he looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, I've already told the Patriarch that I want to recognize you as my godson. The Patriarch has also agreed. But because your situation is special, the Patriarch decided not to hold any ceremony. Right now, your name has already been recorded in the Hu clan's genealogy. I hope you won't be angry with me. If you're not angry, then you can call me Grandpa and we'll consider this as a godson. How about it?" Naturally, Little Cranegrass didn't have any objections. He stood up and poured himself a cup of tea. Then he knelt before Hu Yuan and raised the cup high and said, "Grandpa, please have some tea." When Hu Yuan saw Little Cranegrass's reaction, he knew that Little Cranegrass had already agreed. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He happily received the tea that Little Cranegrass handed over and drank it. Then he laughed and said, "Cranegrass, get up." Little Cranegrass nodded and stood up. Hu Yuan looked at Little Cranegrass's appearance. Then he said, "Grandpa doesn't have anything to give you." Then he took something to give Little Cranegrass. When Little Cranegrass saw what Hu Yuan gave him, he couldn't help but stare. This was because it turned out to be a belt. This made Little Cranegrass confused. He didn't know why Hu Yuan gave him a belt. Hu Yuan looked at the Little Cranegrass and smiled faintly. Most people think that plant masters don't use other weapons besides plants. But in fact, this isn't the case. Plant masters can also use other weapons, but these weapons are usually used at the last moment. This belt is called the green gold belt. It's made of a special metal. It doesn't look any different from an ordinary belt, but when you inject natural energy into it, it would turn into a dagger. If you don't inject natural energy into it, it would just be an ordinary belt. This can be considered a defensive weapon for you. Take it. Take it. Little Cranegrass nodded. Then he took the belt and carefully looked at it. It looked like an ordinary green belt. It was very soft to the touch. He couldn't see anything special about it. The Little Cranegrass poured its natural energy into the belt, straightening it in an instant. Moreover, the edges of the belt were as sharp as a knife. The entire belt turned into a short sword with a flat head. It even gave people a kind of dense murderous aura. It was very special. Little Cranegrass dispersed the natural energy and the belt returned to normal. There was nothing special about it. Little Cranegrass immediately fell in love with the belt. He immediately put it on and thanked Hu Yuan, but Hu Yuan just waved his hand with a smile. After Little Cranegrass sat down, Hu Yuan turned to Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, I see that you've been practicing with the flexible whip in the past few days. Do you want to choose a vine as your weapon in the future?" Little Cranegrass couldn't help but bitterly smile. In his soul item space, there was still an iron thread grass running around. In this case, how could he choose something else to use as a weapon? Because of this, learning how to use the flexible whip as soon as possible was the most important thing. However, he couldn't tell Hu Yuan about this matter. After all, Hu Yuan knew that he and Hu Xian encountered an iron thread grass. Later on, the iron thread grass disappeared. This was something that he told Hu Yuan. At that time, he didn't know that the iron thread grass ran into his soul item space. If Hu Yuan were to know that the iron thread grass ran into his soul item space, then he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Little Crane Grass nodded and said, "Yes, Grandpa. I also want to choose a vine as my weapon. I feel that this kind of plant's attack power is stronger, and it has more variations." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, then Grandpa will teach you how to use the flexible whip in the future. Grandpa is called Ghost Rattan. Other than the relationship with my soul item, the main reason is that my weapon is also a Ghost Rattan. Plus, I'm good at using the Ghost Rattan, so I got such a title. I created the Ghost Rattan 9 rotations, which is famous in the soul world. From today onwards, Grandpa will teach you the Ghost Rattan 9 rotations. After eating, you go and rest. After that, we'll go and practice in the afternoon." Little Crane Grass nodded. At this time, Chui Xiang also delivered the meal. After eating, Little Crane Grass returned to his room to rest. In the afternoon, Little Crane Grass and Hu Yuan went to the training field. Now that the training field was bigger than before, Hu Yuan didn't teach Little Crane Grass the basics. Instead, he started to teach Little Crane Grass how to use the flexible whip. The soft whip could be used in a variety of ways, especially with the support of natural energy. The soft whip could be used as a spear or a stick. It could be soft or hard. There were countless ways it could be used. It was definitely a weapon with great lethality. And Hu Yuan's use of the flexible whip was surprisingly good. The flexible whip in his hand seemed to have a life of its own. Sometimes it would be like a snake, sometimes it would be like a spear. It really had infinite variations. Little Crane Grass concentrated on learning Hu Yuan's whip technique. The afternoon passed by unknowingly. It wasn't until the sky turned dark that the two returned to the wooden house. After eating, Little Crane Grass left the wooden house and went to the big pine tree. Before he even arrived, the big pine tree's voice was already heard. "Hee hee, Little Crane Grass, I didn't expect you to have the plant protector. Not bad." Upon hearing the big pine tree, Little Crane Grass couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Grandpa Pine, you're making fun of me. I'm worried right now. I've been circulating my natural energy, but once I do, the plant protector would appear. Fortunately, we're in the valley. If we go out, then it would be very troublesome. Therefore, I'm thinking about how to circulate my natural energy without people noticing the plant protector." When Song Shu heard Little Crane Grass, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Little Crane Grass, this isn't difficult at all. The Flora Protector was given to you by the Flora Protector so that it can protect you. Therefore, you need to use your heart to sense it. As long as you can sense it, you'll be able to use it freely." When Little Crane Grass heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he happily said, "Grandpa Pine, you're saying that the plant protector can really be absorbed?" "Of course it's true. You don't think that you can't control something given to you by the plants, right? Haha, you should practice well. Remember, use your heart to sense it, not your spiritual force. Use your heart." Upon hearing the big pine tree, Little Crane Grass frowned. Then he slowly sat down and tried to sense the plant protector. However, he didn't feel anything. Fortunately, Little Crane Grass had been cultivating here for a long time, so he had some patience. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry and slowly tried to sense it. However, Little Crane Grass still didn't understand what the big pine tree meant by using his heart. However, he didn't give up and continued to try. After 2 hours, Little Crane Grass still didn't feel anything. He couldn't help but let out a long breath and stood up. Then he turned to the big pine tree and said, "Grandpa Pine, it's getting late. I'll be heading back." "All right, Little Crane Grass, don't be anxious. Remember, use your heart to sense it." Little Crane Grass nodded and slowly walked back. On the way back, he also looked at the little flowers. They were growing very well, but it wasn't time for them to bloom yet. Little Crane Grass chatted with the little flowers for a while before returning to the wooden house. After returning to the wooden house, little crane grass greeted Hu Yuan again before returning to her room. After returning to her room, little crane grass was still trying to find a way to sense the plant's protection, but she didn't succeed. Little crane grass didn't give up until it was almost 10 o'clock at night. She lay on the bed and fell asleep. The next day was the same as usual. Little crane grass went to take care of the plants. Little crane grass discovered that he could now communicate with all the plants. Even the crops, although he still couldn't communicate with them like a normal person, his communication with the crops was much smoother than before. Little crane grass was very happy about this situation. However, he didn't give up on sensing the plant protector. He wanted to see if there were any differences between places with a lot of plants and places with a lot of plants. After observing for a while, little crane grass discovered a difference. In places with a lot of plants, the color of the plant protector would become light green. Moreover, it would become more active. In places with a lot of plants, the color of the plant protector would become translucent. It would also become somewhat silent. Although this feeling was very faint, little crane grass was still very happy. This was because no matter what, this was the first time he felt the existence of the plant protector. This could be considered as some progress. In the following period of time, little crane grass's daily life was fixed. It was almost the same as before. In the morning, he would take care of the plants and feel the plant protector. In the afternoon, he would practice martial arts. Yesterday, he would still look for Xianxia and Little Blossom to chat. But now, when he was chatting with Xianxia and the others, all the plants in the valley would join in. Everyone was chatting with each other. Unknowingly, a month had passed. In this month, although little crane grass still couldn't withdraw the plant protector, he could now feel it. Moreover, this feeling was getting clearer and clearer. This gave little crane grass endless hope. He knew that he had finally found the right method. As long as he continued like this, he would definitely be able to feel the plant protector. In the end, he would be able to withdraw the plant protector as he pleased. Although Hu Yuan didn't know when little crane grass would be able to control the plant protector, he wasn't in a hurry. In any case, he didn't plan to release little crane grass right now. After all, little crane grass was only a 10-year-old child. If he were to release him now, it would be too dangerous. Therefore, even if he couldn't control the plant protector now, it didn't matter. He still taught little crane grass martial arts every day. In addition to the 9 revolutions of the ghost vine, little crane grass also learned how to use other weapons from Hu Yuan. Although little crane grass wanted to use a vine-type plant as his life source weapon, in Hu Yuan's opinion, a good vine-type plant was really hard to find. If he couldn't find a good vine-type plant, then he could only use other plants. Hu Yuan knew that a good life source weapon was very important to a plant master. Therefore, in addition to teaching little crane grass the 9 revolutions of the ghost vine, he also taught little crane grass how to use other weapons. He didn't want little crane grass to find out that he couldn't use other high-level plants in the future. At that time, if he had to learn from the beginning, then it would be even more troublesome. Right now, little crane grass's daily schedule was full. He would be very busy during the day. Although he could relax at night, he still had to use most of his time to feel the plant protector. This kind of cultivation was very difficult. Of course, the most important thing was that it was very lonely. In this valley, only Hu Yuan and Cui Xiang were present. Cui Xiang wasn't a talkative person. She seemed to have endless work to do every day. Although she loved little crane grass, she didn't speak much. As for Hu Yuan, he was now little crane grass's grandfather. Hu Yuan's requirements for little crane grass were even stricter. Moreover, he wasn't a talkative person. Therefore, little crane grass didn't have anyone to talk to in the valley. If it weren't for the fact that he could chat with the plants in the valley every night, little crane grass's days in the valley would be even more difficult. In fact, this was also a kind of cultivation. This was a kind of cultivation of the heart. Hu Yuan did this deliberately because if a plant master didn't have a heart that could endure loneliness, then it would be impossible for him to become a good plant master. Time was like a wild donkey, it wouldn't stop running. Little crane grass had already stayed in the valley for 6 years. He was now 13 years old. But because he ate well and practiced martial arts, as well as having ample natural energy, he looked like a 15 or 16-year-old youth. At the age of 10, little cranegrass began to cultivate natural energy. It didn't take long before all the plants in the valley exchanged their natural energy with little cranegrass. Because of this, his natural energy wasn't any worse than Xianxia and the others, it might even be stronger. Half a year after little cranegrass learned the natural energy cultivation method, he finally felt the plant's protection. Then after another half a year, he was finally able to control the plant's protection as he wished. At that time, little cranegrass was only 11 years old. Little cranegrass also used this time to learn Yuan's 9 revolutions ghost vine. Yuan was both happy and sad about little cranegrass's progress. The speed of little cranegrass's progress was really beyond his expectations. Then Yuan began to teach little cranegrass how to make mutated seeds. The plants used to make mutated seeds didn't necessarily need to be of high grade. Naturally, the higher the grade of the plant, the more useful it would be to a plant master. However, little cranegrass was still in the learning stage. Therefore, the mutated seeds he made weren't of high grade. Yuan's main purpose was to let little cranegrass know the process of making mutated seeds. Making mutated seeds involved the use of natural energy, as well as some potions. Mutated seeds needed to mutate the seeds. Ordinary seeds wouldn't be able to mutate. Even if they were left for a long time, the natural energy inside them would slowly disappear. Once the natural energy inside the seed completely disappeared, the seed would be considered dead. At that time, it wouldn't be of any use to the seed anymore. Using a mutated seed was a very difficult process. First, one had to use potions to prevent the seed's natural energy from disappearing too quickly. Then, one had to concentrate the natural energy into the seed's core and use it to stimulate the seed. This would make the seed's natural energy 10 times or even 100 times more than an ordinary race's. At the same time, one had to make sure that this natural energy didn't disappear by itself. Also, one couldn't let this natural energy suddenly erupt. It had to be controlled properly. Once the seed reached a critical point, it could be stopped. This way, the mutated seed would be ready. When using a mutated seed, as long as natural energy was injected into the seed and stimulated, the seed would grow rapidly under the support of natural energy. The process from germination to maturity would be shortened to a very short time, and then it would be able to attack the enemy. The reason why mutated seeds could attack the enemy was because they had been nurtured by natural energy for a long time. Because of this, they had developed a certain level of intelligence, becoming like animals. And the natural energy that stimulated their growth was like a command. They would listen to the command and help the person who gave it to deal with the enemy. The process of making mutated seeds was very troublesome. But for a plant master, the process of making mutated seeds was also a good training opportunity. It would allow one's control of natural energy to become more subtle. However, ordinary plant masters wouldn't make mutated seeds, especially those who didn't have the support of a large family. They didn't have the time to make mutated seeds. When they had the time, they would exchange energy with the plants, cultivate themselves, and communicate with the plants. They had too many things to do, so it was impossible for them to make mutated seeds by themselves. Only people from large families like the Hu family would make mutated seeds because they had better conditions compared to other plant masters. All the men in the Hu family had to know how to make mutated seeds, and then the Hu family would sell these mutated seeds. The Hu family's mutated seeds were very famous in the Soul World's botanical world. It was also because of these mutated seeds that the Hu family had such a great reputation in the botanical world. When little cranegrass learned how to make mutated seeds, he suffered a lot. He couldn't control natural energy well. It took a long time for little cranegrass to learn how to make mutated seeds. After learning how to make mutated seeds, Yuan didn't let little cranegrass stay in the valley every day. Instead, every once in a while, he would let Hu Ding and the others take little cranegrass out to do something. Of course, it wasn't a big matter. Generally, it was a small task for the family, and there wouldn't be any danger. The reason why Yuan did this was to let little cranegrass understand that this world was dangerous and sinister. Therefore, Yuan let little cranegrass go out with Hu Ding and the others to do some small tasks. Yuan's actions were indeed useful. After nearly a year of these small tasks, little Cranegrass had already understood the degree of danger in this world. The Who family looked so glorious on the surface, but in the dark, there were a lot of enemies. These people included some Soul Beast clans, some Soul Soldier clans, and even some Soul Plant clans and Soul Craftsman clans. Although the Soul Realm seemed to be peaceful now, the battles between these big clans had never stopped. Battles between the Who family and these clans also happened from time to time. It was also in this year that little Cranegrass finally learned how to kill people. This was a very important step for little Cranegrass. Now that little Cranegrass was 13 years old, Hu Yuan had nothing to teach little Cranegrass. In Hu Yuan's view, little Cranegrass should go out and explore at any time. On this day, little Cranegrass arranged those plants and returned to the wooden house. Recently, little Cranegrass didn't have any tasks, so he still lived in the valley and took care of those plants with Hu Yuan. When Hu Yuan saw little Cranegrass coming back, he waved his hand to little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass ran to Hu Yuan's side and said, "Grandpa, what's the matter?" Hu Yuan looked at little Cranegrass, his eyes were filled with reluctance. However, he was also very clear that if he didn't let little Cranegrass go, then little Cranegrass would never be able to grow. Therefore, it was time to let little Cranegrass fly alone. Little Cranegrass wasn't a child who didn't know anything. When he saw Hu Yuan's eyes, he knew that something was going to happen. He took a deep breath and looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Grandpa, are you going to let me go out?" Hu Yuan looked at little Cranegrass and waved his hand, indicating for him to sit down. Then Hu Yuan sighed and said, "Bao-er, you're 13 years old. At your age, you shouldn't go out to train. However, you're different from others. When others were your age, they wouldn't have your strength and wouldn't be able to reach your level. Therefore, I decided to let you go out to train. Every plant master has to go out by themselves and go to various places in the Soul Realm to train. They have to see what's different about the plants and then find the most suitable weapon for themselves. Every plant master has to do this step, and you are the same. Therefore, I'm going to let you go out." Little Cranegrass had already guessed this point. But now that he heard Hu Yuan, he still felt sour in his heart. He respected Hu Yuan very much. Hu Yuan was like a grandfather who loved him. Now that he was going out to train, he might not be able to come back for a few years. This meant that he wouldn't be able to see Hu Yuan for a few years. This made little Cranegrass's mood a little down. Hu Yuan looked at little Cranegrass and knew what he was thinking. Hu Yuan patted little Cranegrass's shoulder and said, "Bao-er, an eagle has to fly alone. If he doesn't leave his family, he will never be able to grow into an eagle. You are an eagle, it's time to fly. Go, the entire world is yours, go fly." Little Cranegrass looked at Hu Yuan and nodded. He looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Grandpa, don't worry. I definitely won't lose face for you and the Hu clan. Grandpa, do I have any requests for going out to train this time? Or are there any rules?" Hu Yuan nodded and said, "This is a rite of passage that all adult males of the Hu clan have to go through. Everyone should take 100 silver coins and go out to train for 3 years. During these 3 years, the Hu clan won't give you any help in missions. Moreover, it's best if you use these 3 years to find your own weapon." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "I've been out for so many years and haven't had many opportunities to go home. I can go back and take a look. Moreover, my home is right next to the Jade Mountain. I can go there and take a look." When Hu Yuan heard little Cranegrass, he nodded and said, "Right, you should go back and take a look. You've been out for so many years. Go and pack up, you'll set off tomorrow. Right, this time, the family won't give you a horse, nor will they let you ride a boat." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he said, "Grandpa, after I leave, you have to take care of yourself." Hearing little Cranegrass, Hu Yuan's heart couldn't help but feel warm. He patted little Cranegrass and smiled, "Rest assured, don't worry about Grandpa. Grandpa is fine now. However, there's something I want to discuss with you. It's about your family. Little Cranegrass, you're now a member of the Hu clan. Moreover, you've completed several missions with 18 and the others. You should know that the Hu clan has a lot of enemies. Currently, there aren't many people who know about your existence. But once they know about your existence in the future, they will think of ways to deal with you. Your grandparents, father, and mother might become their targets. If they hold them hostage, then what will you do at that time? What do you think? Therefore, I want you to bring your family to the Hu residence. They can do whatever they want here, and they'll be absolutely safe. What do you think? When little Cranegrass heard Hu Yuan, he couldn't help but frown. Just like Hu Yuan said, the Hu clan had a lot of enemies. But now, he wasn't famous outside. Once he made a name for himself, people would know that he was a member of the Hu clan. Then the Hu clan's enemies would certainly deal with him. If the other party used his grandparents, father, and mother to threaten him, then it would be very troublesome. But at the same time, little Cranegrass was also very clear that it wouldn't be easy to make his grandparents and parents leave the tree root village. Their roots were there, and it was difficult for them to leave their homeland. Little Cranegrass couldn't bear to let them leave the place where they lived their whole lives. On an ordinary road that wasn't too wide, a figure was slowly walking forward. This person didn't look very old, about 15 or 16 years old. He was wearing ordinary gray clothes, but he looked very sturdy. He had bronze skin and a pair of big eyes. He looked very healthy. Although he was wearing ordinary clothes, he had a kind of temperament. This temperament was very strange. It gave people a kind of vitality, but it also had a somewhat sharp feeling. This person was Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass had already left the Hu clan and started his own trial. Every man in the Hu clan had to go through a trial to complete their coming-of-age ceremony. The duration of this trial was generally divided into 3 years. They could receive 100 silver coins from the Hu clan. After that, they wouldn't receive any help from the clan. Although it was impossible for people to follow and give marks for such a trial, there were also requirements. First, they were required to record at least 50 types of plants in the wild. The more detailed, the better. Second, they were required to write a travel book. They had to clearly write down what they did and where they went in the past 3 years. These 2 tasks had to be completed. As long as they completed these 2 tasks, they would be considered to have passed the 3 trials. The Hu clan also had a third task. This task was to find their own weapon. The higher the level of the weapon, the better the completion of this task. The better the completion of the task, the more attention they would receive after returning to the Hu clan. Although Little Cranegrass was walking alone, he was carrying a small box on his back. This small box was made of wood and didn't look very big. However, this small box had a lot of functions. Not only were there things like pen and paper used to write, but there was also a simple luggage and some ordinary belongings inside. Little Cranegrass walked forward with a happy expression. While walking, he listened to the conversations of the plants on both sides of the road. He could also get a lot of useful information from these plants. The Hu clan didn't provide much help to their disciples who went out for trials. Therefore, Little Cranegrass didn't have a horse or a boat. He could only walk. Now, Little Cranegrass had been away from the Hu clan for 7 days. He had already walked out of the Hu clan's sphere of influence. He spent most of his time on the road, but he didn't feel tired at all. This was because when he was rushing, he would also listen to the conversations of the other plants. If he found that a plant was sick, he would also stop to treat it. Therefore, he didn't walk very fast. As he walked forward, suddenly some crops appeared on both sides of the road. Upon seeing these crops, Little Cranegrass knew that there was a village in front. He couldn't help but smile. This was because a village meant that there were people, and people meant that he could go there and eat a hot meal. Being a plant master was actually very difficult. Sometimes, they would have to stay in the wild for a long time. They wouldn't be able to eat hot food for a long time. This was because there were some places that weren't suitable for making a fire. Little Cranegrass quickened his pace as he walked forward. At the same time, he couldn't help but reach out his hand to touch the small badge on his left chest. This badge looked very simple. It was a round badge with a small tree drawn on it. On top of the small tree, there was also a star. This star wasn't used for decoration, it was a symbol of status. This star represented a level 1 plant master, and the highest level of a plant master was level 6. In the entire Soul Realm, there were very few 6th-realm plant masters. For example, Hu Yuan was only a level 5 plant master. However, one shouldn't underestimate this level 1 plant master badge. With this badge, no matter which city Little Cranegrass went to, he wouldn't be taxed. Moreover, if he went to any city's Plant Master Association, he would be well taken care of. The Plant Master Association would also arrange food and accommodation for him. Of course, this would also cost money, but there would be a certain discount. In addition to these, if you wear this badge, you can also treat people and plants. It can be said that this badge was a symbol of status. There were a lot of soul plant masters who had been fighting for this badge for their entire lives. Just like the villages that he passed by on the way, once they saw a level 1 plant master, they would warmly receive him and ask him to look at the plants in their village. If the plants in their village needed treatment, the people in the village would also give him some compensation. One must know that ordinary villages like this wouldn't be able to afford a plant master under normal circumstances. Also, no plant master would deliberately come to a small village like this to treat the plants in their village. Before long, Little Cranegrass saw a small village. This village wasn't very far from the official road. The entire village seemed to have more than 100 households. It wasn't very big. However, the houses in the village looked pretty good. The people in this village should be living a good life. Little Cranegrass slowly walked towards the village. The houses in the village were very far away from the official road. Only one house was next to the official road. This house was very big. On the side facing the official road, there was also a shop with a sign hanging on it. It seemed like it was a place to rest and eat. Little Cranegrass didn't go into the village. Instead, he went to the small shop. Small shops like this didn't have a name. The shop wasn't very big, there were only 9 tables inside. At this time, there weren't many people. There were 2 people in the shop, an old man and a young man. The old man was sitting behind the counter, looking at the account book in his hand. As for the young man, he was sitting at a table, dozing off. When Little Cranegrass arrived in front of the shop, the old man behind the counter saw Little Cranegrass. He first noticed Little Cranegrass clothes, then he saw Little Cranegrass sole object. Finally, he saw Little Cranegrass Plant Master badge on his chest. Upon seeing Little Cranegrass Plant Master badge, the old man couldn't help but stare. Then his face lit up. He quickly rushed out from behind the counter and bowed to Little Cranegrass. "Greetings, Sir Plant Master. I didn't expect that this small shop would be able to receive a Sir Plant Master today. This is truly a blessing for this small shop. May I ask if Sir wants to rest or just eat something?" Little Cranegrass looked at the old man and smiled. "I'm just passing by, I'm just here to eat something." "Old man, you don't have to be so polite, just prepare some steamed buns and some vegetables for me." The old man nodded and kicked the young man awake. He had the young man go to the kitchen and prepare some food for Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass put down the box and found a table to sit down. The old man had been following Little Cranegrass. When he saw Little Cranegrass sit down, he immediately picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea for Little Cranegrass. Then he placed the teacup in front of Little Cranegrass and said to Little Cranegrass, "Sir, please enjoy." Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "Sir, there's no need to be so polite. You can go do your work." The old man looked at Little Cranegrass and hesitated. Little Cranegrass looked at the old man in confusion and said, "Sir, do you have something to say? If I can do it, I'll certainly help." When the old man heard Little Cranegrass, he couldn't help but be happy as he said, "Thank you, sir. Sir, as you can see, we're just a small village. The people in the village are all farming for a living. This year's crops are growing well, it seems like we're going to have a good harvest. But I don't know why, but a few days ago, something strange happened in the forest east of the village. Everyone who entered the forest was injured. The injured people said that it was a plant that injured them. Although the plant looked like a small tree, it was actually very strong. The people in our village simply aren't the opponent of the small tree. I wonder if Sir can help us take a look at the situation?" Little Cranegrass looked like a small tree. "Although our village is doing well, we can't take out too much money. We've only prepared 10 gold coins as a reward. If you agree, the people of our village will definitely thank you for your great kindness." When Little Cranegrass heard the old man, he became curious. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll go take a look after I finish my meal. When the old man heard Little Cranegrass agree, he excitedly thanked Little Cranegrass. Then he turned around and went to the kitchen. Before long, he came out with 4 dishes as well as a plate of steamed buns. The old man placed the dishes and steamed buns on the table, then he said to Little Cranegrass, "Sir, please do your best. This small table doesn't have anything good, so I'll have to trouble sir." Little Cranegrass smiled and waved his hand. "Sir, there's no need to be polite. You can go do your work. After I finish my meal, you can take me to the place you mentioned." The old man nodded, then he turned around and went to the kitchen. Before long, the young man came out of the kitchen and respectfully stood not far from Little Cranegrass's table. He didn't dare to make a sound. Little Cranegrass was really hungry. After eating 3 steamed buns and a lot of dishes, he felt full. He put down his chopsticks and took a sip of tea. Then he turned to the young man and said, "Brother, I'm done eating. Can you take me to the forest that the old man mentioned?" When the young man heard Little Cranegrass's words, he quickly said, "Yes, yes, please sir." Then he led Little Cranegrass to the back of the store. When Little Cranegrass came out of the store, he was stunned. This was because there were a lot of villagers standing in front of him. These villagers looked like they had just gathered. The one leading them was the old man from the store. When the old man saw Little Cranegrass coming out, he immediately bowed to Little Cranegrass and said, "Greetings, sir." "Many thanks." The villagers behind him also said in unison, "Many thanks, sir." These people didn't look down on Little Cranegrass just because of his age. In a place like the Soul Realm where hierarchy was very strict, even if Little Cranegrass was young, the villagers wouldn't dare to be rude to him. Little Cranegrass didn't care about it, he just smiled and said, "Sir, you're too polite. Please lead the way." The old man didn't say anything, he stepped to the side and made an inviting gesture to Little Cranegrass, "Sir, please." Little Cranegrass nodded and walked forward. The old man and the other villagers clustered behind Little Cranegrass. The old man guided Little Cranegrass from time to time. After a while, they arrived in front of a forest. When Little Cranegrass saw the forest, he finally understood why the villagers were so anxious to ask someone to deal with the plant. It was because the forest was too close to the village. This forest was very close to the village. The closest house to the village was only a few dozen meters away. At such a close distance, if the plants were to rush out, then it would be a great threat to the village. It was precisely because of this that the villagers were so attentive and didn't hesitate to offer a high price of 10 gold coins as a reward. Little Cranegrass stood on the edge of the forest, then he turned his head to the old man and said, "Old man, you can retreat. I'll go in by myself." When the old man heard Little Cranegrass, he immediately had the villagers retreat. However, they didn't retreat very far. Little Cranegrass didn't mind, he slowly walked towards the forest while listening to the conversations of the plants. A tree said, "What do you think the plant master wants to do? Why would he get a plant to beat up the villagers? We don't have anything good here, why would he stay here?" Another tree said, "I thought of something, it's the cave below us. Did you forget that there's a different tree in the cave? The plant master is now outside the cave. It seems like he wants to subdue the tree, but I don't think he'll succeed. How many years has the tree been there? It's been here since I was born. It won't be easy to deal with it." Another tree said, "Right, that tree is really strange. It doesn't talk to us, it just stands there every day. I tried to talk to it a few times, but it just ignored me." A blade of grass suddenly said, "They're fighting. The plant master is fighting with the tree. He wants to communicate with the tree, but the tree doesn't agree. They're fighting. The plant master was hit by the tree. He's injured. He wants to run, but he can't." When Little Cranegrass heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his body moved as he rushed towards the forest. Before long, he saw an unusual tree in the forest. This tree wasn't very tall, it was only 2 meters tall. It had a lot of branches, and there were only a few leaves on the branches. The branches were swaying without any wind. Little Cranegrass recognized the small tree at first glance. It was an ordinary mutated seed produced by the Hu family. Its name was Tree Guard, which meant that it was a tree guard. When little crane grass saw the tree guard, it didn't pay it any mind. While it was running, it heard that the plant master had been killed by the tree guard. Although the plant master was dead, the nature energy he left in the tree guard was still there. Therefore, the tree guard was still guarding this place. This tree guard's combat power was very strong. Even those who had cultivated might not necessarily be a match for it. If one didn't cultivate energy and become an official professional, it would be impossible for them to be a match for the tree guard. Even an ordinary professional might not necessarily be able to deal with the tree guard. The plant master only made the tree guard chase away the villagers who entered the forest. He didn't kill anyone. It could be seen that he didn't have a bad heart. He just wanted a quiet environment to make it easier for him to subdue the plant. Now it seems that he had failed. Since he failed, the tree guard couldn't stay here anymore. Without the plant master's restraint, the next time the villagers came in, the tree guard wouldn't be merciful. At that time, the villagers would surely be injured or killed. Thinking of this, little crane grass directly rushed towards the tree guard. The tree guard immediately waved its branches and attacked little crane grass. Little crane grass didn't care about it. Instead, he waved his hand. A long black shadow suddenly drilled out of his hand and swept towards the tree guard. The tree guard looked like it was chopped by a large axe. It fell to the side. At the same time, the tree guard disappeared, leaving behind a broken seed on the ground. Little crane grass knew that the mutated seed was useless, so he didn't care and ran inside. Not far from the tree guard, little crane grass felt that there was a hole in a pile of weeds. That hole seemed to be newly dug out, and there was even some new soil on it. Little crane grass felt an extremely brutal natural energy from that hole. He knew that he had found the place. Little crane grass slowed down his pace and slowly walked towards the hole. The hole wasn't very big, it was slanted downwards. If little crane grass wanted to go in, he would have to crouch down. Little crane grass crouched down and slowly walked towards the hole. After walking a few steps, he saw a lantern grass. Beside the lantern grass was a small wooden box. It was very similar to little crane grass's wooden box. In the small wooden box, there were some ordinary daily necessities. However, the things prepared seemed to be more complete than little crane grass's. On top of the small wooden box, there was also a pen and paper. It seems like the person was writing something. Little crane grass only glanced at the things and didn't care. He continued to walk inside. Before long, he discovered that the surroundings had changed. It was no longer soil, but stone. The underground was also no longer a tunnel, but stone steps. At the same time, the brutal natural energy became more intense. Little crane grass moved his hand and put down his small wooden box. Then he took out a bag from the inside. This bag contained the gratitude seeds that little crane grass obtained before. After several years of development, little crane grass had received dozens of gratitude seeds. Seeing this, even Hu Yuan was envious. If it weren't for the fact that the gratitude seeds couldn't be used by others, Hu Yuan would have already snatched them. Little crane grass took out a gratitude seed and carefully placed it on his body. As for the other seeds, he placed them in the wooden box's secret compartment. Then he walked inside. The deeper he went, the more spacious it became. Soon, the passage became so wide that it could accommodate 2 galloping horses. Little crane grass became even more careful as he slowly walked inside. Although the passage was very long, it wasn't dark at all. This was because at the end of the passage, there was a strong light that shone into the passage. This made the passage very bright. While walking forward, little crane grass suddenly stopped. This was because he smelled blood. It wasn't that he hadn't smelled this before. He followed Hu Ding and the others on several missions and killed people with his own hands. Because of this, he was able to recognize the smell. Soon, little crane grass saw a figure in front of him. This figure was lying there in a very abnormal way. There was a pool of blood on his body. Little crane grass carefully walked forward. At this time, he suddenly felt a violent natural energy rushing towards him. Then a violent voice was heard, "Who is it? You dare to disturb the master's peace? Quickly come out and die." Upon hearing this voice, little crane grass couldn't help but be stunned. Then he immediately said, "Hello, I'm a plant master. I don't have any evil intentions." Little Cranegrass could feel that the other party was a plant. That voice was heard again, "You're a plant master? HM? You have a feeling seed on your body? Alright, you can come in. I want to talk to you." Hearing the other party's voice slow down, Little Cranegrass walked in. After taking a dozen steps forward and arriving beside the corpse, Little Cranegrass was able to clearly see the situation around him. This was a very large cave. This cave was made of stone. It looked like a room made of stone. The place where he appeared was the door of this room. The plant master was right next to the door. Looking inside the cave, one could see a stone table and stone chairs. Everything was made of stone. There was also a stone bed inside. However, on the bed, there was a stone coffin. On the side of the stone bed, there was a stone gray plant. This plant was very special. It was about 3 meters tall and looked like a pillar. However, it had a lot of roots. On this plant, there were a total of 8 branches. These 8 branches were distributed on this plant. The length of each branch was different, but there was one thing in common. At the top of each branch, there was a round melon-like object. This object was also iron gray in color, but when Little Cranegrass saw this object, she immediately thought of a weapon, which was a sledgehammer. As soon as Little Cranegrass saw the appearance of this plant, his mind quickly spun, thinking of all the plants he knew. Suddenly, a name entered his mind. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but whisper, "Stonehammer tree, you're a stonehammer tree?" It was no wonder that Little Cranegrass was so surprised. Stonehammer tree was the name of a type of demonic plant. This tree was stone gray in color and had a long lifespan. Even if it was in a very bad environment, it could still grow and survive. Moreover, this tree's attack power was very strong. Ordinary stone hammer trees would only have 2 branches with a stone hammer at the top. Once an enemy enters its attack range, it would immediately swing its stone hammer and attack. Moreover, it had a certain movement ability. Its movement speed was roughly equivalent to an adult man's walking speed. The stone hammer tree's attack power was very strong. Each hammer strike had the force of 1,000 Jin. Even an ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand one of its hammers. Little Cranegrass had seen demonic plants before. If it was an ordinary demonic plant, then he wouldn't be this surprised. The reason why Little Cranegrass was surprised was that the stone hammer tree was an extinct demonic plant. That's right. Little Cranegrass knew from the Hu clan's information that the stonehammer tree was an extinct demonic plant. Because this plant's fighting strength was very strong, and it was very difficult to subdue, the continent's soul soldiers, soul cultivators, soul craftsmen, and soul planters worked together to exterminate it. Little Cranegrass didn't expect to see a stonehammer tree here today. When the stonehammer tree heard Little Cranegrass call out its name, it didn't get angry. Instead, it calmly said, "Correct, I'm a stonehammer tree. Young man, since you can obtain a gratitude seed, it means that you're an upright plant master. I hope that you don't disturb my master's peace. Unfortunately, I also want to go out and take a look, but you can't let me go out." When Little Cranegrass heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the stonehammer tree and said, "Why can't I let you go out? If you want to go out, then come with me." The stonehammer tree looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Go out with you? You can't do that. I've been sealed here by my master. Only by breaking my master's seal can I go out. To break my master's seal, you need 2 things. One is a gratitude seed, and the other is a plant guardian. Only by gathering these 2 things can you break my seal. You have a perception seed, but you don't have a plant guardian, so I can't go out." When Little Cranegrass heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the stonehammer tree and said, "How do you know that I don't have a plant guardian?" The stonehammer tree said, "When you were up there, I saw your battle with the variant seed. I didn't see you using a plant guardian." Little Cranegrass smiled. With a thought, the leaf shield immediately appeared on his body. As soon as the shield appeared, the stonehammer tree suddenly changed. Around the stonehammer tree, a green chain suddenly appeared. Then, the seed and plant protection on Little Cranegrass's body emitted a green light. The green light fell on the chain, and the chain slowly left the stonehammer tree and flew towards Little Cranegrass. In an instant, it entered Little Cranegrass's body. When the chain entered Little Cranegrass's body, it immediately fused with Little Cranegrass's nature energy. Then it directly entered his soul object space. But this wasn't the end. The end of the chain was still wrapped around the stone hammer tree. It directly pulled the stone hammer tree towards Little Cranegrass. The stone hammer tree didn't struggle at all. In the end, the chain directly pulled the stone hammer tree into Little Cranegrass's soul object space. Little Cranegrass was stunned. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. He didn't know what was going on. But when he sensed his soul object space, he discovered that the green chain had completely fused with his nature energy. His nature energy increased by a lot. The stone hammer tree was also inside his soul object space. At some point in time, the iron thread grass had wrapped itself around the stone hammer tree. These two types of magic plants were actually getting along very well. Little Cranegrass looked at all of this in a daze. He really didn't know what was going on. At this time, a message suddenly flew out from Little Cranegrass's nature energy and directly rushed into his mind. Little Cranegrass felt a headache as a large amount of information suddenly appeared in his mind. After quite a while, Little Cranegrass gradually woke up and sorted out the contents that had rushed into his mind. It was a letter. The person who wrote this letter was a plant master from a long time ago. This plant master had a nickname, Hammer King. He was also the first and only plant master who had subdued the stone hammer tree. Little Cranegrass had seen this plant master's name in Who Clan's information before, but he didn't recall it just now. In the letter, the Hammer King told Little Cranegrass that this stone hammer tree was the stone hammer tree that he subdued. He felt that he didn't have long to live, but he didn't want the stone hammer tree to go out and be destroyed. Because of this, he used his nature energy to make a seal. This seal would seal the stone hammer tree here, but at the same time, this seal would also provide the stone hammer tree with nature energy, allowing it to survive. The method to unlock the seal was to gather the gratitude seed and the plant guardian. These two things had to appear on a person's body in order to unlock the seal. The reason why the Hammer King became famous was because of the stone hammer tree. Therefore, he treated the stone hammer tree as his own child. When he died, he didn't forget to arrange an escape route for his child. Although it seemed very cruel to seal the stone hammer tree here, it could ensure the survival of the stone hammer tree until it could meet its second master one day. The Hammer King's plan succeeded. The stone hammer tree survived and met Little Cranegrass. This was the ending that the Hammer King wanted to see the most. In addition to these, the letter left by the Hammer King also mentioned another thing. That was a special technique that he cultivated. This special technique was called the human-plant unity technique. It was to integrate a person and a plant into one, especially during a battle. Imagine that during a battle, a plant master and a plant master suddenly became one. If it was an ordinary plant, then there was nothing to be afraid of. But the scary thing was that this plant master wasn't an ordinary plant, but a plant like the stone hammer tree. Therefore, the plant master had the defensive ability of the stone hammer tree and the attacking means of the stone hammer tree. The stone hammer tree had the flexibility of the plant master and the natural energy of the plant master as its own energy. Such a combat power was simply incomparable to an ordinary cultivator. The Hammer King was a genius in the past, so he created the seed of gratitude method. However, there was a prerequisite for using this method. That was, you must have a plant to protect you. Only when you have the protection of a plant could you use this method. Ordinary plant masters couldn't use this method, so this method couldn't be passed down at all. In order to let the stone hammer tree live for a while, the Hammer King added two conditions in the seal. The first was that there must be a seed of gratitude. A plant master with a seed of gratitude wouldn't be a bad person because this meant that the plant master had been working hard to take care of the plant master. He was very good to the plant master. Such a person was unlikely to be a bad person. The second condition was that there must be a plant to protect the stone hammer tree. With the protection of a plant, one could learn the human-plant unity method. It was equivalent to the Hammer King passing down his inheritance and at the same time, finding the best master for the stone hammer tree. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but sigh at the sight of this. The Hammer King had really put a lot of thought into this. He had actually arranged such a perfect escape route for the stone hammer tree after his death. This was really amazing. Little Cranegrass could feel the Hammer King's deep love for the Stonehammer tree from this arrangement. After sighing, Little Cranegrass sorted out his mood. He carefully looked at the tomb. It was very big but also very ordinary. He looked at the stone coffin. Was a huge stone coffin. Little Cranegrass didn't say anything and bowed a few times. Little Cranegrass didn't say anything. He bowed towards the coffin stone of the coffin tree master. Little Cranegrass didn't say anything. He was a plant master in his 50s. His face was full of hardships and his clothes were very shabby. At first glance, one could see that his life wasn't very good. But now, he was dead. His back was hit by the stone hammer and his bones were broken. Little Cranegrass sighed, then he grabbed the plant master's clothes and slowly walked out. Little Cranegrass placed the plant master on the ground and searched his body. He found a money pouch with only a few silver coins inside. However, Little Cranegrass wasn't polite and directly put the silver coins away. Then he looked at the plant master's small wooden chest. The things inside the small wooden chest were very ordinary, but there were a few books that he nailed inside. Little Cranegrass took a look at the books and found that they were all things recorded by the plant master. Little Cranegrass didn't hesitate and put the books into his wooden chest. Then he carefully looked at the wooden chest and found that there was nothing else inside. Little Cranegrass looked around and found that the wooden chest also had a secret compartment. After opening the secret compartment, he found a few gold coins and a book inside. Little Cranegrass took out the gold coins and put them away. Then he looked at the book. The book was a plant master's cultivation method. After looking at this cultivation method, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but frown. This was because in Little Cranegrass' opinion, this cultivation method wasn't very good. Compared to the Hu clan's vine technique and pine technique, it was too lacking. The Hu clan's vine technique and pine technique used all the meridians in the body. When fighting with people, their attack power was very strong. However, this plant master's cultivation method only used a small part of the meridians in the body. The consequence of this was that when fighting with people, the path of natural energy in the meridians would be reduced. Without any support, the attack power would weaken, and the endurance would decrease. For Little Cranegrass, this cultivation method was completely useless. Little Cranegrass put the book back into the box and rummaged through the box. Since he couldn't find anything useful, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but sigh. Then he put the box next to the plant master's corpse. Then he picked up his box and left the tunnel. When he arrived outside the tunnel and looked at the new soil on the side, Little Cranegrass sighed. Then he silently communicated with the grass and the trees in the forest. Before long, the new soil kept moving forward on the grass. Before long, the new soil fell back into the tunnel. Then the tunnel was slowly filled up by people. Then new grass grew out of the tunnel. Before long, the grass grew as tall as the previous grass. Nobody could see that there was a tunnel there. After doing all this, Little Cranegrass carried his box and walked out of the forest. From the time he entered the forest to the time he walked out, it had only taken him a little more than an hour. He believed that the person in the tree would still be waiting for him outside. Sure enough, when Little Cranegrass came out of the forest, the villagers were still waiting for him outside. Upon seeing Little Cranegrass come out, the old man immediately welcomed him. His eyes were filled with hope as he looked at Little Cranegrass. When Little Cranegrass saw the old man's expression, he smiled faintly and said, "Old man, there's a mutated plant in the forest. That's why it attacked people. I've already dealt with the mutated plant. You can rest assured when you enter the forest in the future." When the villagers heard Little Cranegrass's words, they couldn't help but cheer. A few of the more courageous youngsters immediately rushed into the forest. Not long after, they ran out while cheering. They didn't see the plant that attacked them at the place where they were attacked. Now, they completely believed Little Cranegrass's words. The old man bowed to Little Cranegrass and said, "Respected sir, you are our Sher family village's hero. Sir, please follow me into the village and have a good rest. As for sir's reward, we will immediately send it to you." Little Cranegrass only just found out that this place was actually called Sher family village. He didn't stand on ceremony and followed the villagers into the village. As he walked, he asked the old man, "Old man, are you the village chief of Sher family village? The old man nodded and said, I am. This old man is the Sher family village's village chief. To be able to meet Sir this time is our Sher family village's honor. Sir, please come with me to my shop. In the village, only my shop has a place to rest. Little Cranegrass nodded. Then his heart moved as he looked at the old man and said, Old man, are the people in your village surnamed Sher? This surname is very rarely seen. The old man's face suddenly had an expression of honor as he said, replying to Sir, the people in our village are all surnamed Sher. I heard that our lord was a servant of a powerful botanist. Later on, that lord passed away and was buried in Sher family village. My lord has been staying here ever since, guarding that lord's tomb. In the end, he married and gave birth to a child, which led to the current Sher family village. However, our ancestors didn't tell us where that lord's tomb is, so we can only pay our respects to that lord's portrait every year. Little Cranegrass understood why there was a village here and why the Hammer King's tomb was here. He heard that the Hammer King's surname was Sher, but nobody knew his real name. This was because it had been forgotten. People only knew that he was called Hammer King, they didn't know his other names. Little Cranegrass followed the village chief to the shop. The village chief respectfully invited Little Cranegrass to sit down. Then a villager brought a cloth bag over. The village chief handed the bag over to Little Cranegrass and said, Sir, this is your reward. We know that this small reward is far from what Sir has done for our village. However, this is a token of our appreciation, please accept it. Little Cranegrass accepted the cloth bag handed over by the village chief without any hesitation. He didn't reject it because this was the rule of a plant master. If a plant master worked hard, he would be rewarded. If he didn't accept it and the other plant masters found out, he would be ostracized. Plant masters weren't all as rich as the Hu clan's plant masters. Many plant masters would run around in order to make a living. Like this, helping the village to do some things and receiving a certain amount of remuneration was the main source of income for many plant masters. If you didn't receive any remuneration, then other plant masters would appear to be too greedy. However, if you didn't receive any remuneration, then they wouldn't have any income. If you did a good thing for a while, then other plant masters would bear a bad reputation, or even have no income. Of course, this wouldn't do. Therefore, when plant masters helped others to do things, they must receive remuneration. Cranegrass naturally wouldn't be polite. Seeing that Little Cranegrass received the reward, the village chief let out a sigh of relief. If Little Cranegrass didn't accept the reward, then it meant that he was dissatisfied with the reward. If that was the case, then the village chief would need to give Little Cranegrass more reward. Now that Little Cranegrass received the reward, then the village chief didn't need to give Little Cranegrass a reward. Naturally, he was very happy. The village chief immediately said to Little Cranegrass, Sir, why don't you rest in our village for a night? You must be tired from today's battle. I'll go make a table of decent dishes to entertain Sir and express our sincerity. Little Cranegrass looked at the sky and thought for a bit. Finally, he nodded and said, All right, then I'll have to trouble the village chief. When the village chief heard Little Cranegrass, he quickly said, It's no trouble at all. Stone, quickly bring Sir to the guest room to rest. Prepare some tea for Sir, quickly. The young man who was dozing off in the shop ran over. After responding, he came to the Little Cranegrass and bowed to it. Sir, please come with me. Little Cranegrass didn't refuse. He stood up and nodded to the village chief before following Stone to the back of the shop. This was a small guest room. Little Cranegrass was sitting in the guest room, holding a crudely bound book in his hand. This book belonged to the dead plant master. Little Cranegrass didn't know the plant master's name because the book didn't have the plant master's name. Little Cranegrass discovered that the book was like a diary. The reason why Little Cranegrass took this book was because he wanted to see how the plant master found the Hammer King's tomb. One must know that even the people of the Sher family village didn't know where the Hammer King's tomb was, so how did the plant master find it? Little Cranegrass flipped through the book page by page. At the same time, he also knew who the plant master was. Although he didn't know his name, he knew that the plant master wasn't very strong. In order to cultivate, he even needed to take some pills in order to increase his level. And the pills that the plant master took weren't cheap. Because of this, the plant master did one thing in order to make himself rich enough to eat pills, and that was to rob tombs. Robbing tombs was absolutely forbidden in the soul realm. But one had to say that this was a very profitable business. Although it was forbidden in the soul realm, there were still a lot of people who robbed tombs. The plant master was one of them. Later on, when he robbed the tomb of a soul soldier, he obtained something like a treasure map. He followed the map and finally came to the Sher family village and entered the Hammer King's tomb. Seeing this, little Cranegrass couldn't help but sigh. Then he closed the book. Speaking of which, the plant master was really unlucky. The place that he thought was a treasure turned out to be the most deadly thing. He didn't have the seed of gratitude, nor did he have any plants to protect him. Naturally, the stone hammer tree wouldn't be polite to him and directly hammered him to death. From this point, one could see how hard it was for plant masters to cultivate by themselves. They didn't have the support of a large clan like the Hu clan. Because of this, the plant master didn't recognize the stone hammer tree. In the end, he died under the stone hammer tree. If he knew the stone hammer tree, then he wouldn't have dared to provoke it. Little Cranegrass put away the book and prepared to find a time to burn it. This book was a disaster. If others saw this book and thought that this book was written by him, then he would be in big trouble. As soon as he put the book away, he heard a knock on the door. He immediately asked, "Who is it?" Stone's voice sounded, "Sir, I brought you some hot water. You've been tired all day, so you should drink some hot tea." Little Cranegrass said in a deep voice, "Come in." He pushed the door open and walked in. He was holding a tray in his hand. On the tray was a very refined teapot and a matching teacup. In addition to these two things, there was also a small bamboo tube. In his other hand, he was holding a copper pot. Stone placed the tray on the table. Then he opened the bamboo tube and used a wooden spoon to scoop 2 spoonfuls of tea leaves into the teapot. Then he picked up the copper pot and poured water into the teapot. Then he picked up the teapot and poured water into the teapot. Then he picked up the teapot and poured water into the teapot. After that, he placed the teapot on the table and turned to Little Cranegrass and said, "Sir, please have some tea." Little Cranegrass looked at Stone's movements and couldn't help but nod. Although Stone looked ordinary, his tea brewing skills weren't bad. Although it was a simple brewing method, there was still a process of washing the tea leaves. Very good, very thoughtful. Little Cranegrass waved his hand and said, "All right, you can leave. This pot is enough. Leave the copper pot behind." Stone nodded and then turned around to leave. Little Cranegrass poured himself a cup of tea. When the fragrance of the tea wafted out, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Then he picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea tasted very good. Little Cranegrass put down the teacup and let out a long breath. However, he didn't drink any more tea. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes and recalled the letter that the Hammer King left him. The contents of the letter weren't anything special, but the 2 techniques inside were very powerful. One was about how to use a hammer. A hammer was a weapon, and after the Little Cranegrass took the stone hammer tree as his weapon, he was able to control the iron thread grass. He could make the stone hammer tree appear in his hand and use it to attack the enemy. In this case, it was impossible to not know how to use a hammer. Fortunately, Hu Yuan didn't teach Little Cranegrass how to use a hammer. However, Hu Yuan didn't teach Little Cranegrass any profound hammering techniques. He only taught Little Cranegrass some basic methods of using a hammer. However, the method to use the hammer left behind by the Hammer King wasn't simple. It was the Hammer King's famous technique, the 8 stone hammer laws. The 8 stone hammer laws was the Hammer King's technique. The huge stone hammer seemed to be weightless in the Hammer King's hands. It was enough to sweep through everything. In fact, this wasn't the strength that he used. The 8 stone hammer laws was actually a method to use the 8 stone hammers on the stone hammer tree. The strength used to swing the stone hammers came from the stone hammer tree. The Hammer King only played the role of a commander, he didn't use much strength. However, under the blessing of natural energy, the stone hammers were very powerful. Since ancient times, hammers were exclusively used by valiant generals. Aside from valiant generals, no one else could use a big hammer. When a hammer was used in battle, it would weigh 1 tael per kilogram. How could an ordinary person withstand the impact of a hit from the hammer? The 8 stone hammer laws was indeed a set of hammering techniques. However, this set of hammering techniques needed to be coordinated with the stone hammer tree in order to display its greatest power. However, it wasn't easy to coordinate with the stone hammer tree. It would take a long time of practice. In addition to the 8 stone hammer laws, there was also the human plant fusion technique. This was the Hammer King's unique technique. However, no one understood that this wasn't a technique, but an alternative method of using the plant guardian. It must be said that the Hammer King was truly a genius of his generation. He also obtained the plant guardian. Just like the little crane grass, he wanted to control the plant guardian. In the end, he really succeeded. However, after controlling the plant guardian, the Hammer King wasn't satisfied. He didn't want to have a leaf-like shield in battle. Therefore, he began to think of ways to improve the plant guardian. In the end, he discovered that the plant guardian could fuse with your plant without any side effects. Therefore, he slowly came up with this human plant fusion technique, which became his famous technique. The man-plant unification technique was really useful for the little crane grass. He had 2 types of mutated plants in his soul object space. If he could learn the man-plant unification technique, his combat strength would definitely become even stronger. In the process of recording the human plant fusion technique, the Hammer King also recorded a lot of information about the usage and control of the plant guardian. This gave the little crane grass a lot of inspiration. It can be said that these things that the Hammer King left for the little crane grass were really precious. Even a family of plant cultivators like the Hu clan didn't have these things. With these things, the little crane grass's strength would have a qualitative leap. After the little crane grass looked at the human plant fusion technique, he let out a long breath. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with admiration. He really admired the Hammer King. The method that the Hammer King thought of seemed crazy, but it was really feasible. The little crane grass poured himself a cup of tea and slowly drank it. While drinking, he was thinking about his own matters. If he didn't have the help of the iron thread grass and only relied on his own strength, then his strength would probably be about the same as Xianxia. But if he had the help of the iron thread grass, then his strength would become very powerful. Even if he faced Hu Ding, he wouldn't have no chance. Such strength was enough to protect himself in Jianghu. But this time, he came out to explore for 3 years. In these 3 years, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't encounter the enemies of the Hu clan. If he really did encounter the enemies of the Hu clan, then he would be in danger. Little Crane Grass knew that the enemies of the Hu clan weren't easy to provoke. In this way, it was necessary to improve his fighting strength. But now, he was in the middle of a trial. How could he improve his fighting strength? Little Crane Grass couldn't help but frown, thinking about his future plans. He must learn the 8 stone hammer techniques. This set of hammer techniques was the capital of the Hammer King, so he had to learn it. He also needed to learn the union of man and plant. This technique was too powerful. It would be a pity if he didn't learn it. But if he wanted to learn it, then he must have a relatively safe environment. How could he learn it? After thinking about it, Little Crane Grass finally decided to return to the Tree Root Village first. Then, he would go to the Jade Mountain to find a place to practice the 2 techniques left behind by the Hammer King. Time passed unknowingly, and the sky slowly darkened. Little Crane Grass didn't stay idle. Instead, his spirit entered the soul object space and chatted with the stone hammer tree and the iron thread grass. Little Crane Grass was very clear that if you want to cooperate with a plant, then you must first understand the plant and make the plant trust you. Only in this way would you be able to cooperate with the plant and display its greatest strength. Because of this, Little Crane Grass would chat with the iron thread grass. If he didn't cooperate well with the iron thread grass, then he wouldn't be able to destroy the tree guard in one move. One must know that the tree guard's fighting strength wasn't weak. Trees were actually very simple. As long as you treat them well, they will treat you well. It was that simple. The stone hammer tree had been alone in the tomb for a long time. Because of this, he felt bored and wanted to find someone to talk to. At this time, Little Crane Grass would chat with him. Their relationship would progress very quickly. It wasn't until the sky was completely dark that Little Crane Grass heard a knock on the door. Then Stone's voice was heard, "Lord, the village chief has already prepared dinner. He invites Lord to eat." Little Cranegrass complied, then he stood up and walked outside. When Little Cranegrass opened the door, Stone immediately bowed to Little Cranegrass and said, "Lord, the village chief has already prepared dinner. Please follow me." Little Cranegrass nodded and followed Stone forward. Before long, the two of them arrived at the restaurant. But this time, the table in the restaurant was already filled with all kinds of dishes. There were chicken, duck, fish, and all kinds of dishes. It could be seen that the villagers had already brought out all of their delicious food. Little Cranegrass grew up in the countryside, so he naturally knew how the villagers treated their guests. Perhaps a large clan like the Who clan would be laughed at by their guests if they took out something extravagant. They would think that the Who clan had no taste and that they couldn't be called a large clan. Large clans like the Who clan were very particular about their food, especially when it came to receiving guests. They didn't need a lot of food, but they had to make sure that the food was exquisite. One could never get tired of eating fine food, and never get tired of eating fine food, this was the principle. However, for the villagers, extravagant food was the mainstream. If you go to someone's house and they take out extravagant food to receive you, then it meant that they valued you. Because of this, when Little Cranegrass saw the sumptuous dinner prepared by the village head, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he looked at the village head with an embarrassed expression and said, "Elder, you're too polite. I really can't accept such hospitality." Seeing that Little Cranegrass wasn't angry and was instead very excited, the village head quickly said, "Sir, you're too polite. To be honest, our village can only take out these things. And these things, if it was another sir, he might not like to eat them. In the past, we served a sir plant master, and when we took out these things, we were scolded by that sir. It's good that sir doesn't mind." Little Cranegrass looked at the village chief's excited face and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he smiled faintly and said, "I don't dislike it. Why would I dislike it? Elder, I won't hide it from you, my family is also from the countryside. Right now, my grandparents and parents are still farming. For us farmers, eating these things is like celebrating the new year. Why would I dislike it?" When the village head heard Little Cranegrass, he immediately felt a lot more cordial. However, he didn't lose his manners and happily said, "It's good that sir likes it, it's good that you like it." Little Cranegrass smiled faintly and didn't refuse. He sat down and ate. He didn't invite the village head to eat with him because he knew that the village head wouldn't eat with him. Little Cranegrass was a plant master. For the village head, Little Cranegrass was a noble. How could the village head dare to eat with him? Seeing Little Cranegrass eating so happily, the village chief was very happy. Previously, he thought that Little Cranegrass was just being polite, but now, it seemed that Little Cranegrass was telling the truth. This made the village chief even happier. After eating, the village head immediately asked Stone to clean up the table and then serve tea. Little Cranegrass drank a mouthful of hot tea and turned to the village head and said, "Elder, thank you for your hospitality today. I'll be leaving tomorrow. If there's anything in your village, tell me now. I'll definitely help if I can." The village chief hurriedly said, "Sir, our village has been living very well, there's really nothing wrong. This time, it's just an accident. Sir, you'll be leaving tomorrow, I'll have them prepare some rations for you, alright?" When Little Cranegrass heard the village head, he smiled faintly and said, "Thank you. Then I'll be going back to rest." The village head respectfully sent Little Cranegrass away. After returning to his room, Little Cranegrass wasn't surprised at all by what happened today. He already knew about the status of a plant master among ordinary people. Today, the village chief's performance was already considered good. One must know that even the most destitute plant master would be a high and mighty existence in front of these village chiefs. Of course, plant masters couldn't casually kill people, otherwise, they would still be punished. However, relatively speaking, the punishment would be much lighter. However, if Little Cranegrass didn't kill people and only bullied these villagers, then these villagers wouldn't be able to reason with him. Even if Little Cranegrass slept with the wives of these villagers wouldn't dare to do anything to him. This was the gap between their status. However, Little Cranegrass wouldn't do these things. He also came from a village, so he was very polite to these villagers. He even called the village head old man. After a night of silence, the next morning, Little Crane Grass packed his things and left your family village. When he left, the village head personally sent Little Crane Grass away. At the same time, they also prepared a lot of rations for Little Crane Grass. These rations were all pancakes. These pancakes looked a little hard, but they were very filling and tasted very good. People in the village were generally reluctant to eat them. Little Crane Grass didn't stand on ceremony. Although the village had given him a lot of things, only the 10 gold coins would make the villagers feel a bit tired. The rest of the things wouldn't make the villagers poor. After leaving your family village, Little Crane Grass slowly walked forward. While walking, he thought about the technique left behind by the Hammer King. It was too wasteful. It seems like he could practice a little while traveling. Thinking of this, Little Crane Grass immediately took action. He thought about the moves of the 8-stone hammer techniques and began to practice them one by one. Fortunately, there weren't many people on the official road. Otherwise, if people saw him walking while gesturing, they would treat him as a mental patient. But even so, those plants also treated Little Crane Grass as a mental patient. Little Crane Grass didn't care. At first, he just used his hands to gesture the moves of the 8-stone hammer techniques. These moves sometimes looked very strange. Most of the moves were mainly sweeping and smashing. It wasn't an easy thing to master. Fortunately, Little Crane Grass wasn't in a hurry. Along the way, although he met a few people on the road, Little Crane Grass had already stopped his movements. So those people on the road only saw him as a plant that was going out to train. At noon, Little Crane Grass didn't find a place to rest. He just rested on the roadside for a while, ate some rations, and continued on his way. This was really normal for plant masters. Here in the Soul Realm, the land was vast and the population was sparse. The population wasn't much. In addition, Little Crane Grass was walking forward. Just walking for half a day and he already met people? That wasn't an easy thing to do. But Little Crane Grass's luck wasn't bad. In the evening, he actually met a caravan that had missed a place to stay and was building a camp. When the people of the caravan saw that Little Crane Grass was a plant master who was traveling alone, they also very warmly invited him to rest in their camp. Little Crane Grass didn't stand on ceremony and stayed in that camp. The leader of this camp was a spirit soldier. Other than him, there were 5 other spirit soldiers following the team. These 6 people's spirit objects were all swords. The leader was around 40 years old, and the rest were around 30 years old. Other than them, there were 5 carriages in the camp. There were a total of 20 coachmen and workers. Seeing such a number of people, Little Crane Grass couldn't help but frown. There were 5 carriages, but there were 6 soul soldiers guarding them. There were also more than 20 people who were obviously trained in martial arts. It seemed that the things in the carriages were very valuable. But in this case, why did they still invite him to rest in their camp? Weren't they afraid that he was the one who wanted to deal with them? Little Crane Grass sat at the side. Seeing those workers building tents there and those spirit soldiers commanding at the side, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. But now that he had entered the camp, if he left at this time, it would arouse the suspicion of the other party. They might even make a move on him. But if he stayed, he was afraid that there would be danger. Little Crane Grass couldn't help but be in a dilemma for a moment. At this moment, the leader of the spirit soldiers walked over to Little Crane Grass. Little Crane Grass quickly stood up and bowed to that person. "Thank you, uncle, for letting me rest here." That person smiled and said, "You're welcome. Looking at you, you're a plant master who came out to train, right?" "Hee, good, you're already a level 1 plant master at such a young age." "Amazing. What's your name?" Little Crane Grass quickly replied, "I'm called Crane Grass, Crane Grass." "Uncle, you flatter me. I'm just lucky to become a plant master. I'm still far from it." That person laughed and said, "Luck alone isn't enough to make someone a plant master. You don't need to be modest." "Right, my surname is Liu, you can call me Uncle Liu." "Crane Grass, where are you going? Do you have a destination?" Little Crane Grass nodded and said, "I want to go to Emerald City. It's very close to Emerald Jade Mountain. I want to take a look at Emerald Jade Mountain." Uncle Liu nodded and said, "That's good, you're going the same way as us. Why don't you come with us? That way, we can take care of each other. Little Cranegrass originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw the look in Uncle Lou's eyes, he immediately rejected this idea. Uncle Lou's eyes contained a hint of probing. If he didn't agree, there was no guarantee that Uncle Lou would fall out with him. Although Little Cranegrass wasn't afraid of them, he still wouldn't turn hostile at this time. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Uncle Lou." When Uncle Lou heard Little Cranegrass's agreement, his eyes flashed with surprise. Then he nodded and said, "It's no trouble at all. In any case, we're going the same way. If you walk step by step, it would take you a few months to reach Emerald City. You'll be faster if you follow us." Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "I also want to reach Emerald City as soon as possible. I'll have to trouble Uncle Lou along the way." Uncle Lou waved his hand and smiled, "There's no need to be polite. You take a rest first. After the tent is set up, I'll have them prepare some delicious food." Then he turned around and left. Little Cranegrass looked at Uncle Lou's back and frowned. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he was communicating with the surrounding plants in his mind. He wanted the plants to help him see if there were other people besides them and if there were people who wanted to deal with them. Fortunately, from the information he got from the plants, there was no one else in the vicinity. It was clear that these people often walked outside, so they set up their tents very quickly. Before long, 2 tents, one big and one small, were set up. The big tent was prepared for the workers while the small tent was prepared for Uncle Lou's group. After the tents were set up, the people immediately began to prepare food. 2 people went out to hunt while the others prepared their own rations. When Little Cranegrass saw the rations these people brought, he knew that the trouble this time wouldn't be small. This was because the rations these people brought were military rations. It was different from the rations made by ordinary civilians. Military rations were carefully made by the army. They were specially prepared for marching and fighting. Normally, they wouldn't eat these things. Military rations looked like pancakes. However, these pancakes were different from Little Cranegrass's pancakes. Their pancakes had salt, dried vegetable leaves, bean powder, meat powder, and flour. These pancakes looked dry and hard, but they could be preserved for a long time. Moreover, they could be eaten as soon as they were brought over. If there were conditions, they could also be boiled before eating. The taste was very good. However, the production cost of military rations was very high. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't eat military rations. Although military rations were more nutritious and tasted better, Little Cranegrass's rations were actually made by Uncle Lou's group. However, the rations that Uncle Lou and the others took out were all military rations. The reason why Little Cranegrass was able to recognize that it was military rations was because after the rations were made, they would be divided into groups of 10 and then packed in special rations bags. These bags were made of fine cloth, and they were very thick and sturdy. The rations that Uncle Lou and the others took out were all packed in these rations bags. Military rations weren't something that ordinary people could afford. However, looking at the calm expression of Uncle Lou and the others, one could see that these rations were just ordinary things in their eyes. In other words, Uncle Lou and the others' identities weren't ordinary. From the soul items on their heads, one could see that Uncle Lou and the others were inextricably linked to the imperial family of the Saber Spirit Country. However, Little Cranegrass didn't keep staring at Uncle Lou and the others. He only glanced at the rations that Uncle Lou and the others took out before he turned around and pretended to pack his things. In fact, Uncle Lou had been paying attention to Little Cranegrass. He felt that Little Cranegrass's appearance was too coincidental. It was just when they were about to rest in the evening, and Little Cranegrass just happened to arrive at their camp. This coincidence was very abnormal in Uncle Lou's eyes. The reason why he didn't kill Little Cranegrass was because he wanted to see what Little Cranegrass's goal was. Was it really a coincidence or was it a conspiracy? If it was a conspiracy, it would be more suitable to keep Little Cranegrass by his side instead of letting him go. If he kept Little Cranegrass by his side, he could keep an eye on him. If Little Cranegrass made any strange movements, he could just kill him directly. If he let Little Cranegrass out, it would be like letting a poisonous snake hide in the grass. Who knew when it would come out and bite you? Little Cranegrass didn't think that Uncle Lou would stay because of this. However, the way Uncle Lou looked at him made him very vigilant. He felt that if he asked to leave at that time, Uncle Lou might deal with him. That was why he stayed. But now, Little Cranegrass really regretted it. If the other party was really related to the royal family of the Saber Spirit Country, then what Uncle Lou and the others were going to do this time must be very important. Of course, it would also be very dangerous. And if he stayed, it would only be more dangerous. Unfortunately, if he wanted to leave now, Uncle Lou and the others would definitely turn hostile. Therefore, Little Cranegrass could only take one step at a time. In fact, Little Cranegrass didn't need to prepare anything. He just pretended to organize his box. After organizing it a few times, he put the box to the side and went to Uncle Lou's side. He cupped his fist and said, "Uncle Lou, is there anything I can help you with?" Uncle Lou looked at the Little Cranegrass and smiled, "We'll be eating in a while. I wonder if we can get some game today. If we can, then it would be great. We can also drink some meat soup." Uncle Lou smiled and said, "All right." After saying this, Uncle Lou turned to Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, how many days have you been out? You haven't eaten well in the past few days, right? If you can get some game, then you should eat more." Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "It's all right. Yesterday, I stayed in the Sure family village for a day. There was a mutated plant in their village that injured the villagers. I helped them eliminate the plant and then rested there for half a day. The villagers were also very polite, they gave me a lot of delicious food and also baked a lot of flatbread for me." Hee hee. Upon hearing Little Cranegrass, Uncle Lou nodded and said, "I know about the Sure family village. We had lunch there at noon. I didn't expect you to be there yesterday. Then you didn't walk very fast." Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "I'm not in a hurry. Moreover, I came out this time to train. So I stopped from time to communicate with the plants on the side of the road. Therefore, I didn't walk very fast." When Uncle Lou heard Little Cranegrass, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, since you can communicate with plants, then can you communicate with them now and see how well the two people in the team are doing?" Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "I can, but there's one thing. The two of them can't be too far from here. If they're too far, then I can't do anything. After all, communicating with plants isn't omnipotent." Uncle Lou nodded and asked Little Cranegrass to help him see where the two people were. Little Cranegrass went to the edge of the forest on the side of the road. Then he squatted down and touched the grass on the ground before closing his eyes. Actually, there was no need for him to communicate with Little Grass in this way. In fact, when he communicated with other plants, there was no need for him to do this. However, he couldn't let Uncle Lou and the others know. After Houding and the others' trials, Little Cranegrass understood the principle of only speaking 30% of your words. At the same time, he also understood that he should never reveal his trump cards to strangers. Uncle Lou and the others were also strangers right now, and they might even be enemies. How could Little Cranegrass let them know his trump cards? It didn't take long for Little Cranegrass to know the location of the two people from Little Grass. However, the two people were now at least 3 li away from the camp. This was beyond the range of ordinary plant masters. Therefore, although Little Cranegrass saw the two people, it pretended to be at a loss. It turned to Uncle Lou and said, "Uncle Lou, I'm sorry. They might be too far away. I couldn't find them." A trace of disappointment flashed on Uncle Lou's face. Then he smiled and said, "It's fine. It's not easy to hunt prey on the side of the road, so they might have gone a bit far. Let's go back and prepare to eat." Little Cranegrass nodded and followed Uncle Lou back to the camp. At this time an iron pot was set up in the camp. The fire was also lit. The servants were holding the army rations and were preparing to put it in the pot. Little Cranegrass pretended to notice the army rations. He curiously looked at the army rations in the hands of the servants. Then he turned to Uncle Lou and said, "Uncle Lou, what kind of rations did you bring? How come it doesn't look like ordinary flatbread?" Uncle Lou smiled and said, "That really isn't an ordinary thing. I asked a friend to get some army rations from the army. This thing can be stored there for a year and a half and nothing will happen to it. It's very convenient to get some of these things when you're outside. Have you eaten crane grass before? Little Crane Grass shook his head and said, I haven't. Is there any difference between army rations and ordinary flatbread? I can see that the color is different, but I can't see anything else. Uncle Lou smiled and said, there isn't much difference. Hee hee, you'll know when you eat it. Speaking of which, the taste of this thing is quite ordinary. Moreover, this thing isn't forbidden, it's just a bit more expensive. Little Crane Grass nodded and didn't ask about this matter. At this time, the water in the pot was boiling. Immediately, the servants brought them cups of water. Little Crane Grass looked at the cups that Uncle Lou and the others were using. These cups were made of iron and were very sturdy. On the surface, there was nothing strange about it. However, ordinary people wouldn't use these cups. Only soldiers would use them, and not ordinary soldiers, only elites in the army would use them. The reason why Little Crane Grass knew about this was because he had read a lot of information in the Hu clan's library. How could a large clan like the Hu clan not have any connections with the imperial family of the Saber Spirit country? How could they not have any connections with the Saber Spirit country's army? One must know that aside from the variant seeds, the Hu clan was also famous for their pills and medicines. Because of this, Little Crane Grass had a very good understanding of the Saber Spirit Nation's army. The Saber Spirit Nation's army was divided into two types. The first type was the elite legions. These legions were the strongest in the Saber Spirit Nation. Their equipment was also very good. Some of these legions guarded the nation's capital while the others guarded the nation's defensive lines. The other type of army was the local garrison army. These armies weren't very strong, they were mostly there to guard against thieves. Naturally, their equipment was also a lot worse. Only the elite troops of the Blade Spirit Nation would be able to use the metal cups and eat the special military rations. Even the ordinary elite troops would not be able to use the metal cups. After all, making the metal cups would not only require scrap metal, but also a waste of time. Little Crane Grass pretended to be curious as he looked at the iron cup in his hand. However, he still picked it up and drank a few mouthfuls of water. When Uncle Lou saw Little Crane Grass's reaction, he relaxed a bit. Just as they drank a cup of water, the two men who went out to hunt came back. The two men were carrying a few hares and a few pheasants in their hands. There were quite a lot of them. Seeing the wild game that the two men brought back, Uncle Lou couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, there's wild game to eat today. Go and clean it up." "Right, make a pot of meat soup." The two men nodded and took the wild game away. Uncle Lou turned to Little Crane Grass and said, "Crane Grass, where did you come from? It's not easy for someone like you to become a plant master. Is your master very good?" When Little Crane Grass heard Uncle Lou's words, he knew that Uncle Lou was probing him. He smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing, I'm from Gathering Cloud City's Lu clan, but I can't be considered an official member of the Lu clan. I was born in Green City and met a housekeeper of the Lu clan. That housekeeper had no children, but he also knew my uncle. Seeing that I was a soul plant master, he recognized me as his adopted grandson. Later on, my adopted grandfather introduced me to my master through the Lu clan. My master's surname is saying, he isn't a great person, he's just a plant cultivator. As you can see, I'm a grass-planted soul plant. My master's surname is saying, he isn't a great person, he's just a plant cultivator. As you can see, I'm a grass-planted soul plant. Originally, I wouldn't have any achievements, but I didn't expect that when I went out with my master to look for plants, we would encounter a demonic plant. My master wasn't a match for that plant. Just when the plant was about to attack me, I fainted. Later on, I woke up and found that although my master was injured, his life wasn't in danger. When Uncle Lou heard Little Crane Grass's half-true and half-false words, he really had no way to judge whether Little Crane Grass was telling the truth or not. Even if they went to investigate, they probably wouldn't be able to find out whether it was true or false because Little Crane Grass was indeed the adopted grandson of Old Gate. However, the matter of Little Crane Grass entering the Hu family, not only did the Hu family strictly block the news, even the Lu family rarely mentioned it and very few people knew about it. Therefore, even if they went to investigate, they would only find out that Old Gate indeed had an adopted grandson named Little Crane Grass and not the Hu family. Moreover, even if they investigated the Hu clan, so what? Maybe Little Cranegrass would be safer. After all, in the Saber Spirit country, there were no forces that dared to offend the Hu clan. Moreover, the relationship between the Hu clan and the royal family of the Saber Spirit country had always been good. Maybe if Uncle Lu and the others really found out Little Cranegrass's identity, they would protect him instead. The adult males of the Hu clan would go to the Soul Realm to train, this wasn't a secret. If Uncle Lu and the others knew that Little Cranegrass was from the Hu clan, then it wouldn't be strange if Little Cranegrass didn't reveal his identity. This was because when the adult males of the Hu clan went to the continent to train, they weren't allowed to reveal their identity. Uncle Lu looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "You plant masters are training outside, what's the use of looking for those plants? Why can't I understand?" Little Cranegrass smiled faintly and said, "To improve the plants. Look at the crops that the various countries in the continent are planting, many of them weren't there before. Where did these crops come from? They are improved by us botanists. We need to understand all the plants in the world and then find ways to improve them. We need to make them more suitable for humans to grow and increase their production. Now, almost no one on the continent is starving to death. It's all thanks to these plants, isn't it?" Uncle Lu stared, then he nodded and said, "That's indeed the case. No wonder you plant masters like to stay in the wild. But what about your life? Don't you need to start a family? Don't you need to think about your family? What do you do for a living? Just rely on the subsidies given by the country?" When Little Cranegrass heard Uncle Lu, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Of course not. First of all, as long as I become a plant master, then my family's life would be guaranteed. We plant masters can buy some internal seeds from the Plant Master Association. These seeds are things that people haven't planted yet, they're better seeds. If my family plants these seeds, then their food production would be higher. This way, their income would increase, there's nothing for me to worry about." After saying this, Little Cranegrass paused for a moment before he continued, "Secondly, I'll be roped in by the great clans. Once I become an official plant master, the great clans would try to rope me in. This way, they would treat my family better. Even if my family doesn't do anything in the future, they would still be able to live without worry. So as long as I become a plant master, then I wouldn't need to worry about my family anymore." Uncle Lu nodded, he knew all of this. However, he wanted to hear what Little Cranegrass had to say. From Little Cranegrass's answer, he could tell that Little Cranegrass came from a poor background or was from a great clan. This was because people from great clans wouldn't think of these things. Little Cranegrass looked at Uncle Lu's expression, then he smiled faintly and said, "We don't need to worry about our own life. We can practice medicine, we can help villages like the Sher family village solve some problems with plants. Just like yesterday, after I helped the Sher family village solve the problem of the mutated plants, I received 10 gold coins as a reward. 10 gold coins, that's enough for me to use for a long time. Moreover, with these 10 gold coins, I can research the plants that I'm interested in. If one day I succeed in improving a plant, then it would be even more amazing. Not only can I get a huge reward from the Plant Master Association, I can also get a reward from the country. Maybe I can even get a noble title. When the time comes, I might even be able to establish my own family." When Uncle Lu heard Little Cranegrass's words, he couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't believe Little Cranegrass's words. It was easier said than done to establish a family. This was only his dream. At this time, the servants also finished processing the game. Uncle Lu turned to Little Cranegrass and said, "All right, Cranegrass, come, let's go eat something." Little Cranegrass nodded. The group began to eat the prepared food. It was Little Cranegrass's first time eating army rations. Once the army rations entered his mouth, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but nod his head. He had to admit that the army rations were really good. The taste was good, and the nutrition was also very good. It could be considered top-quality army rations. After dinner, Uncle Lu invited Little Cranegrass to rest in the tent. Little Cranegrass didn't refuse and followed Uncle Lu into the tent. The inside of this tent was still very simple, there were a few beast skins spread on the ground, it was the place to sleep. However, when Little Cranegrass was alone outside, the living environment was even worse than this city, so he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. However, Uncle Lu and the others didn't all go to rest. Instead, they left one person outside to keep watch. Little Cranegrass didn't immediately rest. Instead, he took out a pen and paper from the wooden box and began to record what he saw and heard today. Every plant master would write down what they saw and heard. Then they would find a time to sort it out and see if they could write these experiences into a travel book. If they could, then they would have additional income. Of course, after so many years of New Year, the Soul World had almost been visited by the plant masters. There were countless travel books from all over the world. Now, very few of the travel books of the plant masters were sold, but the habit of the plant masters to record their experiences had been preserved. It had been like this for so many years. Uncle Lu and the others saw Little Cranegrass writing something there and didn't care. They also knew the habits of plant masters, so they didn't disturb Little Cranegrass. The few of them chatted for a while and assigned the task of guarding the night, then they went to rest. After Little Cranegrass wrote down what he saw and heard today, he also went to rest. But when he rested, he didn't take off his clothes. Instead, he wore his clothes and rested on the beast skin. This was because Uncle Lu and the others were the same. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Little Cranegrass woke up early. After washing up, he returned to the camp and practiced his fist skills for a while. He only practiced the basic fist skills, so Uncle Lu and the others didn't pay much attention to him. The servants were still preparing breakfast. At the same time, they also divided some people to take down the tent. Breakfast was very simple: wild vegetable soup and pancakes. It was already very good to be able to eat breakfast like this in the wild. After eating breakfast, Little Cranegrass set off with the army. Although this convoy only had 5 carriages, each carriage had 3 horses. Everyone could sit on the carriages and move forward. This was much faster than Little Cranegrass walking alone. At noon, they only took a simple rest before continuing their journey. Although they encountered a village along the way, the convoy didn't stop there. Instead, they directly passed through the village. It wasn't until evening that they found a place in the wild and built a camp. Little Cranegrass saw that Uncle Lu and the others were in a hurry, so he naturally didn't say anything. However, he became even more careful. Along the way, he had been communicating with various plants and paying attention to the situation around him. Fortunately, he didn't discover anyone along the way. After dinner, Little Cranegrass wrote down his notes as usual and prepared to rest. Before resting, he contacted the surrounding plants and asked if there was anything going on around them. When they were building the camp, Little Cranegrass had already told the plants. The plants also told Little Cranegrass that there were no enemies here. Little Cranegrass just wanted to confirm this before going to sleep. But this time, there was a problem. Those plants told Little Cranegrass that there were already over 100 people who had infiltrated their surroundings and surrounded their camp. Upon hearing this, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but be startled. He immediately jumped up. His action also woke up Uncle Lu and the others. Uncle Lu and the others looked at Little Cranegrass in confusion. Little Cranegrass looked at Uncle Lu and his horse and loudly said, "Uncle Lu, get up quickly. We're surrounded. There are more than 100 people. Get up quickly or it'll be too late." When Uncle Lu heard Little Cranegrass, he couldn't help but stare. His expression changed as he looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, what did you say? What's going on?" Little Cranegrass replied, "Uncle Lu, don't worry about this for now. We're now surrounded. There are more than 100 people. I don't know how many experts there are. I just found out about this situation after communicating with the plants." Uncle Lu looked at Little Cranegrass and coldly snorted, "You found out after communicating with the plants? There are no plants here at all. What kind of plants did you communicate with?" Little Cranegrass anxiously said, "Of course I can communicate with plants. It's because of my strong communication ability that I was chosen by teacher. Otherwise, how do you think I'm a rank 1 plant master? I was just putting on an act that day. Do you really think that I don't know where those 2 people were hunting? Uncle Lu, it was wrong of me to lie to you before, but you also have to know that when you go out, you have to be vigilant. But this time is different. This time there are really enemies, more than 100 people, and they have already surrounded us. They haven't attacked yet, maybe because we just rested, but if we don't prepare, then it will be really dangerous. When Uncle Lou heard Little Cranegrass, his expression became a little better. He looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Is what you said true? We're really surrounded?" Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "It's true. But what's strange is that I've communicated with those plant masters several times during the day, but I didn't find anyone monitoring us. I really don't know how they know our whereabouts." Uncle Lou pondered for a moment, then he coldly snorted and said, "What's so hard about that? If the other party is a beast cultivator and can tame an eagle, then what's so hard about them knowing our whereabouts? There's no one on the ground watching us, but can't the eagles in the sky watch us?" Little Cranegrass, if what you said this time is true, then I won't blame you for what happened before. Not only that, I'll even give you a great future. But if what you said this time isn't true, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Little Cranegrass said, "Uncle Lou, don't worry. I really didn't lie to you this time. If I did, then you can kill me or cut me up as you wish." Uncle Lou looked at Little Cranegrass and nodded. He stood up and turned to the others and said, "Everyone, get up. Inform the people outside that we're preparing to break out. We can't wait to die here." Those people were obviously well trained, so when they heard Uncle Lou's words, they immediately responded and turned around to leave the tent. Then the people in the camp began to slowly move. These people groped around in the dark and began to harness the horses on the carriages. Naturally, they couldn't take the tents, but they had to take the rations and other things. When it was past 9 p.m., Uncle Lou and the others were ready. The horses were already hitched on the 5 carriages. Although the tents were not taken down, the things in the tents had been moved onto the carriages. Then, everyone got on the carriages and rushed forward. At this moment, Little Cranegrass was also sitting in the carriage. However, he was followed by a sole soldier. Little Cranegrass was very clear that Uncle Lou still didn't believe him, but he didn't care about it. Anyway, he didn't lie. In a few minutes, the enemies would discover their movement and start a fight. By then, Uncle Lou would believe him. No matter what he said now, it was useless. Additionally, he'd better not make any move. Otherwise, the sole soldier on his side wouldn't be polite to him. Just as Little Cranegrass had expected, the movement of the 5 carriages was so loud that it was impossible for the other party to not hear it. As soon as they moved, the other party immediately reacted and surrounded the carriages. However, because their movements were slower than Uncle Lou's, it was already too late to surround them. Uncle Lou personally sat in the first carriage to hold the line. He now believed Little Cranegrass's words because there was no need for it to lie to them. Only after the carriages moved for a few minutes, Uncle Lou had sensed a wave of energy in front of him. Uncle Lou could sense that it was the battle chi wave of a sole soldier. Uncle Lou finally believed Little Cranegrass's words completely. Whoosh! A bright blade energy shot towards the carriage that Uncle Lou was sitting in. The target of this blade energy wasn't Uncle Lou, but the horse that was pulling the carriage. When Uncle Lou saw the saber chi, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he moved his hand and a thick saber appeared in his hand. He waved the saber in his hand and a saber chi followed the saber chi. With a sizzling sound, the 2 saber chi met in midair and finally cancelled each other out. However, the carriage didn't stop. The horses didn't even panic. If one looked carefully, they would find that the eyes of the horses were covered. They couldn't see the road ahead at all. The reason why they could run so smoothly was because of the control of the driver. The carriage didn't stop and rushed forward. At this time, a group of people appeared in front of the carriage. These people all had big bows in their hands. Moreover, the bows in their hands were fully drawn. When they saw the carriage running over, they released the bowstrings and shot arrows towards the carriage. When Uncle Lou saw this situation, his face couldn't help but change. Then he moved his body and jumped on the horse in the middle of the carriage. Then he waved the broadsword in his hand. A group of blade energy directly protected the 3 horses. All the arrows that were shot at the 3 horses were all knocked away by him. At this time, the servants sitting in the carriage all took out their weapons and waved them with all their might, blocking all the arrows that were shot at them. Although these people were soul bearers, they weren't weak. Those arrows really didn't pose any threat to them. But at this time, another blade energy slashed towards Uncle Lou. Uncle Lu also sent out a blade energy to meet it. Then, a black shadow pounced on Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu and the black shadow began to fight. The two of them fought in the carriage, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand for a while. Little Cranegrass, who was sitting in the carriage behind, also saw this situation. He opened his box and stood up. Then 2 sledgehammers appeared in his hands. However, he didn't move and just stood on the carriage. But all the arrows that were flying towards him were all knocked away by him. The soul bearer standing beside Little Cranegrass also took out his long sword. However, he was now more prepared to fight than looking at Little Cranegrass. After all, Little Cranegrass was right before, there were indeed people who wanted to attack them. At this time Uncle Lu, who was fighting with the enemy, suddenly shouted, "Someone, quickly, there's a horse rope in front." As soon as they heard Uncle Lu's shout, some people immediately knew what was going on. A soul soldier from the second carriage immediately ran to the first carriage and released a saber chi, cutting off the horse-stirring rope in front of the carriage. At this time, the people who came to attack them also rushed over. However, among these people, there were no soul soldiers, only soul soldiers. The servants on the carriage didn't get down and just stayed on the carriage to block these people's attacks. At the same time, the carriage didn't stop and kept rushing forward. At this time, several soul bearers came from both sides to attack the carriage. The people on the carriage and the soul bearers also joined the battle. Even the soul bearer on Little Cranegrass's carriage didn't care about Little Cranegrass. He was fighting with a masked soul bearer. Little Cranegrass stood on the carriage and didn't move. This was because in addition to him, there were 4 other servants on the carriage. Of these 4 servants, one was driving the carriage while the other 3 were resisting the attacks of other people. At this time, the sound of horse hooves came from behind the carriage. Hearing this, Little Cranegrass's expression changed. He knew that the enemy was attacking them with all their strength. Moreover, he didn't expect that the enemy would be cavalry. Looking at the sledgehammer in his hand, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Originally, he wanted to use the sledgehammer to fight the enemy and practice his 8 stonehammer techniques. But now, it seemed impossible. The enemy was cavalry. If he still used a short weapon like the sledgehammer, he would be at a disadvantage. After all, he was standing on the carriage and not riding on a horse. With a thought, the sledgehammer disappeared from his hand. In the next moment, the iron thread grass appeared in his hand and danced in his hand like a spirit snake. Not long after, a group of cavalry rushed to the front of the carriage. These people held spears in their hands and directly stabbed towards the people in the carriage. Seeing these people's actions, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but snort. Then, the iron thread grass in his hand brazenly attacked. This iron thread grass was like a huge centipede that rushed towards the cavalry. It didn't directly hit the cavalry on the horse. Instead, it swam around the side of the cavalry. The stalk of the iron thread grass passed by the cavalry, but the leaves of the iron thread grass scratched the cavalry's body. The cavalry screamed and fell from the horse. He couldn't help but scream because the leaves of the iron thread grass were as sharp as a dagger. They wouldn't be fine if they were scratched by the leaves. Little Cranegrass didn't care about the cavalry that fell from the horse. The iron thread grass directly attacked another person. That person didn't know what weapon Little Cranegrass was using. When he saw the iron thread grass attacking, he immediately raised his spear to grab it. However, how could the iron thread grass block it? The iron thread grass was like a spirit snake. The stalk of the iron thread grass twisted and went around the cavalry's spear. The cavalry didn't even have time to make a sound before his head was cut off. Then several other cavalry rushed over, but they were all killed by Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass didn't only shoot the iron thread grass from one hand, he could shoot it from both hands. Moreover, the iron thread grass was controlled by his natural energy, making it very flexible. The cavalry couldn't even get close to him before they were beheaded by the iron thread grass. The fighting strength of the iron thread grass was very formidable. It was a magic plant. When Xianxia was in front of the iron thread grass, he couldn't even last one round before losing his fighting strength. This showed how formidable the iron thread grass was. And now, although the iron wire grass was under the command of Little Cranegrass, the fighting strength of the iron wire grass didn't drop at all. In fact, it was even more powerful than before. This was because it had been condensed by the natural energy in Little Cranegrass's soul for a long time. If it still had this kind of fighting strength, then it really couldn't be justified. The soul soldier who was in the same carriage as Little Cranegrass was paying attention to him. When he saw that Little Cranegrass didn't attack the cavalry, his heart couldn't help but tighten. He thought that Little Cranegrass was waiting for an opportunity. Now that he was entangled, there were only a few servants in the carriage. Although the servants had good skills, they were still soul soldiers and not cultivators. Although Little Cranegrass was a grass soul soldier, he was still a plant master. The people in the carriage couldn't be his opponent. If Little Cranegrass took this opportunity to attack, then the people in the carriage would be in danger. However, it was clear that he was wrong this time. Under his gaze, Little Cranegrass attacked the cavalry. Moreover, he didn't know when Little Cranegrass put away his hammer-like weapon and instead took out a whip. This weapon was surprisingly powerful. All the cavalry were killed before they could even get close to him. This made the man very surprised. However, this also made him feel relieved. He began to concentrate on dealing with the enemy in front of him. The enemy in front of him wasn't very strong, they were even weaker than him. Before, he was worried about Little Cranegrass, so he didn't use his full strength. But now, he didn't have to worry about Little Cranegrass betraying him. He immediately began to attack with all his strength. The person who was fighting against him couldn't take it anymore. After the two exchanged more than 50 moves, the soul soldier found an opportunity and cut down the person. After cutting down the person, the soul soldier immediately made his move. He beheaded the masked men who were besieging the carriage. Then he jumped onto an ownerless carriage and rushed towards the cavalry. At this time, several miserable screams were heard from the carriage. Then Uncle Lou's voice was heard, "Boys, work harder. Kill all of these guys for me." Uncle Lou's words shook the morale of the people on the carriage. They began to fight back with all their might. At this time, Uncle Lou also killed his way over. The people besieging the carriage looked at the situation and knew that the situation wasn't good. One of them let out a whistle, then all of them turned around and ran towards the forest on both sides of the road. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Uncle Lou and the others didn't chase after them. It was now dark, the forest was even darker. If they chased into the forest, then it would be no different from seeking death. Therefore, they just stayed on the carriage. The carriage didn't stop and continued to move forward. Seeing the other party retreat, Uncle Lou immediately said, "Count the losses, quickly." Before long, a soul soldier came to Uncle Lou's side and said, "Brother Lou, 4 of them died. 2 of them were injured. One of our brothers was also injured. But fortunately, his injury wasn't very serious." Uncle Lou nodded, then his figure moved. After a few leaps, he jumped onto Little Cranegrass's carriage. He looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "All right, Cranegrass, I, Lu Yuangong, will keep my word. Let's write off the previous matter. From now on, we're brothers. Let's see if those guys are still following us." Little Cranegrass didn't say anything. He knew that Lu Yuangong believed him. He closed his eyes for a while before opening them and said, "They already retreated. Moreover, they didn't follow us." Lu Yuangong let out a long breath and nodded, "Do you know how to treat injuries?" A few of the boys were injured. Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "I do." "That plant master doesn't know how to treat injuries. Wait a moment, I'll get some medicine." Then he went to his wooden box and took out a wooden box. He gave the box to Lu Yuangong and said, "If it's external injuries, then apply this directly to the wound. If it's internal injuries, then I can't do anything right now. I'll have to pick some herbs to treat them." Lu Yuangong happily received the wooden box and said, "Great, they're all external injuries. I'll be going." After saying that, he left the carriage where the Little Cranegrass was and went to treat someone else's illness. The carriage didn't stop at all during the whole process. At this time, the soul soldiers who were monitoring Little Cranegrass also came to Little Cranegrass's side. They cupped their fists and said, "Thank you, Brother Cranegrass. I'm Wu Fei. From now on, you'll be our brother. If you have any difficulties, just tell me." Little Cranegrass smiled faintly and said, "Brother Wu, you're too polite. Have a seat. You must be tired after a fight." Wu Fei didn't hesitate and sat down. Then he turned to Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, what weapon did you use? It looks like a soft whip, but it also doesn't look like a soft whip. It also looks very strong." "Right, what about the sledgehammer you used before? Why are you using two weapons?" Hearing this, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but smile and said, "That soft whip was passed down to me by master. As for the sledgehammer, I obtained it myself. I used to use the whip before, but I've only recently obtained the sledgehammer. The sledgehammer isn't very convenient for me. I can use it to scare people, but in a real battle, I still have to use the whip." Hearing Little Cranegrass, Wu Fei couldn't help but smile. Then he said, "Cranegrass, no matter what weapon you used in the past, you have to remember that more weapons isn't better. Using one weapon well is better than using 100 kinds of weapons but not using all of them well. Therefore, you should focus on using one weapon. Do you understand?" Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." Release Big Brother Wu. Big Brother Wu, shouldn't you tell me your identity now? You aren't ordinary people, right? What's inside the carriage? Why did the Soul Soldier come to snatch it? Moreover, the Soul Soldier brought so many people with him. I'm afraid that the other party's influence isn't small." Hearing Little Cranegrass, Wu Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I really can't tell you about this matter. If you know, it wouldn't be good for you at all. On the contrary, it would only put you in more danger. If I tell you, then I'll be harming you. So it's better if you don't tell me." Hearing this, Little Cranegrass also understood. He nodded and said, "All right, then I won't ask. However, if the other party is determined to get your things, then I'm afraid that they will attack again. It's better for us to be careful." Wu Fei nodded, then he turned to Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, how about you leave first? After all, you have nothing to do with this matter. It's too dangerous for you to follow us." Little Cranegrass smiled bitterly and said, "Of course I want to leave, but it's already too late. You know that I have nothing to do with this matter, but the other party doesn't. They already consider me as one of you. Even if the other party knows that I'm not with you, do you think that they will let me go? I've killed a lot of their people. If I leave now, then I'll be in more danger. This is because the other party might chase after me. Therefore, I'll go with you. It won't be too late for me to leave once we reach Emerald City." When Wu Fei heard Little Cranegrass, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded. He had to admit that Little Cranegrass was right. The other party might already consider Little Cranegrass as one of them. If Little Cranegrass leaves now, then Wu Fei would have to face the other party's pursuit alone, which would only put him in more danger. At the very least, they would have more people. Moreover, there were also several Soul Soldiers. If everyone worked together, then they might be able to get through this crisis. Little Cranegrass is right. He can't leave now. If he does, then he'll only be in more danger. A voice was suddenly heard. Little Cranegrass and Wu Fei turned their heads and saw Lu Yuangong. They didn't know when Lu Yuangong arrived on the carriage. In his hand was the wooden box that Little Cranegrass gave him. Lu Yuangong returned the wooden box to Little Cranegrass and said, "It's very useful, thank you." Little Cranegrass received the wooden box, then he smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, I really don't want to go with you. Looking at your appearance, I can see that your operation this time is very dangerous. It's a pity, if only I was a bit slower, then I wouldn't have met you." Lu Yuangong now knew that they made a mistake from the beginning. Little Cranegrass wasn't someone who wanted to attack them. But it was too late to say anything now. Little Cranegrass had already made his move in this battle, so the other party wouldn't let him go. He had no choice but to go with them now. Lu Yuangong looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, tell us about your identity. You're not an ordinary person, right? Ordinary plant masters wouldn't be able to produce a disciple like you." Little Cranegrass smiled bitterly and said, "It doesn't matter if I'm an ordinary person or not. I can only temporarily go with you. I can guarantee that I have no ill intentions towards you, whether you believe me or not." When Lu Yuangong heard Little Crane Grass, he couldn't help but frown. He was dissatisfied that Little Crane Grass didn't want to reveal his identity. Lu Yuangong looked at Little Crane Grass and said, I still hope that you can tell us your true identity. At the same time, we also want to know your true strength. This way, we can make the right judgment and ensure the safety of our team. He Chao looked at Lu Yuangong and bitterly smiled. Then he took off his plant master badge from his chest and flipped it over. On the back of this small badge, there was a small Hu character engraved on it. When Lu Yuangong saw this character, he stared. Then he looked at Little Crane Grass and said, You're from the Hu clan? Then your surname is Hu. Are you here for the coming of age trial? However, my surname is Tian, I'm called Tian Crane Grass. I didn't lie to you about this. This time, I'm going to participate in the clan's trial. My destination is Green City. You should know the rules of the Hu clan's trial. We can't reveal our identity and we can't get any help from the Hu clan. Even if I die, the Hu clan can avenge me, but before that, I'm afraid I won't be able to get any help. Lu Yuangong still had a happy expression as he said, It doesn't matter, I heard that the Hu family's battle mages are very powerful. We don't need the Hu family's help. If we could ask the Hu family for help, we would have already done so. Therefore, you don't need to worry about this, we won't reveal your identity. Little Crane Grass nodded and said in a deep voice, Then can I know what you're transporting this time? Who are you? Why did the other party attack you? When Lu Yuangong heard Little Crane Grass, he pondered for a moment and said, We're from the Royal Guard. This time, we encountered a sum of money. This money will be sent to Green City and then given to someone else. As for who that person is, we don't know. We only know that this money will be used to deal with the enemies of the Saber Spirit country. When Little Crane Grass heard Lu Yuangong, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, I understand, this money will be given to the enemies of our enemies. So we'll help our enemies and use this money to deal with our enemies, right? Lu Yuangong almost fainted, but he still understood what Little Crane Grass meant. He nodded and said, That's about it. Because we can't fall out with our enemies, and our enemies also can't fall out with us. Therefore, we can only secretly escort this money. At the same time, our enemies will also send people to steal it. This is something that everyone is aware of, it's just that nobody said it out loud. Little Crane Grass bitterly smiled and said, Before, you said that you would give me a future. Did you want me to join the army as well? Lu Yuangong nodded and said, Right. Why? Isn't it good to be in the army? Right, you're from the Hu clan. Moreover, you can participate in the coming of age trial. This means that your status in the clan isn't low. Then you don't need to worry about your future. But now that you know about this matter, I'm afraid that you won't be able to join the army in the future. After all, the Hu clan is from the Saber Spirit country. Moreover, there are quite a few people from the Hu clan in the Saber Spirit country. When the time comes, His Majesty will give the order. Even if you don't want to join the army, I'm afraid that the Hu clan won't be able to protect you. Little Crane Grass smiled faintly and said, I dare say that after this matter, if I don't want to join the army, nobody can force me, not even the royal family. When Lu Yuangong heard Little Crane Grass, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Little Crane Grass and saw that Little Crane Grass wasn't panicking at all. Lu Yuangong's mind turned and immediately understood what Little Crane Grass meant. He looked at Little Crane Grass and said, Your status in the Hu clan isn't low? Little Crane Grass smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Lu Yuangong patted his head. He discovered that he had caused a big problem, a problem that was even bigger than being attacked. Lu Yuangong was very clear about the Hu clan's status in the Saber Spirit country. The Hu clan has always been aloof from worldly affairs. However, Lu Yuangong knew about the strength of the Hu clan's plant masters. Moreover, he also knew about the Hu clan's alchemists. The more it was like this, the more Lu Yuangong felt a headache. If Little Crane Grass' status in the Hu clan was very high, then they would have to do something this time. Not only would they have to protect the 5 carriages of gold coins, they would also have to ensure Little Crane Grass' safety. Lu Yuangong looked at Little Crane Grass and said, This place isn't far from the Hu clan. Can you go back directly? Little Crane Grass looked at Lu Yuangong, then he shook his head and said, I can't. It's because I still have to train. If I don't train for 3 years, then I can't return to the Hu clan. Otherwise, I would be expelled from the clan. I don't want to let my god-grandfather down. Lu Yuangong stared at little Cranegrass. In the end, he didn't say anything. He really didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only sigh and said, "Following us is dangerous, it's life-threatening." Little Cranegrass smiled faintly and said, "I don't think so. Don't you think that this is a good opportunity to train? Maybe I'll really join the army." Hee hee. Lu Yuangong looked at little Cranegrass and couldn't help but bitterly smile. He didn't talk about this matter anymore and said, "We're in some trouble now. The other party has already set their eyes on us. They will definitely attack us in the future. Does anyone have any ideas?" Wu Fei said, "I don't want to. Let's change to traveling at night. During the day, we'll find a place to hide. Moreover, during the day, they wouldn't dare to do anything to us. But when we travel at night, our carriage will always be moving. This way, if the other party wants to attack us, it would be more difficult." Hearing Wu Fei's words, Lu Yuangong was somewhat moved. He turned to the others and asked, "What do you guys think?" "Agree. Agree. Agree." Lu Yuangong turned to little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, what do you think?" "Let's hear it." Little Cranegrass shook his head and said, "I don't have any ideas. As long as you know the way at night and don't go the wrong way, I can go whenever I want." Lu Yuangong nodded and said, "All right, let's slow down and keep the carriage moving. We'll travel at night and rest during the day tomorrow. Wu Fei, you go out and scout ahead. Remember the route and find a place where we can rest during the day." Wu Fei nodded and was about to get off the carriage when little Cranegrass said, "Find a place with a lot of plants. This way, we can drive the carriage into the forest during the day. I can also have the plants block the sky above us. If the other party really uses eagles to follow us, then the eagles wouldn't be able to find us." When Lu Yuangong heard Wu Fei, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he nodded and said, "Let's do as little Cranegrass said." Wu Fei nodded and jumped off the carriage. His figure moved and ran forward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of the carriage. At the same time, the carriage also slowed down. Lu Yuangong let out a long breath, then he turned to little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, no matter what, I have to thank you for today. If it wasn't for you, then all of us would have died here today." Little Cranegrass shook his head and said, "There's no use in saying these things. The other party treated me as one of your people, then they wouldn't just target you and not me. In order to keep the secret, they wouldn't leave anyone alive. Helping you is also helping me. Now that I'm an official member of this team, there's no need to be so polite in the future." Lu Yuangong nodded, then he looked at little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, when you fought, why didn't you use your seed? Aren't the Hu clan seeds very strong?" Little Cranegrass shrugged and said, "It's nothing, I just wanted to test my skills. If they come again, then I'll use it." Lu Yuangong nodded, then he sighed and said, "From here to Emerald City, according to the speed of the carriage, it would take more than a month." "A month, ah. Although we can rest and reorganize in some cities, most of the time, we'll be in the wilderness. So we have to be careful." Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "This is normal. I've been on this road before. Last time, I rode a horse. The Saber Spirit country is vast and sparsely populated. Moreover, other than some cities, ordinary villages aren't safe. So we don't rest in the villages, right?" Lu Yuangong nodded and said, "Yes, the villages aren't safe. We don't even dare to eat anything other than wild game and the army rations that we brought. When we get water, we try our best to get running water. This isn't the first time that we've been escorted. Several times, because of carelessness, we were poisoned and overturned." Little Cranegrass looked at Lu Yuangong and said, "Then when you go out, why didn't you bring a plant master? Plant masters have a certain understanding of all kinds of poisons." Lu Yuangong said in a deep voice, "It's useless. The poisons that they use are usually beast poisons. The poisons of wild beasts are completely different from the plant poisons that plant masters use. It's useless to bring a plant master. Moreover, ordinary plant masters don't have the skills of the Hu clan's plant masters. Plant masters with such skills are treasures in the army. How could they come out and do something so dangerous? Little Cranegrass nodded and didn't say anything else. This was a dense forest. Looking from above, one could only see dense treetops. Looking from the side, one could only see shrubs and grasses that were taller than a person. It was as if there was nothing here. But when you enter the forest, you will find that there is more to this forest than meets the eye. There are more than a dozen horses and 5 large carriages. More than 20 people are lying there. These people are all lying on the grass, but they look like they are enjoying themselves. These people were Little Cranegrass and the others. The place that Lu Yuangong found to rest was really good. This place was originally an open space in the forest, but because of the tall trees, the sky was blocked by them. From above, one really couldn't see the open space below. After Lu Yuangong and the others drove the carriage here, Little Cranegrass communicated with the surrounding plants. The grass and shrubs grew crazily, blocking the line of sight from outside. From outside, no one could see this open space. Lu Yuangong laid on the grass and after a while, he said, "Right, I didn't expect that having a plant master in the team would have such benefits. This grass is really soft, it's even more comfortable than our beds." The others nodded, their eyes couldn't help but turn towards Little Cranegrass. They didn't think that Little Cranegrass would have such an ability. Lu Yuangong looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, did those guys catch up?" Little Cranegrass shook his head and said, "They didn't catch up, but if they really used hawks or other beasts to follow us, then I don't know. There are a lot of beasts around here. Moreover, several hawks and other birds have already flown by. I don't know if they caught up with us or not." Lu Yuangong nodded and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as they don't get close to us and we don't notice them. Everyone should rest for a while. We've been on the road all night, everyone must have worked hard." Everyone nodded, then there was silence. Last night, they were fighting and rushing. Everyone was very tired, so it didn't take long for them to fall asleep. Only one person stayed behind to keep watch. Although Little Cranegrass was also sleeping, he told the plants to wake him up if someone came. Only someone like Little Cranegrass who could communicate with plants would have this ability. Making the plants act as his sentinels was something that other plant masters couldn't do. Although the Little Cranegrass could use those plants as sentries for him, he didn't raise any objections when Lu Yuangong arranged for people to guard him. There were some things that were better not to let Lu Yuangong and the others know. It was unknown whether it was because the battle last night had caused the other party to lose too many people, or the other party had given up on dealing with them. Everything was very quiet during the day, and the other party did not chase after them. This allowed Little Cranegrass and the others to have a good night's sleep. When they opened their eyes, it was already afternoon. Lu Yuangong and the others immediately arranged for people to prepare food. Today, they did not light a fire. They simply ate some military rations and then began to tidy up. When the sky was completely dark, Lu Yuangong and the others appeared. They drove the carriage out of the forest and went on the official road before rushing forward. While rushing forward, Little Cranegrass communicated with the surrounding plants to see if there were still people chasing after them. But what surprised Little Cranegrass was that they still didn't encounter anyone tonight. It wasn't until dawn that Lu Yuangong sent Wu Fei to scout the way and find a place to rest. When Lu Yuangong and the others stopped the carriage and prepared for a place to rest, Little Cranegrass communicated with the surrounding plants again. He kept feeling that something was wrong, as if someone had been watching them, but he didn't discover the other party. This feeling made Little Cranegrass very uncomfortable. Little Cranegrass frowned as he sat there. When Lu Yuangong and the others saw Little Cranegrass's appearance, they didn't dare to disturb him. Everyone quietly stood around Little Cranegrass, they even held their weapons in their hands. Little Cranegrass carefully communicated with the plants to see if there was anything wrong with the surroundings. But aside from some animals, there was nothing wrong with the surroundings. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but close his eyes. He kept thinking, from yesterday until now, the plants that communicated with him said that there were animals in the surroundings. Then, among the moving plants, were there any animals that had always been there? If there were, then those animals might have been released by the enemy to follow them. After thinking for a while, with Little Cranegrass's superb memory, he finally locked onto 2 animals. One was a mouse, and the other was a snake. Mice were very common animals. In places where people lived, in fields, and in the mountains, they were almost everywhere. Therefore, they were the animals that people didn't pay attention to the most. The second animal was a snake. Although snakes were rarely seen in places where people lived, they were very common in the mountains. Therefore, little Cranegrass didn't pay attention to them before. But he carefully recalled that almost every time he communicated with the plants would tell him that there were two animals nearby. This made him suspicious. Little Cranegrass snorted, then he ordered the little grass to help him catch the two animals. The little grass was very obedient to little Cranegrass. As soon as little Cranegrass gave the order, the little grass wrapped around the two animals like silk threads, making them unable to move. Then little Cranegrass opened his eyes and turned to look at Lu Yuangong and the others. When he saw Lu Yuangong and the others' nervous expressions, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Uncle Lu, come with me. I caught two animals, but I don't know if they were released by the enemy. Come with me to take a look." When Lu Yuangong heard little Cranegrass, he immediately replied, "All right, they're over there." Little Cranegrass didn't say anything, he stood up and led Lu Yuangong into the forest. The others were even more careful as they looked around with vigilance. Little Cranegrass and Lu Yuangong walked for about a li in the forest before stopping. Little Cranegrass pointed at a clump of grass not far away and said, "It's over there. It's a mouse, a very common mountain mouse. But I'm not sure, because the last few times I communicated with the plants, there were always mice. I don't know if this is a coincidence or if someone is using them to track us." When Lu Yuangong heard little Cranegrass, not only did he not make fun of him, his expression changed as he said, "Mice are commonly used for tracking because almost no one would pay attention to them. But as far as I know, there are people among our enemies who specialize in training these mice. Don't go over, I'll go take a look." Little Cranegrass nodded and stood there without moving. Lu Yuangong took the knife and walked towards the clump of grass. With a wave of his hand, the knife cut open the clump of grass like a scalpel, but it didn't enter the mountain mouse inside. This was a very common mountain mouse, it didn't have any special features. But when Lu Yuangong saw this mountain mouse, his eyes lit up. Then with a slash of his knife, he slaughtered the mountain mouse that was running away. Then he turned to little Cranegrass and said, "What about the other one?" Little Cranegrass didn't quite understand what Lu Yuangong meant, but he still said, "The other one is a snake, it's over there." After saying that, it pointed to his left. Lu Yuangong looked in the direction the little Cranegrass was pointing at and saw that there was a long grass circle about 10 meters away from them. Lu Yuangong walked over and waved his hand to cut open the grass circle. He looked at the emerald green snake inside and then chopped off the snake's head. Then with a gloomy face, he turned to little Cranegrass and said, "Let's go back." Little Cranegrass didn't ask Lu Yuangong what kind of animal was used to monitor them, he just silently followed Lu Yuangong back. When the two returned to the camp, Lu Yuangong looked at Wu Fei and the others and said, "We've been targeted, a rat and a snake. I just don't know if they're experts or not. Little Cranegrass and I dealt with the ones who were monitoring us, but they still know our location. Moreover, I think that there's something in the sky that's monitoring us. If we leave now, we won't be able to escape the eyes of those things in the sky. Once they discover us, they might even attack us directly. Everyone, stay alert." He Chao also understood what Lu Yuangong meant. Their carriages were all large carriages, and such carriages simply couldn't move forward in the forest. They could only take the official road, but if they took the official road, as long as there were hawks in the sky, their whereabouts wouldn't be able to escape the eyes of the hawks. Now that they had traveled for an entire night, they were already very tired. If they continued to move forward, they might be in danger, so they might as well take a rest here. When the time comes, even if the other party attacked, they would still have the strength to fight back. Little Cranegrass didn't care about the others, he returned to his box and took out a flatbread and slowly ate it. He didn't eat the army rations like Lu Yuangong and the others. The army rations were very durable, and his flatbread wasn't as durable as the army rations. He also didn't want to waste the flatbread that the Shi family prepared for him, so he took it out and ate it today. Lu Yuangong went to little Cranegrass's side and handed him a water bag, then he said, "Drink some water. You should rest early." We'll be relying on you in the future. Little Cranegrass nodded, then he took the water bag and drank a mouthful of water. Lu Yuangong and the others also went to eat. After eating, Little Cranegrass immediately lay down and rested. He knew that he didn't know when the enemy would come. If they did, then it would be a fierce battle. Therefore, he must maintain his condition. Lu Yuangong and the others have been paying attention to Little Cranegrass. Seeing that Little Cranegrass had already started to rest, Lu Yuangong couldn't help but nod. For an elite warrior like him, he was very clear about the importance of maintaining one's condition. If he couldn't maintain his condition, then he would only be able to fight on the 6th floor. Fighting on the 6th floor was no different than courting death. Naturally, before Little Cranegrass went to sleep, he told the plants that if something happened, they must wake him up. Only then did he dare to rest in peace. After Lu Yuangong and the others ate, they immediately went to rest. But this time, Lu Yuangong arranged for a soul soldier to guard the camp. This was because he was afraid that ordinary servants wouldn't be able to quickly discover the enemy. Slap. A blade of grass slapped Little Cranegrass's face, and he immediately woke up. The first thing he did when he woke up was to immediately communicate with Little Cranegrass to see what was going on. With this communication, he immediately knew that the pursuers were here. This time, there were a lot of pursuers, nearly 100 of them. Of course, the most important thing was that these people were all experts, and none of them were ordinary people. As soon as he sensed this situation, Little Cranegrass's expression changed. He jumped up and said loudly, "Uncle Lu, enemy attack." At the same time, he directly carried his box. Lu Yuangong and the others were sleeping, but now they were all awake. After waking up, Lu Yuangong immediately jumped up. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "Little Cranegrass, what do we do now?" Little Cranegrass said in a deep voice, "Run." This time, nearly 100 people came, and they're all experts. We're no match for them. Let's split up immediately. We can't take the things anymore. When Lu Yuangong heard Little Cranegrass's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his expression changed and he said, "We don't want the things anymore? How can that be?" Little Cranegrass said in a deep voice, "There's no time. If we want these things, none of us can escape. Let's leave the things to them, and then we'll follow them. We'll take back as much as we can. What do you think?" Lu Yuangong's expression changed several times. Little Cranegrass looked at him and said in a deep voice, "They're only 1 li away from us. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." When Lu Yuangong heard Little Cranegrass's words, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go, let's split up." "We can't split up. According to Little Cranegrass, let's split up. They're not cultivators, so they shouldn't make things difficult for you. Little Cranegrass, let's go and make some noise." Little Cranegrass didn't say anything and directly ran to the horses. He said in a deep voice, "We can't leave the horses behind. Let's go." After saying that, he got on a horse and rushed out of the forest. Lu Yuangong and the others also quickly got on their horses and ran out. The other horses also ran with them. The servants didn't care too much, they knew that Lu Yuangong had taken the horses away for their own good. If they were to ride horses, then their movements would be too loud. If Lu Yuangong and the others rode away, then the other party's attention would be on Lu Yuangong and the others. Naturally, they wouldn't pay attention to the servants. The servants turned around and went straight into the forest. They didn't care about food or drinks, they just wanted to save their lives first. Just as Little Cranegrass and the others left the camp, a group of black-clothed people arrived. Just as Little Cranegrass said, these black-clothed people were all experts. Among them, there were 10 soul soldiers, 30 soul beasts, 40 soul craftsmen, and 20 soul grafters. These people were all dressed in black, even their faces were covered. However, the soul objects on their heads couldn't be covered. Moreover, the aura of these people was very steady. At a glance, one could see that they were all experts. At this time, a spear-wielding soul beast said in a deep voice, "They ran away, and the horses were taken away. It seems like they have already discovered us. Interesting, it seems like the opposite party's plant master isn't simple. Did you find out the identity of the plant master?" A bow-wielding soul beast behind him said, "I found out. That person is called Cranegrass. He was born in Emerald City. Later on, an old servant of the Lu clan took him as his adopted grandson. Later on, we don't know where he went. He might be a plant master from Gathering Cloud City's Lu clan. The leader of the spear-wielding soul beast shook his head. That's impossible. The Lu family of Jiyun City can't possibly teach such a disciple. Their soul cultivators aren't that great, so this kid must have another master. Haha, interesting. Leaving these things behind and running away on his own, he can be considered a decisive person. This leader of the group is quite interesting. Right, you said that Cranifly Grass is from the Lu family of Jiyun City? Could it be that Gathering Cloud City's Lu clan is also involved in this matter? The bow-wielding soul beast shook his head and said, impossible. I've inquired before. That kid should be out for a trial. He was acting alone before. He also received a mission from the Sher family village. The spear-wielding soul beasts nodded and said, that's good. If the Lu clan is really involved in this matter, then it would be troublesome. The Lu clan can be regarded as a local tyrant. They won't be easy to deal with. Leave 10 people here to guard these things. Send people to transport these things away. We'll chase after them. Everyone nodded and immediately divided 10 people to stay in the camp. Among these 10 people, only one was a weapon-wielding soul beasts. Among the rest, there were 2 beast-wielding soul beasts, 4 soul craftsmen, and 3 soul plants. When the spear-wielding soul beast saw that the manpower had been arranged, he immediately said, Chase, we can't let those guys escape. Otherwise, those guys will become maggots attached to our bones. We won't be able to live a good life in the future. The others nodded and followed the spear-wielding soul beasts as they chased after little Cranegrass and the others. As for the servants who ran away, they didn't care at all. Although those people had some skills and were able to deal with ordinary people, in the eyes of cultivators, they were just like ants. They weren't worth their time. Although little Cranegrass had been riding his horse, he had been communicating with the plants. Therefore, when the spear-wielding soul beasts caught up, little Cranegrass immediately knew. Little Cranegrass looked at Lu Yuangong and said, Uncle Lu, they caught up. It seems like we have to think of another way. When Lu Yuangong heard little Cranegrass, his face sank. Then he said, do you have any ideas? Little Cranegrass looked at the dense forest on both sides of the road and said, let's go a bit further. We'll let the horses run on their own. Once we enter the forest, even if they catch up, I'll be able to deal with them for a while. Lu Yuangong nodded and said, all right, let's do that. The reason why he agreed was because little Cranegrass was a plant master. The forest had always been the home of plant masters. Although there might be plant masters in the other party's group, Lu Yuangong didn't think that little Cranegrass would lose to them. After everyone made a decision, they urged their horses to run faster. However, the spear-wielding soul beasts and the others weren't slow either. They were all cultivators, so naturally, they wouldn't be slow if they were to chase people. Little Cranegrass and the others urged their horses to run for another 5 miles before jumping down from their horses. They didn't jump to the ground from their horses. Instead, they jumped directly into the dense forest. After a few leaps, they disappeared into the dense forest. Before they jumped into the forest, they kicked the horses hard. The horses were in pain, so of course, they ran faster. If the people chasing them followed the tracks of the horses, they would lose them. About 10 minutes after little Cranegrass and the others entered the forest, the spear-wielding soul beasts and the others had already caught up. When they reached the place where little Cranegrass and the others entered the forest, they stopped. Then the spear-wielding soul beasts turned his head and said, is it here? The eagle-wielding soul beast's soul was an eagle, and he knew how to tame eagles. Little Cranegrass and the others wanted to hide in the forest without leaving any footprints, but they forgot that there was an eagle watching them from the sky. Therefore, their actions were in vain. Little Cranegrass and the others didn't stop and kept running into the forest. Little Cranegrass ran into the forest while communicating with the plants. He wanted to know how big this forest was so that he wouldn't be stunned if he ran out of it. Fortunately, as far as he knew, the forest wasn't small. They wouldn't be able to run out in a short time. However, he also knew that the other party had caught up. Little Cranegrass slowed down. Seeing this, Lu Yuangong and the others slowed down as well. They knew that this was Little Crane Grass' home ground, so it was better to listen to Little Crane Grass. Little Crane Grass glanced at them and said in a deep voice, "They've caught up. It seems like they do have something in the sky monitoring us. However, once we're in this dense forest, their things in the sky are useless. We can only rely on those plant masters. Let's slow down a little. I want to clean up the traces we left behind." Lu Yuangong nodded, then he turned to Little Crane Grass and said, "Do you need our help?" Little Crane Grass shook his head and said, "No, not now. If we really fight later, we'll have to rely on you. Let's go. Just slow down and move forward." Lu Yuangong nodded and led Wu Fei and the others to run forward. However, they slowed down. Little Crane Grass was at the back. Along the way, all the grass that they stepped on would stand up again. It was as if they weren't stepped on at all. Most importantly, Little Crane Grass didn't use any natural energy. Even if the other party was a plant master, they wouldn't be able to discover it. Naturally, the plant masters could also communicate with the plants and know where Little Crane Grass and the others went. However, how could the plant master's ability to communicate with plants compare to Little Crane Grass? Little Crane Grass and the others walked for half an hour before Little Crane Grass said, "Stop, let's rest here for a while." Lu Yuangong looked around. There didn't seem to be any place to meditate. Because they were deep in the forest, there were only a few tall pine trees. It was strange. In this forest, there weren't many pine trees. Even if there were, they wouldn't be tall. However, the pine trees here were very tall. Each one of them was at least as thick as 3 or 4 people hugging it. Little Crane Grass pointed at the pine trees and said, "Let's rest on the trees. The trees are big and the leaves are dense. They won't be able to see us." Lu Yuangong and the others nodded. However, they turned to Little Crane Grass and said, "How do we go up? If we go up like this, we'll leave a trace." Little Crane Grass smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, we don't even know if they can chase us here. However, it's better to be careful." After saying that, Little Crane Grass waved his hand. An iron gray vine flew out from his hand and wrapped around a thick pine branch. Then Little Crane Grass's body flew up. In the next moment, he flipped his body and landed on the pine branch. Then he turned his hand and the iron gray vine fell down from the tree. Little Crane Grass said, "One by one, grab the vine. Don't touch the leaves." Lu Yuangong and the others didn't say anything. One by one, they grabbed the vine and were pulled up to the tree by Little Crane Grass. It must be said that pine trees weren't suitable for hiding people. This was because the leaves were made of pine needles. Moreover, because the leaves were leaf-shaped, there was a lot of space between them. As long as people looked up, they would be able to see the situation on the tree. Naturally, this was only for ordinary pine trees. For such tall pine trees, this rule wasn't suitable. But for Little Crane Grass, the pine needles wouldn't prick him at all. He had the heart of a pine tree, so how could pine trees hurt him? After running for a while, the group felt tired. When they reached the pine tree, they found a thick branch and sat there quietly. The branches were very thick, and from below, it was impossible to see who was on the tree. At this time, Little Crane Grass was chatting with the pine tree. "Grandpa Pine, why are there only a few pine trees here? Where did all the other pine trees go?" An old voice was heard. "When I was very young, there were pine trees everywhere. Then one day, the ground suddenly split open. Many pine trees fell in. After an unknown amount of time, the ground closed again. But now, there are only a few of us left. I didn't expect to meet someone with the heart of a pine tree here. Kid, you're really good." When Little Crane Grass heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, "Grandpas, you're the oldest trees here? You watched all the trees grow up?" He, you're right. We're the oldest trees here. We've watched all the trees grow up." "Kid, are you in some kind of trouble? It looks like someone is chasing after you, isn't it? Among those people, there are a few who can communicate with the children here. But compared to you, their communication skills are far inferior." Little Crane Grass quickly said, "Grandpa Pine, tell the others not to tell them that I'm hiding here. Otherwise, I'll be in danger." Ha ha ha, kid, I don't need to say anything. You think those kids can't feel the plant protection on your body? Those people can't feel it, but can't we, the plants, feel it? I really don't know what you did, kid. How did you get the plant protection? Kid, tell me, how did you get the plant protection? Little Crane Grass chuckled and said, Grandpa Pine, I really didn't do anything. I just helped the plants transform their energy. I transformed the energy that's hard to absorb into something that's easy to absorb. Moreover, I didn't take any of my energy. How much energy you give me, I'll help you transform it. It's that simple. The plants were grateful, so they gave me the plant protection. Grandpa Pine, after those people leave, I'll also help you transform your energy. When Xianxia heard Little Crane Grass, he stared for a moment before he said, I also know about plant masters. We've had a lot of plant masters here before. However, it's very difficult for plant masters to communicate with us. It's impossible for them to communicate with us as smoothly as you. Moreover, they can also help us convert energy, but they can't convert too much at once. In the process of converting energy, they can also leave behind a portion of the energy as a fee. Why don't you do this? Little Crane Grass smiled and said, There's no reason. I'm special. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten the pine tree's heart and the plant protection. Pine Tree nodded and said, So that's how it is. Then he turned silent as if he was making a decision. The Spear Soul frowned as he looked at the other people, especially the plant masters. These plant masters were quite famous in the plant world. This time, the Spear Soul heard that there was a plant master among the other party. Therefore, he invited these plant masters. In the Spear Soul's opinion, the best way to deal with a plant master on this official road was to find other plant masters. It was precisely because of this idea that the Spear Soul allowed these plant masters to come along. One must know that in any force, a powerful plant master was very precious. Plant master was a very interesting profession. When it comes to cultivation, people in this profession were easier to learn compared to other professions. However, this profession wasn't suitable for fighting. There weren't many people who could become powerful combat plant masters, and even fewer among them were experts. Therefore, a powerful combat plant master would have a very high status in any force. This time, the Spear Soul was able to dispatch 20 plant masters at once. This was already a great thing. But now, looking at the dozen plant masters, the Spear Soul suddenly realized that these people didn't seem to be very reliable. These plant masters chased after Little Crane Grass and the others into the forest. But after entering the forest, they were stunned. The other party didn't leave any traces here. The Spear Soul tried to communicate with the plant masters but couldn't find them. This made the Spear Soul very surprised. After searching for a while, a soul plant master with the soul of Xianxia came to the side of the Spear Soul. He cupped his fist and said, Sir, I didn't find them. The other party seems to be an expert. They might have used plants to shield themselves. That's why those plant masters didn't tell us where they went. It's very difficult to find them here. When the Spear Soul heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Then he said, Is there no other way? There's no trace at all? The plant master replied, If the other party really wants to cover up their tracks, then there's no way to find them. This is because they can make those plants grow quickly in a certain period of time. This way, their tracks will be covered up. Therefore, we can't do anything about it. The Spear Soul nodded, then he turned to the Beast Soul and said, You guys try to find them. Otherwise, you should know what kind of people the Saber Guards are. In the past, when we killed a few of them, they would crazily retaliate. This time, if we don't kill them, they will definitely come after us. When that time comes, it will be even more troublesome. The Soul of Beasts nodded and then began to look around for traces. They even went up to the trees to look. Soon, the Soul of Spear led the Soul of Beasts and chased into the jungle. However, they only chased to the place where Zhao Hai covered the traces. They chased further down, but there was no trace left. When the Spear Soul saw this, he didn't give up. He divided the people he brought into 9 groups and searched the jungle separately. They must find the traces of Little Crane Grass and the others. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed this time. They didn't find anything. Just like what Little Crane Grass said, those people couldn't find the pine tree and had to go back. When they regrouped with the Spear Soul knew that today's matter would be troublesome. He looked at everyone and said, "Let's retreat. But be careful. Don't let those guys come after you. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome." Everyone nodded and then retreated out of the jungle. When they retreated out of the jungle, Little Crane Grass immediately noticed them. He opened his eyes and said, "Everyone, the other party has left. We'll rest for a while and then chase them back. We'll go through the jungle. This way, even if the other party has eyes in the sky, they won't be able to see us. Come, let's eat something first." Then Little Crane Grass took out some flatbread from the wooden box on his back and distributed it to everyone. Lu Yuangong and the others weren't polite. They took the flatbread and ate it. People like them who were soldiers naturally knew what to do. At this time, it was time to eat and rest. They would wait until they recovered before looking for trouble with the other party. So even if they didn't want to eat, they had to grit their teeth and eat. If they didn't eat, then they wouldn't have the strength to deal with those people. In the end, they would be the ones to suffer. After the few of them ate, they rested for a while. At this time, the Little Crane Grass was exchanging energy with a few pine trees. However, no one knew that the Little Crane Grass was exchanging energy this time, not even Lu Yuangong and the others. After eating, they rested for about half an hour before Little Crane Grass and the others came down from the pine tree and rushed towards their camp. Along the way, Little Crane Grass had been exchanging energy with the trees in the forest. It was just that this process was very secretive, so no one noticed. Little Crane Grass didn't have much time to exchange energy with the plants these days. This time, he came out to train. In his opinion, there was no need to exchange energy with the plants. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. But this time, he was in a hurry. The other party wasn't a good person, they were people who wanted to kill. Moreover, their numbers were 10 times more than theirs. If he couldn't increase his strength as soon as possible, then he would be at a disadvantage. Because of this, Little Crane Grass began to exchange energy with the plant masters. Little Crane Grass had an easier time exchanging energy compared to other plant masters. This was because he had a plant protection on his body. Although he didn't reveal his plant protection, just like what the old pine tree said, people couldn't discover it. But how could these plants not be able to discover it? Moreover, as long as one's nature energy was circulating, the plant master's nature energy would appear outside his body. But after several years of training, he finally found a way to hide the plant master's nature energy. However, the plant master's nature energy was still circulating. Originally, he needed to use the plant master's nature energy. But after several years of training, he finally found a way to hide the plant master's nature energy. However, this plant master's nature energy was only hidden inside his body, it still existed. The plants were very sensitive to the plant master's nature energy, so naturally, they immediately discovered the plant master's nature energy. Along the way, their speed wasn't much slower than horses. Little Crane Grass could also see that Lu Yuangong and the others were elites of the army. Although they were now moving through the forest, they were still very particular about their formation. There were sentries, middle troops, and rear guards. Even the two sides had people on both sides. If they encountered an attack, no matter which direction it came from, they would be able to react in the shortest time. Little Crane Grass and Lu Yuangong walked to the middle of the group. While walking, Lu Yuangong said to Little Crane Grass, "I think they can't transport those things away right now. After all, there are 5 carriages worth of things, it wouldn't be easy to transport them away. Also, we've already taken the horses away, so they should still be there. But this is also good, we'll follow them and kill them if we have the chance. Weren't they chasing us before? Now that they've reacted, it's our turn to entangle them. Damn, they dared to touch my Saber Guard army's things, they're really courting death." Upon hearing Lu Yuangong's words, Little Crane Grass was stunned for a moment. Then he understood the true identity of Lu Yuangong and the others. He didn't think that Lu Yuangong and the others were actually from the Saber Guard army. The Saber Guard army wasn't an ordinary army. Little Crane Grass learned from the Hu clan that the Saber Guard army was an elite force of the Saber Spirit Nation. There weren't many people in the Saber Guard army. In the entire Saber Spirit Nation, the Saber Guard army had always been about 3,000 people. These 3,000 people were almost always on missions all year round. Moreover, these 3,000 people rarely acted together. Their following missions were all strange missions of every description, such as killing people, destroying things, and going to the enemy country to kill people. In any case, any kind of dangerous mission would be under their shadow. The Saber Guard Army's members were very special. If one died, they would replace one. If one didn't die, then they wouldn't be replaced. And those who could enter the Saber Guard Army were the elites of the Saber Spirit Nation, the elites of the elites. They were incomparably powerful existences. However, Little Crane Grass didn't know that Lu Yuangong and the others couldn't be considered as part of the Saber Guard Army. They were part of the Saber Guard Army's reserve force. The Saber Guard Army's casualties were very high. If they were to be transferred after one person died, then these people wouldn't be qualified. Because of this, the Saber Guard Army had a reserve force with an unknown number of people. These people could be considered as part of the Saber Guard Army, but they couldn't be considered as part of the Saber Guard Army. They might have the potential to enter the Saber Guard Army in the future, but no matter what, they couldn't be considered as part of the Saber Guard Army. Although Lu Yuangong and the others were part of the Saber Guard Army's reserve force, they could still be considered as part of the Saber Guard Army. The Saber Guard Army's people were always like this. If they suffered a loss, then they must pay it back. If someone dared to make a move on them, then they would entangle the other party. This was the Saber Guard Army's characteristic. This time, Lu Yuangong and the others suffered a loss, but they were fine. They managed to get rid of the pursuers. However, the things that they obtained were also in the hands of the enemy. How could Lu Yuangong endure this? Moreover, if he couldn't get those things back, then he wouldn't be able to return to the Saber Guard Army in the future. He wouldn't have the qualifications to enter the Saber Guard Army for the rest of his life. All the soldiers of the Saber Spirit Nation wanted to enter the Saber Guard Army. It wasn't only because the Saber Guard Army was the most elite army in the nation, it was also because of the treatment that the Saber Guard Army gave. The treatment of the Saber Guard Army was the best in the entire Saber Spirit Nation's army. After 3 years of service in the Saber Guard Army, they would be able to obtain the title of Knight. Although this title wasn't hereditary, it still meant a lot to the soldiers. If you serve in the Saber Guard Army for 5 years, then you would be able to obtain the hereditary title of Knight. With this title, you would be considered a noble. Nobles generally had their own fiefdoms. Moreover, they also had a lot of privileges. Even if you committed a crime, as long as it wasn't too serious, then nobody would punish you. If you died in a mission in the Saber Guard Army, then your family would receive a large amount of pension. One of your children would also be able to obtain the title of Knight. It was because of these privileges that all the soldiers of the Saber Spirit Nation wanted to enter the Saber Guard Army. The Soul of the Spear stood there and looked at the 5 carriages in front of him. However, he didn't feel happy at all. He felt that today's events were somewhat beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that the Plant Master would be so powerful. Although Plant Masters now had combat power and were no longer like in the past where they always appeared in the image of a doctor, Plant Masters had some natural disadvantages compared to the Soul of Soldiers and Soul of Beasts. The emergence of combat Plant Masters was too short. Their cultivation system wasn't very mature. Although they also had natural advantages, Plant Masters had always been looked down upon by the Soul of Soldiers and Soul of Beasts. But today, the Soul of the Spear felt that Plant Masters were tricky. As long as they entered the forest, it would be their world. Previously, the Soul of the Spear had always thought that the saying that no one could defeat a Plant Master in the forest was just those Plant Masters putting gold on their faces. But now, he didn't think so anymore. He felt that this sentence was also reasonable. The Soul of the Spear was very clear that they didn't find the other party in the forest. However, the other party could use the forest to approach them. Therefore, they weren't safe in the forest now. The longer they stayed in the forest, the more dangerous it would be. He suddenly had a feeling that he seemed to have changed from a hunter to a prey. This feeling made the Soul of the Spear very uncomfortable. He had always been the hunter, the best hunter. When did he become the prey? Hateful, too hateful. But now, he couldn't leave. These 5 carriages of gold coins weren't a small amount. Even if they didn't transport these gold coins back to their country, they could still turn these gold coins into various materials in the Blade Spirit country and then transport these materials back to their country. For them who were short of materials, these materials could solve a lot of problems. It was impossible for him to give up these materials. This wasn't just a large amount of income, but also meant that they were admitting defeat to the enemy. This was something that he would never allow. Unfortunately, they still had to wait here for their own people to send the horses. Only then could they take these 5 carriages of gold coins away. One must know that these 5 carriages of gold coins weren't light. The other people who came with the spear soul were all on guard. Of course, the ones who were on the most alert duty were the few plant masters. This was still the dense forest and it was their territory. At this time, the little crane grass was already 2 li away from the camp. But at this time, the little crane grass stopped. When the little crane grass stopped, everyone stopped as well. Lu Yuangong looked at the little crane grass and said, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Little crane grass smiled faintly and said, "We can't go any further. If we go any further, we'll enter the enemy's guard zone. Their plant masters aren't weak, they can spread their guard out for 2 li." Lu Yuangong looked at the little crane grass and said, "Then what do we do now? Can we still keep up with them at such a distance?" Little crane grass smiled and said, "Don't worry, they won't be able to run away." Then he walked to a nearby tree and sat down to rest. Lu Yuangong looked at the little crane grass and his heart relaxed. Then he called the others to sit down and rest. This time, he didn't send anyone to keep watch. This was because Lu Yuangong knew that with the little crane grass here, there was no need for them to do so. After everyone rested for about an hour, the little crane grass opened his eyes and said, "The enemy's horses are coming. It seems like they're here to pull the carriages. They're leaving." When Lu Yuangong heard the little crane grass, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "What do we do now?" The little crane grass replied, "Follow them and slowly make our move. Now isn't the time. They have so many experts, it's impossible for them to always be together. This place is already the Saber Soul country." Lu Yuangong also felt that the little crane grass's words were reasonable. He nodded and said, "All right, we'll listen to you. We'll waste our time with them." The little crane grass smiled faintly and didn't say anything. What he experienced in the past few days made him mature quickly. Although he was only 13 years old, whether it was his appearance or his mind, he didn't look like a 13-year-old child. Actually, this was also related to the environment that the little crane grass lived in. When he was 5 years old, he left his hometown and went to another place to live. Although Tian Niu treated him as his own child, that place wasn't his home. Little crane grass always had a sense of crisis in his heart. It was this sense of crisis that made him mature even more. In the Hu clan, although Hu Yuan was also very good to him, Hu Yuan was a very strict person. It can be said that Hu Yuan's training of the little crane grass was even stricter than the Hu clan's disciples. Although Hu Yuan liked the little crane grass, his age and personality made it impossible for him to treat the little crane grass like a father. It can be said that the little crane grass didn't experience the childhood of an ordinary child. This made him mature prematurely. It was precisely because of this that Lu Yuangong and the others didn't see the little crane grass's age at all. But these 2 days of fighting made the little crane grass even more mature. Now that he didn't have Hu Ding and the others by his side, the enemies he had to face were much stronger. Previously, when he went out to train with the Hu clan, although he had also killed people, but the previous killing was completely different from this time. The previous killing was almost no danger to him, but now, they were killing people, it was a real life and death struggle. If he was not careful, he would die here. This kind of threat to his life made the little crane grass grow even faster. In the past, when he encountered something, he could calmly deal with it, not to mention now. Now, he was in a very calm state at all times. The group stood up and prepared to appear at any time. In less than half an hour, the little crane grass turned to Lu Yuangong and said, "Let's go." They left. Lu Yuangong nodded and said, "You tell us the direction, we'll stop and go." The little crane grass nodded and led the group forward. While walking, he communicated with the surrounding plants. Not only did he communicate with the plants, but he also exchanged energy with them. After walking for about 10 minutes, the little crane grass suddenly stopped. Then a smile appeared on his face as he turned to Lu Yuangong and said, "Uncle Lu, do you want to deal with these guys? They actually left some people behind to ambush us." Upon hearing the little crane grass, Lu Yuangong stared for a moment before his face lit up. But then he said, "But what about those who left? If we get entangled with the people they left behind and lose track of them, then it would be troublesome." The little crane grass smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, they won't be able to escape." Naturally, the little crane grass had this confidence. He wasn't like the other plant masters. When communicating with the plants, they would always have a hazy feeling. He could directly ask the plants where those people went. With the plants watching them, how could they escape? Lu Yuangong now believed in the little crane grass's strength. He looked at the little crane grass and said, "How many people did they leave behind? Can we deal with them?" The little crane grass sensed for a moment before he smiled faintly and said, "They left 50 people behind. 5 soul soldiers, 10 soul beasts, 10 plant masters, and the rest are all soul craftsmen. How about it? Should we deal with them?" Lu Yuangong thought for a moment before he turned to the little crane grass and said, "How do you want to deal with them?" The little crane grass said, "We'll deal with the plant masters first. Then we'll deal with the soul beasts. In this kind of environment, the plant masters can display more strength, so we need to deal with them first. The soul beasts can tame beasts, which is a threat to us. So we need to deal with them first. As for the soul craftsmen and soul soldiers, we'll deal with them if we can't." Lu Yuangong nodded, but at the same time, he frowned and said, "But those plant masters aren't easy to deal with. They aren't weak. Moreover, we're still in the forest. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them." The little crane grass smiled faintly and said, "No problem, leave it to me. In a while, I'll lure those plant masters out. You guys wait for an opportunity to deal with them." Lu Yuangong nodded. The little crane grass looked around and said, "You guys stay here and guard the trees. I'll lure them out." Lu Yuangong nodded and looked around. Then he immediately assigned people to the nearby trees. They were all veterans, so they naturally understood how to set up an ambush. Seeing that Lu Yuangong and the others were ready, the little crane grass moved. His figure moved as he ran forward. But after a few steps, he stopped and quickly retreated. Lu Yuangong and the others didn't quite understand what the little crane grass was doing. Naturally, they couldn't see that when the little crane grass ran forward, he had already entered the plant master's line of defense. Those plant masters had already discovered him. At the same time, he pretended to be discovered and quickly retreated. This way, those plant masters would be fooled. Sure enough, just like the little crane grass thought, those plant masters were very sullen today. They had so many plant masters, but they couldn't fight against a single opponent. This made them very disappointed and angry at the same time. Now that they suddenly discovered the traces of the little crane grass, how could they not chase after him? Therefore, those plant masters called out to the others and immediately chased after him. However, what those plant masters didn't notice was that when they chased after the little crane grass, a rustling sound was suddenly heard not far behind them. This sound was very soft. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to hear it if they didn't pay attention. However, those behind the plant masters were all experts, so naturally, they heard it. When they thought about the plant master's previous performance, they immediately thought that those plant masters had fallen into a trap. However, those people didn't think that this was a trap to kill those plant masters. They thought that the little crane grass wanted to use this method to lure them over there and have them chase after the plant masters in that direction. Then, they would escape in another direction. This was a diversion tactic. Because of this thought, the spirit soldier leading the group did not chase after the plant masters. Instead, he called for the others to follow him in the direction of the rustling sound. The spirit soldier wasn't afraid of the plant masters because he knew the strength of those plant masters. At the same time, he also knew the number of his enemies. There were only 7 people in total, but there were 10 plant masters. Even if they didn't help, the other party wouldn't be able to do anything to those 10 plant masters. However, the spirit soldier still had some conscience. He directly informed the plant masters and led his men to chase after them. The plant masters didn't mind. They were very confident in their own strength. Moreover, they only sensed the plant master and didn't see anyone else. The plant masters chased after little crane grass. Just as they reached the encirclement of Lu Yuengong's group, Lu Yuengong's group suddenly made a move. Several sword energy slashed out. Before the plant masters could understand what was going on, 6 of them were already killed. The remaining 4 plant masters were stunned. Just as they wanted to resist, the trees around them suddenly moved. The branches were like steel whips as they whipped towards them. The 4 plant masters wanted to dodge but found that their feet couldn't move. Before they could even look down, the branches had already whipped them. These tree branches were all very thick. Now that they were whipped on the body of these plant masters, they were severely injured on the spot. They immediately reacted and threw out their mutated seeds. They wanted to stimulate the seeds to help them. However, they didn't have the chance. Lu Yuengong's group had already reacted. Several sword energy slashed towards them. Those plant masters couldn't move freely and were heavily injured. How could they dodge such an attack? They were killed on the spot by the saber energy. At this time, Lu Yuengong's group jumped down from the tree. However, they looked at the 10 corpses on the ground in a daze. They didn't think that the 10 plant masters would be killed so easily. At this time, Little Crane Grass's voice was heard, "Uncle Lu, quickly pack up. We're leaving." When Lu Yuengong heard Little Crane Grass's words, he immediately said, "Quick, clean up and see if these guys have anything good on them. If they do, search them for me. We don't need plant master's items, but Little Crane Grass can. Quick." The others responded and immediately searched the bodies of the plant masters. Soon, all the plant masters' things were taken out. Seeing their actions, Little Crane Grass couldn't help but be stunned. He originally wanted to say that they didn't need those things. However, when he saw Lu Yuengong's group, he swallowed his words. Just now, when he lured those plant masters over, he released the iron thread grass and made some noise not far away from those people. It made those people think that they were using a diversion tactic to escape. This way, those people would be led away while the remaining plant masters would chase after them. This was also the purpose of the Little Crane Grass. The reason why Little Crane Grass's plan was successful was because the other party underestimated them. The other party thought that they only had 7 people while the plant masters had 10 people. Even if they wanted to deal with the plant masters, they would have the ability to protect themselves. Therefore, they didn't send people to follow them. Actually, what they didn't know was that even if they sent people to follow them, it would be useless. Little Crane Grass had already placed mutated seeds along the way. If those people really followed them, Little Crane Grass would immediately activate those mutated seeds. Those mutated seeds would be able to block those people for a period of time. And with this period of time, Little Crane Grass and the others would be able to kill those plant masters. Aside from this, those plant masters were also courting death. They were too confident in their own strength. They thought that Little Crane Grass was just running away, but they didn't think that Little Crane Grass would have the plant masters around them block their natural energy. Therefore, those plant masters didn't discover Lu Yuengong's group. This allowed Lu Yuengong's group to succeed. It didn't take long for Lu Yuengong's group to pack up everything. Then they turned around and followed Little Crane Grass into the forest, preparing to attack again. The Soul Soldier led the group towards the direction where iron thread grass made the sound for a while. However, they didn't manage to find anything. Only then did they realize that they might have been tricked. They immediately turned around and chased after the 10 plant masters. However, when they saw the corpses of those plant masters, Little Crane Grass and the others had already left. The Soul Soldier's face was ashen as he looked at the corpses of those plant masters. Those plant masters' corpses had clearly been rummaged through. Their masks were also taken off. It was clear that after killing them, the other party still had time to carefully observe them. They even took away the spoils of war. It could be seen that the other party was already prepared. This was what made the Soul Soldier the angriest. This Soul Soldier and the Soul Soldier from before were the leaders of this team. However, the Soul Soldier was the leader while the Soul Soldier was the vice leader. However, the Soul Soldier never thought that he was inferior to the other party. Moreover, this ambush was his idea. He didn't expect to lose 10 plant masters. This was equivalent to giving him a slap in the face. At this time, a soul soldier walked to his side and said, "There's no one nearby. The other party might have left." "What do you mean they're invincible in the forest?" "Bullshit, I think they're far inferior to the enemy's plant master. The enemy had obviously discovered us long ago, but because we have a lot of people, they're not easy to deal with. That's why they came up with such a method to lure these fellows here to kill them. Damn, we can't stay in this forest any longer, this place has become the enemy's home ground. Let's go back to the main road and cancel the ambush." After saying that, he turned around and left, not even bothering to look at the corpses. At this time, little Cranegrass wasn't far from these people. He saw everything that these people said and did. Plant masters had a skill, which was to use plant eyes to observe the enemy. For plant masters, this was a very simple method. However, this method was simple for some people while difficult for others. This method was simple because as long as one had natural energy, they could use it. However, this method was difficult because there weren't many people who could use it well. If one simply used this method to observe the enemy, it was actually very simple. You can hide behind a tree and touch the tree with your hand. Then you can see the people behind the tree. You can also see things further away through the tree. This was the simplest way to use plant eyes. The difficulty of this method was that if you want to go through the tree and then move to another tree, then use plant eyes on different trees, it would be very difficult. Just like little Cranegrass, he touched a poplar tree in the distance. Then after many energy transmissions, his plant eyes could be used on a poplar tree next to the soul soldier. It was as if he was standing on the side and watching these people talk. This ability was something that ordinary plant masters could do. If you want to use this ability, then you must have a lot of natural energy, and you must be very strong. With the amount of natural energy in little Cranegrass' body, it was impossible for him to do this. But fortunately, he had a plant guardian, so he could use plant eyes. At this time, little Cranegrass also understood why Hu Yuan told little Cranegrass that plant guardians were very important to plant masters. It was indeed very important. With this plant guardian, a lot of things that he couldn't do now could be done. This point was very important. Seeing those people leave, little Cranegrass released his hand from the poplar tree. Then he turned to Lu Yuangong and said, "They gave up on ambushing us. However, there's a beast cultivator among them. His strength isn't simple. The beast cultivator's soul seems to be a monkey, but he seems to know how to tame beasts. I still haven't found out what kind of beasts he uses to help him scout." Lu Yuangong replied, "This is very normal, beast soul cultivators are also very powerful. It's not because of their soul object, but rather the beast that they use as their scout beast. They can tame a lot of beasts, some beast cultivators can even tame insects to help them scout. This is a unique ability of beast cultivators." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he thought for a moment and said, "Then what should we do next? Should we chase after them? They're now on the main road, so the plants can't help us much. If we want to deal with them, we can only attack." Lu Yuangong thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "Let's not take the risk. Let's follow them and wait for an opportunity. If we don't have an opportunity, then we shouldn't act rashly. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he led the group to chase after those people. However, little Cranegrass believed that he wouldn't lose them. This was because where there were people, there would be plants. And where there were plants, there were no secrets for little Cranegrass. Although you can't see many plants in many cities, you can't help but admit that there would always be a shadow of plants around you. These plants might not be noticed by you, but they do exist. Moreover, they will always be there. Because of this, little Cranegrass believed that those people wouldn't be able to escape. Along the way, their speed wasn't much slower than galloping horses. On the other hand, the other party was using a carriage, which was much slower than a horse. In less than 3 hours, little Cranegrass and the others had already caught up with them. The people who wanted to ambush little Cranegrass and the others had also returned. Although the spear soul was very angry about the loss of 10 people, he couldn't do anything about it. This was because after listening to the story, he felt that even he might have been fooled. At the same time, he also felt disappointed with the plant masters and his team. The plant masters and his team usually looked quite strong, but compared to the plant master and the other party's team, they were too far behind. They weren't a match for the other party at all. The other party just made a move and eliminated 10 people in his team. This action was really clean, and at the same time, it also showed the other party's strength. The spear soul didn't dare to underestimate the other party now. When the other party was moving forward, he placed the plant masters and the beast soul in the dense forest on both sides. This was because he was afraid that little crane grass and the others would attack them. Unfortunately, little crane grass was now guarding against them. Along the way, all the animals that they passed by were all the targets that little crane grass paid attention to. Once there was something wrong, he would immediately detour. Anyway, now that they had caught up with the other party, they couldn't make a move for a while. Then, they would bite them first and see what these guys would do next. While walking forward, little crane grass turned his head to Lu Yuangong and said, "Uncle Lu, when you saw the rat and the snake, you knew that they were sent out by the other party. Tell me, how did you find out?" When Lu Yuangong heard little crane grass, he smiled faintly and said, "Actually, I slowly found out after dealing with the beast soul." Little crane grass, remember, after being tamed and released to scout, their movements would be slower than ordinary beasts. Moreover, if you look carefully, you would find a trace of red light in their eyes. If you don't pay attention, you wouldn't be able to find out. But if you observe carefully, or if you see this situation often, you would be able to tell at a glance. You haven't seen many scout beasts yet, so it's normal that you can't find out the difference between them and ordinary beasts. Slowly, you will be able to tell. When little crane grass heard Lu Yuangong, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "So it's like that. I'll certainly observe carefully in the future." "Thank you, Uncle Lu. If you didn't tell me this, I would never know about this." Lu Yuangong waved his hand and said, "You're too polite. Little crane grass, you're the most talented plant master I've ever seen. Your future achievements will certainly be very high. When the time comes, you will inevitably have to face the beast soul. I'm afraid that it won't take long for you to find out what those scout beasts are. Actually, the most troublesome thing about the beast soul isn't the scout beasts, but the beast soul themselves and their new mutant beast." When little crane grass heard this, he couldn't help but stare. "Mutant beast? What's that? How come I've never heard of it? Is it very strong?" Little crane grass was sure that he had never heard of mutant beasts. Even the Hu family's records didn't have any records of them. Lu Yuangong nodded and said, "It's very strong. It's not surprising that you haven't heard of mutant beasts. These mutant beasts have just appeared, and most of them are in the Tiger Soul country. Our Saber Soul country hasn't seen them yet, so you haven't heard of them." Little crane grass looked at Lu Yuangong and said, "So you're saying that there are a lot of mutant beasts in the Tiger Soul country? How strong are those mutant beasts? They spent a lot of effort to create mutant beasts. Those mutant beasts should be very strong, right?" Lu Yuangong said in a deep voice, "There aren't many mutated beasts in the Tiger Hun country, and it seems that this kind of mutated beast has a weakness. It seems that this kind of mutated beast can also be kept in the soul object space. As for fighting power, it is indeed very strong. I fought with a soul beast master who used a mutated wolf beast. Not only was he strong, his mutated beast was even stronger than him. However, he seemed to have become very bloodthirsty, very irritable, and very animalistic. This might be the bad influence of the mutated beast on the soul beast master, but whether this is the case, I don't know. These are all my guesses." When little crane grass heard Lu Yuangong's words, he stared blankly for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but turn silent. He discovered that this world wasn't as simple as he thought. Just the information he saw from the Hu family wasn't enough for him to understand this world. At this time, he also somewhat understood why the Hu family wanted him to undergo the coming-of-age trial. Reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles, this was the true purpose of the Hu family. When he thought of this, little crane grass couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lu Yuangong and said, "Uncle Lu, do you soul soldiers also have your own unique things? Can you also use your own soul object space?" Lu Yuangong looked at little crane grass and smiled faintly. "Crane grass, perhaps you haven't heard of this saying before. This saying is that soul objects are the best gifts that the heavens have given to us people of the soul realm. People often say this in the past, but not many people say it now. Every profession has their own unique way of using their soul object space. We soul soldiers are the same, so don't underestimate soul soldiers. In the forest, it's indeed the world of plant masters, but in the real battlefield, it's the world of soul soldiers. You don't think that there will be a lot of plants on the battlefield, right? Hee hee, crane grass, no matter what kind of profession you encounter in the future, you must be more careful. Don't let your guard down. Little crane grass nodded. Although Lu Yuangong didn't tell him how he used his soul object space, little crane grass knew that Lu Yuangong was already being benevolent by telling him this. Along the way, those people didn't stop. Although they met some people along the way, when those people saw the fierce appearance of these people, they didn't dare to look at them. They just hurriedly passed by, not daring to stay for even a moment. One must know that those who do business are not necessarily professions, they are mostly soul soldiers. And how could a soul soldier provoke a team of dozens of professions? The term professional was used to refer to people like plant masters, craftsmen, beast soul masters, and soldier soul masters. Ordinary soul masters could only be regarded as ordinary people. There was an insurmountable gap between professionals and ordinary people. The spear soul led the group for another 3 hours before they turned onto a small path. Little crane grass and the others' faces couldn't help but turn ugly. This was because there weren't many trees on that path. If they followed them, they would definitely be exposed. But if they didn't, then the other party might really leave their line of sight. The most important thing was that the spear soul had left nearly half of his men to guard the small path. It was almost impossible to catch up with the carriage without being discovered by these people. Seeing this situation, Lu Yuangong and the others' faces became unsightly. Lu Yuangong turned to look at little crane grass and said, "Crane grass, do you have any ideas? If we really let them go, then they'll change their clothes, change their carriages, and go around the city twice. At that time, those things would really slip away from our eyes." Little crane grass looked at the people guarding the path, then he thought for a moment and said, "Uncle Lu, I don't have any good ideas right now. But since they only left half of their men, I think we might as well go all out." When Lu Yuangong heard little crane grass, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he looked at little crane grass and said, "Go all out? With just a few of us, how can we go all out against 40 of them? How can we win?" Little crane grass said in a deep voice, "It's not like there's no chance at all. You guys got a lot of mutated seeds from the 10 plant masters. As long as I activate these mutated seeds, we'll have the power to fight them. Although they left behind a few plant masters, I have the confidence to deal with them." Lu Yuangong looked at little crane grass, then he nodded and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. We can't let them take those things away. If they really do, then we'll be heavily punished." Little crane grass nodded. Lu Yuangong looked at the others and said, "Brothers, it's time for us to go all out. If we can't win, then we'll all be in trouble. If we win, then we'll definitely be promoted when we go back. Who knows, we might even be in the next batch. What do you think?" When Wu Fei and the others heard Lu Yuangong, they all said at the same time, "Captain, let's go all out against them." Lu Yuangong nodded. Then he didn't hide his figure as he slowly walked out of the forest. When little crane grass saw Lu Yuangong's appearance, he knew that Lu Yuangong wanted to confront the enemy head-on. He didn't want to hide anymore. His heart couldn't help but heat up as he followed Lu Yuangong out. The others had already run over. Lu Yuangong and the others quickly came out of the forest. At the same time, the people blocking the road also saw them. The leader of these people was the Soul Swordsman. When he saw little crane grass and the others coming out of the forest, he couldn't help but sneer, "Rats that don't dare to see people suddenly came out of their nest. Ha ha ha, what's the matter? Did you come out to die?" Lu Yuangong looked at the person and sneered, "I don't know who's the one that doesn't dare to see people. You're still covering your face, yet you still have the nerve to talk about others. This father's life is right here. If you have the ability, then come and take it. If you can take it, then you have the ability." The Soul Swordsman coldly snorted and said, "Don't talk so much nonsense. This isn't the forest. Your only advantage is gone. I really want to know, what makes you think you can fight us?" Lu Yuangong looked at these people and coldly said, "Don't forget where you are. This is the Saber Spirit country. You want to fight with my Saber Spirit country? What a fool's dream. Attack." Then Lu Yuangong's hand moved as his broadsword appeared in his hand. His figure moved as he rushed towards the Soul Swordsman. At the same time, Little Cranegrass also moved. With a wave of his hand, he threw out a handful of mutated seeds and immediately activated them. These seeds weren't all tree guards. There were also other seeds that Little Cranegrass recognized. There were also thorn vines, man-eating flowers, and several other plants. Needless to say, the tree guard was the most commonly used mutated seed by plant masters. As for the thorn vine and the man-eating flower, they were relatively rare mutated seeds. The thorn vine was a thorny vine that constantly waved and hurt people. Although its attack power was extraordinary, it was still a lot worse than the tree guard. This was because the thorn vine only had one vine, while the tree guard was made up of many branches. However, thorn vines were more flexible than tree guards. This was because tree guards were very fast while thorn vines weren't slow. At the very least, they were much faster than tree guards. As for the man-eating flower, it was a relatively rare plant. Its attack power was also very limited. The man-eating flower's attack mainly relied on its poison. It could emit a fragrance that would make people who smelled it feel dizzy. However, it wouldn't make them completely faint. Instead, it would make them feel like they were sleepwalking. Then, they would slowly approach the man-eating flower and would be slowly digested. Man-eating flowers couldn't move. Although there was a stem under the flower and the stem could also turn to attack the enemy, the stem wasn't very long. If the fragrance wasn't included, its attack range wouldn't exceed 4 meters. This was because the man-eating flowers were relatively large. The diameter of the flower plate was 2 meters. Seeing Little Cranegrass throwing out so many mutated seeds, the plant masters in the opposing camp couldn't sit still anymore. They had suffered losses several times in the hands of Little Cranegrass. At the beginning, they couldn't find Little Cranegrass. Later on, Little Cranegrass plotted against them and killed 10 people. They were always the ones who suffered losses. Little Cranegrass had never lost a single time. This made those plant masters feel very embarrassed. Therefore, when they saw Little Cranegrass finally coming out and facing them head-on, of course, they were very happy. The other plant masters immediately scattered their seeds, causing the scene to become chaotic. Little Cranegrass looked at these people and coldly snorted, "You're also plant masters, I'm also a plant master. Today, let us plant masters fight plant masters, let's settle this once and for all." Then his figure flashed to the side. Hearing Little Cranegrass's words, those plant masters all snorted coldly and followed Little Cranegrass to the side, leaving the battlefield. However, what no one noticed was that among those mutated seeds that Little Cranegrass released, there was an additional tree that was close to 3 meters tall. This tree was gray like a stone. In front of each branch, there was a round seed. The seeds were very large, with a diameter of more than half a meter. They looked like sledgehammers. That's right, it was a stone hammer tree. Little Cranegrass had long thought of a way to deal with these people. First, he would lure the plant masters away so that they wouldn't notice the battle on Lu Yuangong's side. Then, he would release the stone hammer tree and have it mix in with the tree guards to attack the masked people. The stone hammer tree's attack power was very strong, and its defense was also very strong. Moreover, one shouldn't forget that this stone hammer tree accompanied the Hammer King when he ruled the world. Its strength was even stronger. With it helping Lu Yuangong's side, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. As for the plant masters, Little Cranegrass didn't care about them at all. Not to mention that he was a combat plant master nurtured by the Hu clan. Even if he didn't make a move, the iron thread grass in his hand would still be able to defeat those people. Little Cranegrass led the few plant masters far away from Lu Yuangong's battlefield. He then stopped and stared at the few plant masters. This time, the leader of the Spear Soul left half of the few plant masters behind. Therefore, there were a total of 5 plant masters who came with Little Cranegrass. The 5 plant masters stopped 10 meters away from Little Cranegrass. One of the plant masters looked at Little Cranegrass and suddenly laughed strangely, "You're really young. I didn't expect to meet such a young kid here. Kid, it's your bad luck that you're going to die here today." Before you die, do you have anything to say? We can give you a chance to leave behind your last words. However, we won't tell your family about your last words. After that plant master finished speaking, the other plant masters also laughed strangely. They looked at Little Cranegrass as if they were looking at a dead person. Little Cranegrass looked at these people, then he sighed and said, "To be honest, I really don't want to be your enemy. After all, we're all plant masters. It's a pity that you want to be my enemy. Then I have no choice but to deal with you. After you die, don't blame me." When these people heard Little Cranegrass, they stared for a moment before they laughed. One of them looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Kid, you really don't know where your confidence comes from. But since you've made us happy, we'll give you a quick death today." Then the person coldly snorted and made his move. Plant masters had a special characteristic. When they fight with people of other professions, they would use mutated seeds to help. But when they fight with plant masters, they wouldn't use their mutated seeds. This was because they had mutated seeds and so did the other party. If everyone released their mutated seeds, then it would only make the situation more chaotic. Because of this, when the plant master made his move against Little Cranegrass, he didn't use his mutated seeds. Instead, a vine suddenly appeared in his hand. The vine was like a whip as it lashed towards Little Cranegrass. The vines used by plant masters also had thorns on them. They looked like vines, and maybe they really were vines. This was because vines were also weapons that plant masters liked to use. The other plant masters didn't hold back and made their move as well. Of the 5 plant masters, 4 of them used rattan weapons while 1 used a branch-like weapon. Of the 4 plant masters, 2 of them used rattan weapons. The other 2 had different rattan weapons. One of them used a rattan weapon that looked like a smooth stick. The other one used a rattan weapon that looked very strange. This was because the rattan weapon he used looked like a rattan with a lot of bumps on it. The bumps on the bumps made people feel very uncomfortable. When Cranegrass saw that they had made their move, he naturally wouldn't hold back. He snorted coldly and moved his hand. A 3-meter-long iron thread grass flew straight into his hand and pointed at the face of a plant master. That plant master was the one who used the branch-like weapon. When he saw Little Cranegrass attack, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he turned his body and dodged Little Cranegrass' attack. The branch-like weapon in his hand carried the sound of wind as it flew towards Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass instantly fell into a state of being surrounded by 5 people. However, Little Cranegrass wasn't surprised. Instead, his body flashed and dodged the attacks of 2 plant masters. At the same time, iron thread grass appeared in both of his hands. Then he swung the iron thread grass and entangled the 2 rattan vines that were attacking him. Then he shook his hand and the 2 plant masters who used rattan vines screamed. At the same time, they retreated with pale faces. The rattan vines in their hands had already been cut off by the leaves of the iron thread grass. In the blink of an eye, from the first plant master who used rattan vines to attack Little Cranegrass until Little Cranegrass cut off the weapons of the 2 plant masters, only a few breaths of time had passed. After cutting off the rattan vines of the 2 plant masters, Little Cranegrass didn't stop. Instead, he waved the iron thread grass in his hand and attacked the plant master who was holding the branch. The plant master who was holding the branch was shocked when he saw the 2 snake-like iron thread grass attacking him. He quickly retreated. However, the speed of his retreat couldn't be compared to the speed of the iron thread grass. The iron thread grass in Little Cranegrass' left hand entangled the branch in the plant master's hand. When the plant master saw that his weapon was entangled by the Little Cranegrass, he couldn't help but be shocked. He grunted and tried to snatch his weapon back. However, when he tried to snatch it back, he felt that his hand was lighter. He didn't feel the pulling force of the other party at all. Once he had this feeling, he knew that things weren't going well. As expected, Little Cranegrass didn't want to snatch the weapon in his hand. Instead, he used the force of his pulling force to attack him. At the same time, he dodged the attacks of the other 2 plant masters. When the plant master saw Little Cranegrass flying towards him, he couldn't help but feel like his soul was about to leave his body. He fell backwards like an iron plank and Little Cranegrass jumped over him. Little Cranegrass was sent away. However, the plant master screamed and fell to the ground. He struggled for a while before he stopped moving. Meanwhile, Little Crane Grass had already retrieved his iron thread grass. He moved and attacked the other plant masters. The two plant masters who used the rattan vines as weapons were still pale. One must know that they had already treated the rattan vines as their life weapon. They usually kept them in the spirit item space to be nurtured. Now that the iron thread grass was cut off, their spirits were also shaken. Even their minds were affected and they were already injured. However, Little Crane Grass wasn't going to let them go. He waved the iron thread grass with both hands and attacked the two plant masters. The two plant masters' pale faces became even paler, almost losing all color. Fortunately, the other two plant masters stood in front of him. However, the two plant masters didn't look too good either. Of course, they were covering their faces so Little Crane Grass couldn't see their expressions. However, that didn't matter. Little Crane Grass was going to deal with them anyway. No matter what state they were in, Little Crane Grass would still attack with all his might. When Little Crane Grass saw the two plant masters standing in front of him, he smiled faintly. Then, the iron thread grass in his left hand suddenly retracted. At the same time, the iron thread grass in his left hand suddenly grew. At the same time, Little Crane Grass let go of his hand. The iron thread grass was like a giant centipede as it flew towards the two plant masters. The two plant masters didn't expect the iron thread grass to have such an attack. While they were stunned, the iron thread grass had already surrounded the two plant masters. Then, the iron thread grass spun rapidly and became smaller as it spun. The two plant masters' expressions finally changed. They wanted to use their weapons to block the iron thread grass attack. However, although their weapons were good plant masters, they were still lacking compared to the iron thread grass. The vine weapons in their hands were cut off by the leaves of the iron thread grass. Then, the leaves of the iron thread grass directly slashed through the two plant masters' bodies, turning them into a pile of minced meat. Seeing this situation, Little Crane Grass couldn't help but feel disgusted. He quickly called the iron thread grass over. At the same time, he was secretly afraid. Right now, he was really thankful for his soul item space. Last time, if it wasn't for his soul item space, he would have been turned into a pile of minced meat like the other two. The iron thread grass returned to Little Crane Grass' side and immediately became thin. Little Crane Grass grabbed it and turned his head to look at the two plant masters who were traumatized by the destruction of their life source weapons. The two plant masters were now standing there in a daze. They didn't expect Little Crane Grass to deal with their three companions so easily. The two plant masters couldn't wrap their heads around it for a while. Little Crane Grass didn't care about what the two plant masters were thinking. He waved the iron thread grass in his hand and attacked the two plant masters. At this time, the two plant masters recovered and shouted at the same time, "Iron thread grass? Demonic plant?" While shouting, the two plant masters panicked and dodged Little Crane Grass' attack. However, the two plant masters who were already traumatized couldn't dodge the iron thread grass attack. The iron thread grass suddenly lengthened and slashed across the two plant masters' necks. Two plant masters' heads flew into the sky. From the beginning of the battle until now, the 5 plant masters were all dead in less than half an hour. Little Crane Grass glanced at the 5 plant masters and didn't look for any spoils of war. Instead, he turned his head and rushed towards Lu Yuengong's battlefield. While rushing there, Little Crane Grass asked Stone Hammer Tree how the battle was going. Stone Hammer Tree's answer surprised Little Crane Grass. Among Lu Yuengong's group of 6, one of them had already died in battle. The remaining few were also injured. However, their opponents were even more miserable. Out of the 35 plant masters, 26 plant masters were already dead. There were only 9 plant masters who could still fight. Little Crane Grass really didn't expect that the battle would reach such a degree in less than half an hour. This was really out of his expectations. In fact, this was also reasonable because the other party didn't expect Little Crane Grass to release such a big killing weapon like the Stone Hammer Tree. The Stone Hammer Tree had fought with the Hammer King for a lifetime and had rich combat experience. After Little Crane Grass released him, he first destroyed all the mutated plants released by the plant masters. Then, he took the mutated plants released by Little Crane Grass and attacked those people. Although those people had a certain understanding of the plant masters, they didn't know much about the mutated plants. Moreover, the stone hammer tree was an extinct demonic plant. They didn't even hear about it. Therefore, they didn't know how powerful the stone hammer tree was. They just treated the stone hammer tree as an ordinary mutated plant. Therefore, they suffered a big loss in the battle. It must be said that the stone hammer tree was really cunning. This guy actually commanded the mutated plants to separate a few soul craftsmen. Then, he made the mutated plants block the view of the other people. Then, he personally hammered the soul craftsman to death. Using this method, he divided and hammered the soul craftsman to death. More than 10 people died in his hands. When the sword master noticed that something was wrong, they had already lost more than 20 people. Only a few of them died in the hands of Lu Yuangong's group. The rest were all killed by the stone hammer tree. After the sword master reacted, he discovered that there were only 9 people left on his side. Although Lu Yuangong's group also lost 1 person, the remaining people were still injured. However, they still had the strength to fight. It can be said that this time, the sword master suffered a big loss. At this time, Little Crane Grass also arrived. As soon as it arrived at the battlefield, Little Crane Grass scattered a handful of mutated seeds. Originally, there were only a few mutated plants, but now, there were even more of them. Although these mutated plants didn't pose much of a threat to the sword soul and the others, if they didn't block them, then it wouldn't be good if they were hit. Especially in this kind of battle, if they were hit and distracted, then they would lose their lives. At the same time, the appearance of Little Crane Grass was a very serious blow to their morale. Little Crane Grass's safe return meant that their 5 plant masters were dead. Their morale was inevitably affected. On the other hand, Lu Yuangong's group was the opposite of those people. When they saw Little Crane Grass return, their spirits were greatly shaken. They didn't think that Little Crane Grass would be able to deal with the 5 plant masters in such a short time. But now that the facts were in front of them, they had no choice but to believe it. No matter what, this was a good thing for them. After sprinkling the seeds, Little Crane Grass immediately moved. The iron thread grass in his hand flew out again. He didn't engage in close combat with the soul swordsman, instead, he hid behind. The battle inside was left to the iron thread grass and stone hammer tree. In Little Crane Grass's view, Stone Hammer Tree was a powerful warrior. He wielded his sledgehammer and charged forward. At the same time, he was also a little bit smart. He knew to have his subordinates cooperate with him and command the other plants. This seemed to be one of Stone Hammer Tree's abilities. Iron Thread Grass didn't seem to have this ability. But Iron Thread Grass was different. Iron Thread Grass was more like an assassin. They can hide underground and then suddenly come out and attack the enemy. Seizing this opportunity, Little Crane Grass came to Lu Yuangong's side and quickly threw a box to them. She said in a deep voice, "Quickly treat your wounds. I'll hold them back for a while, then we'll work together to keep them here." Lu Yuangong and the others did not say anything. They took the box and sprinkled the medicinal powder on their wounds. War veterans like them naturally knew how to treat their wounds in the shortest amount of time. Therefore, it didn't take long for them to treat their wounds after Little Crane Grass threw the powder to them. After Lu Yuangong and the others treated their wounds, they immediately rushed towards Soul Swordsman's group. In this period of time, 2 more people died under the Iron Thread Grass. Now, Soul Swordsman only had 4 people by his side, and these 4 were all soul soldiers. At this time, Soul Swordsman was afraid. He didn't know what kind of monster he provoked this time. This guy didn't play by the rules, and the 2 plants were too strong. It wasn't that he didn't think of dealing with the giant tree, but it simply didn't have any effect. Even if his sword chi pierced the tree, it would only leave a small hole that was less than an inch deep. For such a thick tree, the damage was almost zero. If other plant masters saw the stonehammer tree of the Little Crane Grass, they would definitely be very shocked. Although the stonehammer tree was famous for its defense and strength, this stonehammer tree's defense seemed to be a little too abnormal. Actually, this was done by the Hammer King. The seal left by the Hammer King constantly provided the stone hammer tree with the purest natural energy, allowing it to grow. However, the underground tomb was only so high, and the stone hammer tree couldn't grow too much. Slowly, the stone hammer tree began to mutate. This mutation was very powerful. It made the stone hammer tree's defense stronger, and at the same time, it also increased its strength. However, it didn't grow too tall, and this was exactly what the Hammer King designed. The Hammer King was very clear that the stone hammer tree wouldn't grow as tall as it wanted. After all, the enemy of the stone hammer tree was still a soul soldier or a soul beast. It wouldn't be good if the stone hammer tree grew too tall to deal with such people. Therefore, the Hammer King designed the tomb to be very low, and with the effect of the seal, the stone hammer tree began to mutate. In addition to the stone hammer tree, the iron thread grass wasn't a good plant either. It was also a demonic plant. Moreover, it had been staying in the cave for many years. It was the only one in the cave, so it was able to grow very well. Moreover, it hadn't been discovered for many years. Moreover, the iron thread grass had been in Little Crane Grass's soul object space for a longer period of time. Little Crane Grass's soul object space was different from other people's soul object space. Therefore, the iron thread grass could be said to have mutated as well. However, the time it took to mutate was shorter than the stone hammer tree. 2 of the Sword Soul's subordinates were killed by the iron thread grass. The iron thread grass came and went naturally. One simply didn't know when it would come out of the ground, nor did one know where it would come from. Having an enemy like this was equivalent to having countless enemies. These enemies would appear and disappear all around you. Facing such an enemy would be a headache for anyone. The Sword Soul also saw Lu Yuangong and the others treating their wounds. To be honest, the strength of Lu Yuangong and the others had exceeded his imagination. He also received information that Lu Yuangong and the others weren't real saber guards. He thought that since they weren't real saber guards, then they wouldn't be very strong. He didn't expect them to be this strong. Although more than half of his subordinates died in the hands of the stone hammer tree, Lu Yuangong and the others also played a big role. So many people besieged Lu Yuangong and the others. But they could only injure Lu Yuangong and the others. They couldn't kill Lu Yuangong and the others. This was enough to show how strong Lu Yuangong and the others were. Now that Lu Yuangong and the others had recovered, they didn't have time to deal with their wounds. This made the Sword Soul feel that the situation wasn't good. After such a long battle, the fighting strength of the Sword Soul's group had decreased to a certain degree. The tree guards, man-eating flowers, and thorn vines that weren't a problem for them before were now a threat to them. Under this situation, it would be very difficult for them to escape unscathed. The Sword Soul blocked the attacks of the tree guards while paying attention to Lu Yuangong and the others. At the same time, he also noticed Little Crane Grass, who was standing not far away from Lu Yuangong and the others. The Sword Soul was very clear that the main reason why they had fallen to this point was because of the Little Crane Grass. The Little Crane Grass was a plant master, which made Lu Yuangong's team, which could only be considered an ordinary team in the eyes of the Sword Soul, undergo a qualitative change. It was precisely because of this that the Sword Soul paid so much attention to the Little Crane Grass. Little Crane Grass also noticed that the Soul Swordsman was paying attention to him, but he didn't care. Since things had already happened, there was no point in thinking about it. No matter who it was, he would deal with it. No matter what method the other party used, he just had to accept it. At this time, Lu Yuangong and the others also attacked. They attacked the Sword Soul along with the stone hammer tree and iron thread grass. However, Little Crane Grass didn't attack. He knew his own strength. Although he could also combine natural energy with his martial arts, to be honest, they were now on the battlefield. Moreover, the other party was an expert. In this case, he wouldn't use his martial arts to fight. He wasn't stupid enough to do that. Although Little Crane Grass didn't participate in the battle, Lu Yuangong and the others weren't angry at all. They were very clear that this wasn't the time for Little Crane Grass to participate in the battle. Moreover, the plants that Little Crane Grass released were also fighting. Of course, Little Crane Grass wasn't doing nothing. It was just waiting on the side. What it was doing now was watching from the side. At the same time, it was monitoring the Spear Soul through those plants. It absolutely couldn't let those people come back and attack them. With the addition of Lu Yuangong and the others, the Sword Soul's group couldn't cope with it. They were a little flustered. However, they were now completely on the defensive. It wouldn't be easy to kill them in a short time. However, those people seemed to have forgotten that there was still an iron thread grass among their enemies. Just as they were in a deadlock, a black shadow suddenly drilled out from the ground and attacked the Sword Soul cultivator. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Die." After the Sword Soul said that, he jumped up. At the same time, he waved the long sword in his hand. A snow-white sword chi went straight towards the iron thread grass. Upon seeing this situation, Little Crane Grass's expression couldn't help but change. At this time, the iron thread grass suddenly shrank and curled up into a ball of grass. The bright sword chi chopped at the iron thread grass. Shwa! Little Crane Grass felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He was startled and immediately checked the iron thread grass's condition. Only after taking a look did he feel relieved. The iron thread grass only had a few leaves chopped off. The rest was fine. At this time, the iron thread grass had already stretched out and attacked the Sword Soul. The Sword Soul was scared out of his wits. Just now, he used his remaining battle chi to forcefully release the sword chi. He thought that he could deal with the demonized plant at once. However, he didn't expect that he could only cut off a few leaves. Now that he didn't have much battle chi left in his body, could he still block the Sword Soul's attack? For the first time, the Sword Soul felt that death was so close to him. At this time, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. This person blocked the attack of the iron thread grass at once. However, he also uttered a miserable shriek. The Sword Soul looked and saw that the person in front of him was a Saber Soul. This Saber Soul was also one of his last loyal subordinates. But now, this Saber Soul's arm had been cut off by the iron thread grass. When the Sword Soul saw this, he couldn't help but shout, Dao Feng, are you okay?" This Saber Soul called Dao Feng's left arm had already fallen to the ground. Because of excessive blood loss, this person's face was a little pale. He turned his head and looked at the Sword Soul and said in a deep voice, "Sir, you must leave quickly. You must tell them to be careful and avenge us." After saying that, he turned around and directly attacked Lu Yuangong with his saber in one hand. At this time, the iron thread grass had already shrunk back to the ground. Except for Little Crane Grass, no one knew where it was. Little Crane Grass didn't feel uncomfortable now. He thought about it. Just now, he didn't feel uncomfortable because of the iron thread grass's injury. He felt uncomfortable because of the iron thread grass's injury. Right at this moment, another miserable cry sounded out in the field. Little Crane Grass looked over and saw that the one-armed Saber Soul from before had already been hacked to death by Lu Yuangong's saber. At the same time, Little Crane Grass also noticed that the Saber Soul had already started to retreat. The remaining 3 soul soldiers were also doing their best to block the attacks of Lu Yuangong and the mutant plants. Little Crane Grass coldly snorted. At the same time, he tried to contact Iron Wire Grass and found out that he could still contact Iron Wire Grass. Therefore, Little Crane Grass immediately ordered Iron Wire Grass to pay attention to the Sword Soul. If the Sword Soul wanted to run, he must chase after it with all his strength and kill it. Just as Little Crane Grass gave the order to Qian Thread Grass, the stone hammer trees also arrived at the battlefield. Their 8 stone hammers danced in the air, and the 3 soul soldiers that were blocking them were all hit by the hammers. The power of the hammers was very strong, and the weapons in their hands were knocked away. At this time, the other 3 hammers smashed down. The 3 soul soldiers were all hit by the hammers. The 3 of them spat out blood and fell to the side. It seemed that they were not going to survive. But at this time, Little Crane Grass's expression changed. Then, his face flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He gave the iron thread grass an order to attack. The iron thread grass suddenly drilled out and rushed towards the Saber Soul. At the same time, the stone hammer trees also rushed towards the Saber Soul. Lu Yuangong and the mutant plants also attacked. The Saber Soul was forced into a dead end. He blocked left and right, but he still couldn't completely block the attacks. In the end, his head was cut off by the iron thread grass. Seeing that the Saber Soul was killed, Little Crane Grass immediately said, "Uncle Lu, let's go. Their reinforcements are coming." Then he rushed towards the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, the mutant seeds, iron thread grass, and stone hammer trees were all collected by him. Then he turned around and walked towards the forest. When Lu Yuangong and the others saw Little Cranegrass's actions, they were stunned. However, they weren't slow either. They took the weapons of the soul soldiers and followed Little Cranegrass into the forest. Less than 10 minutes. After they entered the forest, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. Several shadows were approaching from afar. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the battlefield. Among these shadows, the one leading them was the spear soul. When the spear soul arrived at the battlefield, his face sank. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he carefully observed the scene and said, "They left less than a quarter of an hour ago." The soul soldier beside him had red eyes. When he heard this, he immediately said, "Sir, should we chase after them? They must be having a hard time right now. Let's chase after them and kill them to avenge our brothers." The spear soul looked around and finally let out a long breath. "It's too late. They've already entered the forest. With that plant master here, it'll be very difficult for us to take revenge. It'll be good if we don't lose our lives." Hearing this, the people around him fell silent. The soul soldier who had spoken earlier said angrily, "Sir, don't tell me that these brothers died for nothing?" The spear soul looked at him and said in a deep voice, "Of course, these brothers won't die in vain. But we can't just think about taking revenge for them. Not to mention that the plant masters didn't come with us when we came to support. Even if they did, what's the use of it? Are they a match for that plant master? Strange, when did such a powerful plant master appear in the Saber Spirit country? Why didn't we receive any news about him? Who is the master of this plant master called Little Cranegrass? How can he teach such a disciple?" As soon as Little Cranegrass and the others entered the forest, they immediately ran towards the depths of the forest. After running for about 5 minutes, Little Cranegrass stopped. Then he placed his hand on a tree before closing his eyes. It wasn't until the soul spear left that Little Cranegrass let out a sigh of relief. It must be said that their current situation wasn't very good. Lu Yuangong and the others were all injured. Although they had treated their wounds, it would be good if they had 60% of their strength left. Although Little Cranegrass had 100% of his fighting strength, there were so many people on the other side. Even if they were in the forest, it was impossible for him to deal with so many people. Because of this, Little Cranegrass felt relieved when the other side retreated. This meant that as long as they didn't take the initiative to attack, they would still have some time to rest. Little Cranegrass put down his hand. At the same time, he was also exchanging energy with the trees in the forest. Because of this, the trees were very happy to help him. Lu Yuangong and the other two looked at the Little Cranegrass with nervous looks. The Little Cranegrass had overestimated their situation. They didn't have a fighting strength of 60% at all. Their fighting strength was at most 30%. The Little Cranegrass had only calculated their injuries, however, it didn't calculate the consumption of their battle chi. After this battle, their battle chi had almost been consumed. Without a few hours of cultivation, it was impossible for them to recover their battle chi to its original level. Little Cranegrass looked at Lu Yuangong and the others, then he said, "They've left. The battlefield has also been dealt with by them. Uncle Lu, what should we do now?" Lu Yuangong looked at the others and sighed, "What else can we do? We'll rest here for a few hours first. After we recover, we'll go look for them. As for whether we can find them or not, that will depend on God's will." "Right, Wu Fei, send a letter to the family and have them take action. It would be great if the family can really catch these guys." Wu Fei nodded. He also knew that this wasn't the time to be stubborn. Although it was shameful to report, their results weren't shameful at all. Up until now, they had already eliminated half of the enemy's team. In this case, even if they reported that they had lost the gold coins, the higher-ups wouldn't blame them. Moreover, they hadn't lost the gold coins yet. Lu Yuangong turned to look at the Little Cranegrass and said in a low voice, "Cranegrass, you should rest as well." "Right, what are those 2 plants that you just released? How could he be so strong? Is it a magical plant?" Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "That's right, all of them are magic plants. Otherwise, why would I agree to attack them head-on? We have too few people, and I'm a plant master. I'm not suitable for a head-on battle with a soul soldier." Lu Yuangong nodded and said, "Good. I didn't expect you to have 2 magic plants. That's great. If we hadn't fought against magic plants before, we wouldn't have been able to recognize them. One of them is iron thread grass, right? As for the other one, I can't see it. When Crane Grass heard Lu Yuangong's words, he was slightly taken aback and said, that's right, it's the iron thread grass. As for the other one, I can't tell you. It's a very special kind of demonic plant. Lu Yuangong smiled and waved his hand, all right, I won't ask if you don't want to tell me. Little Crane Grass, we need to treat our injuries and recover our battle chi. I'm afraid that it will take a few hours. I'll leave the vigilance to you. Little Crane Grass nodded and said, don't worry, leave it to me. Go to the front. If someone really comes, I can remind you. Here's the medicine. Little Crane Grass took out a medicine box and gave it to them. Lu Yuangong didn't refuse. They had already experienced life and death together. If they were to be polite at this time, it would be unreasonable. When Little Crane Grass saw them take the medicine, he immediately went to the front and disappeared in front of Lu Yuangong and the others. When they saw Little Crane Grass leave, Wu Fei and the others spoke. Wu Fei looked at Lu Yuangong and said, Captain, I think we need to find a way to get Little Crane Grass into our Saber Guard army. It would be a pity if we can't use his talent. Lu Yuangong smiled bitterly and said, you want to, but you forgot about Little Crane Grass's status. He's a member of the Hu family. The Hu family has trained many plant masters for the country every year. If the Hu family and the Imperial family are dissatisfied because of Little Crane Grass, how many heads do you have to chop off? I think we should just forget about this matter. When Wu Fei heard Lu Yuangong, he couldn't help but sigh. He really forgot about Little Crane Grass's status. It was mainly because Little Crane Grass was too strong. Having such a comrade by your side would definitely make you feel more at ease. At this time, Little Crane Grass, who was being discussed, was actually observing the iron thread grass inside his soul object space. The iron thread grass was injured in the battle, causing Little Crane Grass's heart to ache. For Little Crane Grass, the iron thread grass and the iron hammer tree weren't just his weapons, they were also his friends. He treated all plants as his friends. Now that the iron thread grass was injured, Little Crane Grass was very worried. However, the situation was very critical, so Little Crane Grass wanted to know how the iron thread grass was doing. If something happened to the iron thread grass, then Little Crane Grass would be very sad. When Little Crane Grass's spiritual force entered the soul object space, he didn't find the iron thread grass. This caused Little Crane Grass to be startled. He carefully searched the soul object space while calling out the iron thread grass's name. Little Crane Grass didn't expect that the iron thread grass would come out. Little Crane Grass looked and saw that the iron thread grass had run into his natural energy. Now that he had exchanged energy with a lot of plants, his natural energy had formed a huge energy sphere inside his soul object space. It was even bigger than his original energy sphere. This energy sphere looked like the iron thread grass. Because of this, when the iron thread grass went into the energy sphere, Little Crane Grass couldn't see where it was. When the iron thread grass came out of the soul object space, Little Crane Grass noticed something different about it. Before, the iron thread grass had a dozen leaves cut off by the sword soul. Now, the leaves that were cut off had grown back. It was just that the color was a bit lighter. When Little Crane Grass saw this, he immediately thought that the energy sphere might be able to allow plants to recuperate and heal their injuries. Thinking of this, Little Crane Grass immediately let the stonehammer tree enter the mass of natural energy. The stonehammer tree had suffered the most damage today, so Little Crane Grass wanted to try and see if the mass of natural energy could repair the stonehammer tree. It turned out that his method was correct. As soon as the stonehammer tree entered the energy mass, the iron thread grass wrapped around the stonehammer tree. Then, the energy mass changed its shape and covered the entire stonehammer tree. Then, the Little Crane Grass sensed 2 messages from the energy cluster. One message was sent by the iron thread grass, while the other was sent by the stonehammer tree. The reason why it was called a message and not a language was because the iron thread grass and the stonehammer tree didn't speak at all. They only sent out a very happy message. Seeing them so happy, Little Crane Grass became happy too. He stood up and slowly walked in the woods, exchanging energy with all the plants that he met. This way of exchanging energy was welcomed by all the plants. Time passed by bit. Little Cranegrass didn't know how much energy he exchanged with the plants, but he was very happy during this process. He exchanged energy with the plants and chatted with them as if they were friends. Little Cranegrass liked this feeling very much. Actually, Little Cranegrass liked staying with plants. When he stayed with plants, he didn't need to feel burdened or play tricks with plants. However, when he stayed with humans, he couldn't do that. Although Little Cranegrass was exchanging energy with those plants, he was also paying attention to Lu Yuangong and the others. After treating their wounds, Lu Yuangong and the others started to recover their battle chi. Little Cranegrass knew a bit about battle chi. Battle chi was different from other things. If one wanted to increase his battle chi, he couldn't only rely on cultivation. He had to fight or train in order to increase his battle chi. However, once your battle chi increased, you could recover your battle chi or make it more solid through cultivation. Because of this feature, Soul Soldier was always regarded as the most powerful profession among all the professions. If they wanted to become stronger, they had to fight. This time, no other professions could match them. After a few hours of recovery, Lu Yuangong and the others finally recovered. Little Cranegrass then quickly came to the place where Lu Yuangong and the others were resting. Lu Yuangong and the others had just woken up. At the sight of Little Cranegrass, Lu Yuangong nodded towards Little Cranegrass and said in a muffled voice, "Cranegrass, do you have food? Do you have water?" Little Cranegrass smiled faintly as he opened his small box. Inside the box were some wild fruits as well as some berries. Little Cranegrass took these things out and said with a smile, "These are the wild fruits that I got. Some of these berries are medicinal herbs. After eating them, they'll be very beneficial to your recovery." When Lu Yuangong and the others heard Little Cranegrass, they were moved. Wu Fei smiled and said, "It's good to have a plant master in the team. Even if we're in the wild, we don't need to worry about food and drink." Ha ha ha. Little Cranegrass, can you find some delicious things in the future? These things aren't enough to fill our stomachs. Cranegrass smiled and said, "All right, there will be opportunities in the future. You should know that I've just come out, so I'm not very familiar with all kinds of plants. Once I understand these plants, I'll definitely be able to find more delicious things." Upon hearing Little Cranegrass, Lu Yuangong and the others couldn't help but laugh. Lu Yuangong and the others thought that Little Cranegrass was joking. They didn't know that Little Cranegrass was actually serious. However, this wasn't important. After eating the fruits, they rested for a while before leaving the forest and heading towards the small path. They had already been delayed for several hours. If they didn't chase after them, then they wouldn't be able to catch up. Little Cranegrass and the others moved forward at a very fast speed. Now that the sky was about to turn dark, they had to hurry up. Fortunately, it was a small road, and the sky was about to turn dark, so they couldn't see anyone there. They could speed up as much as they wanted without worrying about being seen. In fact, it didn't matter even if they were seen by others. In the soul world, professionals like them wouldn't attract too much attention even if they ran wildly on the street. People would only treat it as a topic of conversation after a meal, because no one would offend a professional for this matter. Although there weren't many plants on this path, it was only relatively speaking. Compared to the dense forest beside the official road, there were fewer plants on both sides of the path. But that didn't mean that there were no plants. In fact, in a place like the soul world where people were sparse, it was really not easy to find a place without plants. Even some big cities would have a lot of plants. With the information provided by these plants, Little Cranegrass and the others wouldn't go in the wrong direction at all. But along the way, Little Cranegrass was still very careful because he knew that the other party might send people to deal with them. Little Cranegrass had never underestimated the Spear Soul. From the few decisions that the Spear Soul made, it could be seen that he was a very cautious person. When he saw that Little Cranegrass and the others had left for less than a quarter of an hour, he still didn't choose to pursue. It could be seen what kind of person he was. Maybe some people would think that this person was too cautious and wasn't suitable to command at all. But one must know that they were in an environment where those people weren't from the Saber Spirit Country. And now they were still in the Saber Spirit Country's territory. How could he not be careful? If he were to act rashly, all of them would probably die here. And looking at the whole history, those who liked to take risks and gamble might have a very exciting life. They might have ups and downs. Even if they led an army, they might be more famous than those who were cautious because they might win some big battles. But for such people, luck played a big part in their life. And the thing that people couldn't trust the most was luck. This time, luck took care of you, but what if it didn't take care of you next time? Therefore, many people who liked to gamble would end up losing everything in the end, while those who were cautious might be able to live a peaceful life. They might not be too dazzling, but they would definitely be very safe. If they were to become generals, then they would be the kind of people who were good at fighting and had no outstanding achievements. Because he knew what kind of person the spear soul was, Little Crane Grass thought that the spear soul might send someone to stop him from behind. The spear soul was a careful person. He had to make sure that his back was absolutely safe, especially after seeing those people being killed and knowing that Little Crane Grass was a plant master. He would be even more careful. Lu Yuangong and the others didn't doubt the strength of the Little Crane Grass. They were very clear that as long as there were plants, it was better to listen to the Little Crane Grass. They chased for more than 3 hours without catching up to the other party. However, Little Crane Grass knew that they weren't far from the other party. This was because when he was chatting with the plants told him that the other party had just passed by. In the process of chatting with the plants, the Little Crane Grass slowly understood the characteristics of the plants. That is, they weren't as sensitive to time as humans. Their ability to describe time was also very limited. For example, words like just passed, some time has passed, a long time has passed, a long time has passed, and so on were simple words that plants used to describe time. Unless it was an old pine tree or a magic plant like the iron thread grass, other plants wouldn't be able to tell the length of time. However, since the plant said just passed, it meant that the spear soul and the others hadn't been there for a long time. Because of this, Little Crane Grass became even more careful. Along the way, Little Crane Grass kept communicating with the plants. He wanted to know whether the other party would attack them or not. Suddenly, after chatting with the plants, Little Crane Grass suddenly stopped. Lu Yuangong and the others had been following Little Crane Grass. Seeing Little Crane Grass stop, Lu Yuangong and the others stared. The group immediately stopped as well. Then they looked at Little Crane Grass in confusion. Little Crane Grass didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he walked to the side of the road and placed his hand on the grass. After a while, he stood up and said with a dignified expression, "There's an ambush ahead. We've been discovered." Lu Yuangong stared, then he looked at Little Crane Grass and said, "What's going on?" Little Crane Grass's expression wasn't good. He said, "I was careless. The other party used a special method on the plants here, plant control. This can be said to be a special ability of plant masters. They can inject natural energy into the plants and temporarily control them, making them lie for them. Moreover, once this ability is broken, they would immediately discover that the other party used plant control on the grass. I didn't notice it and broke the plant control. Now that they've discovered us, it seems like these guys have become smarter. They might have discovered that my ability to communicate with plants is better than theirs." When Lu Yuangong heard Little Crane Grass, he couldn't help but be startled. He immediately said, "Then what should we do? The other party seems to have quite a few plant masters. Although they lost half of their men, in a place like this and in our current state, it's really difficult to fight them head-on." Little Crane Grass nodded. The reason why they were able to win against the people led by Sword Soul was because the other party didn't know about the existence of the Iron Hammer tree. Moreover, they underestimated the enemy. But this time, they were facing half of the people led by Spear Soul. Not to mention that these people were very strong. After the lesson they learned from Sword Soul, they wouldn't underestimate their enemy. Moreover, they had Spear Soul as their leader. If they were to face these people head-on, then they might not be able to get away with it. Lu Yuangong frowned. He thought for a while before he turned to Little Crane Grass and said, "Crane Grass, do you have any ideas?" Little Crane Grass looked at Lu Yuangong and said, "I don't have any ideas. I'm just thinking about whether we should retreat or not. In any case, we're just pestering them. As long as we find their traces, there's no need to fight them head-on." Upon hearing Little Crane Grass, Lu Yuangong stared for a moment. Then he couldn't help but pat his head and said, I was thinking too much. Alright, let's go. After he said that, he didn't hesitate to leave. This made Little Crane Grass and the others stare. However, they still listened to Lu Yuangong's words and turned around to leave with him. However, they didn't go too far before they found a place to hide. Although there weren't a lot of plants on the side of the path, this didn't mean that there weren't any plants. They could still hide in the weeds and wouldn't be discovered. At the same time, Little Crane Grass could also monitor the other party's movements through those plants. It could be said that he was killing two birds with one stone. Not long after Little Crane Grass and the others hid, the other party appeared in their original position. There weren't many people, only 20 of them. Among them were 5 plant masters. However, Little Crane Grass believed that if they really fought with these people, then it wouldn't take long before the Soul Spear would bring the others to support them. At that time, they would be in even more trouble. Naturally, Lu Yuangong was also aware of this. Therefore, he didn't have any intention of attacking. He just hid in the grass with Little Crane Grass and the others. He didn't have any intention of getting up. These people didn't stay there for too long. Instead, they observed for a while before turning around and leaving. When these people left, Little Crane Grass and the others stood up. Lu Yuangong looked at the direction where these people left and said with a heavy expression, Little Crane Grass, is there any way to get closer to them? If I can't see those cars, I don't feel at ease. Little Crane Grass shook his head and said, that's too dangerous. Uncle Lu, if I don't communicate with the surrounding plants, I won't know what they're planning. If we enter their encirclement, then we'll be done for. However, I have a way to track them without them noticing. Little Crane Grass nodded and said, that's too dangerous. When Lu Yuangong heard Little Crane Grass, he quickly said, what method? Let's hear it. Little Crane Grass smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and an iron thread grass appeared in front of him. He turned to Lu Yuangong and said, this is an iron thread grass. I can have it chase after them and help us monitor those guys. We'll slowly follow behind them. As long as we keep a certain distance from the iron thread grass, then they won't notice us. Moreover, I don't need to communicate with the other plants. What do you think? Lu Yuangong looked at Little Crane Grass and said, is there any danger? I can't joke with the lives of my brothers. Little Crane Grass replied, you should know that the iron thread grass is just a plant. It might have some places that it can't see. If that's the case, then we might be surrounded by them. But I can only say that there's a possibility, and it's still very low. At least, it's much lower than us going straight ahead. Lu Yuangong thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, I know, let's do it. Although I don't like taking risks, this risk is still worth taking. However, Crane Grass, this is equivalent to me handing the lives of my brothers to you. If you don't do it well, then all of us will be finished. Do you understand? Little Crane Grass nodded and said, I understand. Rest assured, Uncle Lu. Then Little Crane Grass raised a spear and the iron thread grass flew out of his hand. In the blink of an eye, the iron thread grass disappeared into the bushes on the side of the road. The bushes didn't even shake a bit. 10 minutes after the iron thread grass left, Little Crane Grass turned to Lu Yuangong and said, Uncle Lu, let's go. We'll follow it. But for the next period of time, you have to take care of me, because I have to pay attention to the iron thread grass. Be careful that I don't run off the road. When Lu Yuangong heard Little Crane Grass, he couldn't help but laugh. Then the group rushed forward together. Little Crane Grass wasn't wrong, as long as the iron thread grass wasn't more than 10 li away from him, then he can communicate with the iron thread grass freely. But at the same time, he still hasn't practiced the multitasking technique. Moreover, he has to use his plant eyes from time to time. In other words, he has to become the iron thread grass's line of sight. Because of this, he has no way to take care of himself. At that time, he can only rely on Lu Yuangong to lead him forward. After chasing for more than an hour, Little Crane Grass finally slowed down. He couldn't speed up because they were now only 10 li away from the other party. If he were to speed up, then it was very likely that they would be discovered by the other party in this place, which would only make things more troublesome. After Lu Yuangong and the others slowed down, little crane grass was able to relax a little. After all, iron thread grass had a very high IQ. If little crane grass asked him to do something, he could do it well. Little crane grass didn't need to use plant eyes to observe, so little crane grass could relax a little. Lu Yuangong walked as he said to little crane grass, "This time, we lost a brother. In order to not affect the battle, we can only bury him in the forest. But we made a mark and buried him very deep. I hope that we can go back alive this time. This way, we can bring his body back home and give it to his family." Little crane grass also knew what Lu Yuangong and the others did. After they destroyed the people brought by the sword's soul, they only took their weapons and the bodies of their companions and retreated into the forest. Then they buried their companions in the forest. In Little Crane Grass's opinion, this was very good. Little Crane Grass turned to Lu Yuangong and said, "You don't have to worry, we will definitely go back alive." "Right, Uncle Lu, why did you take away the other party's weapons? Is it to record military exploits?" After hearing Little Crane Grass's words, Lu Yuangong knew what he was thinking about. He shook his head and said, "No, it's not for military exploits. For a soldier's soul, their most precious wealth is their weapons. After being nourished by their battle chief for a long time, their weapons have become very powerful. Additionally, they've died. If such weapons were given to others, they would be very good weapons. Therefore, we took away their weapons. Even if we don't use them, we could exchange them for other things, even money. You know, a weapon left by a soldier's soul is very valuable." When Little Crane Grass heard Lu Yuangong, he stared for a moment. He didn't think that it would be like this. He looked at Lu Yuangong and said, "Uncle Lu, if you get a weapon this time, can you give me one?" The moment Lu Yuangong heard Little Crane Grass say so, he could not help being stunned as he said, "Give it to you? What do you want those weapons for? You can't use them yourself. You're a plant master, and the soul of a soldier's soul is very sharp. If you use this weapon, it would have a big impact on your cultivation." When Little Crane Grass heard Lu Yuangong, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "So it's like that. I really didn't know." "Then forget it, I don't want it. I'm just curious, I want to get a soul weapon to study." Lu Yuangong replied, "It's best not to mess around. You should know that everyone's profession has already been decided by the heavens. Otherwise, there wouldn't be soul objects. You want to study a soul weapon, that's fine. But you can't hold it for too long. Otherwise, it would have a big impact on your cultivation." Little Crane Grass nodded and said, "All right, I understand. Uncle Lu, you can rest assured." Lu Yuangong nodded, then he looked around and said, "It seems like these people want to go to Fog Mountain City. This isn't good. That place isn't a peaceful place. No wonder we couldn't find them before. It turns out that they were hiding in Fog Mountain City. This is troublesome." When Little Crane Grass heard Lu Yuangong mention Fog Mountain City, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and said, "Fog Mountain City? Uncle Lu, you mean Fog Mountain City? It's the capital of freedom, the criminal paradise." Lu Yuangong nodded, then he sighed and said, "Speaking of which, Misty Mountain City is a big problem for the Empire. It wasn't originally a city, but a prison. However, after the prisoners were released, they didn't want to go home because it was too shameful. Therefore, they decided to live there. Behind the prison is Misty Mountain, which is famous for its medicinal properties. Slowly, a lot of people gathered there. Since those people were prisoners, naturally, they wouldn't be too honest. Slowly, Misty Mountain City became a paradise for criminals." Little Crane Grass knew a bit about Misty Mountain City. The Zhou family had information about Hidden Mountain City. Many of the Zhou family's disciples would choose Misty Mountain City during their coming-of-age trial. Even if they didn't stay there for a long time, they would still stay there for a while. This was because Misty Mountain City had a lot of opportunities to fight. In Fog Mountain City, there were all kinds of professions. Even ordinary soul bearers had their own unique skills. However, there was a saying in the Saber Spirit Nation that there were no good people in Fog Mountain City. From this sentence, one could tell what kind of place Fog Mountain City was. There was no place for good people to live in. Even if it was an ordinary soul bearer, they would still resort to deceit. Even if it was a child in Fog Mountain City, one shouldn't underestimate them. Because this was Fog Mountain City, a child that could survive here must have their own means of survival. Because a lot of professions didn't know about this, they died in the hands of soul bearers after entering Fog Mountain City. In Fog Mountain City, soul bearers had a lot of ways to kill professions. Because of this, the disciples of the Hu family decided to use Fog Mountain City as a training ground. They believed that as long as they could survive in Fog Mountain City, no matter where they went in the continent, they wouldn't be plotted against. Naturally, the number of Hu family disciples who died in Fog Mountain City wasn't a small number. Even the people of the Saber Spirit Nation couldn't do anything to the people of Fog Mountain City. This was because the people of Fog Mountain City didn't recognize themselves as people of the Saber Spirit Nation. They called themselves abandoned people. Fog Mountain City was very big, and there were a lot of professions there. Moreover, the city was controlled by several big forces. These forces had some kind of relationship with the outside world. It was impossible for the Saber Spirit Nation to destroy the people of Fog Mountain City unless they were ruthless enough to kill everyone in the city. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any changes in Fog Mountain City. Even if the Saber Spirit Nation was determined to kill everyone in Fog Mountain City, it was still impossible. This was because as soon as the people of Fog Mountain City heard that a large force was coming, they would immediately run away. Once they ran to other cities, it would cause chaos in other cities. Therefore, the people of the Saber Spirit Nation didn't touch the people of Fog Mountain City. They left a place for the criminals, a prison that wasn't a prison. In the soul realm, although the status of professions was very special, they would still be punished once they committed a crime. Some professions didn't want to be punished, so they would run to Fog Mountain City. As long as they were here, the laws of the Saber Spirit Nation wouldn't be able to do anything to them. This was because the laws of the Saber Spirit Nation didn't apply to Fog Mountain City. If the target of the Spear Spirit Nation was Fog Mountain City, then they would be in a lot of trouble. Because of the attitude of the Saber Spirit Nation towards Fog Mountain City, the people of Fog Mountain City were very disgusted with the Saber Spirit Nation. Usually, the people in the city would fight with each other, but once the Saber Spirit Nation was involved, then they wouldn't fight anymore. Instead, they would unite to deal with the Saber Spirit Nation. Therefore, when Little Crane Grass and the others heard that the Spear Spirit Nation's people might be bringing the 5 carriages to Fog Mountain City, they couldn't help but frown. Little Crane Grass looked around, then turned to Lu Yuangong and said, "Uncle Lu, are they really going to bring the things to Fog Mountain City? If that's the case, then things will be even more troublesome." Lu Yuangong looked around and sighed, "It shouldn't be wrong. We've been walking on this road for a long time. You should be able to see that there aren't many people walking on this road. It's because this road leads to Fog Mountain City. There aren't many villages on this road. If I hadn't been to Fog Mountain City before, I wouldn't have known that this road leads to Fog Mountain City." Little Crane Grass looked at Lu Yuangong and said, "Uncle Lu, what should we do? If they really bring the things to Fog Mountain City, then we won't have a chance to rob them." Wu Fei nodded and said, "That's right, Captain. There are a lot of experts in Fog Mountain City right now. If we let those people enter the city, then even if we mobilize an army, we won't be able to deal with them. Moreover, it's been a long time. I'm afraid that the gold coins in the carriages would have already been exchanged for goods. What should we do?" Lu Yuangong frowned as well. He looked around and sighed, "What else can we do? We have too few people. Including the Crane Grass, we have a total of 6 people, while the other side has 50 people, which is almost 10 times our number. At this time, what else can we do? There's nothing we can do." Little Crane Grass looked around, then he turned to Lu Yuangong and said, "Uncle Lu, how far are we from Fog Mountain City?" Lu Yuangong replied, "With their current speed, they should be able to reach Fog Mountain City in about 7 days. However, there's no place on this road that can help us. Because this road leads to Fog Mountain City, ordinary villages wouldn't be built here. Therefore, in these 7 days, we can only rely on ourselves." Little Crane Grass said in a deep voice, "In other words, we still have 7 days. 7 days means that we have at least 6 nights to deal with them. Their horses can't keep going, that's simply impossible. So we still have time. It's getting late, I think they should be resting soon. Our operation will begin tonight." Lu Yuangong looked at little crane grass and said, "What do you think? Let's see if it's feasible. If it's too dangerous, then we shouldn't use it. Otherwise, we'll be in too much danger." Little crane grass smiled faintly and said, "No, it's not dangerous at all. You can rest assured. Tonight, we'll cripple their horses first. Then we'll deal with them slowly. 7 days is enough for us to do a lot of things." When Lu Yuangong heard little crane grass, he knew what he was talking about. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll support you. But what do you want to do? Are we going to let the iron thread grass cripple their horses tonight?" Little crane grass shook his head and said, "No, that's boring. We'll talk about it when they're resting. You guys walk slowly, I'll go get something." After saying that, little crane grass flashed and entered the weeds beside the road, disappearing in a blink of an eye. Not long after, little crane grass came out again, but he was holding a few stalks of grass in his hand. These stalks of grass didn't look much different from ordinary grass. If there was a difference, it would be that the roots of these stalks of grass were red. Lu Yuangong looked at little crane grass in confusion. He didn't know what little crane grass was doing with the grass. Little crane grass looked at Lu Yuangong and smiled faintly. "You don't know? This grass is called wild emotion grass. This grass isn't poisonous. Even if it is made into soup, it wouldn't have any effect. Naturally, no one would drink soup made from this grass because it's no different from ordinary grass. However, this grass has a special characteristic: it is very attractive to wild beasts. It can emit a scent that wild beasts can smell. Of course, horses can also smell it. Moreover, they love to eat this grass. But after eating this grass, they would immediately go into heat and become very violent. Even if the horses were castrated, they would still go crazy. We don't need to attack their horses at all. As long as their horses eat the wild emotion grass, then their horses would go crazy and run away." Lu Yuangong and the others were stunned as they listened to little crane grass. After little crane grass finished speaking, Lu Yuangong looked at little crane grass with uncertainty and said, "Crane grass, are you telling the truth? Just a few blades of grass can make the other party's horse run away in a frenzy?" Little crane grass smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I guarantee that I will. This is based on my experience. Currently, there aren't many people in the continent who know about this grass and its uses. This is because this grass was discovered by me. Moreover, if you don't pull it out and don't expose its roots, then this grass is no different from ordinary grass. The only difference between this grass is its roots." Little crane grass smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I guarantee that I will. This is my experience." Little crane grass didn't lie to Lu Yuangong and the others. He was the one who discovered the crazy love grass. Once, he went with Huding to carry out a family mission. When they were resting, under normal circumstances, Huding and the others would leave the horses where there was a lot of grass. Little crane grass, on the other hand, pulled out the grass and fed it to the horses. As a result, the horses went crazy and ran away without a trace. From then on, he discovered the crazy love grass. After experimenting with it many times, he finally discovered the crazy love grass characteristics. The soul of the spear felt uneasy. He knew that he was being watched, but he didn't want to divide his forces. Even if he wanted to divide his forces, he wouldn't divide too many people. At least 20 people would be guarding the carriage. Moreover, the people who were divided wouldn't be too far away from the carriage. This way, they would be able to provide support if something unexpected happened. Although he still felt uneasy, the soul of the spear knew that he had done everything he could. After all, they were now in the Saber Spirit country, and the people who wanted to deal with them this time were from the Saber Spirit country. Fortunately, they were now heading towards Misty Mountain City. He believed that as long as they arrived there, they would be safe. After thinking about this, the soul of the spear couldn't help but look up at the sky. It was already quite late. They hadn't rested for a long time, so it was time for them to rest. Even if they could bear it, the horses pulling the carriage couldn't. Therefore, rest was a must. After calculating the distance, the soul of the spear turned to the soul of the beast next to him and said, "Mouse, you lead 10 people to explore the road ahead. Focus on the Rockwind Mound. We'll rest there tonight." The soul of the beast called Mouse was a mouse. At the same time, he was also the scout of the team. The mouse that was controlled by Little Cranegrass and the others was controlled by him. Mouse nodded and then led the 10 people forward. They knew very well where the Rockwind Mound was. It was a special place on the road. There weren't many plants around it. On the contrary, there were a lot of rocks, which was how it got its name. The Soul of the Spear and the others weren't far from the Rockwind Mound. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the Rockwind Mound. The terrain here was very strange. It was a small mound, but it was surrounded by rocks. There were only some grasses growing in the cracks of the rocks. However, it seems like there were people who often cultivated here. The Soul of the Spear and the others were going to rest here tonight. They unloaded the horses from the carriage and tied them to a rock on the side. Under the rock, there was some grass for the horses to graze. The Spear Soul looked around, then turned to the remaining plant masters and said, "Set up a warning line on the surrounding plants. We must be on high alert." The plant masters immediately responded and began to set up the guards. After a while, all the guards were set up. The Soul Spear let out a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, "Divide into 5 teams, each team has 10 people. Take turns to be on night duty while the rest rest." Everyone agreed and immediately began to eat and rest. They were not afraid of being discovered by Little Cranegrass and the others, so they started a fire and began to cook. Although they only made some hot soup, it was much better than eating cold food. At this time, Little Cranegrass and the others could only eat dried rations and wild fruits a few miles away from them. These dried rations were not military rations, but pancakes baked by the people of the Sher family village for Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass was not willing to take out these things when they had a meal before, because he knew that these pancakes would be their only staple food for the next few days, so he had to eat sparingly. After eating, Little Cranegrass and the others found a place to rest. Not long after they laid down, a rustling sound was heard. Lu Yuangong and the others immediately jumped up. Only Little Cranegrass didn't move. Before long, a 30-centimeter-long centipede-like thing crawled from the grass towards Little Cranegrass. This thing was a miniature version of the iron thread grass. Little Cranegrass gave the wild love grass to the iron thread grass. The iron thread grass body grew a little longer. Then it wrapped around the wild love grass and ran towards the direction of the Rockwind Mound, disappearing in a blink of an eye. When Lu Yuangong and the others saw this, they couldn't help but be amazed. Wu Fei said, "I didn't think that a plant master would be able to do this. I thought that only beast soul masters could do this. But now, it seems that it's different. To be able to do this much, it's amazing." Little Cranegrass smiled faintly and said in a deep voice, "There aren't many plant masters who can do this. After all, there aren't many demonic plant masters in the soul world, and there are even fewer plant masters who can subdue demonic plants." Lu Yuangong and the others nodded. Then Lu Yuangong turned his head towards the direction of the Rockwind Mound and said, "I really want to see what will happen there tonight." Little Cranegrass smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Although we're quite a distance away from them, there's still a lot of noise tonight. We should be able to hear some things from here. Let's get rid of their horses first and then see if there's an opportunity. If there's an opportunity, we'll deal with the plant masters as well as the soul beasts. With these people around, it wouldn't be easy for us to deal with them." Little Cranegrass smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry." Lu Yuangong said, "Don't worry, we just need to entangle them. Don't underestimate the Empire's reaction speed. As long as we can entangle them and prevent them from entering Fog Mountain City, then we'll win." Little Cranegrass nodded and didn't say anything else. This was the first time he was involved in this kind of battle. There were still a lot of things he needed to learn. Although he was very calm when something happened, he still had too little experience. He needed to learn from Lu Yuangong and the others. The group didn't say anything as well. They needed to take a good rest. Today, they were fighting and tracking, so they were very tired. Now was the time to take a good rest. Time passed by little by little. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Little Cranegrass and the others suddenly heard some noises. They immediately jumped up and looked towards the direction of the Rockwind Mound. The Rockwind Mound was very noisy, mixed with the sound of horses neighing. The neighing of the horses was very loud, it didn't sound like ordinary horses at all. This made Lu Yuangong and the others happy. After some time, the noises from the rockwind mound slowly disappeared. Little Crane Grass closed his eyes and sensed the rockwind mound situation through the iron thread grass. There were no horses in the rockwind mound, or it could be said that there were no horses left. 5 carriages, 15 horses, and the horses that the Spear Soul rode weren't small in number. But now, in addition to a dozen dead horses, there were no horses left, all the other horses had run away. Upon seeing this, Little Crane Grass couldn't help but be happy. He knew that he won. Now that the Spear Souls group had lost their horses, their speed would naturally decrease. When the time comes, it would be much easier to deal with them. Little Crane Grass slowly opened his eyes, then he turned his head to look at Lu Yuangong and the others. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone can have a good night's sleep. They have no horses to use now." Upon hearing Little Crane Grass, Lu Yuangong and the others were happy. Lu Yuangong then said, "Good, very good. Now that they have no horses to use, we can entangle them. I want to see how they will die this time. Wu Fei, is there any news from home?" Wu Fei shook his head and said, "Not yet, but I think it will be soon. My family should have already received the letter. They will make arrangements very soon. You don't need to worry." Lu Yuangong nodded, then he looked at the sky and said, "All right, everyone should take a good rest. Tomorrow, we'll think of a way to deal with them. Little Crane Grass, you don't need to do anything. They will certainly strengthen their vigilance tonight. If they find the iron thread grass, then it will be even more troublesome. The other party seems to be a veteran, it's impossible for them to not recognize the iron thread grass. You better not act recklessly." Little Crane Grass nodded and said, "Uncle Lu, don't worry. I know, I won't act recklessly." Lu Yuangong nodded, then he went to rest with the others. Little Crane Grass was also like Lu Yuangong and the others, he also found a place to rest. What he needed to do today was already done. The rest will be left for tomorrow. At this moment, the Spear Soul's expression didn't look too good. He looked at the dead horses on the ground and his expression was very ugly. He turned to the 5 plant masters and said, "Did you find out the reason? Why did the horses suddenly go crazy? What's going on? Did someone poison them?" The plant masters observed the dead horses. After looking at them, they shook their heads at the same time. Then one of the plant masters turned to the Spear Soul and said, "Captain, I'm sure that these horses weren't poisoned by plants. As for whether they were poisoned by animals, it's hard to say. We don't know much about animal poisons." Upon hearing this, the soul of the spear turned his head to look at Rat. Rat also had some knowledge about poisons, but he was the opposite of the plant master. He was most proficient in animal poisons, but he didn't know much about plant poisons. He carefully observed the horses and finally said to the soul of the spear, "Captain, these horses don't seem to be poisoned by animals. On the contrary, according to my understanding of animals, they seem to be in heat, which is why they are like this." The Spear Soul stared, then he asked, "Heat? How is that possible? Although some of these horses weren't castrated, many of them were. How can these horses be in heat?" Rat replied, "Captain, they are indeed in heat. Look at the eyes of these horses. Before they died, their eyes were bloodshot. Moreover, they looked very manic. There's no mistake, these are the signs of horses going into heat." The Spear Soul turned to the plant masters and said, "Look around and see if there's anything that can make these horses go into estrus after eating it. Is there something here that can make these horses go into estrus after eating it?" The plant masters nodded, then they looked around and didn't find anything special. Then they carefully looked at the place where the horses were and finally found some red roots. These roots looked like grass roots, but their color was different. The plant masters carefully looked at the grass roots. In the end, they came to the conclusion that the grass roots were naturally like this, it wasn't poisoned by someone. A plant master took the roots to the Spear Soul and handed them to him. "Captain, according to our observation, it might be this thing that made the horses go crazy. Although we haven't seen it before, we can be sure that it's a kind of herb that hasn't been discovered yet. We suggest that we keep these roots and test it on a horse when we go back." The Spear Soul nodded and said, "The Spear Soul didn't know what it was, but it's a kind of herb that hasn't been discovered yet." The spear soul was really helpless. Although he didn't believe that the horses went crazy because they accidentally ate a plant that could make them go crazy, the fact was that it was an accident. However, the spear soul's intuition told him that this wasn't an accident. Looking at the roots in the hands of the 5 plant masters, the spear soul couldn't help but want to kill them. In his opinion, these 5 plant masters were trash. They couldn't even deal with a single plant master. Moreover, they even made him lose half of his men. This was what made the spear soul angry. However, he couldn't do this. The 5 plant masters didn't make any obvious mistakes. Moreover, they were in the territory of the saber spirit country. If he were to kill them, then their strength would be even weaker. Forcing himself to throw the roots at the plant masters, the spear soul took a deep breath and said, "All right, let's put them away. Let's go back and do some experiments. If the experiment is successful, then it will be of great help to us. Arrange 10 people to keep watch while the others rest." The spear soul nodded and then went to rest. But the soul of the spear didn't rest. He stood on the rockwind mound and looked around at the darkness. He murmured, "I know you're here. You've been following us. This must be your doing. Humph, I won't let you succeed. I won't." No one knew whether he was cheering himself up or something else. At this moment, Little Cranegrass and the others were sleeping very well. Although they didn't have a tent, they still slept very comfortably on the grass nest. The grass was all over the ground, forming a thick layer. It was very comfortable to lie on top of it. The next morning, after Little Cranegrass woke up, they went to find some food. This time, they mainly ate wild fruits or some other edible things. Of course, if they ate these things, the taste wouldn't be good, but they had to eat. This was because they knew that if they didn't eat these things, then they wouldn't be able to eat anything else. Although Little Cranegrass still had a few pancakes, everyone knew that those pancakes were used for emergencies. Although the pancakes that Little Cranegrass found weren't delicious, it wasn't a big deal for them. After eating, Lu Yuangong looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, look at what those guys are doing. Isn't it time for us to take action?" Little Cranegrass nodded and closed his eyes. He observed those people through the iron thread grass. He found that the soul spear and the others were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they stayed at the rockwind mound. It seemed like they were waiting for someone. Little Cranegrass turned to Lu Yuangong and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Lu, they seem to be waiting for someone, or maybe they are waiting for reinforcements? What should we do?" Lu Yuangong frowned and thought for a moment before he said, "Cranegrass, they won't be able to move for a while. Do you think we can go around them? If we can't get reinforcements in time, then we can find a way to stop them. What do you think?" When Little Cranegrass heard Lu Yuangong, he couldn't help but nod and said, "All right, I can take everyone around the rockwind mound. We won't be discovered by the plant masters and the soul spear. Shall we go now?" Lu Yuangong nodded. He looked around and saw that there were small hills all around. There were small hills everywhere. Moreover, there were more rocks than plants on these hills. It can be said that such a place was very unfavorable for plant masters to fight. Lu Yuangong looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Let's go now. If we can get ahead of them, then it'll be very important for us. Let's go." Little Cranegrass nodded. Then he led the group to the hills on the side. They went around the hills and arrived at the other side before they continued to move forward. Although they were moving forward, Little Cranegrass was very careful. He was always paying attention to the other party's movements. The other party didn't seem to have any intention of moving. After all, there were 5 carriages. Without horses, even if they were all professionals, they wouldn't be able to push them very far. Little Cranegrass and the others took a detour for a few dozen kilometers. They completely bypassed the rockwind mound and arrived in front of the other party. They didn't get too close to the other party, they were still 10 kilometers away from the other party. Then they found a place to hide. The reason why Little Cranegrass and the others had to hide was that the enemy they were going to face wasn't just the Spear Souls group. Now that the Spear Souls group of 50 people didn't move forward, but waited there, it meant that they would definitely have reinforcements, and their reinforcements would probably come from the Misty Mountain City. If that was the case, then if Little Cranegrass and the others didn't hide, they would probably be discovered by the enemy. After hiding behind a hill and resting, Little Cranegrass and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. They hid on the ground and looked at the sky. There weren't any animals in the sky. Before, they suspected that there might be an eagle monitoring them. But now, it seems like there weren't any. This made them feel a little strange. Little Cranegrass looked at the sky strangely and said to Lu Yuangong, "Uncle Lu, we suspected that the other party might have an eagle monitoring us from the sky. Why can't we see it now? Moreover, from the other party's reaction, it seems like they really don't know about our actions. What's going on? Could it be that they took back their eagle?" When Lu Yuangong heard Little Cranegrass, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Cranegrass, it seems like you didn't pay attention to the battle at the intersection. In that battle, we lost a brother. Do you know what that brother did? He perished together with an Eagle Soul warrior. That Eagle Soul warrior's Feying died with them." When Little Cranegrass heard Lu Yuangong, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "So that brother found out that the other party's eagle was too big of a threat to us. So he perished together with that person?" Lu Yuangong sighed and said, "Brother Guanfei did indeed do so. At that time, he suffered a serious injury and his fighting strength was less than 40%. At that time, he chose to perish together with the person who could pose the greatest threat to us. This would pave the way for our next action. He succeeded. Little Cranegrass, this is war. Sometimes, some people must be sacrificed. Sometimes, some people will choose to be sacrificed." Little Cranegrass didn't speak anymore. He knew that Lu Yuangong's statement was a bit far-fetched. A battle like theirs couldn't be called a war at all. It could only be regarded as a battle. However, such a battle was so cruel. If it was a large-scale war, what would happen in the end? Little Cranegrass didn't dare to imagine it. Lu Yuangong couldn't hear Little Cranegrass's words. He also didn't say anything. He had already seen that Little Cranegrass was indeed here for the trial. Although he was very calm when dealing with matters, sometimes he was too idealistic. He always wanted to use the smallest price to exchange for the greatest results. This was understandable, but there weren't many people who could do it. Whether it was a large-scale war or a small-scale war, the essence was the same. There was no good mouth for cursing and no good for fighting. This sentence had already explained the essence of war. While everyone was silent, a bird's cry suddenly came from the sky. This bird's cry was very clear, but there was nothing special about it. When Wu Fei heard this bird's cry, he jumped up and imitated a few birds' cries. The sound was really vivid. As for the little bird in the sky, as soon as it heard the bird's cry, it descended from its horse. When Little Cranegrass saw the process of the bird descending, it was shocked because the speed of the bird's descent was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already landed on Wu Fei's shoulder. This was a gray bird. It didn't look like a smart bird. However, this bird had big wings, sharp claws, and a small hook on its beak. It turned out to be a carnivorous bird. There was a bamboo tube tied to the bird's leg. Inside the bamboo tube was a small slip of paper. Wu Fei had already taken out the slip of paper. There were some strange words written on it. Little Cranegrass looked at it but didn't understand what it meant. However, Wu Fei and the others understood it because it was a code. After Wu Fei read the contents of the note, he turned to Lu Yuangong and said, "Captain, it's good to know that someone from our hometown is coming. In 2 days, they will arrive at the main road 100 li outside of Fog Mountain City. What should we do next?" Lu Yuangong's eyes lit up as he said, "Let's not care about where the people from our hometown are. What we need to do is to delay them and make them as far away from Fog Mountain City as possible. Give them a message and tell them to stay in contact with us for the next 2 days. Tell them to be prepared to adjust their position at any time." Wu Fei responded and took out a small piece of paper from his body. He also took out a small piece of black charcoal-like substance and wrote a few words on the paper. Then, he rolled the paper up and placed it in the small bamboo tube. He tied it to the bird's leg and took out a small bag from his pocket. He took out a handful of black millet-like substance and fed it to the bird. Little Cranegrass originally thought that the little bird was a carnivore, but it didn't expect that it seemed to like these millets very much. It opened its mouth and ate all the millets in Wu Fei's bowl clean. Then, it flapped its wings and turned around to fly away. Seeing the bird fly away, Lu Yuangong turned to Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, the next step is up to you. Those people must be waiting for reinforcements. Their reinforcements might come from Fog Mountain City. If their reinforcements really come from that direction, then we need to delay them. Don't let their reinforcements meet up with those people. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble." Little Cranegrass nodded and said in a deep voice, "It's not difficult to delay them for 2 days, but Uncle Lu, I think it's better to let them meet up. Otherwise, if our reinforcements come, we might face a situation where we're surrounded by enemies. That's not good." "That's right, Captain. I think it's better to let them gather together. When the time comes, we can deal with them together. If we let them split into 2 places, in the future, when the people from our family come, we will have to deal with them twice. In that case, many of them might escape. If one of them escapes, it will be a disaster." When Wu Fei heard Little Cranegrass's words, he also chimed in. Lu Yuangong thought for a moment, then he said, "All right, 2 days. In these 2 days, even if they rush day and night, they still won't be able to reach Fog Mountain City. However, the closer they are to Fog Mountain City, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. There are too many murderers in Fog Mountain City. Those guys don't care about their lives for money. Now that we have 5 carriages worth of money outside, if we let those guys know about it, then there will be a lot of variables." Everyone nodded. Among these people, except for Little Cranegrass, everyone knew how terrifying Fog Mountain City was. Almost all of them had come to Fog Mountain City to do missions. Although Fog Mountain City was known as the capital of freedom, it was still within the borders of the Blade Spirit Nation. How could the Blade Spirit Nation not control it? Therefore, every year, the Blade Spirit Army would send some people to Fog Mountain City to do missions. Lu Yuangong and the others had been to Fog Mountain City before. It was precisely because they had been there that they knew how terrifying Fog Mountain City was. There were really desperados there. Some of them were soul-bearers. They dared to form groups and fight against professions. They weren't afraid of death at all. Even professions would have a headache when faced with them. If soul-bearers were this powerful, then there's no need to talk about professions. The professions in Fog Mountain City were incomparably powerful. Each one of them was extremely vicious. They even dared to fight against the Empire's army, not to mention other professions. It was precisely because he knew the situation in Fog Mountain City that Lu Yuangong said that they should stay as far away from Fog Mountain City as possible when they fought with the Soul Spear. When Little Cranegrass saw that Lu Yuangong agreed to his plan, he was very happy. But after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. He looked at Lu Yuangong and said, "Uncle Lu, do you think that it would take 2 days to get here from Fog Mountain City? If the enemy's reinforcements don't arrive in 2 days, then what should we do? When the time comes, our reinforcements will arrive." When Lu Yuangong heard Little Cranegrass, he was stunned. Then his expression changed as well. He looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "What if our reinforcements arrive first and their reinforcements don't? What do we do then?" Little Cranegrass looked around and said, "If we have more reinforcements, then we can deal with those guys guarding the carriage first. But what I'm afraid of is that if the other side sends another Hawk Soul expert, then they can use the Hawk Soul expert to monitor us. If that happens, then it won't be easy for us to deal with them." Lu Yuangong nodded, then he sighed and said, "Forget it, let's not. Think about getting rid of the other side in one fell swoop." After so many years, the Empire had made countless plans but still couldn't get rid of the other side in one fell swoop. It's impossible to do it just by relying on this operation. I think it's better for us to get our things back first. The others nodded as well. They were all soldiers, and ordinary soldiers at that. This kind of strategic arrangement wasn't something that they needed to think about. They just needed to get their things back. Little Cranegrass didn't say anything. He wasn't a part of the group. As soon as Little Cranegrass heard this, he didn't say anything else. After all, he couldn't be considered as a member of this team. He could only be considered as a helper who was forced to help. As for joining the army, he had never thought about it. Joining the army seemed like a good idea, but it wasn't suitable for a plant master, especially a plant master like him. His trial had just begun. If he joined the army at this time, he would be restricted by various military rules. Then, he would be finished. He wouldn't be able to complete any of his trial items. Therefore, Little Cranegrass didn't plan to join the army. He only wanted to help Lu Yuangong and the others snatch the items back before leaving. The reason why he didn't leave now was because he didn't want to offend Lu Yuangong and the others. Now was the most difficult time for Lu Yuangong and the others. If he abandoned Lu Yuangong and the others and left by himself, then what would Lu Yuangong and the others think of him? Although he was now a member of the Hu clan and a core member, it wouldn't be easy for Lu Yuangong and the others to make a move on him. However, one shouldn't forget that Lu Yuangong and the others had the backing of the Saber Guard army. The Saber Guard army had a very high status in the Saber Spirit Nation. Many disciples of large clans would die mysteriously when they went out for training, and the Saber Guard army was behind this. Therefore, Little Cranegrass didn't dare underestimate them. At the same time, Little Cranegrass had a good relationship with Lu Yuangong and the others. Although Lu Yuangong and the others weren't very friendly to him in the beginning, they were very good now. Moreover, Lu Yuangong and the others taught him a lot of things. Little Cranegrass wasn't a cold and ruthless person, so at this time, he naturally chose to help Lu Yuangong and the others. After the group finished their discussion, they didn't have any other ideas. One by one, they rested in the grass. In order to ensure the safety of Little Cranegrass and the others, Little Cranegrass also made the surrounding grass very tall. The grass also blocked their view. Even if there was an eagle flying in the sky, it wouldn't be able to see them. Moreover, they had rushed for dozens of miles today, so they were a little tired. Therefore, it didn't take long for them to fall asleep. Naturally, Little Cranegrass still had Iron Thread Grass keep an eye on Spear Spirit and the others to prevent them from making any moves. This time, they slept for more than 3 hours. This was the most peaceful sleep they had in the past few days. After all, they were already in front of the other party. Even if the other party wanted to leave, they would pass by them. At that time, they would certainly know. Because of this, the group was very relieved and had a good sleep. After waking up, the group felt refreshed. Their injuries were almost healed under the effect of Little Cranegrass's medicinal powder. At this time, their fighting strength had been completely restored. After the group got up, they ate some food. They didn't dare to eat until they were full because there wasn't much food left. Moreover, in this place, Little Cranegrass didn't have any place to find food. Therefore, they could only eat the remaining dry rations. Moreover, they didn't dare to eat too much. After eating some food, Lu Yuangong couldn't help but sigh and said, "This time, it's all thanks to Little Cranegrass. If he didn't bring so much dry rations, I'm afraid we would have to starve. It seems like everyone should bring some dry rations with them in the future." Wu Fei and the others also nodded. They also felt very embarrassed. They were part of the Saber Guard army. Although they were only in the reserve army, they were still experts among the million-strong army of the Saber Spirit Nation. But this time, they were able to achieve this level of success because of the Little Cranegrass. If it wasn't for the Little Cranegrass, they would have been annihilated long ago. They really didn't know what to say, they just felt a little embarrassed. Lu Yuangong and the others thought that Spear Spirit's reinforcements would arrive soon. They didn't expect that after waiting for a day, the reinforcements still hadn't arrived. This made the group very surprised. Seeing that the sky was already dark, Lu Yuangong couldn't help but frown. He said, "Everyone, what do you think those fellows want to do? Do they really want to wait for reinforcements? Aren't they a bit too arrogant? This is our Saber Spirit Nation. If they wait for reinforcements here, aren't they afraid of being annihilated by our army?" The few of them frowned as well. None of them could figure out what the other party was trying to do. Just like what Lu Yuangong had said, this was the Saber Spirit Nation. They had snatched something from the Saber Spirit Nation. After snatching something from the Saber Spirit Nation, they still dared to strut around and wait for reinforcements. Seeing that they didn't speak, Lu Yuangong opened his mouth and said, "Do you think that the other party will leave tonight? If they really do, then it wouldn't be good for us." When Wu Fei and the others heard Lu Yuangong, they couldn't help but stare. Then their eyes lit up and they couldn't help but nod. The other party might really do this. Little Cranegrass looked at Lu Yuangong and said, Uncle Lu, what do you think? Is it possible for each of them to carry a chest? Although the things in the chests are very big and heavy, they are all professions. It's still possible for each of them to carry a chest. Even if it's 2 people carrying a chest, there are 50 of them, which means that they can carry 25 chests. And on the 5 carriages, it seems like there are only 25 chests in total. When Lu Yuangong heard Little Cranegrass, he couldn't help but stare. Then he thought for a moment and said, what Little Cranegrass said is possible. It's possible for them to carry the boxes and leave at night. Even if they don't carry the boxes, they can still send people to pick them up. At that time, it would be even more disadvantageous for us. The group nodded, they also agreed with Lu Yuangong's words. At night, the other party would have a lot of people. Moreover, they would have a lot of soul beasts. Soul beasts were very good at fighting at night. Because of this, Lu Yuangong said that if the other party moved at night, it would be even more disadvantageous for them. Little Cranegrass looked at Lu Yuangong and thought for a moment. Then he immediately took out a small bag from his box. The bag was filled with seeds, all of them were mutated seeds. Some of these seeds were taken from the Hu family while the others were taken from the plant masters that he killed. After Little Cranegrass took out the seeds, he carefully counted them. Then he turned to Lu Yuangong and said, Uncle Lu, I'll hold them back at night. If they move at night, I'll throw these seeds at them and activate them. Although these seeds can't hurt them, they can still slow them down. What we need to do now is to slow them down. When Lu Yuangong and the others heard Little Cranegrass's words, they also felt that this was the best method so far. Therefore, they didn't object. Lu Yuangong looked at Little Cranegrass and said, Cranegrass, I thank you. As long as this mission goes smoothly, when the people from home arrive, I'll have them give you the mutated seeds so that you won't have to make them yourself in the future. Right, this time, if we manage to get the things back, will you leave? Little Cranegrass nodded and said, yes, I'll leave after you take the things back. I've been away from my hometown for several years, it's time for me to go back and see my parents. Moreover, I still have to go out and train, I can't waste too much time. You should know that if I can't complete the training, then I can't be considered a member of the Hu family. Lu Yuangong nodded, then he looked at Little Cranegrass and said, Cranegrass, although we haven't known each other for a long time, we've experienced life and death together. You said that your status in the Hu family isn't low. Can you tell us how high it is? Who is your master? Who is your adopted relative in the Hu family? Little Cranegrass looked at Lu Yuangong and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, I can tell you, but I hope that you can keep it a secret for me. Before I become famous, don't tell others about my true identity. Naturally, my true identity isn't that hard to find. As long as you want to, you can find out. But if you can keep it a secret for a while, then that's good. I don't like too much trouble. Lu Yuangong and the others nodded, their eyes were shining as they looked at Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass looked at them and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't know that men would be so gossipy and curious. He shook his head and said, I'm actually the Hu family's third master, Hu Yuan's adopted grandson. My master is also my adopted grandfather. When Lu Yuangong and the others heard Little Cranegrass, they were stunned. Wu Fei didn't react and said, Hu Yuan? Isn't the Hu family's third master Hu Jing? I heard that his cultivation wasn't very good. Why did you say that he's Hu Yuan? You idiot. Lu Yuangong knocked Wu Fei's head and said, the third master that Little Cranegrass is talking about isn't the current third master of the Hu family, but the previous generation's old master Hu Yuan. His nickname is Ghostvine. He's a famous expert of the Hu family. Little Cranegrass, your adopted grandfather is old master Hu Yuan? Is this true? Little Cranegrass smiled faintly and said, of course it's true. I'm the adopted relative of the Hu family, how can this be fake? Otherwise, why would I participate in the Hu family's coming-of-age trial? Wu Fei looked at Little Cranegrass in surprise and said, heavens, Ghostvine Hu Yuan isn't just in our Blade Spirit Nation, he's a famous plant cultivator in the entire Soul Nation. I heard that he's also a member of the Plant Master Association's elder group. In the Plant Master Association, his status is extraordinary. Many plant cultivators dream of getting his guidance. I didn't expect that you're actually his adopted grandson and disciple. You're too lucky. Lu Yuangong glared at Wu Fei in dissatisfaction and snorted, "Lucky my ass. If it wasn't for little Cranegrass's extraordinary talent, how could he become a disciple of the Hu family? But this also shows little Cranegrass's strength. Cranegrass, work hard. I believe that you'll become a great plant cultivator. Because the current you already has something that many plant cultivators don't have in their lifetime. I believe that you'll succeed and become famous in the soul world." After knowing little Cranegrass's identity, Lu Yuangong and the rest no longer had any doubts about little Cranegrass. Ghost Ting Hu Yuan's reputation was too great in Blade Spirit Nation. Little Cranegrass was his godson and disciple, so it was reasonable for him to have such strength. Little Cranegrass didn't blame Lu Yuangong for doubting him. For people like Lu Yuangong, it wasn't easy to make them completely trust him. But now, it wasn't easy to make Lu Yuangong trust him. Little Cranegrass and the others calmed down. They were having a good time, they were very relaxed. They only needed to monitor the soul spear while waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Time slowly passed, and then another day passed. Little Cranegrass and the others tried their best not to move, they were afraid that they would be discovered. The next day, when the sky darkened, the gray bird flew back. Wu Fei took out a small piece of paper from the bamboo tube. After reading what was written on the paper, Wu Fei turned to Lu Yuangong and said, "Captain, the people from our hometown have arrived. They are now outside Fog Mountain City." When Lu Yuangong heard Wu Fei, his eyes lit up, then he said, "Send a message to the people from our hometown. Tell them to stand guard 200 li outside Fog Mountain City. If the enemy's reinforcements appear, tell them to eliminate them first." How many people did our hometown send this time? Are there enough people? Wu Fei replied, "There are enough people. I'll write it down." After saying that, he took out a charcoal pencil and wrote down what Lu Yuangong had just said on a piece of paper. Sui Bing put the paper into the bamboo tube again. After feeding the bird, he released the bird again. Lu Yuangong turned to little Cranegrass and said, "Tell the people from our hometown to eliminate their reinforcements first. The rest of them won't be able to do anything." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he said, "If the reinforcements don't arrive for a long time, will they discover something?" Lu Yuangong sneered and said, "Even if they discover something, what can they do? Now that the people from our hometown have arrived, they're no longer in charge here. If they know what's good for them, then they should run away before the reinforcements arrive. But if the reinforcements arrive, then they won't be able to run." Little Cranegrass didn't say anything. He discovered that Lu Yuangong became very confident after hearing that the reinforcements had arrived. However, little Cranegrass didn't say anything. This matter should be resolved as soon as possible. 2 days later, there was still no news from the reinforcements from both sides. Lu Yuangong was able to keep his composure. Every day, he would stay in the grass nest with little Cranegrass and the others, munching on flatbread. However, Lu Yuangong and the others didn't have any reaction. They continued to chat and laugh as if they were very happy. Little Cranegrass knew why Lu Yuangong and the others were so happy. This was the Saber Spirit country. Lu Yuangong and the others believed that their reinforcements would be stronger than the enemy's reinforcements. They were suffering here just to wait for the enemy's destruction. Little Cranegrass didn't do anything at this time, he was only responsible for monitoring the Spear Spirits group. The Spear Spirits group wasn't as calm as Lu Yuangong and the others. Each of them looked very nervous. Even the Spear Spirit, who was the calmest in the past, was now anxious. Because of this, the others were also very nervous. Little Cranegrass was happy to see them like this. This meant that these people were starting to get anxious. Their reinforcements might not arrive on time. In other words, their reinforcements might have already been destroyed by Lu Yuangong's reinforcements. Little Cranegrass told this news to Lu Yuangong and the others. Lu Yuangong and the others were even more happy. Even their voices were a lot louder. Finally, a day later, Lu Yuangong and the others received news that their reinforcements had arrived. Their reinforcements numbered 200 people. These people didn't come directly from the main road, instead, they came from the back of the hill. This path was much more difficult than the main road. Lu Yuangong and the others were stunned. Lu Yuangong and the others were stunned. Little Crane Grass was stunned when it saw the 200 people. Among the 200 people, there were more than 100 soldier soul warriors, dozens of beast soul warriors, craftsmen, and plant masters. There were only a dozen of the first type. Such a composition of people was very powerful. Moreover, no matter what kind of environment they were in, this team would be able to display their strength. When fighting in the mountains, they had beast souls, soldier souls, and plant masters. When fighting on the official road, they had soldier souls, craftsmen, and beast souls. If they were fighting in the forest, they had plant masters. They had people of every profession, which allowed the team to fight in almost any environment. When Lu Yuangong and the others saw these people, they couldn't help but feel excited. They quickly went forward and gave a military salute to the leader and said, "We have seen Captain Tai." The leader of this small team was a soul soldier. This soul soldier had 2 large hammers on his head. He was also very tall and sturdy. He was over 2 meters tall, and his muscles were clearly defined. Captain Tai nodded. Then he looked at Lu Yuangong and the others and said, "Very good. You did a good job this time. All right, leave the rest to us." "Where are those guys?" Lu Yuangong turned his head to look at Little Crane Grass. Little Crane Grass didn't say anything, he just nodded. Lu Yuangong turned his head to Captain Tai and said, "They're 10 li behind us. Those people didn't run away. Their things are also here." Captain Tai nodded. Then he turned his head to look at Lu Yuangong and Little Crane Grass. Then he said, "Who is he?" Lu Yuangong replied, "He's a friend. This time, he came to help us. His identity is absolutely trustworthy. Captain, you can rest assured." Captain Tai looked at Lu Yuangong and nodded. He didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't doubt Little Crane Grass, he just believed in his subordinates. Captain Tai didn't say anything, he just went straight ahead. Lu Yuangong and the others quickly followed behind. Little Crane Grass also slowly followed behind. A distance of 10 miles was really nothing for these practitioners. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the place where Spear Soul and the others were. This time, they didn't hide. Instead, they directly surrounded the soul soldier. When the soul soldier saw them, he sighed. He didn't run away, he just ordered everyone to get ready. Before long, Captain Tai arrived at the convoy. He looked at the soul soldier and coldly snorted, "Hiding your head but showing your tail. Let me see who you are." The soul soldier looked at Captain Tai and said, "Iron Hammer, captain of the 5th Army's 10th Squad. I didn't expect you to be the one leading the team. It seems like the Saber Spirit country really values this old man." Iron Hammer looked at the soul soldier and coldly smiled, "You should be the spear soldier. I heard that you sent 4 emissaries to our country. They are the saber, spear, sword, and halberd. You should be the soul soldier, right? Take off your veil and let me see what you look like." The soul soldier looked at Iron Hammer, then he let out a long breath and said, "You're lucky this time. You actually have a powerful plant master to help you. But next time, you won't be so lucky." After he said that, the soul soldier turned his head to look at Little Crane Grass. It seems like he wanted to imprint Little Crane Grass's appearance in his mind. Then he waved his hand as a spear appeared in his hand. Then he waved his spear and shouted, "Kill." Along with the soul soldier's order, the people behind him immediately charged towards Iron Hammer and the others. Iron Hammer and the others coldly snorted as they took out their weapons and rushed forward. The 2 sides engaged in a melee. The Spear Soul was fighting against the Iron Hammer captain. The Iron Hammer captain's weapon was also a pair of sledgehammers. These sledgehammers weren't any smaller than stone hammer trees. However, these sledgehammers were made of metal, so their weight was quite astonishing. The spear in the Spear Soul's hand was more than 3 meters long. He shook the spear in his hand, and a spear flower appeared, directly attacking the Iron Hammer captain. Captain Iron Hammer coldly snorted as he waved his sledgehammer forward. The flower disappeared as the soul soldier's spear went straight towards Captain Iron Hammer's throat. Captain Iron Hammer swung his sledgehammer forward and smashed the soul soldier's spear. The soul soldier's spear bent, but then it immediately bounced back, causing Captain Ironhammer's hammer to dissipate. However, Captain Ironhammer couldn't attack this time. The Soul Soldier used the force of the rebound to move horizontally. He directly floated past Captain Ironhammer. Then he didn't stop and directly rushed towards the periphery of the encirclement. His movement technique was very good, making it impossible for anyone to touch his clothes. The Spear Soul was heading towards Little Cranegrass. Seeing the Spear Soul's appearance, Little Cranegrass immediately knew what the Spear Soul wanted to do. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but coldly snort. Then with a wave of his hand, the iron thread grass appeared in his hand. Then he stared at the Spear Soul. When the Soul Soldier saw the iron thread grass in Little Cranegrass's hand, his eyes shrunk as he whispered, "Iron thread grass? No wonder." Then he pointed his spear on the ground and flew forward. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the encirclement. Then he jumped twice and disappeared. Captain Ironhammer and the others wanted to give chase, but their movement techniques were far inferior to the Spear Spirit. By the time they wanted to give chase, the Spear Spirit had already rushed out of the encirclement and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When Lu Yuangong saw this, his face turned ugly. He knew what it meant for them to let the Soul Soldier escape. It meant that Little Cranegrass would be in danger in the future. The Spear Soul clearly knew them very well, so they knew that the Little Cranegrass wasn't with them. Naturally, they also knew that the Little Cranegrass was the culprit that forced them to this point. They didn't have the ability to retaliate against the Saber Guards, nor did they have the ability to retaliate against the Saber Guards, so their target could only be the Little Cranegrass. They would definitely do everything they could to retaliate against the Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass didn't seem to care, but his eyes were looking at Ironhammer. He only glanced at Ironhammer and didn't say anything. He just put away the iron thread grass and stood at the back, quietly watching the battle. Ironhammer also noticed Little Cranegrass's gaze, but he didn't care. In his eyes, Little Cranegrass was just a plant master who knew their secret. Offending him wasn't a big deal. The battle was one-sided. The remaining 40 people couldn't resist Captain Ironhammer's attacks. In less than half an hour, Ironhammer and the others had eliminated them. After Captain Ironhammer and the others eliminated those people, everyone sat down and rested. Needless to say, Lu Yuangong immediately went to Captain Ironhammer and took some food to eat with Little Cranegrass and the others. Little Cranegrass and the others hadn't eaten their fill for the past few days, so naturally, they were able to have a good meal now. But fortunately, they were all people with good self-control, so they only ate until they were 80% full before they stopped eating. After the meal, Lu Yuangong gave the remaining 20 military ration pancakes to Little Cranegrass and said in a deep voice, "Cranegrass, take these rations with you. Uncle Lu knows that you don't want to stay with us, but no matter where you go, you must take the rations with you." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he looked at Ironhammer and the others and said, "Uncle Lu, I'll be leaving in 2 days. Your reinforcements have also arrived, so your safety is guaranteed. I still have my own mission, so I can't accompany you any longer. 3 years later, my training will be completed. I believe that I'll be staying in the Hu clan for a long time. If you need me for anything, you can come to the Hu clan to find me." Lu Yuangong looked at Little Cranegrass and couldn't help but sigh, "Cranegrass, Uncle Lu has wronged you this time. Don't take it to heart. If you need anything in the future, just send me a letter. As long as I can help you, I, Lu Yuangong, will definitely help you." Little Cranegrass looked at Lu Yuangong. He knew why Lu Yuangong said those words. It was because of Ironhammer's attitude towards him. The reason why the Spear Soul was able to leave so easily was because Ironhammer didn't use his full strength. If Ironhammer had used his full strength, then the Spear Soul wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. Even if the Spear Soul's movement technique was good, the Spear Soul would still have to pay a price to leave. However, Ironhammer obviously wanted to borrow that person's strength to deal with Little Cranegrass. On the other hand, although the Spear Soul wanted to deal with Little Cranegrass, he recognized that the weapon in Little Cranegrass's hand was iron thread grass. Not to mention Little Cranegrass's strength, just the iron thread grass alone wasn't something that he could deal with in a short time. If that was the case, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Therefore, he didn't fight with Little Cranegrass and turned around to flee. Iron Hammer's intentions were very obvious, both the little crane grass and Lu Yuangong were able to see it. Because of this, Lu Yuangong told the little crane grass that he would be leaving soon. In fact, he was telling the little crane grass to leave as soon as possible. Little crane grass didn't know what kind of person Iron Hammer was, but Lu Yuangong was very clear about it. Although Iron Hammer looked like a brute, his heart wasn't as magnanimous as his appearance. If Iron Hammer really held a grudge, then Little Crane Grass wouldn't have a good time following them. Little Crane Grass had already thought of this point, so he didn't plan on following Lu Yuangong for a long time. He was already prepared to leave. Little Crane Grass wasn't angry with Lu Yuangong. He also understood that Lu Yuangong was someone else's subordinate. Even if he wanted to protect him, he wouldn't be able to. Therefore, this was the only thing he could do right now. After everyone finished cleaning up the battlefield, Little Crane Grass turned to Lu Yuangong and said, "Uncle Lu, I'll be leaving. Let's meet again." When Lu Yuangong heard Little Crane Grass, he quickly said, "Wait, go say goodbye to Captain Iron. Crane Grass, don't offend Captain Iron at this time. Do you understand?" When Little Crane Grass heard Lu Yuangong, he immediately understood what Lu Yuangong meant. He immediately said, "Yes, Uncle Lu. I understand." Then Little Crane Grass walked towards Iron Hammer. At this time, Iron Hammer was commanding his subordinates to clean up the battlefield. He collected the weapons of the soul soldiers as well as the soul plants. However, when he collected these things, he didn't have any intention of giving them to Lu Yuangong, let alone Little Crane Grass. Little Crane Grass walked to Iron Hammer's side, then he bowed and said, "Crane Grass has seen Captain Iron. I'm here to say goodbye. Since the matter here has been settled, I won't disturb you any longer." Iron Hammer looked at Little Crane Grass, then he coldly snorted and said, "Leave? Did I tell you to leave? You already know who we are and what we're doing, yet you still want to leave. I think it's better for you to come back with us." Hearing Iron Hammer's words, Little Crane Grass's expression changed. His face turned cold as he looked at Iron Hammer and said, "Captain Iron, I, Crane Grass Field, have nothing to do with this matter. Everything I did before was just to help you." "What do you mean by that? Do you want to take me away by force?" Iron Hammer looked at Little Crane Grass and sneered, "Take you away? You're really overestimating yourself. Who do you think you are? If I tell you to come with me, would you dare to refuse? Moreover, when the soul soldier was about to leave, he clearly wanted to kill you. However, he suddenly left. Just based on this point, I can convict you of colluding with the enemy. It wouldn't be too much to capture you." Little Crane Grass looked at Iron Hammer with an ashen face. Then he slowly removed the Plant Master badge from his chest and said in a deep voice, "Captain Iron Hammer, do you recognize this? What right do you have to kidnap a Plant Master?" Iron Hammer looked at Little Crane Grass and suddenly laughed, "A rank 1 Plant Master. You have the nerve to call yourself a Plant Master. You really don't know life from death." Little Crane Grass looked at Iron Hammer and sneered, "A rank 1 Plant Master isn't that great. But look at what this is." After he said that, Little Crane Grass turned the badge over. A small Who character was written on the back of the badge. Upon seeing the Who character, Iron Hammer's eyes couldn't help but shrink. This was the first time a serious expression appeared on his face. As a member of the Saber Spirit Nation and a member of the upper echelons, he naturally knew what kind of status the Who clan had in the nation. It could be said that the Who clan was the Plant Master clan of the Saber Spirit Nation. The reason why there were so many outstanding Plant Masters in the Saber Spirit Nation was closely related to the Who clan. All the Plant Masters from the Who clan had the Who character on the back of their Plant Master badge. However, the Who clan's badge wasn't given out randomly. Only the core members of the Who clan would give it out. A lot of Plant Masters wanted to wear a badge with the Who character on it, but they simply couldn't get it. Iron Hammer was a small captain of the Saber Guard Army. His status in the Saber Spirit Nation was very high. But to be honest, he was far from being comparable to a great clan like the Who clan. It could be said that if the Who clan wanted to kill him, it would be too easy. Iron Hammer didn't expect Little Crane Grass to be a member of the Who clan. This made things difficult for him. He was very clear that he had already offended Little Crane Grass. If he let Little Crane Grass go, then how would Little Crane Grass deal with him in the future? Iron Hammer was now somewhat regretful. Little Crane Grass calmly looked at Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer's expression changed several times before a trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Seeing Iron Hammer's expression, Little Crane Grass said, "What? Captain Iron Hammer wants to kill me? Haha, didn't you hear what the Spear Soul said? Are you sure that everyone here is on the same side as you? I'm a member of the Hu clan. If people knew that you killed a member of the Hu clan, would you be able to live a good life? Captain Iron Hammer, I can let bygones be bygones. But if you really dare to make a move against me, then I can guarantee that you, your family, and even your entire team will die." Iron Hammer's expression changed once more. He looked around and saw that the faces of some people in his team had also changed. It was clear that these people didn't have the courage to deal with a member of the Hu clan. Iron Hammer took a deep breath, then a smile appeared on his face as he looked at Little Crane Grass and said, "Little Crane Grass, you must be joking. Why would I make things difficult for you? I just want you to return to the Saber Guard army and make things clear. I won't use force. You're thinking too much." Little Crane Grass looked at Iron Hammer, then he coldly snorted and said, "Then Captain Iron, can I leave now?" Iron Hammer looked at Little Crane Grass and quickly said, of course you can. Little brother, you're a member of the Hu clan. Why didn't you say so earlier? It was all a misunderstanding." Little Crane Grass didn't say anything, he just cupped his fist and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone. When Iron Hammer saw Little Crane Grass's figure disappear, his face immediately turned pale. He turned to Lu Yuangong and said, "Lu Yuangong, did you already know about Little Crane Grass's identity? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Yuangong couldn't help but despise Iron Hammer. This Iron Hammer was strong, but because of his narrow-mindedness, he offended a lot of people. Because of this, he was still a squad leader. His contemporaries had already become squad leaders or even squad leaders. Only Iron Hammer remained in his position for many years. However, he didn't think that he was in the wrong. On the contrary, he thought that the reason why he didn't get promoted was because of other people. In Lu Yuangong's opinion, people like Iron Hammer wouldn't be able to get promoted in their lifetime. However, Lu Yuangong didn't want to offend Iron Hammer, so he quickly said, "Captain Iron must be joking. How could we know about Little Crane Grass's identity? Looking at his appearance, it seems like he came out for a trial. You should know about the Hu clan's trial, he can't reveal his identity to anyone. We didn't know about his identity before." Naturally, Lu Yuangong didn't tell the truth. However, he was also sure that Wu Fei and the others wouldn't like him telling the truth. This was because if he told the truth, then he would offend Iron Hammer. Therefore, Wu Fei and the others naturally wouldn't expose Lu Yuangong. When Iron Hammer heard Lu Yuangong, he couldn't help but coldly snort. However, he couldn't do anything about Lu Yuangong. Although he was a squad leader of the Saber Guard army, he wasn't directly in charge of Lu Yuangong. If he made things difficult for Lu Yuangong and the others, then Lu Yuangong and the others wouldn't have a good time. Iron Hammer also didn't want to go overboard with Lu Yuangong and the others. He just coldly snorted and said, "Alright, there's no need to talk about these useless things. Tell them that someone will be delivering the horses. The rest of the journey will be under your escort. We'll be heading back." Then Iron Hammer didn't pay any more attention to Lu Yuangong as he turned around and left. What Iron Hammer didn't know was that his performance today had already caused his subordinates to lose their loyalty to him. Little Crane Grass had a belly full of anger as he left Iron Hammer's group. He didn't go to Fog Mountain City. Although it was a good place to train, Little Crane Grass was very clear that with his current strength, it wasn't suitable for him to go there. If he went there now, he would most likely be killed. At the same time, he also wanted to go back home to take a look. Before, he had no choice but to follow Lu Yuangong and the others. But now, he wanted to go home, and it could be said that he was very anxious. However, Little Crane Grass also had something on his mind, and that was the Spear Soul that ran away. Little Crane Grass was very clear that the Spear Soul would certainly cause trouble for him. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to go home as soon as possible. He was afraid that the Spear Soul would make a move on his family. As for Iron Hammer, although Little Crane Grass didn't take him to heart, he knew that Iron Hammer was a person that he had to guard against. Iron Hammer didn't need to make a move himself. As long as he spread the news that Little Crane Grass was a member of the Hu clan, then the enemies of the Hu clan would flock to him. When the time comes, Little Crane Grass would have a lot of trouble. When Little Crane Grass thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh. He had never seen such a person who repaid kindness with enmity. He didn't think that Iron Hammer would be this narrow-minded. This made Little Crane Grass very angry. But now, he could only think about it, he couldn't do anything else. However, this also taught him a lesson. In this world, there were some people who were narrow-minded to this extent. Little Crane Grass quickly came out of the small path. This time, he didn't take the official road, but instead went through the dense forest. Along the way, he communicated with the plants. Usually, he would treat the plants and exchange energy with them. It can be said that Little Crane Grass could completely relax in this forest. Little Crane Grass liked these plants very much. They weren't like humans who would repay kindness with enmity. If you were good to them, they would be good to you. Getting along with them was very simple. Naturally, the reason why Little Crane Grass exchanged energy with these plants was to make himself grow faster and become stronger as soon as possible. Through these few battles, he already knew what his strength was like. He could deal with ordinary people, but against some experts, he was obviously not enough. However, Little Crane Grass had never given up. He would definitely work hard to make himself stronger. He believed that one day, he would definitely become a master of a region. At the same time, Little Crane Grass also began to practice the 8 Stonehammer techniques. In the previous battle, he didn't use the 8 Stonehammer techniques. Although he already knew how to use the 8 Stonehammer techniques, he wasn't proficient in it. In this case, using the 8 Stonehammer techniques to deal with an enemy like the Spear Soul was no different than courting death. Now that Little Crane Grass was alone in the forest, he could practice the 8 Stone Hammer techniques without worry. However, he didn't target those plants. On the contrary, his goal was to avoid hitting those plants. Due to the influence of Hu Yuan's initial training, the Little Crane Grass had a basic requirement for any martial technique. This requirement was actually very simple: accuracy. At the beginning, Little Crane Grass practiced accuracy with a knife. After that, he practiced accuracy with everything. Hu Yuan even taught him concealed weapons for a period of time in order to train his accuracy. What Little Crane Grass needed to do now was to practice accuracy. Not only did he need to practice accuracy with the 8 Stonehammer techniques, but he also needed to practice accuracy with Hu Yuan's 9 twists of Ghost Vine. Without such practice, he could only use up to 80% of the power of the 10 layers of martial arts. Along the way, Little Crane Grass rarely came into contact with people. He usually practiced in the wild, hurried on the road, treated the plants, observed the plants, and exchanged energy with the plants. If he was tired, he would casually find a place to rest. If he was sleepy, he would casually find a patch of grass to take a nap. If he was hungry, he would eat some of the army rations that Lu Yuangong gave him, or pick some wild fruits to eat. Little Crane Grass didn't know that by doing this, he was able to escape a fatal disaster. There were 2 groups of people who wanted to kill Little Crane Grass. One group was the Spear Soul's group. The Spear Soul was very clear that Little Crane Grass wasn't a member of the Saber Guards. After he returned, he immediately sent people to watch Lu Yuangong's group. When he found out that Lu Yuangong's group only had 5 people left, he didn't make a move on them. Instead, he wanted to find Little Crane Grass and kill him. The Spear Soul had never wanted to kill someone like this. He also didn't think that a plant master would bring him so much trouble. However, Little Crane Grass did it. This made him very surprised. However, when the Spear Soul mobilized everyone to look for Little Crane Grass, they discovered that Little Crane Grass had disappeared. Nobody knew where he was, and nobody knew his whereabouts. They searched for a long time but couldn't find him. In the end, they had to give up. However, the Spear Soul didn't want to let Little Crane Grass go. He finally decided to investigate Little Crane Grass's background and then use it to track his whereabouts before finally killing him. Little Crane Grass's background wasn't very difficult to investigate. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't be able to investigate the Hu clan. People only knew that he was from the Liu clan and that he came from Green City. Because of this, the Spear Soul directly sent people to Green City, not to kill Little Cranegrass, but to find him. Little Cranegrass had already thought that the Spear Soul wanted to kill him. However, he didn't think that there was another person who wanted him dead even more than the Spear Soul. This person was Iron Hammer. Although Iron Hammer let him go because of Little Cranegrass's identity, he didn't give up on killing Little Cranegrass. In his opinion, Little Cranegrass was a member of the Hu clan, and since he offended Little Cranegrass would definitely use the Hu clan's power to deal with him. This was definitely not good news for him, so he wanted to eliminate Little Cranegrass to prevent Little Cranegrass from finding trouble with him in the future. It was normal for a disciple of the Hu clan to die outside. Iron Hammer didn't know that it was because of his narrow-mindedness that Lu Yuangong didn't tell him the truth. If he wasn't so narrow-minded, then he wouldn't have offended Little Cranegrass. Naturally, he wouldn't have to be on tenterhooks. Of course, the most important thing was that he could also find out Little Cranegrass's true identity from Lu Yuangong. Iron Hammer only thought that Little Cranegrass was an ordinary core disciple of the Hu clan. He didn't know that Little Cranegrass was the successor of the Hu clan's great elder, Hu Yuan's godson. If Iron Hammer knew about this, then he wouldn't have dared to deal with Little Cranegrass. It was precisely because he didn't know anything that he wanted to kill Little Cranegrass. After he separated from Lu Yuangong's group, it didn't take long for him to separate from his team. He started to track Little Cranegrass alone. Naturally, he didn't catch anything in the end. Naturally, he couldn't do anything to Little Cranegrass. He could only return to the Saber Guard army in a depressed mood. However, just as Little Cranegrass thought, after he returned to the Saber Guards, he didn't forget to deal with Little Cranegrass. He asked people to spread the news that Little Cranegrass was a plant master sent out by the Hu family for the trial. Iron Hammer was very clear that the Hu clan had a lot of enemies. Although the Hu clan didn't have a lot of enemies in the Saber Spirit country, they still had a lot of enemies in other countries. As long as these people knew about this news, they would certainly chase after Little Cranegrass. If they could borrow these people's hands to kill Little Cranegrass, then it would be great. Just a few days after Iron Hammer spread the news, the Hu clan began to send people to investigate this matter. Little Cranegrass was a rare genius of the Hu clan, and he was also Hu Yuan's disciple. But this time, the news about Little Cranegrass spread so quickly. It was very unusual. Although the Hu clan released Little Cranegrass, it was impossible for them to not pay attention to such a genius disciple. They didn't want anything to happen to Little Cranegrass. If something happened to Little Cranegrass, then the Hu clan would suffer a great loss. Because of that, as soon as the Hu family found out that the news was related to Little Cranegrass, they immediately took action and started to investigate the source of the news. It didn't take long for them to discover that this news came from the Saber Guard army. Then after investigating the Saber Guard army, they were able to find out about the Little Cranegrass as well as the grudge between Iron Hammer and the Little Cranegrass. Combined with Iron Hammer's personality, the Hu clan was certain that the news about the Little Cranegrass was spread by Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer believed in himself too much. He always thought that he had a good relationship with his team, so no one would betray him. However, he neglected one point, and that was the Hu clan's influence on plant masters. And in his team, there was a plant master. Moreover, Iron Hammer didn't treat the people in his team very well. Naturally, these people wouldn't keep a secret for him. Therefore, when the Hu clan asked, these people immediately revealed everything. This discovery made the Hu family very angry. They also prepared to deal with Iron Hammer. However, they also knew that this wasn't the time to deal with Iron Hammer. The matter of Iron Hammer and the Little Cranegrass was something that many people in the Saber Guard army knew about. If they were to deal with Iron Hammer now, the Imperial family would certainly be dissatisfied. This didn't mean that the Imperial family liked Iron Hammer, it was because of Iron Hammer's identity. Iron Hammer was a member of the Saber Guard army, and the Saber Guard army was considered to be the most loyal to the Imperial family. They were the Imperial family's sharp knife. The Imperial family wouldn't allow any force to reach their hands into the Saber Guard army. This was equal to touching their private property. Because of this, the Hu clan didn't immediately deal with Iron Hammer. There were many ways to deal with Iron Hammer, so they weren't in a hurry. What they needed to do now was to ensure the safety of little crane grass. Naturally, they also needed to ensure the safety of those who were related to little crane grass. However, all of this had nothing to do with little crane grass. He didn't know anything about these matters, so he continued to travel through the forest every day. In the forest, nobody could track little crane grass, not even a plant master or a beast spirit. This was because little crane grass had a very good relationship with the plants. Along the way, little crane grass treated the plant masters and exchanged energy with the plants. In this case, if someone dared to use plants to track little crane grass, then that person would certainly die miserably. If someone used animals to track little crane grass, then those plants would alert little crane grass. The wisdom of plants had always been underestimated. There were even a lot of people who thought that plants didn't have any wisdom. There were also a large number of plant masters who thought that although plants had wisdom, their wisdom was very low. They didn't know that it wasn't because of the low wisdom of plants, but because they had problems communicating with plants. Because of this, once little crane grass entered the forest, he was like a dragon returning to the sea and a tiger returning to the mountains. There was no one who could be his opponent. That place was his territory. Naturally, little crane grass didn't know about this. He was now cultivating every day, exchanging energy, treating plants, and hurrying on with his journey. He had nothing else to do. And because of this, he was very focused. Because of this, little crane grass didn't notice that his plant protection was increasing. But because he could freely control the plant protection, he didn't notice that his plant protection had increased. To put it bluntly, plant protection was a special gift from a plant to a plant master out of gratitude. This gift was very important to a plant master, but it wasn't necessarily that important to a plant. It was precisely because of this that many people didn't know that plant protection could also be cultivated. Time passed day by day. Little crane grass was also moving forward. He didn't stop, and his speed wasn't very fast. But after staying in the forest for a few months, he finally came out. In the past few months, not only did Zhao Hai practice the 8-stone hammer techniques to the point that he could use it in battle, he also comprehended the union of man and plant. He was now able to perform the union of man and plant with the stone hammer tree, but the effect wasn't ideal. Zhao Hai wanted to wait for the stone hammer tree to perform the union of man and plant with the iron thread grass. He wanted to see what would happen after he performed the union of man and plant with the iron thread grass. But unfortunately, before he could fully comprehend the plant unity technique, he had already come out of the forest. At this time, it had been 3 months since he entered the forest. In these 3 months, not only did little crane grass eat all the military ration pancakes, but he also ate wild fruits along the way. But now, his hair was a lot longer than before. Fortunately, it wasn't very messy, and it was simply tied up with a hairband. The clothes on his body were a lot tattered, but this set of clothes was the best preserved one so far. The other clothes were completely torn. The reason why little crane grass came out of the forest at this time was because he needed to replenish his supplies. He had finished eating his salt, his clothes were all torn, his fire extinguisher was used up, his pen was almost empty, and his ink was almost used up. In short, he needed to replenish his supplies. The second reason was that this place was not far from Emerald City. He wanted to enter Emerald City to take a look. He wanted to see Tian Miao and little Yu before returning home. Therefore, he walked out of the dense forest. These few months of cultivation had been very tiring, so he planned to relax a little. At the city gate of Laizhou City, there were 2 guards standing guard. Soldiers like these who guarded the city naturally couldn't be professionals. They were just ordinary people who had received training, and some of them didn't even receive any training. The only thing these people did was to stand there and put on a show because there was no gate tax in the Soul Realm. On this day, outside the city gate of Laizhou City, a person slowly walked over. This person's hair was very long and was tied with a very old hairband. Coupled with his tattered clothes, he looked like a beggar. But as this person walked over, the people on the road made way for him because the sole object on his head was a green grass. Although the grass was inconspicuous, it represented that this person was a soul plant practitioner. Moreover, he was carrying a wooden box on his back. At a glance, one could tell that this person was a plant master. It wasn't strange for a plant master to dress like this because they might have stayed in the wilderness for a long time. And such a plant master was even more respectable. This plant master was Little Cranegrass. He had really been staying in the wilderness for the past few months. This time, he came out because he almost didn't have any supplies on him. Moreover, this place wasn't far from Emerald City, so Little Cranegrass decided to rest in Liezhou City first and buy some supplies before continuing on his journey. Although his clothes were tattered, Little Cranegrass didn't care at all. After entering the city, he walked around and found a hotel that looked relatively clean and walked in. When the hotel's waiter saw Little Cranegrass walking in, he quickly greeted him and bowed to Little Cranegrass. "Greetings, sir. Does sir want to rest in this small shop? Although the shop isn't big, it's guaranteed to be clean. This small shop can also provide you with food and help you buy what you need." Little Cranegrass looked at the waiter and smiled faintly. "Not bad, give me a quiet room. Also, buy me 2 sets of clothes and send them to my room. Also, prepare a table of good food." When the waiter heard Little Cranegrass, he quickly said, "Yes, sir. Please follow me." Little Cranegrass nodded and followed the waiter upstairs. The waiter brought Little Cranegrass to a room and opened the door. This wasn't a very big room. The whole room was divided into 2 parts. The inner part was the bedroom, and the outer part was a small living room. Beside the living room, there was also a place for washing up. There was a big wooden bucket inside. Little Cranegrass nodded and said to the waiter, "Bring me some hot water, I want to wash up. Also, don't be in a hurry to serve me food, buy some clothes first. Remember to buy some dry rations for me. If you have flatbread, prepare enough for a month. If you have army rations, that would be even better. Also, I need some salt and fire starter." The worker bowed and said, "Sir, are you planning to go to the wilderness? If that's the case, just give me the order, and I'll know what to prepare." When Little Cranegrass heard this, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Yes, but I don't need too many things. This time, I'm going to be bitterly cultivating. You just need to prepare the things I need." When the waiter heard Little Cranegrass, the respectful expression on his face became heavier. Although he was only a soul and couldn't cultivate, as a waiter in a restaurant, he knew a lot of things. He also knew about bitterly cultivating. Because of this, people who cultivated bitterly were very respectable. This was because these people weren't like the people in the city who lived a life of luxury. Even ordinary people couldn't bear the hardships they suffered. However, each bitterly cultivating was a leader in their profession. Their strength was much stronger than ordinary people. It can be said that if the people in the city met a bitterly cultivating bitterly, they would give them a salute. The waiter nodded, then he closed the door for Little Cranegrass before turning around and leaving. When the waiter went upstairs, the owner of the restaurant had already arrived. He looked at the waiter and said, "Xianxia, did a sir really come? Do you want to stay here?" The waiter nodded and said, "Yes, shopkeeper, a sir came. This sir wants to stay here. He asked us to prepare hot water, clothes, food, rations for a month, and salt." "Right, this sir said that he's a bitterly cultivating bitterly." The shopkeeper wasn't happy because Little Cranegrass was an ascetic. Instead, he had a happy expression as he said, "That's great. Ever since our store opened, we haven't had a single profession come to our store. Now that we finally have one, that's great." Xianxia looked at the shopkeeper and said, "Shopkeeper, what do you want to do?" The shopkeeper smiled and said, "There's no need to do anything. Just serve this sir well. When he leaves, we'll ask him to give us a name." When Xianxia heard the shopkeeper, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Then she said, "All right, shopkeeper, you can rest assured. I'll certainly serve this sir well." The shopkeeper nodded and said, "All right, Xianxia, you'll serve this sir today. You don't need to worry about anything else. Go and prepare the things that this sir needs." Xianxia nodded and said, "Shopkeeper, this sir wants hot water. I'll go and buy some clothes for him. When the clothes come back, I'll immediately send them to the sir. Then I'll prepare other things for the sir. The sir said that the food can be served later, but the hot water and clothes must be sent quickly." The shopkeeper nodded and said, "Go. Right, when you're preparing, think about what's new in the Saber Spirit country. If the sir asks, you should be able to answer. Xianxia nodded before she turned around and left. Not long after Little Cranegrass entered the room, a knock was heard on the door. Then the waiter's voice was heard, "Sir, the hot water has been prepared for you." Little Cranegrass said, "Send it in, the door isn't closed." Xianxia nodded, then he led the waiter inside. Upon entering the room, he gave Little Cranegrass a salute. Then he directed the waiter to send the hot water to the washroom. When Xianxia came out of the washroom, Little Cranegrass said, "Remember to buy some clothes. They don't need to be too good, but they must be sturdy. Those clothes aren't for enjoyment. Silk clothes are useless in the wilderness." Xianxia nodded before he turned around and left. After Xianxia and the others left, Little Cranegrass jumped into the wooden tub and took a bath. Although he took a bath in the past few days, he usually took a cold bath in the wilderness. It wasn't as comfortable as taking a hot bath. Now that he can take a hot bath, he naturally wanted to take a quick one. Before he finished his bath, he heard a knock on the door. Then Xixi's voice was heard, "Sir, the clothes that you want, this servant has already bought them for you." Little Cranegrass said, "Send them in." After Xianxia brought the clothes in, Little Cranegrass waved his hand and let him leave. After changing his clothes, Little Cranegrass sat in the room and rested for a while. Then Xianxia brought food to Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass had them throw away the bathwater. At the same time, he asked Xianxia about the recent events of the Saber Spirit country. Naturally, the things that Xianxia knew were useless to Little Cranegrass. This was because it was impossible for a waiter like Xianxia to know about the upper echelons of the country. Since he didn't hear anything substantial, Little Cranegrass wasn't angry. On the contrary, he chatted with Xianxia for a while before letting him go. Then he gave him a few copper coins as a reward. In the Saber Spirit country, currency was still very valuable. The mainstream currencies that people used were mostly copper and silver coins. Gold coins were very rare in the market. Moreover, copper coins were very valuable in the Saber Spirit country. Therefore, using copper coins as a reward wasn't a shameful thing. On the contrary, if you use silver coins as a reward, people would be surprised. After the meal, the remaining things that Little Cranegrass wanted were all delivered. Little Cranegrass really didn't expect that the dry rations sent to him by the store were military rations. This made Little Cranegrass a little surprised, but at the same time, he was very satisfied. After resting in the store for a day, Little Cranegrass came out of his room the next morning. He went to the counter and prepared to pay the bill and leave. When the shopkeeper saw Little Cranegrass coming down, he quickly bowed and said, "Sir, are you used to working in the store? If there's anything that you need, please don't hesitate to tell me. If there's anything that you're not satisfied with, please tell me so that I can make some corrections." Little Cranegrass looked at the shopkeeper and smiled, "Very good. Although your store is very small, it's very clean. The charges are also very reasonable. Shopkeeper, please pay the bill." When the shopkeeper heard Little Cranegrass, he immediately became excited and said, "Sir, you're too polite. It's our honor that you can trust us. There's no need for Sir to pay the bill. Sir, may I have the honor of asking Sir to leave some calligraphy in the store?" When Little Cranegrass heard this, he stared blankly. Then he looked at the shopkeeper in confusion and said, "Shopkeeper, I don't have a name, why would I leave some calligraphy in your store? Even if I did, nobody would look at it." The shopkeeper immediately replied, "Sir, you're too polite. We really just want to ask you to leave some calligraphy." When Little Cranegrass heard him say that, she had no choice but to say, "All right, I'll leave you a few words, but at the same time, you have to take the money. I'm here to stay, so how can I not pay?" When the shopkeeper heard Little Cranegrass, he quickly said, "Sir, you're too polite. It's my honor to be able to entertain you. How can I ask for money?" When Little Cranegrass heard this, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Shopkeeper, you're too polite. Please prepare the brush and ink." When the shopkeeper heard Little Cranegrass, he immediately responded happily. Then he turned around and prepared the brush and ink. Before long, the brush and paper were prepared. Little Cranegrass stood in front of the paper, lowered his head and thought for a moment. Finally, he wrote down the words, "Guests come like clouds." Then he wrote his name and date below. When the shopkeeper saw the 4 words written by Little Cranegrass, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He kept bowing to Little Crane Grass. Little Crane Grass had to pay for the shop, so naturally, he couldn't take it anymore. Little Crane Grass had no choice but to leave without paying. It was just that he didn't expect that in the future, this small shop would become one of the biggest shops in the Soul World because of his words. Little Crane Grass left Lijo City and headed towards Greenwood City. Although he didn't know what happened outside, the Saber Spirit Nation was still very calm. From this, one could see that nothing big happened in the nation. The nation didn't send troops to Fog Mountain City. This meant that the Spear Soul was still alive. This meant that the Spear Soul was still alive. This meant that the Spear Soul was still alive. This meant that the Spear Soul was still alive. Little Crane Grass was very clear about his advantage in the forest. Therefore, after Little Crane Grass left Lijo City, he went back into the forest and continued to practice the art of becoming one with plants. Strength. Little Crane Grass realized the importance of strength for a plant master. If he didn't have strength, he would only die if he faced the Spear Spirit Nation. It took about 7 days to travel from Lijo City to Emerald City, but Little Crane Grass took about 10 days to reach the outskirts of Emerald City. When he arrived at Emerald City, Little Crane Grass was already able to become one with the Stone Hammer Tree. He was still a bit away from becoming one with the Iron Thread Grass. At this time, Little Crane Grass was a bit relieved. He walked into Emerald City. His arrival didn't cause any commotion. Although Emerald City wasn't a big city, it was much bigger than Lijo City. There were also many plant masters here. Therefore, his arrival didn't attract anyone's attention. Soon, Little Crane Grass arrived at Tian Nyo's home. Tian Nyo was now an important manager of the Liu family. His status in the Liu family wasn't low. All these years, the Liu family's business in Emerald City was under his control. Moreover, he did a good job. The place Tian Nyo was currently living in was naturally not bad, it had a very large courtyard. Little Crane Grass walked all the way to Tian Nyo's courtyard while paying attention to the surrounding situation. After he entered Emerald City, he always felt a pair of eyes staring at him. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. When he arrived outside Tian Nyo's courtyard, he gently knocked on the door. A voice was heard, "Who is it?" Upon hearing this voice, Little Crane Grass couldn't help but be surprised. This was because the voice was full of energy. He could tell that this person was a martial artist. Tian Nyo's family didn't have such a person before. Little Crane Grass couldn't help but be secretly alert. At the same time, he said, "Is Uncle Tian Nyo home?" "I'm Crane Grass. I'm here to see him." When the door opened, a man with a blade stood in the courtyard. This man was a soul bearer. When he saw Little Crane Grass, he immediately bowed and said, "So it's young Master Crane Grass. Young Master Crane Grass, please come in. I was sent by the Liu clan to protect Manager Tian." When Little Crane Grass heard this, she couldn't help but frown and ask, "What's going on? Could it be that someone has already started to cause trouble for my uncle?" That person quickly said, "No, young Master Crane Grass, you're overthinking. It's just that the family wants to strengthen the defense of shopkeeper Tian's house for a period of time. At the same time, the protection of Tree Root Village has also been added." When Little Crane Grass heard him say this, he knew that this matter must have something to do with him. He nodded and walked into the courtyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw a white figure pouncing towards him. Little Crane Grass didn't panic at all. Instead, he reached out and hugged the person in his arms. "Bad big brother, you didn't come to see Yuer for so long. Yuer is angry." The person who came was little Yuer. When she saw Little Crane Grass, she began to accuse him of his crimes. Little Crane Grass quickly said, "Yuer, be good. Don't be angry. Big brother has been too busy recently, so he didn't come to see Yuer. Yuer, don't be angry." Only then did Yuer let go of the Little Crane Grass. He looked at the Little Crane Grass appearance and couldn't help but bitterly smile. "Big brother, where did you go these past few days? Father was very worried about you. Moreover, look at how dirty you are." Little Crane Grass had been focused on cultivation for the past 10 days. He didn't even have time to take a bath, so his body was a bit dirty. Now that he heard Yuer, he smiled embarrassedly and said, "Big brother has been cultivating these days. Yuer, don't be angry. Big brother will go take a bath in a while." Then he led Yuer into the house. At this time a woman came out of the house. This woman was Tianyou's wife, Xianxia. Little Cranegrass quickly went forward and bowed to Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Little Cranegrass. The more she looked at him, the more she loved him. Xianxia was very clear that their family's current status was directly related to Little Cranegrass. There were many capable people in the Lu family, and there were also many who could do what Tianyou did. If it was a normal competition, Tianyou wouldn't be able to sit in his current position. But because of Little Cranegrass, Tianyou was able to sit in his current position. When Xianxia saw Little Cranegrass bowing, she quickly said, "Cranegrass, you're finally back. How long do you plan to stay this time?" Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "I can't stay too long this time. Auntie, I came out to train this time. I can't stay in the city for too long. In 2 days, I plan to go home and take a look. Then I'll enter Jade Mountain." Xianxia looked at Little Cranegrass and sighed, "Ever since you became a plant master, you've been busier than before. I'll get someone to prepare a bath for you. Wash up well and I'll prepare some delicious food for you." Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "Okay. I've been cultivating in the wild these past few days, but I didn't eat anything good. Auntie, I'll go take a bath first." Xianxia nodded and went to arrange things for Little Cranegrass. After Little Cranegrass washed up, he went to the living room. At this time, Tianyou also came back. When he saw Little Cranegrass, he immediately said happily, "Good boy, you're finally back. What did you do this time? Why did the family suddenly increase their protection? It must be because of you." Little Cranegrass smiled bitterly and said, "Big uncle, I didn't do it on purpose. I just didn't have a choice. Those people insisted on holding me back. What could I do?" Tianyou had Little Cranegrass sit down and said, "What's going on? I feel that this time's matter isn't as simple as it seems." Little Cranegrass smiled bitterly and told Tianyou what happened. When Tianyou heard that this matter was related to the conflict between the Blade Spirit Nation and the other nations, he knew that this matter wasn't easy to handle. Moreover, when he heard that Little Cranegrass offended the Blade Guards, Tianyou's brows furrowed even more. Little Cranegrass looked at Tianyou's expression and smiled, "Big uncle, you don't need to worry. Right now, we're just guarding against those people. As for the Blade Guards, to be honest, they wouldn't dare to make a move against you. They'll only deal with me. But it's impossible for them to deal with me. I'm waiting for them." Tianyou looked at Little Cranegrass and couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't a worker who didn't know anything. His vision was different from before. He was very clear that if you want to see a person's status, you have to look at their enemy. If you're a beggar, it would be impossible for you to become an enemy of a king. A king also wouldn't be able to become an enemy of a beggar. That would be too degrading. The king doesn't even need to move, he only needs to say a word and the beggar will die countless times. Therefore, a beggar's enemy can only be another beggar. Now, Little Cranegrass's enemy has risen to this level. This also proved Little Cranegrass's strength and status. Tianyou looked at the Little Cranegrass with satisfaction. To be honest, when the people in their village decided to cultivate the Little Cranegrass, they only hoped that he could become an alchemist and help the people in the village. That way, they would be satisfied. However, the achievement of the Little Cranegrass was far beyond their imagination. However, Tianyou was also very clear that the higher Little Cranegrass's status, the more dangerous it would be for him. This was because his enemies would also be stronger. Tianyou sighed and said, "Don't worry, go ahead. Remember to protect yourself. Don't look at how the people in the village are living a good life. Everything in the village is because of you. If something happens to you one day, then everything that the village has right now will cease to exist. Do you understand?" Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "Uncle, don't worry. I'll be fine. I've also fought with those people. They aren't my opponents. You don't have to worry." Tianyou nodded, then he looked outside. There were still several warriors outside. These warriors were sent by the Lu family to protect him. But to be honest, he didn't have much confidence in these warriors. This was because the strength of these warriors could be considered good among ordinary people. But compared to professions, they were far worse. Little Cranegrass also looked at the cultivators outside and said, "These people should be just for show. There are also some who are secretly protecting you. But you might be in danger in the next few days. I'm going to stay in the city for a few days and solve the problems in the city. Then I'll return to the village to see Grandpa and Grandma." Xianxia looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "How are you going to solve the problem? The people who came to deal with us this time shouldn't be ordinary." Little Cranegrass sneered and said, "Of course they'll send experts. If they don't send experts, they won't be able to deal with me. If they want to deal with me, they can only do it in the city. If they go outside and enter the forest, no matter how many people they send, they won't be enough for me to kill." Xianxia was startled. He looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, have you killed people?" For people like Xianxia, who were either doing business or farming all their lives, killing people was something that was very far away from them. Therefore, when he heard Little Cranegrass, he was very surprised. Little Cranegrass looked at Xianxia, then he smiled bitterly and said, 7 people against 100 people. In the end, half of them were killed by us. And among this half, there were a lot of people who died in my hands. Uncle, if I didn't kill them, they would have killed me. In that case, it was impossible for me to hold back." Xianxia sighed and said, "You should deal with your own matters. I believe that you can handle it well. At your level, it's impossible for you to not kill people. I still have the same words, take care of yourself. Staying alive is the most important thing." Xianxia sighed and said, "You should take care of yourself." Little Cranegrass nodded. At this time, Xianxia came over and called the two to eat. Xianxia tidied up his mood and followed Little Cranegrass to eat. After eating, Little Cranegrass returned to the room that Xianxia prepared for him. Once inside, Little Cranegrass immediately released the iron thread grass. He said that he would deal with the problems in the city before returning to the village. Naturally, he didn't forget. There were too few plants in the city, so it wasn't easy for him to use plants to investigate. Therefore, he could only rely on the iron thread grass this time. Cranegrass had already closed his eyes. He had already switched his vision to the iron thread grass, and the iron thread grass was now more like a large centipede, crawling around on the ground. However, the iron thread grass wasn't crawling randomly. He was crawling along a line, and the center of this line was Xianxia's house. The houses that the iron thread grass went to were all places where he could monitor Xianxia's family. After iron thread grass circled around, Little Cranegrass found that there were 5 groups of people who were monitoring the Xianxia family. 2 of them were from the Lu family. These 2 groups were soul soldiers who were not weak. Among the remaining 3 groups, one of them was from the Hu family. He was a plant master whom Little Cranegrass knew. He was considered an expert among the younger generation of the Hu family. As for the other 2 groups, Little Cranegrass did not recognize them. One of them was a person, and this person was actually a beast soul. His soul item was a very rare insect-type beast soul. Beast soul beasts with insect-type beast souls were very rare. They were usually experts in controlling insects, and their fighting strength wasn't weak either. Although their souls were insects, their fighting strength was much stronger than ordinary beast soul beasts. This time, the soul of this beast was an ant. This person was also sitting in a room. This room could also be used to monitor Xianxia's family, but the line of sight wasn't very good. It was an attic of the family, and it seems like it hasn't been used for a long time. The other person was a soul soldier. He was dressed in black and had a murderous aura around him. The owner of the house he was in had already been killed by him. It was obvious that he was a cold-blooded person. Little Cranegrass guessed that the soul of beasts might be on the same side as the spear soul, because the spear souls group had more soul of beasts. As for the soldier of beasts, Little Cranegrass didn't know which side he belonged to. He didn't remember offending such a ruthless person. After understanding the situation of these people, Little Cranegrass had iron thread grass come back. He really wanted to know how these people would deal with him. Would they directly deal with him, or would they want to deal with the Xianxia family? If they wanted to deal with the Xianxia family, what kind of methods would they use? In fact, ordinary professionals didn't like to make a move on ordinary soul bearers, because that would arouse the disgust of everyone on the continent. All the professions in the continent understood that they were strong enough to be above ordinary soul-bearers. However, the majority of the people in the continent were soul-bearers. Without soul-bearers, they would starve to death sooner or later. Therefore, their status was higher than soul-bearers. At the same time, they also paid attention to protecting soul-bearers. If a profession kills a soul-bearers for no reason, then they would be severely punished. If the soul-bearer was a family member of another profession, then the average person wouldn't make a move. It was a rule of all professions to not implicate the family. Of course, there were many people who didn't follow this rule. Like that black-clothed soul-bearer, he didn't care so much and directly killed the family member and occupied their house. Little Cranegrass had already listed that person as the most dangerous person. Although Little Cranegrass took back Iron Thread Grass, he still let Iron Thread Grass pay attention to the situation around to see if there were any insects around. If there were any insects, then it was very likely that they were released by the soul-bearer. At this time in the soul world, soul-bearers were really rare. Ordinary soul-bearers would die not long after they were born, so the opportunity to see soul-bearers on the continent was very rare. However, any soul-bearer that grew up safely would be a headache for other forces. Little Cranegrass was very clear about this, so now that he saw the soul-bearer, Little Cranegrass paid special attention to the insects around the room. There were a lot of insects around the room, but there were only two kinds of insects that really attracted Little Cranegrass's attention. One was a scorpion, and the other was an ant. The reason why these two kinds of insects attracted Little Cranegrass's attention was because these two kinds of insects were really too special. The scorpion was lying under a stone not far from Little Cranegrass's room. It was motionless, and its two small eyes were glowing red. According to Lu Yuengong's words, it was obviously being controlled by someone. And that group of ants was even more strange. Ants generally wouldn't be too far away from their nest. Even if they left their nest, they would go out to look for food. But this group of ants that Little Cranegrass noticed was different. This group of ants didn't seem to be looking for food at all. They were crawling back and forth with Little Cranegrass's house as the center. At first glance, it was obvious that there was a problem. After roughly distinguishing which group was the enemy and which group was the friend, Little Cranegrass was ready to make his move. His target this time was the soul-bearer. However, Little Cranegrass didn't want to make his move at dawn, it would be too conspicuous. He wanted to wait until the sky turned dark before making his move. Before long, the sky turned dark. Little Cranegrass had been sitting in his room, waiting for this moment. After the sky turned completely dark, Little Cranegrass was ready to make his move. But before he could make his move, someone had already made their move. Little Cranegrass was still in his room when he heard a cold voice, "Cranegrass, come out. We're going to make a move." Upon hearing this voice, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but stare. Then he walked out of his room. Tianyou and the others were also alarmed. The warriors sent by the Lu family all ran out. Tianyou also came out of his room, looking around nervously. When Little Cranegrass saw Tianyou, he smiled faintly and said, "Uncle, don't worry. You can go back. I'll go see what's going on." Then Little Cranegrass opened the door and walked out. When he arrived outside the courtyard, he discovered that it was the black-cloaked soul-bearer that he noticed before. This person's soul-bearer was a dagger. Such a soul-bearer was very rare. Little Cranegrass looked at this person. Although this person was dressed in black, his face wasn't covered. It was a very ordinary face. Little Cranegrass looked at this person and said, "Mister, do we know each other? Are you looking for the wrong person?" The person looked at Little Cranegrass and sneered, "No, I'm not looking for the wrong person. I'm looking for you. Kid, do you remember how he was attacked a few years ago and how the Lu family was suppressed? Now that the Lu family has been destroyed, I'm the last member of the Lu family. Because of this, I want you to die." When Little Cranegrass heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at the person and said, "The Lu family was destroyed? When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? If I knew about it, I would have celebrated. In the past, your Lu family sent people to kill me and my brother. In the end, we chased them out of the city. After that, the Lu family began to suppress you. All of this was caused by your Lu family. Now you dare to come and settle accounts with me? Ha ha ha, that's good. Because I didn't have the strength back then, I didn't do anything when dealing with the Lu family. Now that you've delivered yourself to me, I'll see how strong you are. Let's go, we're in the city. If you want to fight me here, I'm afraid that it won't take long for countless people to come and help me deal with you. If you really want to fight me, then we'll have to leave the city. When the Lu family member heard Little Cranegrass, he couldn't help but sneer and said, "Good, you're still a man. Let's go." Then his figure moved as he headed out of the city. Little Cranegrass quickly followed. Little Cranegrass's movements were naturally seen by the other groups. Now that the two left, the Lu family immediately followed. However, the Hu family didn't. The Hu family knew that Little Cranegrass was still in the middle of his training. At this time, they couldn't help Little Cranegrass. But if others wanted to help Little Cranegrass, then they wouldn't stop them. Their current task was to ensure the safety of Xianxia's family. When the soul insect heard the soul soldier, it immediately followed. This was also the reason why Little Cranegrass wanted to fight outside the city. He wanted to lure the soul insect out so that Xianxia and the others wouldn't be in danger. Although Oasis City had a city wall, it was still very difficult for a city wall to block a profession. The black-cloaked soul soldier arrived at the city wall and then jumped over it. Naturally, Little Cranegrass wasn't an exception. He followed along with the other two groups. After reaching the outskirts of the city, the two walked for another 5 li before arriving at a small hill. There weren't many plants on this hill. This kind of environment was very unfavorable for a plant master. The black-cloaked soul soldier stood on the hill while Little Cranegrass stood about 5 meters in front of him. Little Cranegrass looked at the black-cloaked soul soldier. He wasn't very old, he seemed to be about 20 years old, maybe even 30 years old. His appearance was very ordinary, but his black clothes and his face were very eye-catching. Little Cranegrass looked at the black-cloaked soul soldier and suddenly said, "I remember that your Lu family members are mostly soul beasts. How come you're a soul soldier? Could it be that you're not from the Lu family but an imposter? This is interesting. Why do you want to impersonate the Lu family? Has the Lu clan really been exterminated?" When the black-cloaked soul soldier heard Little Cranegrass, he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm from the Lu family. My name is Lu Ge. The Lu family has a lot of soul beasts, but I'm a soul soldier. Can't I?" Cranegrasses, the Lu clan was destroyed a month ago. Although the culprit wasn't the Hu clan, the decline of the Lu clan was caused by you. Therefore, you must die. Not only will I kill you, but I will also continue to kill the Hu clan's people until I die, or until the Hu clan is completely annihilated. I have nothing left to live for. Revenge is my only purpose in life. Little Cranegrass looked at Lu Ge and suddenly said, "If I were you, I wouldn't do this. You're clearly courting death. If you're dead, the Lu family will be destroyed. If you're alive, the Lu family will still exist. Maybe one day, you'll be able to take your revenge. Unfortunately, you came to me now. You've lost your last chance." Lu Ge looked at Little Cranegrass and coldly snorted, "Humph, you make it sound easy. Is revenge that easy? The Lu family's hundreds of years of savings have been taken away. How can we take revenge at this time? I want to drag you down with me. Kid, prepare to die." After saying that, 2 daggers suddenly appeared in Lu Ji's hands. Then he moved his hands and attacked Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass looked at his movements and coldly snorted. With a thought, 2 sledgehammers appeared in his hands. His whole body seemed to have stiffened. Lu Ge was already rushing towards Little Cranegrass, but the sledgehammer in Little Cranegrass's hand had just moved. Moreover, his movement didn't seem to be fast at all. His arm was almost unbending, but the sledgehammer swept over with great force. Although the sledgehammer's speed wasn't fast, it could still hit Lu Ge before she could stab him. Lu Ge also noticed this point. He turned his body and dodged Little Cranegrass's attack. He wanted to attack Little Cranegrass from another direction. But unfortunately, he didn't have such an opportunity. Little Cranegrass actually took advantage of the time when he retreated and started to take the credit. The sledgehammers in his hands flew up and down, aiming straight at Lu Ge. Lu Ge wanted to take the initiative to attack, But he found that little crane grass's sledgehammers blocked his route. He could only retreat step by step. He even slowly found that his route of retreat was blocked. He was slowly being surrounded by little crane grass's sledgehammers. He was even directly encircled to death. When Luca discovered this point, his eyes couldn't help but sharpen. Then, his eyes were full of death aura. He roared and stabbed little crane grass with his 2 daggers. Although little crane grass's sledgehammers could hit him in advance, he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. He still stabbed forward. As soon as little crane grass saw Lu Ji's appearance, he knew that Lu Gu was going to go all out. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Then, the sledgehammers in his hands danced faster. At the same time, a layer of stone gray appeared on his face. But because it was already late, Lu Gu didn't notice little crane grass's change. Bang! The sledgehammer in little crane grass's right hand smashed directly on Lu Ji's back. Lu Ji's spine was smashed immediately. He spat out blood. It seemed that he couldn't survive. But before he died, he threw out his 2 daggers. These 2 daggers were like lightning, stabbing little crane grass's body in an instant. However, 2 clanking sounds were heard. Although the 2 daggers stabbed into little crane grass's body, they were knocked out. They didn't hurt little crane grass at all. Lu Gu, who was originally holding her breath and planning to watch little crane grass die with her, saw this situation. Her eyes couldn't help but bulge. She took her last breath unwillingly. Little crane grass looked at Lu Ji's appearance and sighed. He bent down and was about to pick up the 2 daggers. But at this moment, a figure suddenly came out from the side. He held 2 thin swords in his hands and stabbed little crane grass's body directly. Be careful. A voice suddenly sounded, but little crane grass didn't seem to hear it. He still slowly picked up the 2 daggers. At this moment, the person who attacked little crane grass had already reached little crane grass's back and was about to stab him. But at this moment, a black shadow came out from the ground and directly flashed in front of the person. The person's movement stopped, and the corpse that was split in half from the middle fell to both sides. Little crane grass picked up the 2 daggers on the ground. Then he slowly turned his head and looked at a person not far behind him. This person was a soul soldier. He was wearing a gray warrior suit and looked very ordinary. At this moment, this person was looking at him in a daze. It was this soul soldier that warned him to be careful. Little crane grass said, "Are you from the Lu family?" Little crane grass recognized this person. This person was one of the 2 groups that were monitoring Xianxia. When the soldier spirit heard little crane grass's words, he quickly regained his wits. He glanced at the insect spirit that was split in half and quickly said to little crane grass, "Young Master Crane Grass, yes, that's right." Little crane grass nodded, then he looked at the soul soldier and said, "How is my grandpa?" "Because I came back in a hurry and was busy cultivating, I didn't go to Jian City." The soul soldier hastily said, "Good, very good. Please rest assured, young Master Crane Grass. The old man's health is very good now, but he misses young Master Crane Grass very much. But when I came, he also told us to tell young Master Crane Grass not to think about him, and to focus on cultivation." Little crane grass sighed, then he said, "I understand. If you're contacting the Lu family, then help me pass a message. This time I came out to train, so I can't stay at home. I'm afraid I won't have time to see him. Tell him to take care of himself. Once I'm done, I'll go see him." The soul soldier nodded. Little crane grass walked towards the soul insect and picked up the sword in his hand. Then she searched the bodies of the 2 and found some gold coins as well as 2 small booklets. She also found some dead scorpions and ants on the soul insect's body. But she didn't find anything else. Little crane grass looked at the dead scorpions and ants. He didn't touch them. Instead, he turned to the Lu family and said, "All right, let's go back." The Lu family member stood at the side in awe. When he heard little crane grass's words, he nodded. The 2 returned to Oasis City. Little crane grass went straight to Tianyo's courtyard. Although Tianyo didn't leave the courtyard, he didn't rest either. He stood in the courtyard waiting for little crane grass. When Tianyo saw little crane grass, he immediately went to greet him. Tianyo looked at little crane grass from head to toe. Then he saw the two daggers pierced through little Cranegrass' clothes. Upon seeing the wound on little Cranegrass's clothes, Xianxia immediately became nervous. He looked at little Cranegrass and said, "Cranegrass, what's going on? What happened to your clothes? Are you hurt?" Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "Uncle, don't worry. I'm not injured. It's the other party's weapon. I'm fine. You don't have to worry. I'm fine. If you don't believe me, you can take a look." After that, he pulled up his clothes and showed Xianxia. When Xianxia saw that little Cranegrass didn't have any wounds, he let out a sigh of relief. He looked at little Cranegrass and said, "What happened? What's the background of that person?" Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just an enemy. Do you remember when I was 10 years old, I was attacked on my way home? Everyone on the ship was killed, only me and brother Xian managed to escape. That person was from the clan that attacked me. However, that clan had been suppressed by the Hu clan. Recently, they were also destroyed by the joint forces of several nearby clans. That person blamed me for this, so he came to take revenge." When Xianxia heard little Cranegrass, his expression couldn't help but turn ugly as he said, "They really don't know what they're talking about. At this time, they still want to take revenge on you. They still have the face to take revenge on you. You can't let them go." Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "Uncle, don't worry. He won't trouble you in the future. You can go back to sleep. I'll also go back to sleep for a while." Xianxia nodded and didn't say anything. Then he turned around and went back to rest. After little Cranegrass returned to his room, he took out the 3 weapons that he obtained. He looked at the sword in his hand and discovered that it was a very good weapon. However, it could only be considered good. It still couldn't be compared to the weapons used by the Soul Soldiers. Although the weapons used by the Soul Soldiers looked similar to other weapons on the surface, as long as you hold the weapon in your hand, you'll get a special feeling. It seems like the weapon has a special energy. At the same time, the material of the weapon would also change. This was the change that the Soul Soldier space brought to the weapon. Frankly speaking, the material of the sword was very good. However, because it didn't go through the baptism of the Soul Soldier space, it couldn't be considered a good weapon. This rapier was very exquisite. The length of the rapier was nearly 1 meter, but only the tip of the rapier was sharpened. Although there was a hilt, the rapier looked more like a deformed short spear. But when wielding the rapier with one hand, the rapier could still be used to chop, hack, stab, and other common moves. But when thrusting, the rapier could display its greatest power. Little Cranegrass looked at the sword with some reluctance and muttered, "If only I could store him in my soul object space." Just as little Cranegrass finished speaking, the rapier suddenly disappeared from his hand. Little Cranegrass was stunned as he stared blankly at his empty hands. Suddenly, he felt a wave of fluctuation in his soul object space. Little Cranegrass immediately focused his attention on his soul object space. He discovered that the rapier had already entered his soul space, and the space inside his soul space was even larger than before. At the same time, little Cranegrass also discovered that the natural energy inside his body actually separated a trace of energy and wrapped around his sword. Under the encirclement of the energy, the sword actually slowly changed. Little Cranegrass could feel that the sword's material was undergoing an indescribable change. It was a change that he didn't understand. Little Cranegrass stared blankly at all of this. He really didn't know what to say. He was sure that other plant masters wouldn't have such a change in their space. Condensing a weapon like this should be an ability that only the space of a soul weapon master has. What's going on with his space? Just as little Cranegrass was puzzled, his attention was suddenly attracted by something. This thing was none other than the transparent ball in his soul object space that he had seen before. That transparent ball was something that little Cranegrass didn't understand the most. In the past, his spiritual force simply couldn't get close to the ball. If he used his spiritual force to probe the ball, his spiritual force would immediately bounce back. However, little Cranegrass was already used to this. Every time his spiritual force entered the space, he would use his spiritual force to probe the ball. This time was no exception. However, when he used his spiritual force to probe the ball, he discovered that the rebound from the ball was much smaller. This discovery made little Cranegrass surprised. He immediately used his spiritual force to probe the ball again. In the end, the result was still the same. His spiritual force would still bounce back, but the rebound wasn't as strong as before. Little Cranegrass was puzzled as he looked at the ball. He didn't know what was going on. After thinking for a bit, he finally turned his gaze to the sword. All of these changes were because of the sword. Little Cranegrass studied the sword. He slowly discovered that the sword seemed to have a little bit of connection with him. This made little Cranegrass very surprised. He immediately paid more attention to the sword. He discovered that he could indeed form a little bit of connection with the sword. However, this connection didn't allow him to control the sword. Little Cranegrass withdrew his spiritual force from his space. He immediately thought of the sword, just like how he thought of the iron thread grass and the stone hammer tree. The sword also appeared in his hand, just like the iron thread grass and the stone hammer tree. Little Cranegrass stared blankly at the sword in his hand. He didn't think that his space would be able to store the sword. He could even summon it at any time. This was too special for him. Little Cranegrass received the rapier. At the same time, he turned his gaze towards the two daggers. The two daggers could be the Soul Soldier's weapons. Little Cranegrass wanted to try and see if he could receive the Soul Soldier's weapons into the space. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately took the two daggers in his hand. When the two daggers were in his hand, Little Cranegrass immediately felt that the two daggers were different from the sword. The sword was just an ordinary weapon. Perhaps it could be said that the sword was made with good materials. It wasn't even made by a senior blacksmith. Therefore, the sword couldn't be considered a divine weapon, it could only be considered a good weapon. On the other hand, the two daggers were soul weapons. Although the person who used them didn't refine them for a long time, the two weapons still had obvious changes. From the two weapons, Little Cranegrass could feel a sharp aura. If the two daggers were to fight against the sword, then the one who would suffer in the end would definitely be the sword. Little Cranegrass didn't have time to think about this. He immediately wanted to store the two daggers inside the space. The two daggers also disappeared from his hand and entered the space. Little Cranegrass used his spiritual power to probe his soul object space. Sure enough, the two daggers entered his soul object space once again. At the same time, a trace of his natural energy separated and wrapped around the two daggers. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but smile. Then he turned his gaze to his wooden box. He immediately opened the box and took out a small pouch. Inside the pouch was the mutated seed. Little Cranegrass wanted to store the mutated seed inside the pouch, but he discovered that he couldn't. The pouch was still in his hand, and the mutated seed didn't enter the space. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then he bitterly pondered for a moment. He felt that he was too naive. He actually wanted to take the mutated seed into the space, it was really too whimsical. Little Cranegrass poured the mutated seed out of the pouch. Looking at the mutated seed, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't help but want to store the mutated seed inside the space. The mutated seed disappeared. The mutated seed in Little Cranegrass's hand disappeared in an instant. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but stare blankly. He didn't understand what was going on. Little Cranegrass immediately focused his attention on his soul object space. In his soul object space, he saw the mutated seeds. Little Cranegrass stared blankly at the mutated seeds that were wrapped in natural energy. He really didn't know what was going on. Why would these mutated beasts enter his soul object space? Little Cranegrass withdrew his spiritual force from the soul object space. He looked at the bag in his hand again. There were still some mutated seeds in the bag. He immediately wanted to put the mutated seeds into the soul object space, but he didn't succeed. The mutated seeds were still obediently staying in the bag without any changes. Little Cranegrass immediately poured the mutated seeds out of the bag and put them into the soul object space. This time, he immediately succeeded. Little Cranegrass didn't know what was going on. Why could he put the mutated seeds into the soul object space, but not the mutated seeds in the bag? Little Cranegrass turned his head to look at the bag in his hand. He suddenly understood. It was because of the bag. The mutated beasts were in the bag, so he couldn't put them into the soul object space. But as long as he poured the seeds out of the bag, he could immediately put them into the soul object space. This was all because of the bag. Little Cranegrass frowned. He looked at the bag in his hand. He didn't understand. Why couldn't he put the bag into the soul object space? There seemed to be something wrong with this. Little Cranegrass picked up the wooden box again. He wanted to put the box into the soul object space, but he didn't succeed. He tried to put the other things in the wooden box into the soul object space, but in the end, he didn't succeed. Those things didn't react at all. There was no way to put them into the soul object space. Little Cranegrass frowned. He didn't understand why. Why could some things be put into the soul object space while others couldn't? In his opinion, this was a little illogical. After thinking for a long time, Little Cranegrass still couldn't figure out what was going on. In the end, he stopped thinking about it and directly lay down to sleep. Not long after, he fell asleep. This was one of Little Cranegrass's characteristics. As long as he couldn't figure out something, he would let it go and stop thinking about it. The next morning, Little Cranegrass woke up early. When he came out of his room, he saw that the 2 warriors who were sent by the Lu family to protect Xianxia had also woken up. They were stretching in the courtyard. When they saw Little Cranegrass come out, they immediately saluted him with a very respectful attitude. Little Cranegrass looked at the 2 of them but didn't say anything. He just nodded at the 2 of them and then began to move his body. He was just practicing a set of very ordinary boxing. There was nothing special about it. After punching, Xianxia also walked out of the room, but his spirit didn't look too good. When Little Cranegrass saw his appearance, she immediately went up and said to Xianxia, "Uncle, what's wrong with you? You don't seem to be in good spirits." Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "How can I sleep? You're still so young, yet you've already seen so much bloodshed. To be honest, I'm regretting letting you go to the Lu family. You can just become an ordinary alchemist and live your life in Emerald City. Now that you've become like this, sigh." Little Cranegrass looked at Xianxia's appearance and couldn't help but feel moved. Then he said, "Uncle, don't worry. I'll be fine. There are a lot of people who want to kill me, but there aren't many who have the ability to do so. I'll also be careful, you don't need to worry about me." Xianxia sighed. Little Cranegrass looked at him and smiled, "Uncle, even if I become an alchemist, I can't guarantee my safety. If I don't have this ability, then who knows when I might offend someone and get killed. When that time comes, wouldn't it be more troublesome?" Xianxia looked at Little Cranegrass and knew that what he said was true. He didn't say anything else and just ordered people to prepare breakfast. At this time, Yu and Xianxia also woke up. The 2 knew what happened last night, but they didn't ask about it. After eating breakfast, Little Cranegrass accompanied Yu to walk around the city. He was already very familiar with Emerald City. Although he spent most of his time in Emerald City studying, it didn't mean that he didn't walk around. It can be said that he was very familiar with Emerald City. However, Little Cranegrass had a purpose for going out to play with Yu today. He wanted to see if he could also store other weapons into his soul object space. If he could do it, that would be great. Emerald City had several places that sold weapons. The most famous one was the Craftsman Guild. All of the craftsman guilds in the city were huge weapon stores. And all of the plant guilds in the city also had some stores. However, they mainly sold medicinal herbs, pills, plants, variant seeds, and so on. Little Cranegrass and Yu arrived at the Craftsman Guild. The Craftsman Guild was very imposing. It was a 5-story building with a huge hammer sign hanging outside. There were no superfluous words, but everyone who saw this sign knew that this was the Craftsman Guild. Yu was a girl. She didn't like this kind of place, but Yu liked to stay with Little Cranegrass. She also listened to Little Cranegrass. Therefore, when Little Cranegrass said that she wanted to come with her to the Craftsman Guild, she didn't even think about it before agreeing. The 2 of them entered the Craftsman Guild. To Little Cranegrass's surprise, as soon as he entered the Craftsman Guild, he immediately saw rows of shelves. In front of each shelf, there was a young and beautiful girl standing there. Little Cranegrass led Yu to the side of those racks. He discovered that those racks were filled with weapons of all kinds. There were long and short weapons, light and heavy weapons. Every weapon looked very good, and the craftsmanship was also very good. The girl standing in front of the shelf was also stunned when she saw little crane grass. The spirit object on little crane grass's head told her that it was a plant master, but why would a plant master come here? One must know that ordinary plant masters wouldn't come to the craftsman guild. Even if they came, they wouldn't come to the weapons section. Instead, they would go to the tools section and find 2 suitable tools that were convenient to carry around. However, the girl didn't say anything to little crane grass. She was only an ordinary soul. Naturally, she wouldn't dare to be rude to little crane grass. That would just be looking for trouble. Little crane grass walked to the side of the weapon rack and saw a long saber. This was a 2-handed saber. The hilt was 1.5 feet long while the blade was 3 feet long. The blade was covered with cloud patterns. It looked very beautiful. Little crane grass turned his head to the girl in front of the shelf and said, "Can I take a look at the saber?" The girl immediately nodded and said, "Yes. Sir, please take a look." Little crane grass nodded, then he reached out and took the saber. He looked at the saber and then gently flicked the saber's body. The saber immediately issued a dragon's roar. Little crane grass couldn't help but feel satisfied. Then he turned to the girl and said, "How much is this saber?" The girl immediately replying to my lord, "This saber is craftsman's proudest work. It's called Bloodthirster and its price is 110 gold coins. If my lord likes it, you can sell it." Although craftsman isn't very famous outside, his forging skills are very outstanding. He's the vice president of our Green Jade City's Craftsman Guild. However, he's obsessed with forging, so he often makes weapons. And these weapons are all very strong in our Craftsman Guild. Little crane grass nodded and turned around to block the girl's line of sight. Then he thought of putting the saber into his soul item space. Of course, he didn't want to run away after putting the saber in his soul item space. He just wanted to see if he could put the saber in his soul item space. But this time, he was disappointed. The saber was still in his hand and didn't enter his soul item space. When little crane grass saw this, he couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he smiled bitterly as he turned his head to the girl and said, "This saber isn't suitable for me. Let's forget about it." "Right, where's your tool area? I want to take a look." The girl didn't get angry because of this. Her attitude was still good as she said to little crane grass, "The tool area is on the 2nd floor. There are a lot of tools there. Sir can go upstairs and see them." Little crane grass nodded and then led her to the 2nd floor. Sure enough, the 2nd floor was the tool area. It was a lot messier compared to the 1st floor. There were tools everywhere, but these tools looked very refined. Little crane grass walked back and forth in the tool area. He really needed a tool because he found that sometimes when he was in the wild, he didn't have a tool when he wanted to treat the plants. This made the treatment process very difficult. If he had a tool, the process would be very simple. At this time, a girl came up to greet little crane grass. When she saw little crane grass, she immediately bowed and said, "I've seen Sir. Does Sir need a plant master's tool?" Little crane grass nodded and said, "Right, I need a plant master's tool. Do you have any good recommendations?" The girl immediately said, "Sir, please come with me. Recently, we have a new plant master's tool. It should be very suitable for Sir." After speaking, the girl led little crane grass inside. Not long after, they arrived in front of a shelf. There were many tools on the shelf, and each of them was very delicate and small. The girl picked up a small shovel and said to little crane grass, "If Sir needs a good tool, then why don't you take a look at this? This tool is our latest multifunctional shovel." Little crane grass took the shovel and carefully examined it. Little crane grass received the shovel and looked at it carefully. The girl immediately explained the functions of the shovel to little crane grass. After hearing the functions of the shovel, little crane grass fell in love with the shovel. Not only was it a shovel, but it could also be used to dig things. Moreover, the shovel was very sharp and could be used as a weapon. There was also a very thin rope in the handle of the shovel, which could be used to shovel things or climb up cliffs. There was also a long needle in the handle of the shovel, which could be used to remove the insects in the plant's wormhole. It was indeed specially designed for plant masters. Little crane grass looked at the shovel with satisfaction. He nodded and said, "Not bad, it's a good thing. How much is it? The girl smiled and said, it's 50 gold coins. The thread in the handle of the shovel may look thin, but it's a good thing. It's been treated with medicine for a long time, it's enough to pull 1,000 pounds. Little Cranegrass nodded, then he directly took out 50 gold coins and handed it over to the girl. The girl then led Little Cranegrass to a counter on the second floor. There was another girl sitting behind the counter. The girl said to the girl behind the counter, a multifunctional shovel for plant masters. The girl behind the counter immediately took out a piece of paper and wrote something on it. Then she stamped the paper and handed it over to the girl. The girl gave the piece of paper to Little Cranegrass and said in a deep voice, "My lord, please keep this piece of paper well. With this piece of paper, you can go to any craftsman association in the Soul World and repair this shovel for free. Moreover, it is guaranteed." When Little Cranegrass heard the girl, he stared for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "All right, thank you." Then he took the paper and led Little Cranegrass away. Little Cranegrass didn't leave this floor in a hurry. Instead, he took Little Ewer to look around. Although this floor was filled with tools, some of them were obviously not used for work. They looked more like toys for people to play with. They were made very exquisitely. Ewer looked at these tools and liked them very much. In the end, after Little Cranegrass sold him a small hoe, the two left the Craftsman Guild. After returning to Tian Nyo's house, Little Cranegrass returned to his room. He picked up the shovel and looked at it. Then he compared it with his wooden box and found that the shovel was just right for the wooden box. Little Cranegrass was very satisfied with this point. He found that this might be a product of the Craftsman Guild that was specially designed for plant masters. Otherwise, this shovel wouldn't be so perfect. He took the shovel out of the wooden box and waved it in his hand. He felt that the weight was very suitable. He couldn't help but feel more regretful. He looked at the shovel and couldn't help but want to put the shovel into his space. Just as Little Cranegrass had this thought, the shovel in his hand disappeared. Seeing this, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but stare blankly. He immediately focused his spiritual force into his soul object space. As soon as he entered his soul object space, he saw the shovel. The shovel was inside his soul object space, and the natural energy was already transforming the shovel. Little Cranegrass stared at the shovel blankly. He really didn't know what was going on. Why can this shovel be put into the soul object space, but the knife can't? What's going on? After thinking for a long time, Little Cranegrass was unable to figure it out. In the end, he could only give up. Right at this moment, Ewer's voice sounded out. "Big Brother Cranegrass, what are you doing?" Little Cranegrass immediately opened the door. Seeing Little Ewe standing in front of the door with the shovel in her hand, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but smile and say, "Ewer, you like this shovel that much? Don't worry, it'll be yours forever." Ewer smiled and said, "Of course, this is what Big Brother Cranegrass bought for me. Of course it'll be mine forever. Big Brother Cranegrass, don't worry, I'll take good care of this shovel." Hearing Little Ewer's words, Little Cranegrass's mind lit up. He suddenly thought of a problem. Aside from the iron thread grass and the stone hammer tree, the other things that he put into the soul object space were all his. If they weren't his spoils of war, then they were bought by him. In short, they were his things. Could it be because I didn't pay for the saber before, so it couldn't be put into the soul object space? But I paid for the shovel, so it can be put into the soul object space. Thinking of this, Little Cranegrass couldn't sit still. He looked at Little Ewer, who was looking at him in confusion, and said with a smile, "Ewer, I'm sorry. Big Brother suddenly thought of something and has to go out. Just follow me, I'll be back in a while." Little Ewer was very sensible. When she heard Little Cranegrass, she immediately said, "Okay, Big Brother Cranegrass, go busy yourself. Remember to come back early." Little Cranegrass responded and turned around to leave. Right now, Little Cranegrass still had a lot of money on him. This money was all his spoils of war. When he was cleaning up the battlefield, he was very serious. He collected all the money on those people. Right now, he had more than 300 gold coins, so he really didn't lack money. Little Cranegrass quickly went to the Craftsman Guild and directly went to the saber rack. When the girl saw Little Cranegrass, she stared. Little Cranegrass said that the saber wasn't suitable for him, so he didn't buy it. Why did he come back at this time? However, she still smiled and said to Little Cranegrass, "Sir, what do you want to order?" Little Cranegrass pointed at the saber and said, "I want that saber. Here's the money." Then he took out 110 gold coins and handed it over to the girl. The girl was still in a daze when she received the gold coins. But she quickly recovered and directly took the saber off the rack. Then she also took out the scabbard and handed it over to Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass looked at the scabbard. The scabbard was made of wood. Moreover, it seemed to be made of good material. There were also patterns engraved on it. It looked very beautiful. Little Cranegrass didn't care about this. He took the saber and quickly left the Craftsman Guild. While he was walking home, he tried to put the saber into the soul item space. He didn't expect that he would succeed. The saber directly entered the soul item space. At this time, Little Cranegrass understood that only things that belonged to him could be put into the soul item space. If it wasn't his, then he wouldn't be able to put it into the soul item space. But then Little Cranegrass thought of another matter. That was the problem with the cloth bag. Why couldn't he put the cloth bag into the space? Didn't the cloth bag also belong to him? Moreover, besides the cloth bag, there was also the wooden box, paper, and other things that couldn't be put into the space. If it was because those things were tools that couldn't be put into the space, then what about the shovel? The shovel was also a tool, but it could be put into the space. What was going on? Little Cranegrass pondered as he walked, but he still couldn't come to a conclusion. Little Cranegrass could only walk home. As he walked, he suddenly smelled a very unpleasant smell. It seemed to be a stench. He turned his head to look in the direction of the smell and found that the smell was coming from a carriage. There were many cages on the carriage, and inside the cages were animals. These animals were all young animals. Moreover, most of them were cute animals. It seemed like they were being sold as pets. Seeing these animals, Little Cranegrass's mind suddenly lit up. He suddenly thought of something. Could he put these animals into the soul item space? Thinking of this, Little Cranegrass couldn't wait any longer. He immediately ordered the carriage to move forward. While walking, he thought about what kind of animal he should buy for his experiment. Even if the experiment didn't succeed, he could still have a pet. Therefore, this pet must be useful to him. After thinking for a long time, Little Cranegrass still couldn't figure out what he wanted. In the end, he could only follow the carriage that was pulling the animals forward. Before long, the carriage arrived at a street. On this street, there were shops everywhere, and these shops were all used to sell animals. Little Cranegrass looked at this street and stared. He had been to this street before, but he didn't enter it. This was the only pet street in Emerald City. Little Cranegrass walked forward. From time to time, he would walk into the shops on both sides. He wanted to see if there were any good things in these shops. However, he was disappointed. This pet street sold pets, and these pets generally didn't have any fighting strength. For Little Cranegrass, they weren't of much help. Along the way, Little Cranegrass didn't find anything that he liked. Aside from cats and dogs, there really wasn't anything good here. Just when Little Cranegrass was about to be disappointed, he suddenly heard a voice, take a look, the newest pet. Friends who like excitement, come take a look. Poisonous snakes and ferocious beasts should be used to their fullest potential. Come take a look." His shout attracted Little Cranegrass's attention. Little Cranegrass walked over to take a look. It was a very big shop. In front of the shop, there was a shop assistant who was loudly soliciting business. But this shop was very attractive. This was because Little Cranegrass saw a few cages in front of the shop, and inside the cages were really poisonous snakes. This made Little Cranegrass very curious. He directly walked into the shop. This shop was really special. There were a lot of pets in the shop, and these pets weren't the same as ordinary pets. Pets that didn't exist outside could be found in this shop. This made Little Cranegrass even more curious. Little Cranegrass first looked at the pets in the shop. This shop was really special. There were snakes, scorpions, spiders, and other strange things. However, Little Cranegrass didn't like these things. he didn't have any love for these things. Therefore, little Cranegrass didn't look at these things. Instead, he just casually looked around the shop. This shop didn't only have these small pets, there were also some large pets. There weren't even horses. However, horses were just ponies, nothing special. Little Cranegrass casually looked around the shop. At this time, a shop assistant came to Little Cranegrass's side and bowed to him. "Sir, how can I help you?" Little Cranegrass was a plant master, and plant masters rarely came to pet shops. Therefore, when the shop assistant saw Little Cranegrass, he was very surprised. However, he didn't dare to be rude to Little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass looked at the shop assistant and said, "Nothing, I'm just casually looking around. You should know that I'm a plant master. I often stay in the wild by myself. I want to buy a pet that can accompany me. I want a pet that has a bit of fighting strength, can protect itself, and can also call for food in the wild. Do you have such a pet?" When the shop assistant heard Little Cranegrass, he couldn't help but worry. This was because there weren't many pets that met Little Cranegrass's requirements. However, the shop assistant still said, "I don't know if Sir likes big or small animals?" Little Cranegrass smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if it's a little bigger or a little smaller. It's best if people think that it's a wild one at first glance. I don't like to bring around a pet that has a mark on its body. It's obviously a pet raised by someone. Because if there comes a day when I don't want to raise it anymore, I can just let it go." When the shop assistant heard Little Cranegrass, he nodded and said, "So it's like that. Sir, please come with me. I think you might be interested in the pets here." Then he led Little Cranegrass to the backyard. Little Cranegrass didn't say anything and just followed him. When he arrived at the backyard, Little Cranegrass was stunned. This was because the yard was very big and there were a lot of pets in the yard. There were big and small pets, but they were all locked up in cages. Each and every one of them looked wild and hard to tame. Little Cranegrass looked at the cages one by one. These pets were really wild. Some of them were even roaring at Little Cranegrass. After walking for a while, Little Cranegrass suddenly stopped. This was because he saw a furry ball in a cage. He couldn't see what kind of animal it was because it was curled up and lying motionless in the cage. However, he could see that this animal wasn't small. This was because even if it was curled up, it was still around a meter tall. When the shop assistant saw Little Cranegrass stop, he immediately looked at the cage. When he saw the animal in the cage, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "Sir, this is a small woolly mammoth that we caught from the 100,000 mountains. Don't look at this little thing as it hasn't matured yet. In order to catch it, we spent a lot of effort. But after we caught it, it refused to eat anything. It has already been several days. Sir, it's best if you don't buy it because it might starve itself to death." When Little Cranegrass heard the shop assistant, he was startled. At the same time, he was also curious. The reason why wild beasts were called wild beasts was because they would follow their instincts most of the time. They were just like wild beasts. Whether they were caught or not, when they were hungry, they would definitely eat if someone gave them something to eat. But this was the first time Little Cranegrass saw a wild beast like this little mammoth. He couldn't help but sympathize with it. Little Cranegrass turned his head to the shop assistant and said, "I want this one. I want a pet, but it's just for an experiment. If it doesn't work, then I'll set it free. Tell me, this one doesn't look like it's worth much." When the shop assistant heard Little Cranegrass, he quickly replying to "Sir, this little mammoth only needs 10 gold coins. To be honest, we're already thinking of setting it free. We're in the pet business, so naturally, we want our pets to be healthy and have a good home. If Sir buys it, then please treat it well." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he said, "Help me send it to the Tian mansion. It's the Liu family's medicine store's shopkeeper. Here's the money." Then Little Cranegrass took out 11 gold coins and gave it to the shop assistant. The shop assistant quickly said, "Sir, this money is too much." Little Cranegrass waved his hand and said, "You keep it. Just because you want to find a good home for your pets, you should get this money." Tian Yo's family stared blankly at the iron cage in the courtyard. Inside the cage was a furball, but the furball's head was too big. Tian Yo's family didn't know what to say. Xianxia turned his head to little Cranegrass and asked, Cranegrass, why did you buy this thing? What is this thing? Little Cranegrass smiled and said, It's nothing, this is just a woolly mammoth. I bought it to do an experiment. It's still an immature woolly mammoth. Ever since it was captured, it hasn't eaten anything. It's about to starve to death. I just bought it to give it a try. If it succeeds, then it won't die. If it doesn't succeed, then I'll take it to the wild and set it free. Hearing little Cranegrass, Xianxia nodded and said, All right, then I'll leave it to you. Little Cranegrass nodded, then he commanded the two warriors to carry the iron cage to a warehouse in the backyard. Then he drove everyone out of the warehouse. Little Cranegrass waited for everyone to leave before opening the door of the iron cage. She looked at the little elephant carefully. The little elephant was still curled up and didn't move at all. Little Cranegrass paid attention to the little elephant. After a while, she saw it breathe. It looked like it was about to starve to death. Little Cranegrass gently touched the little elephant. The little elephant's skin shook, but it still didn't move. Little Cranegrass knew that the little elephant had completely lost its ability to resist. Little Cranegrass looked at the little elephant, then he touched it with both hands and said, Come. With this thought, the small elephant disappeared from the iron cage. In the next moment, little Cranegrass felt an energy fluctuation in his space. Then, he sent his mental power into the soul object space. As soon as he entered the soul object space, he saw the small elephant. Although the small elephant's body was still curled up, its head was raised and its body was wrapped in natural energy. The little elephant had a very comfortable expression on its face. When little Cranegrass' spiritual force came in contact with the little elephant immediately showed a very comfortable expression. Seeing this situation, little Cranegrass knew that the little elephant had been completely subdued by him. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but feel happy. However, the little elephant was still very weak and couldn't move. It seemed like it would take some time for him to move. Little Cranegrass withdrew his spiritual power from the little elephant's body. He immediately noticed another change in the soul object space. The soul object space seemed to have become larger, and at the same time, the rebounding force from the transparent ball seemed to have become smaller. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but feel excited. No matter what this transparent sphere was, it had existed since he entered the space. Therefore, little Cranegrass was sure that this transparent sphere must have some kind of connection with him. However, he didn't know what the connection was. Little Cranegrass hoped that one day, he would be able to enter this small ball and see what was going on with the man in the small ball. He wanted to know why he, who had dominated the world back then, would appear in this small ball. Why would he still appear in his dreams? All of these were like a riddle that little Cranegrass was forced to answer. It was precisely because of this that little Cranegrass didn't tell Hu Yuan about the situation in his soul space. He believed that if he told Hu Yuan about the situation in his soul space, Hu Yuan might understand his soul space and that wouldn't be good for him. This was just a feeling in his heart, and little Cranegrass acted according to this feeling. After little Cranegrass understood the space, he also noticed the situation of the other things inside the space. They were the blood-drinking knife, rapier, dagger, shovel, iron thread grass, stone hammer tree, and the little elephant. The blood-drinking knife was now wrapped in natural energy and was undergoing transformation. The same went for the rapier and dagger. The iron thread grass and stone hammer tree were still inside the space. At this time, the stone hammer tree was also moving around. Little Cranegrass didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the stone hammer tree's movements had become faster. As for the little elephant, it was even more special. It was now able to stand up, but it was still weak. But when little Cranegrass' spiritual force came in contact with it, he could immediately feel its joy. This made little Cranegrass happy as well. Then little Cranegrass withdrew his spiritual force from the space. As soon as his spiritual force left the space, little Cranegrass looked at the iron cage in front of him and couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help but frown. A lot of people saw him bringing the iron cage back to Xianxia's house. If the little elephant suddenly disappeared, then it would certainly arouse people's suspicions. He had to think of a way to make people not suspect him. After thinking for a while, little Cranegrass willed and the little elephant appeared in the cage again. It was still curled up into a ball. Little Crane Grass then walked out of the warehouse and called the two warriors over. He then had Xianxia prepare a carriage for him. After that, he had Xianxia arrange for servants to carry the iron cage onto the carriage. He then followed the carriage and walked out. When Xianxia saw Little Crane Grass' appearance, he thought that his experiment had failed. He didn't ask much and directly arranged for servants. Before long, Little Crane Grass rode a horse and arrived outside Emerald City. After arriving outside Emerald City, Little Crane Grass had the servants drive the carriage to a corner of Emerald Jade Mountain. Then he carried the iron cage and entered the mountain alone. When the servants saw Little Crane Grass' movements, they were all shocked. Then they remembered that Little Crane Grass was a plant master. It wasn't strange for him to have such abilities. Little Crane Grass carried the little elephant into the forest. After entering the forest, Little Crane Grass opened the iron cage and let the little elephant out. Although the little elephant was still a little weak, after being baptized by natural energy, it could walk on its own. Little Crane Grass let the little elephant walk forward. Then he stored the little elephant in the space. Little Crane Grass then walked out of the forest and found that the servants were still waiting for him. Little Crane Grass didn't stand on ceremony and directly got into the carriage. The servants drove the carriage into the city while Little Crane Grass sat in the carriage with his eyes closed, thinking about the things in his soul item space. Now, he was certain that the things that could be stored in his soul object space were definitely his own things. They weren't things that he bought himself or his spoils of war, so he shouldn't be able to store them in his soul object space. He just didn't know if things given to him by others could be stored in his soul object space. Secondly, daily necessities like cloth bags, dry food, wooden boxes, paper, and pens couldn't be stored in the space. This made Little Crane Grass feel very strange. He didn't know what was different about these things compared to the things that were stored in the space. However, he couldn't find the reason for this in a short time. Therefore, he could only put this matter aside and experiment in the future. Lastly, he wanted to know what kind of things he could store in order to make the space bigger. At the same time, he also wanted to reduce the rebound force of the transparent sphere. This was what he was most concerned about. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything special so far. The carriage returned to the city and entered Xianxia's house. Little Crane Grass got off the carriage and the servants left. Xianxia was waiting for Little Crane Grass. Seeing Little Crane Grass come back, Xianxia greeted him and said, "Have you set him free?" Little Crane Grass nodded and said in a low voice, "Uncle, I came out to train this time, so I can't stay in the city for too long. I intend to make a trip back to the village tomorrow, and then enter Jadeite Mountain to cultivate." Xianxia nodded and said, "All right, you can go back and take a look. But don't delay your training. You have a lot of enemies right now. Increasing your strength is the most important thing. I don't want anything to happen to you." Little Crane Grass nodded and didn't say anything else. Xianxia looked at Little Crane Grass and sighed. Then he patted Little Crane Grass's shoulder and said, "Your current achievements have far exceeded our initial expectations. But at the same time, this also makes you more dangerous. Therefore, you must take care of yourself." Little Crane Grass nodded. This day, Xianxia and his family stayed by Little Crane Grass's side. They chatted with him and made him delicious food. However, time didn't stop. A day passed by quickly. The next morning, Little Crane Grass carried his wooden chest and set off. He didn't agree to Xianxia's suggestion. This was because he came out to train, not to enjoy life. After Little Crane Grass left Emerald City, he directly entered Emerald Jade Mountain and began his new cultivation. But before he started, Little Crane Grass took out 2 small booklets. These 2 booklets were found on the bodies of the Lu family and the soul insect. Little Crane Grass didn't have the time to look at them, but now he finally had the time to look at them. As soon as the 2 booklets were taken out, Little Crane Grass was stunned. One of the booklets had Dark Soldier Tactics written on it. Little Crane Grass took a look and discovered that it was a method to cultivate battle chi. He paid attention to the battle chi cultivation method and discovered that it was actually similar to natural energy. It could be cultivated by oneself. At the same time, it could also be obtained through battles. The circulation path was also very special. But in general, it didn't deviate from the 12 standard meridians and the 7 meridians and 8 meridians. Little Cranegrass tried to cultivate according to the booklet. But in the end, he didn't succeed. This was because battle chi and natural energy were two completely different types of energy. The cultivation method of battle chi was very special. In the beginning, one would focus on tempering the body. Only after going through fierce battles would one's battle chi be stimulated. Once one has a trace of battle chi in one's body, one can use this trace of battle chi to cultivate, just like natural energy. However, battle chi had a special feature, that is, after each battle, as long as you were still alive, your battle chi would increase greatly. Additionally, the sharp chi released by battle chi was very powerful, which couldn't be matched by any other battle chi. It was also because of this feature that the Soul Soldier became the most famous warrior in the continent. They were above all other professions because the attack power of battle chi was incomparable to any other ability. However, the booklet he obtained from the soul insect was a book on how to tame and command beasts. This method was completely useless to the little Cranegrass, because this method required the use of beast soul power, and the little Cranegrass did not have any beast soul power on its body. To be honest, he was a bit disappointed. He couldn't learn battle chi, and he also couldn't learn beast taming because he didn't have beast power. But at the same time, he could use another method to tame beasts. However, little Cranegrass hadn't tested this method yet, so he didn't know what the result would be. Next, little Cranegrass began his arduous cultivation. The most important thing for him right now was to practice man-plant unification. His target this time was the iron thread grass. He had already learned the union of man and plant of stone hammer tree. The next step was to practice the union of man and plant of iron thread grass. Little Cranegrass really wanted to know what would happen after he practiced the union of man and plant of iron thread grass. After fusing with the stone hammer tree, the strength of the little Cranegrass would be greatly increased, and its defense would become stronger. But at the same time, its speed would also become slower. Although it was much faster than the stone hammer tree, it was still much slower than its normal speed. He knew that this was the characteristic of the stone hammer tree. Although combining with the stone hammer tree was a combination of his and the stone hammer tree's strengths, at the same time, these strengths would also be offset to a certain extent. In other words, their strengths were concentrated together, but at the same time, these strengths would be weakened to a certain extent. However, little Cranegrass was now very curious about what would happen if he and the iron thread grass fused. The iron thread grass's defense was very strong, its attack wasn't weak, and its speed was also very fast. Little Cranegrass was very curious about what would happen if he and the iron thread grass fused. However, the little Cranegrass also encountered a problem. The iron thread grass had never performed the union of man and plant before, but the stone hammer tree was completely different. The stone hammer tree had performed the union of man and plant before, so this time, it performed the union of man and plant with the little Cranegrass. The effect was very good and very smooth. The iron thread grass had never fused with the stone hammer tree before. Therefore, if he wanted to fuse with the iron thread grass, he would need more time and energy. Fortunately, little Cranegrass still had time. During this time, not only was little Cranegrass practicing man-plant unification, he was also taking care of the mammoth cub. The woolly mammoth was living very freely in the soul space. Not long after it entered the soul space, it was already able to run all over the place. Moreover, little Cranegrass also discovered that it seemed to have grown a bit compared to before. Little Cranegrass released the baby mammoth from the soul item space to see if it needed to eat outside. However, the result disappointed little Cranegrass. The baby mammoth didn't seem to need to eat outside. Moreover, it wasn't as comfortable outside as it was inside the soul item space. However, the little Cranegrass would still let the baby mammoth out for a period of time every day. The baby mammoth was already used to this kind of life. Moreover, it slowly got used to being outside, even more so. Although the baby mammoth could move around outside, it didn't eat anything outside. It was as if the natural energy it absorbed didn't need to eat anymore. To be honest, this situation was something that little Cranegrass liked to see. His ability to communicate with plants was too strong. If the baby mammoth wanted to eat plants, then he wouldn't know what to do. Along the way, little crane grass was constantly exchanging energy with the plants. However, he didn't provoke any animals. When he encountered animals, he would mostly avoid them. This was because he knew that he didn't even understand what was going on with the baby mammoth. If he were to provoke other animals, then it would only be a waste of time. While cultivating, little crane grass walked for about 10 days before he finally came out of the Jade Mountain. At this time, he wasn't far from Tree Root Village. 10 days wasn't enough to do anything, especially for a cultivator. Because of this, little crane grass didn't do anything during these 10 days. He didn't even achieve manplant unification with the iron thread grass. When he came out of the Jade Mountain, little crane grass had already returned the baby mammoth to the space. Then he walked out of the Jade Mountain. After coming out, he walked for less than an hour before he arrived at Tree Root Village. Tree Root Village, this inconspicuous little village, was little crane grass's hometown. It was the place where he was born and raised. Little crane grass always had a special feeling for this place, not only because his family was here, but also because he cared about the other people in the village very much. It was because of the whole village that he could be where he was today. Just as little crane grass arrived at the entrance of the village, he saw a person come in. When the person saw little crane grass, he stared for a moment before he said with a surprised expression, "You're crane grass? Crane grass is back, crane grass is back." Then he didn't wait for little crane grass to reply as he turned around and ran towards the village. Little crane grass was definitely a celebrity in the village. Life in the village was much better than before, and this kind of life was directly related to little crane grass. Therefore, there was no one in the village who didn't know little crane grass, and no one didn't respect little crane grass. When little crane grass saw this person, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This person was his childhood playmate. Although little crane grass didn't like to play with them, they were still children. They would still play together from time to time. But later on, little crane grass went out to study, so they didn't play together anymore. In a blink of an eye, 8 years have passed, and the little kid has now become an adult. Along with the person's voice, the entire village was alarmed. Before long, everyone in the village ran out. Little crane grass looked at the people in the village. Their complexions were much better than before, and their clothes were also much better. One must know that Tree Root Village was no longer mainly producing food. Instead, they were producing medicinal herbs. Moreover, the medicinal herbs that they grew were directly purchased by the Liu family. Because of this, the people in the village were living a good life. Tianzhu and Tianzhuang also came. When little crane grass saw the two, he immediately went over and saluted Tianzhu. And Tianzhuang, "Grandfather, father, how have you been?" Tianzhu was moved to tears. He quickly said, "Good, very good, we're all very good." "Bauer, how have you been recently? How come your clothes are so tattered?" Little crane grass smiled and said, "I'm fine, I'll be outside for some time. I just came back to see you and will be leaving in 2 days." "Right, where's my mother?" When Tianzhuang heard little crane grass, his face turned red. He was a little embarrassed as he said, "Your mother isn't feeling well, so she stayed at home. Your grandmother is taking care of her. Let's go home." Then Tianzhuang took little crane grass and headed home. When little crane grass saw Tianzhuang's expression, he felt strange. Why was his mother feeling unwell while his father was very happy? Moreover, his grandfather was also smiling. The surrounding people didn't seem surprised at all, they all had smiles on their faces. This made little crane grass even more curious. However, there were a lot of people here, so he didn't voice his doubts. Instead, he greeted the people in the village while walking towards the house. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw his grandmother. When his grandmother saw him, she immediately cried. Little crane grass immediately comforted her. After comforting his grandmother with great difficulty, he entered the room. Upon entering the room, he saw his mother, Cuifan. When he saw Cuifan, little crane grass understood that his mother was feeling unwell. He also understood why his father was so happy. This was because Cuifan was currently sitting on the bed with a big belly. Cuifan was pregnant. Now little crane grass understood why Tianzhuang was so happy when he said that Cuifan wasn't feeling well. To be honest, little crane grass was also very happy. Although he wasn't very old, his unique experience made him mature early. He was very clear that he wouldn't have time to stay by his parents' side in the future. It was good that his parents could have a child by their side. Little Cranegrass looked at Suifan with a happy expression and said, "Mom, you're pregnant with a baby." "That's great, I'm going to have a little brother again." Suifan looked at Little Cranegrass and smiled, "Bower, you're back. Can you stay for a few more days this time?" When Little Cranegrass heard Suifan, he couldn't help but smile embarrassedly and said, "Mother, I won't be able to stay for a few days this time. I'll be leaving in 2 days. This time, I came to participate in the Hu clan's clan trial. After I participate in the trial, I'll be considered a core disciple of the Hu clan. But this time, the trial will be in the wilderness. I can't stay at home for a long time." When Suifan heard Little Cranegrass, her expression couldn't help but turn gloomy. However, she wasn't that ignorant village girl anymore. She quickly calmed down and said, "All right, your matter is more important. Remember to ensure your safety." Little Cranegrass nodded, then he turned to Tianzhu and Tianshuang and said, "Grandfather, father, I have something to tell you today. I hope that you can move to the Hu clan." When Tianzhu heard Little Cranegrass, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Little Cranegrass and said, "Why? Why do we have to move to the Hu clan?" Little Cranegrass said, "Grandfather, father, I won't hide it from you. When I came back this time, I helped the country's army to deal with spies from other countries. However, we weren't able to kill all of them and even let one of them escape. It's very likely that those spies will retaliate against me. If they can't find me in the wilderness, then they might retaliate against you. For your safety, I hope that you can live in the Hu family. There, the Hu family can guarantee your safety, and I'll be able to rest assured." When Tianzhu and Tianshuang heard Little Cranegrass, they couldn't help but be startled. They didn't think that Little Cranegrass would cause such a big trouble. Moreover, he even got involved with the country's army. In their opinion, once the country and the army got involved, then the consequences wouldn't be small. Little Cranegrass looked at their expressions and said in a deep voice, "Grandpa, Dad, you don't have to worry. You really don't have to worry. I'll be fine. Right now, I'm only worried about you. If something happens to you, then I'll be in even more trouble. So I hope that you can live with the Hu clan. Don't worry, once you're there, they'll arrange your life. You can continue to farm or do nothing." Little Cranegrass entered Jadeite Mountain with a calm expression. He had already decided that from today onwards, in the next few years, as long as he didn't need to replenish his energy, he wouldn't intentionally get close to others. After all, this time, he mainly came out to cultivate, and he still had a lot of things to learn. But this time, Little Cranegrass felt a lot more relieved. This was because his family had agreed to live with the Hu clan. Little Cranegrass also had the villagers send a letter to Tianyo, telling him to inform the Hu clan to pick them up. The reason why Tianzhu and Tianshuang agreed to live with the Hu clan was partly because of the Little Cranegrass, and partly because of the unborn child. Although they didn't know whether the child was a boy or a girl, it was better to live with the Hu clan than in the village. After all, the child could get a better education in that case. Some people said that after a person had a child, they would live for the child. This sentence was really true. In the past, the people of the Tian family lived for the Little Cranegrass. Now, they didn't need to worry about the Little Cranegrass at all. Therefore, they put their hearts on this unborn child. It was precisely because of this that the people of the Tian family agreed to live in the Hu family so easily. It would take a long time to send the message back to the Hu family, and the Hu family would arrange for someone to pick him up. This was exactly what Little Cranegrass wanted, because his mother was about to give birth again. By the time the Hu family's people arrived, his mother would have already given birth. She would be able to go on a long journey, and he would feel more at ease if he left in this way. After dealing with the family's matters, Little Cranegrass could officially enter the Jadeite Mountain for training. The Jadeite Mountain was very big. In fact, if one went all the way from the Jadeite Mountain, one could even enter the 100,000 Mountains, which was the territory of the Tiger Soul country. It could be said that the Jadeite Mountain was a passage connecting the 100,000 Mountains. It could also be said that the Jadeite Mountain was a mountain range in the periphery of the 100,000 Mountains. However, very few people would use the Jade Mountain to enter the 100,000 Mountains. The people in the 100,000 Mountains would not use the Jade Mountain to enter the Saber Spirit Nation. It was not that they did not want to, but they did not dare. It was said that from the Jade Mountain to the 100,000 Mountains, one had to pass through 10 dangerous places. Each dangerous place could take one's life, let alone 10. However, no one knew what these 10 danger zones were. This was because everyone who wanted to enter the 100,000 Mountains through the Jade Mountain had already died. No one could come out alive. It was precisely because of this reason that no one could enter the 100,000 Mountains through the Jade Mountain. This time, Little Crane Grass really wanted to enter and take a look at the 100,000 Mountains. However, he wouldn't force it. He just treated it as a goal of the trial. As long as he could go, he would go. The reason why he dared to do this was because he believed that he was strong enough. Now, he had the iron thread grass and the stonemer tree. After combining with the stonemer tree, his fighting strength was really strong. In addition, he was also a plant master. He was not afraid of poison, so he dared to do this. This time, Little Crane Grass brought a lot of salt from the village. At the same time, he also brought a few flints from the village. With salt and flints, he would be able to survive in the wild for a long time. In fact, for a plant master, as long as he had salt, he would be able to survive in the wild for a long time. This was because people couldn't live without salt for a long time. Because of this, salt was the most important thing to survive in the wild. While Little Crane Grass was moving forward, he was also studying human-plant unity. At this time, he and the iron thread grass had made great progress. After all, he knew the method of human-plant unity. However, because this was iron thread grass's first time, there were some problems in the cooperation. Once these problems were solved, it would be very easy to achieve human-plant unity. Little Crane Grass had already been in the Jade Mountain for 5 days. During these 5 days, he had been moving forward. Now that he was deep in the mountain, ordinary people wouldn't come here. Little Crane Grass looked around. This place was already deep in the forest. There were very lush plants all around. The environment was very good. Upon seeing this, Little Crane Grass's heart moved. He then released the baby mammoth. As soon as the baby mammoth was released, it immediately ran around Little Crane Grass. It was already used to this kind of life. Although it was very comfortable to stay in the soul space every day, it was still very happy to come out and run around. Little Crane Grass looked at the baby mammoth and couldn't help but smile. Then he had the baby mammoth help him look around and not let anyone disturb him. Then he sat on the ground. Light flashed on his body as the plant guardian appeared. Then Little Crane Grass and the iron thread grass began the final step of human-plant unity. The last step was to let the spiritual power of the Little Crane Grass enter the iron thread grass and replace the spiritual power of the iron thread grass. Then the Little Crane Grass and the iron thread grass would have the same spiritual power. Then with the help of natural energy, the iron thread grass and the Little Crane Grass could be combined. This was the unity of man and plant. Although it sounded very simple, there weren't many people who could do it. This was because it was almost impossible to use one spiritual force to replace the spiritual force of a plant. This was especially true for plants like the iron thread grass. Iron thread grass was very powerful. It had the same thinking as a human. If you want to replace its spiritual force, even if it was only temporary, it would still be very dangerous for these plants. They were afraid that you would suddenly take over their body and not return it to them. It was very difficult for plants to wholeheartedly trust one another. It was precisely because of this that in order to achieve human-plant unity, the first requirement was to have a plant to protect it. This was because it was very easy for a plant master to gain the trust of plants. Little Crane Grass didn't have any problems with this. The iron thread grass had already trusted him. The reason why he didn't succeed before wasn't because of trust, but because the iron thread grass wasn't used to it. Now that the iron thread grass had adapted, Little Crane Grass decided to perform human-plant unity with it. Little Crane Grass's spiritual force slowly entered the iron thread grass's body. At the same time, the iron thread grass's spiritual force slowly fell asleep. Before long, Little Crane Grass's spiritual force and the iron thread grass's spiritual force fused together. Little Cranegrass felt that he had become one with the iron thread grass. Then he opened his eyes. In the next moment, sword-shaped leaves appeared on his body. These leaves were like armor that covered Little Cranegrass's body. Moreover, there weren't just one layer of leaves, but several layers. Little Cranegrass was very clear about this. Although these leaves looked inconspicuous, they were actually the leaves of the iron thread grass. Their defensive power was very strong, and they were also very sharp. At the same time, with a thought, Little Cranegrass's entire body seemed to have turned into a hedgehog. The leaves of the iron thread grass on his body all stood up. These leaves didn't stand up to hit the ball. These leaves all had killing power. In other words, Little Cranegrass had really turned into a hedgehog. But then Little Cranegrass's mind moved and the leaves on his body immediately flattened. Then the leaves began to bounce up one by one. It was as if a blade could grow out from any part of Little Cranegrass's body. This wasn't the end. Little Cranegrass then lay down on the ground. The leaves actually stood up on their own. Then they began to undulate like scales. Little Cranegrass was actually able to lie down on the ground and move forward at a very fast speed. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Moreover, this method of moving forward was very convenient for changing directions. Little Cranegrass could even easily change his direction and move forward at a very fast speed. But then Little Cranegrass stood up and looked around. Suddenly, his figure moved and his whole body went straight into the ground. Before long, Little Cranegrass disappeared from his original position. Only a small hole was left on the ground. After a while, Little Cranegrass drilled out of the ground from another place. Little Cranegrass's body didn't even have a bit of soil on it. Then the leaves on Little Cranegrass's body receded, revealing his body. Little Cranegrass's face was filled with joy. He didn't expect that his fusion with the iron thread grass would be smoother than his fusion with the stone hammer tree. However, he also knew that the reason why he could do this was because of his nature energy. His nature energy was in the form of the iron thread grass from the very beginning. His nature energy even had sword leaves. Therefore, when Little Cranegrass combined with the iron thread grass, its might seemed to have increased. And now, after combining with the iron thread grass, he had the same ability as the iron thread grass. He could use the iron thread grass's leaves to defend and attack. He could even move forward like the iron thread grass and enter the ground naturally like the iron thread grass. Although the speed of entering the ground was slower than the iron thread grass, it was undeniable that Little Cranegrass now had this ability. Moreover, he believed that after a long period of practice, his underground speed would become even faster. This was a pleasant surprise for Little Cranegrass. It can be said that Little Cranegrass was very satisfied with this fusion of man and plant. He now had another method of attack. But at the same time, Little Cranegrass also understood that he had underestimated the fusion of man and plant. In the past, the Hammer King relied on the stone hammer tree to run rampant in the world. This wasn't without reason. Most importantly, the Hammer King didn't seem to understand the fusion of man and plant. The stone hammer tree itself was a very powerful magic plant. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been eliminated by the people of the continent. This was because once the stone hammer tree showed its might, it would be very terrifying. And Little Cranegrass's stone hammer tree was the Hammer King's stone hammer tree. It was definitely an existence that had turned into a spirit. Ordinary stone hammer trees would only grow 2 stone hammers. It would be amazing if they could grow 4 stone hammers. However, Little Cranegrass's stone hammer tree had 8 stone hammers. This was enough to see how terrifying this stone hammer tree was. Moreover, in the battle with the Sword Soul Squad, the stone hammer tree had made a great contribution. It could even command the mutated plants. This was really shocking. For a long time, Little Cranegrass seemed to have paid too little attention to the stone hammer tree. He didn't display the power of the stone hammer tree. Now that he had the time, Little Cranegrass planned to properly understand the stone hammer tree. After fusing with the stone hammer tree, Little Cranegrass discovered that after fusing with the stone hammer tree, its compatibility with the tree seemed to have increased, and its combat strength had also increased. However, he didn't discover any other special abilities of the stone hammer tree. At least, compared to the iron thread grass's ability to burrow into the ground, he didn't sense any other special abilities of the stone hammer tree. After studying for a long time, little Cranegrass couldn't find anything. In the end, he could only give up. After that, he cultivated the 8 stonemer techniques for a period of time. Then, he took out the weapons and looked at them. Perhaps it was because they had only been in the soul object space for a short period of time, the changes to these weapons weren't very big. Only the patterns on the weapons had some changes, but it wasn't obvious. Little Cranegrass couldn't see what kind of changes there were. After practicing these things, little Cranegrass called the little elephant back. The little elephant was very attached to little Cranegrass. It ran to little Cranegrass's side and used its long elephant to touch little Cranegrass's body. It seemed to be trying to please little Cranegrass. Little Cranegrass looked at the little elephant and was very happy. He felt that the little elephant was like a child. He felt very comfortable and relaxed when he got along with the little elephant. Sometimes, he would let the little elephant out and chat with it. Although the little elephant could only listen, little Cranegrass was very happy to talk with it. After playing with the little elephant for a while, little Cranegrass sent the little elephant back to the space. His spiritual force also entered the space. Suddenly, he noticed that the little elephant seemed to be playing with the stone hammer tree. He didn't care at first, but he didn't know when an idea popped up in his mind. What would happen if he and the little elephant became one? Once this image appeared, the little Cranegrass could not suppress it no matter how hard it tried. The leader also knew that the little elephant was an animal and not a plant, but he just wanted to try and see if he could merge with the little elephant and become one with the plant. Thinking of this, little Cranegrass's heart moved. He released Iron Thread Grass and had him guard the surroundings. Then he began to communicate with the little elephant. Little Cranegrass had long discovered that it wasn't easy for him to communicate with the little elephant. It wasn't like how he could communicate with plants, where he could speak like a normal person. When he communicated with the little elephant, it was mostly him who was speaking, while the little elephant would at most make a few sounds, or express its feelings through its expression, eyes, or other animals. In this case, it was very difficult for him to gain the absolute trust of the little elephant. After all, the plant protection was completely useless against the little elephant. However, little Cranegrass still wanted to give it a try. The little elephant could be nourished by natural energy. This meant that the little elephant could also absorb natural energy. Even if something happened during the trial, it shouldn't hurt the little elephant. It was precisely because of this that little Cranegrass decided to give it a try. If he succeeds, he would have one more ability. If he fails, he wouldn't lose too much. It wasn't easy to communicate with the little elephant. Fortunately, there was a medium between them, which was natural energy. The little elephant liked natural energy very much, and the little Cranegrass didn't lack natural energy at all. Because of this, although it was a little difficult for the little Cranegrass to communicate with the little elephant, it wasn't as difficult as he imagined. Little Cranegrass kept communicating with the little elephant, letting the little elephant feel his goodwill. When it was hungry, it would eat a little bit. When it was thirsty, it would drink 2 mouthfuls of water from a small stream in the mountain. This state had been maintained for more than 10 days. Now, little Cranegrass didn't have any problems communicating with the little elephant. He could analyze the little elephant's thoughts from its every move, and the little elephant also knew what it meant. Moreover, little Cranegrass felt that the little elephant trusted him like a child who trusted its parents. This made little Cranegrass very surprised. He found that although it was more difficult to communicate with animals, this method seemed to make the relationship between you and the animal more intimate. This made little Cranegrass feel surprised. After more than 10 days, little Cranegrass felt that it was about time. He didn't have any problems communicating with the little elephant, and the little elephant trusted him very much. Therefore, little Cranegrass felt that the time was right. Before the experiment, little Cranegrass wasn't in a hurry. He calmed his emotions first before communicating with the little elephant. If he wanted to carry out this experiment, he had to discuss it with the little elephant first. Although they couldn't communicate like normal people, the little elephant still knew the general idea. The little elephant now had complete trust in little Cranegrass, so when little Cranegrass communicated with the little elephant didn't hesitate at all and directly agreed. Although the little elephant agreed very quickly, little Cranegrass didn't dare to be negligent. This was because he was very clear that this process would be dangerous. After all, animals and plants were different. After preparing for a while, little crane grass finally decided to carry out the experiment. He slowly closed his eyes and sent his spiritual force into the soul object space. Then, he slowly sent his spiritual force into the little elephant's body. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Little crane grass felt that there was a power in the little elephant. This power repelled his spiritual force. Little crane grass stared, then he sent his spiritual force over again. In the end, he found that his spiritual force was repelled again. Little crane grass looked at the little elephant in confusion, but he found that the little elephant was looking around curiously. Seeing this, little crane grass understood what was going on. The little elephant didn't cooperate with him at all, so his spiritual force couldn't enter the little crane's body. Thinking of this, little crane grass's spiritual force couldn't help but send a command to the little elephant. Soon, the little elephant calmed down, then it slowly closed its eyes, as if it fell into a deep sleep. Seeing the little elephant like this, little crane grass couldn't help but send his spiritual force into the little elephant's body. This time, although his spiritual force encountered some resistance, the resistance was quite small. Then, little crane grass's spiritual force entered the little elephant's body. Then, little crane grass's spiritual force slowly entered the little elephant's mind. As soon as little crane grass's spiritual energy entered the little elephant's mind, he felt his own spiritual energy shake. Then, he felt another spiritual energy. That spiritual energy gave little crane grass a very intimate feeling. Little crane grass was a little confused. He tried to make contact with that spiritual energy. Just as his spiritual force made contact with the spiritual force, a voice was suddenly heard, "Master, your master. Master, this is great, I can finally talk to you. You really are an omnipotent master." Little crane grass was stunned. He kept thinking, what's going on? What master? Is this inside the little elephant's body or iron thread grass's body? How did I get a master? Master, master, don't ignore me. I'm a little elephant, aren't we chatting happily? Why are you ignoring me? Woo-woo, master is ignoring me, master doesn't want me anymore. When little crane grass heard this voice, he immediately responded, "Little elephant, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just very surprised, I didn't think that I would be able to talk to you here. Master, little elephant has been wanting to talk to you for a long time, but I couldn't. You can't hear what I say, and I don't understand what you say. Now, I can finally talk to you." Little crane grass's face was calm, he looked at the two and smiled faintly. "All right, I didn't think that I would be able to talk to you. Little elephant, I'm doing an experiment right now. You should know that I want to fuse our spiritual force and natural energy together. So cooperate with me for a while. Once I'm out, I'll chat with you." "Alright, master, go ahead." I already knew what master wanted to do, but I still don't understand what it is. Now that master said this, I understand. After the little elephant finished speaking, it calmed down. The little crane grass also withdrew his spiritual force and sent it into the little elephant's brain. Then the little crane grass controlled the natural energy and sent it into the little elephant's body. This allowed the natural energy to circulate inside the little elephant's body. Then the little crane grass slowly withdrew his spiritual force back into his body. At the same time, he maintained a connection with the little elephant's body. At this time, little crane grass felt that his body was filled with power. At the same time, little crane grass also felt that his nose seemed to have grown longer. He opened his eyes and looked around. Then he lowered his head and discovered that his body was covered in black hair. Moreover, his nose seemed to have grown a lot longer. Little crane grass was startled. But then he remembered that when he fused with the iron thread grass, leaves would also appear on his body. There was nothing strange about this. Little crane grass slowly stood up and felt his body. Although he didn't grow taller, he was indeed more powerful than before. Moreover, his nose had become something like a nose. His nose was now very long, it could reach his navel. Moreover, it was very flexible. With a thought, the iron thread grass appeared in little crane grass's hand. Then with another thought, the iron thread grass's two stone hammers appeared. However, these two stone hammers appeared in Little Cranegrass's hand while the other one appeared on his long nose. Little Cranegrass didn't feel any weight. Little Cranegrass tried to wave his long nose, and the stone hammer moved with it. Its agility was not inferior to his hand at all. Little Cranegrass also tried it, and the long nose actually did not need him to shake his head to command it. As long as he willed it, the long nose would move. Little Cranegrass was very happy about this situation. However, he immediately recalled the iron thread grass and the stone hammer tree. Then he removed the connection between him and the little elephant. As soon as the connection between him and the little elephant was removed, the little Cranegrass felt that the black hair on his body had all disappeared. At the same time, his nose had also returned to its original state, and his strength had also recovered. It was no different from when he was combined with the iron thread grass or the stone hammer tree. Seeing this, Little Cranegrass let out a sigh of relief. His last bit of worry disappeared. He was really afraid that after he fused with the little elephant, his body wouldn't be able to recover. In that case, he could only live with an elephant face and black hair for the rest of his life. As for why he didn't immediately recover after fusing with the little elephant, it was because Little Cranegrass was very clear that at that time, he would have already fused with the little elephant. Even if he wanted to recover, it would have been too late. Rather than that, he might as well test his strength. However, Little Cranegrass wasn't very satisfied with this experiment. This was because his strength didn't increase as much as he imagined. But then he felt relieved. This was because he was very clear that the little elephant wasn't small. The strength of the adult elephant and the little elephant were completely disproportionate. Therefore, when he fused with the little elephant, his strength didn't increase by much. This was very normal. Just as Little Cranegrass completely withdrew his spiritual force from the little elephant, he heard the little elephant's voice, "Master, Master, is your experiment done?" "Done." As soon as he said this, Little Cranegrass was stunned. This was because although the little elephant was in his soul item space, he was really talking to it. How was this possible? He couldn't do this in the past. Thinking of this, Little Cranegrass's mind moved and the little elephant appeared in front of him. Little Cranegrass looked at the little elephant and said, "Little elephant, can you understand what I'm saying now? Can you still talk to me?" The little elephant blinked and cried out twice. However, it didn't speak to Little Cranegrass. Or rather, it spoke to Little Cranegrass, but Little Cranegrass didn't understand. Hearing the little elephant's cry, Little Cranegrass couldn't help but feel distressed. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. When the little elephant was in his soul item space, he could only use his spiritual force to enter, but his body couldn't. Little Cranegrass immediately thought that the problem might be with his spiritual force. Little Cranegrass immediately closed his eyes and tried to slowly release his spiritual force. Soon, Little Cranegrass heard the little elephant's voice, "Master, Master, why can't I talk to you again?" Little Cranegrass quickly said, "Good, can you hear me now?" "I can hear you, I can hear you." "Master, I can finally hear you." "Ha ha ha, Master, I really like to play outside. It's so big outside. However, this place isn't as comfortable as the nest that Master prepared for me. There's energy there. As long as I absorb that energy, I don't need to eat. Moreover, my body will feel very comfortable." Little Cranegrass nodded and said, "All right, I'll try it in the future. Let's see if I can let you stay outside and let you absorb that energy." "All right, you can go play first." The little elephant nodded and ran away with a very cheerful appearance. Little Cranegrass slowly retracted his mental strength. Looking at the little elephant, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he slowly sensed his own mental strength. When he realized that his mental strength didn't seem to be uncomfortable, he was relieved. Little Cranegrass had been even busier recently. He was busy testing his spiritual power. He wanted to be able to communicate with the little elephant through spiritual power without closing his eyes or doing it deliberately. This kind of experiment wasn't an easy thing to do because Little Cranegrass had never released his spiritual force before. It wasn't easy for him to release his spiritual force all of a sudden. Fortunately, his spiritual force was naturally stronger than others. Moreover, he could feel that every time he practiced his spiritual force would become stronger. This was something that little crane grass didn't expect. Little crane grass had been practicing his spiritual force these days. At the same time, he was also practicing another aspect, which was to transfer natural energy to the little elephant. The little elephant liked to stay outside, but it liked to absorb natural energy even more. Therefore, the little crane grass had been thinking about how to transfer its natural energy into the little elephant's body during this period of time. Little crane grass had a lot of natural energy, but if he directly transferred the natural energy in his body to the little elephant, it wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. This was because the natural energy in his body was in the form of iron wire grass. If he transferred it to the little elephant, it might cause harm to the little elephant's body. When the little elephant entered the soul item space, the natural energy it absorbed was also sent out by energy balls. However, the energy was like thin threads, which was completely different from the iron wire grass. Therefore, little crane grass was now thinking about how to let the little elephant absorb natural energy outside. Although he was busy with these things, little crane grass was still exchanging energy with the plants. Therefore, his natural energy was constantly increasing. On this day, while little crane grass was exchanging natural energy with the plants, he was also thinking about how to transfer energy to the little elephant. While he was thinking, little crane grass suddenly thought of a way, which was to use the plants. Little crane grass could help the plants transform energy, so could the plants help little crane grass transform energy as well? Little crane grass had already discovered that if he didn't control his nature energy, then the plant wouldn't be harmed. If he could, then he could have the plant transfer his nature energy to the little elephant. Through the plant's careful consideration, the little elephant should be able to absorb the nature energy without any problems. In fact, if the little crane grass touched the little elephant with his hand, it could still transmit natural energy to him, but that was too inconvenient. Every day, he had to put his hand on the little elephant for a long time, which was really troublesome. However, using plants was not so troublesome. The little elephant could be very far away, so the little crane grass could still transmit natural energy to him. Little crane grass immediately told the little elephant about this matter. Then he told the plants, and the plants also agreed to help. Because of this, little crane grass immediately transferred his nature energy to the plants. Then the plants began to transfer the nature energy to the little elephant's body one by one. After the little elephant absorbed the nature energy, it felt very happy. It immediately cried out a few times and then told little crane grass that it had absorbed the nature energy, so little crane grass could rest assured. This time, little crane grass was really relieved. Since the little elephant could use this method to absorb nature energy, this was definitely a good thing for him. Moreover, little crane grass also discovered that the plants that helped him transfer nature energy had their vitality increased a bit. They could even help him in battle. For little crane grass, this was a pleasant surprise. For a long time, little crane grass didn't let the plants help it when it was fighting. This was because little crane grass was very clear that the strength of the plants was limited. Once it let the plants help in the battle, the plants would very likely suffer great losses in the end. They might be injured or even killed. For other plant masters, this wasn't a problem at all. For them, plants were things that they could use. However, little crane grass was different. Little crane grass had always treated the plants as his friends and family. In this case, little crane grass didn't want the plants to help him in battle. He didn't want them to suffer any losses. While cultivating, little crane grass kept moving forward. Little crane grass's progress wasn't very fast these days. At the same time, he was also doing something else, and that was to make mutated seeds. At the same time, little crane grass was also doing something else, and that was to pick the seeds of some special plants. For example, the seeds of the Aquarius tree. After the Aquarius tree matures, it would form a huge belly. And inside the belly, there would be a lot of water. This water was non-toxic and could be drunk. Little crane grass picked the seeds of the Aquarius tree. When necessary, he could plant the tree and inject nature energy into the seeds. This way, the Aquarius tree would be able to grow quickly. When the time comes, he would have dry water to use. The Aquarius tree didn't have any fighting strength, but it was very useful for plant masters who lived in the wild. Besides the Aquarius tree, there was also the baobab tree. The baobab tree was different from the baobab tree in Zhao Hai space. The baobab tree was a kind of tall forest. Its fruit didn't have a shell, so it could be eaten directly. It could also be roasted on the fire. If eaten directly, the taste wouldn't be very good. But after being roasted on the fire, it would become very soft, just like a loaf of bread with a fruit inside. The baobab tree that was produced by the baobab tree could really become a staple food for people. The reason why people in the continent didn't plant a lot of baobab trees was because the yield of the baobab tree wasn't very high. Little crane grass found these 2 seeds in the Jade Mountain. Little crane grass also picked the seeds of these 2 trees and made them into mutated seeds. This method was commonly used by plant masters. Plant masters had existed in the soul realm for many years. They had already formed a system. Moreover, plants spent most of their time in the wild. Naturally, they needed to take good care of themselves. Therefore, fire starter, fire stone, mutated seeds, and salt were all things that plant masters had learned over the years. Now that little crane grass had prepared all these things, it had even learned how to find salt and water. This would allow it to survive in the wild for a longer period of time. Time passed quickly. Little crane grass kept moving forward every day. Little crane grass thought that there would be more demonic plants in a place as big as Jadeite Mountain, but in the end, it didn't find anything. After so many days, it didn't encounter a single demonic plant. This made little crane grass somewhat surprised. However, little crane grass still persisted in his practice every day. At the same time, he didn't forget to observe the growth of the plants. He observed all the growth habits of the plants. In fact, his main purpose was to better understand the plants. Moreover, after these days of experimentation, little crane grass discovered one thing. This thing was that it seemed to be easier for him to make mutated seeds. As long as he found a plant seed, he would put it into the space and let the natural energy automatically condense it. It wouldn't take long for those seeds to become mutated seeds. This was something that little crane grass didn't expect. He even took the gratitude seeds that he got from Lil Blossom into his soul object space. Originally, little crane grass thought that these seeds wouldn't be able to be stored in his soul object space. But to his surprise, these seeds were easily stored in his soul object space. Moreover, the speed at which these seeds absorbed natural energy was even faster than the stone hammer tree. This was something that little crane grass didn't expect. Because of this, little crane grass kept putting seeds into the space. Regardless of whether those seeds were useful or not, even little crane grass seeds were put into the space. He didn't know what these seeds were used for, but he was still experimenting. He wanted to see what kind of effect these seeds would have once they mutated. Don't forget, a plant master's important job was to improve plants. This way, people would be able to grow better plants. This way, the living standards of the entire soul realm would be greatly improved. Little crane grass was very serious in his work. All the plants that he encountered, he would pick some seeds and put them into the space. As for some plants that didn't bear seeds, he would break some fresh branches to see if they could be put into the space. In the end, the results were beyond little crane grass's expectations. Those branches could really be put into the space. The branches could be put into the space, but the wooden box couldn't. Why was this? Little crane grass was very curious. Then, he began to experiment. He broke a new branch and then took a withered one. In the end, the new branch could be put into the space, but the withered one couldn't. Then little crane grass continued his experiment. He picked some new twigs and then looked for other twigs. These twigs all had a common characteristic, which was that they would slowly wither from fresh twigs. Throughout the process, Jiao Hai picked one of each type of twigs. Then he began to experiment. He wanted to see which of these twigs could be stored in the space and which couldn't. From this, Jiao Hai roughly knew what could be stored in the space and what couldn't be stored in the space. After experimenting, about half of the branches he broke off could be put into the space, but the rest couldn't be put into the space. Seeing this, little crane grass thought of a possibility, which was that there was active natural energy. His items could be put into the space, but other things couldn't be put into the space. Naturally, there was a precondition to this, and that was that things had active natural energy. Things that didn't have any active natural energy weren't included. The so-called active natural energy was like a living tree or a small elephant. These things had natural energy in their bodies. Moreover, they were living creatures, so they had active natural energy in their bodies. Things like these with active natural energy could be put into the space. Things like swords and sabers were made of metal. Metal was produced from ores, and ores didn't have active natural energy. Because of this, these things could be put into the space. This conclusion was very important for little Cranegrass. He now knew what can and can't be put into the space. For example, ordinary stones and soil can be put into the space. This was because these stones and soil contained natural energy. Moreover, the natural energy in them wasn't active, so they can be put into the space. Little Cranegrass also took some soil and stones into the space. But then it discovered that the soil and stones were able to absorb natural energy. Little Cranegrass became curious. It wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to the soil and stones after absorbing natural energy. Now that he had something to do, little Cranegrass forgot about the time. He didn't know how many days he had been in the forest. In short, his dry rations have already been eaten. Now, he can only eat wild fruits and game to fill his stomach. Fortunately, he brought a lot of salt. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive in the forest for so long. However, there was one thing that made little Cranegrass very depressed. He couldn't take the salt into the soul object space. This was because salt used to be a substance with active nature energy. Later on, this active nature energy disappeared, so it couldn't be taken into the space. Little Cranegrass even took some water and fire into his soul object space. Little Cranegrass didn't expect that these things could be taken into his soul object space. However, out of curiosity and the fact that his soul object space was really big, he tried to take everything that could be taken into his soul object space. He didn't know what was the use of taking everything into the space. But at that time, he was taking everything into the space. Therefore, no matter what it was, as long as it was something that could be taken into the space, he would take it all. Because little Cranegrass had been doing his best to experiment, he didn't know that there was something that was changing inside the space. In the past, little Cranegrass was very attentive to this thing. But recently, he didn't have time to pay attention to it. This was because this thing was a transparent sphere with an independent space inside. Because the sphere had a transparent shield that could reflect spiritual force, little Cranegrass was very attentive to it. But this time, he didn't pay attention to it. He only noticed that some things could be taken into the space while others couldn't. Because of this, he didn't notice that the transparent sphere was becoming more and more transparent. If he used his spiritual force to test the sphere, he would find that he couldn't feel any rebound from it. From the time little Cranegrass entered the Jade Mountain until now, 3 months had passed. In these 3 months, little Cranegrass had been immersed in his practice and experiments. He didn't have time to pay attention to other things. His experiments were very successful. A lot of things were taken into the space and mutated. Take the soil for example. Before the soil was taken into the space, it was the most ordinary soil. But after 10 days, the soil could be taken out to greatly accelerate the maturation of plants. Moreover, it didn't have any side effects. This was really amazing. What surprised little Cranegrass the most was that as more and more things entered the space was also getting bigger and bigger. The speed at which he absorbed natural energy was also getting faster and faster. Even the things that were taken into the space were slowly changing. Whether it was the iron thread grass, the stone hammer tree, the woolly mammoth, or even the stone, all of these things were changing. Moreover, all of them were changing for the better. Regarding this situation, little Cranegrass was very curious. He didn't know why there were such changes in his space. Could it be because of the natural energy? Little Cranegrass didn't think that this was possible, so he thought that the problem was with his space. Little Cranegrass wasn't naive enough to think that his soul object space was the same as other people's soul object space. That was absolutely impossible. His soul object space was absolutely different from other people's soul object space. It was impossible for other people's soul object space to store those things. Only his soul object space could. It was precisely because of this that little Cranegrass was even more curious. He didn't understand why there were such changes in his space. However, little Cranegrass was very clear that the changes in his space could only be known to himself. He couldn't tell anyone, not even his master or his god-grandfather. He didn't know why, but little Cranegrass didn't want them to know. Perhaps it was just like what the old pine tree said, everyone had their own secrets. In these 3 months, little Cranegrass didn't walk too far. It could be said that he was still in the periphery of Jadeite Mountain and not too deep. If he worked hard, it would only take him about 20 days to reach his current location from Tree Root Village. However, due to various reasons, he actually walked for 3 months. In these 3 months, the one that changed the most was the little elephant. Its transformation was really too big. This little guy grew to a height of nearly 2 meters. Its 4 limbs were like pillars, and its 2 elephant blades were like scimitars. It was a half-grown mammoth. Little Cranegrass remembered that the height of an adult mammoth was between 3.5 meters to 4 meters. At this time, mammoths were at their most terrifying. Their strength was very great. It could be said that they were the most powerful animals on the continent. At the same time, their defensive ability was also the strongest. Ordinary beasts simply couldn't do anything to them. Even a spirit soldier would have a headache when facing such a big guy. To put it bluntly, an adult mammoth was definitely the overlord of the continent. However, woolly mammoths were actually very docile animals. If you don't provoke them, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack you. But if you really provoke them, then what awaited you would be a situation where you would either be killed by the woolly mammoth or the woolly mammoth would be killed by you. There was no other possibility. Mammoths had a very fierce temper. If they couldn't defeat the other party, they would rather die in battle. If they were caught, they would starve to death, just like the little mammoth. It was precisely because of this that until now, in the Soul World, no one could raise a mammoth as a pet. After 3 months of hard work, little Cranegrass finally rested. He wanted to properly organize his recent gains. First was the union of man and plant. Right now, he could only fuse with iron thread grass, stone hammer tree, and woolly mammoth. He hadn't tried anything else yet. However, he was already very good at fusing with these 3. With just a thought, he could fuse with any one of them. He could even switch between them in the shortest amount of time. However, little Cranegrass didn't really like fusing with the woolly mammoth because that would make him very ugly. He would look more like a beast than a human. Other harvests were also not small. First of all, the things in his soul object space. Now, there were a lot of things in his soul object space. From a grass seed to a handful of soil, from a stone to a broken branch, as long as it was something that he could put into his soul object space, he would put it all into his soul object space. Until now, he didn't know how many things he had in his soul object space. Little Cranegrass was preparing to use this period of time to properly organize his soul object space. The place where little Cranegrass set up camp this time was a tree hole. This tree hole was very big, enough for him to live inside. The little mammoth lived outside the tree hole. 1 man and 1 mammoth lived very well here. Aside from the tree hole, there was also a special plant here, the iron thread tree. This was a small tree that didn't grow very tall. It usually grew in harsh conditions. This tree could only grow up to 2 meters. Moreover, its branches weren't as thick as an adult's arm. Of course, the most important thing was that this tree's trunk was very hard. Not only was it difficult to damage it with swords, but if you cut off a branch and put it into water, the branch would sink to the bottom. The tree trunk was very dense and heavy. Most importantly, this tree trunk didn't need to be burned or blistered. No matter what was made of this tree trunk, it would be very durable and wouldn't be damaged for hundreds of years. From the looks of it, the iron bark tree seemed to be a plant master's favorite, but very few plant masters would use it as a weapon, especially as a life-bound weapon. This was because the iron bark tree was too short. If you used it as a life-bound weapon, your weapon would also be very short. This was very different from how plant masters fought. If you want to make the iron thread tree into a variant seed, then it would be even more impossible. The iron thread tree would only bloom and bear fruit once every 10 years. Once the fruit matured, it would immediately fall to the ground. If you couldn't keep an eye on it, then you wouldn't be able to collect its seeds. Even if you managed to obtain the iron silk tree seed, how to turn it into a variant seed would be a huge problem. The iron silk tree's natural energy was very strong, and it was also very condensed. If you wanted to turn the iron silk tree's seed into a variant seed, it would at least be several times more difficult than turning it into a variant seed. In addition, even if the iron silk tree was made into a mutated seed, it still had a very important weakness, and that was its movement speed. The movement speed of the iron silk tree was extremely slow, almost negligible. It was precisely because of this that the mutated seeds of the iron silk tree were not very common in the market, and the price was not high either. The reason why little cranegrass chose to stay here was because he felt that there was something different about the iron thread trees. He had communicated with the iron thread trees before and didn't find any problems. The iron thread trees were growing very well and were very normal. However, little cranegrass felt that something was wrong. Although he had exchanged natural energy with the iron thread trees, he still felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. It was precisely because of this that little cranegrass decided to stay in the iron thread forest. First, he wanted to summarize what he knew, and second, he wanted to figure out what was going on with the iron thread trees. After a good rest in the tree hole for a day, the little cranegrass came out of the tree hole. The little elephant was guarding the entrance of the tree hole. Now, the energy line between the little cranegrass and the little elephant would not break for a moment. Even when the little cranegrass was sleeping, it could transmit natural energy to the little elephant through other plants. This was also the reason why the little elephant grew so fast. Even though the elephant had grown up, it still looked like a child in front of little cranegrass. When it saw little cranegrass come out, it immediately used its nose to touch little cranegrass. Seeing this, little cranegrass smiled faintly and said, "All right, little Mao, stop messing around. Is there anything approaching the tree hole?" Naturally, it was impossible for little cranegrass to talk to the elephant directly. He was using his spiritual force. After a long period of training, his spiritual force had become very strong. He could easily communicate with the elephant using his spiritual force. It wasn't just the elephant, little cranegrass also had a lot of other animals inside the space. Along the way, all the animals that little cranegrass could catch were all sent to the space. However, little cranegrass had only communicated with them for a while, he hadn't done any experiments with them yet. Because of this, his relationship with the animals wasn't as close as it was with the elephant. Little Mao, the name of the elephant, was given by little cranegrass. Fortunately, the elephant didn't know whether it was good or bad. If it knew, then it would have stomped little cranegrass to death. Little Mao said, "Master, there's no one and nothing approaching. This place is very safe. You can rest here." Little cranegrass shook his head, then he looked around and said, "I want to stay here for a while and observe the growth of the iron silk tree. At the same time, I also want to practice for a while so that I can fuse with the animals in the space." "That's not right, fusing with the animals would no longer be called fusing with the animals. I'll have to give it a new name." "Right, I think I'll just call it Possession Beast." Naturally, little Mao didn't object. It just followed little cranegrass and said, "Master, we're just going to observe the iron drum tree. Staying in one place for a long time is very boring." Little cranegrass smiled and said, "That can't be helped. Who told me to be a plant master? Also, didn't you say that the iron drum tree is very mysterious?" "The iron drum tree isn't a magic plant, nor is it a variant plant. However, their hardness is much stronger than ordinary magic plants and variant plants. It's a pity that such a plant isn't suitable to be used as a weapon. I want to observe and see if the iron drum tree really isn't suitable to be used as a weapon. Also, these iron drum trees are a bit strange, don't you think so?" Little Mel looked at the iron drum trees for a long time before it shook its head and said, "I don't think there's anything strange about it. It's just that they're a bit dense. I can't get in at all. Even with Master's stature, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to get in. However, there's no one here to prune them, so it's normal for them to be dense." When little cranegrass heard little Mao, his eyes couldn't help but light up. This was because he finally discovered that there was something wrong with these iron drum trees. Dense. These iron spiked trees were too dense. Little cranegrass didn't think that this was a problem before. But now, he suddenly realized that these iron spiked trees were too dense. This was a problem in itself. Little Crane Grass had a good understanding of plants, so he knew that it wasn't as if plants didn't fight. On the contrary, the fights between plants were very cruel. From the expansion of seeds to the slightest bit of sunlight, these were all things that plants would fight over. However, these fights between plants were purely natural. Plants wouldn't get angry just because they couldn't compete with each other. On the contrary, some plants would even sacrifice themselves for the continuation of their race. Because of this, it was impossible for the same plant to grow too densely. If it was too dense, it would affect the growth of the plant. The way the seeds of the plant spread had a lot to do with this. For example, pine trees. Pine nuts can grow into new pine trees, but pine nuts are generally eaten by animals. When these animals can't eat anymore, they will choose to bury the pine nuts in some places. And these buried pine nuts are very likely to grow into new pine trees. As for the pine nuts that fall on the pine trees, they won't be able to grow into new pine trees. However, these iron-spiked trees were too dense, to the point that it affected their growth. This was definitely not a normal situation. Little Crane Grass knew that there was something wrong with these iron-spiked trees. However, how to find out the secret of these iron-spiked trees was something that Little Crane Grass needed to think about. Little Crane Grass wasn't in a hurry, so he settled down inside the tree hole. Then he began to communicate with the iron-spiked trees every day. At the same time, he also needed to do his own things. First, he needed to take care of the plants inside the space. He wanted to see what changes would happen to the plants under the nourishment of his nature energy. This made Little Crane Grass very curious. Besides taking care of the plants, Little Crane Grass was also doing experiments with the animals. He wanted to see what would happen if all of the animals turned into possession beasts. Even if he couldn't turn the animals into possession beasts, he could still communicate with them and then release them. With the animals guarding him, he believed that he would be safer. Naturally, Little Crane Grass's main task was to communicate with the iron-spiked trees. Although Little Crane Grass had the ability to force the plants to do things, he didn't do so. This was because he had always treated the plants as his friends, all of them. Little Crane Grass stayed inside the tree hole for a month. During this time, he turned some of the beasts inside the space into possession beasts. At the same time, he also released these beasts and had them guard his surroundings. At the same time, he was also observing the plants inside the space. In the end, Little Crane Grass discovered that the plants inside the space were becoming more and more intelligent. The intelligence of these plants was beyond his imagination. Moreover, they were slowly transforming into the appearance of magic plants. This was out of Little Crane Grass's expectations. He really wanted to know what these plants would become in the future. At the same time, the iron-spiked grass and the stone hammer tree also changed. The stone hammer tree grew faster and faster while the iron-spiked grass grew longer and tougher. Naturally, during this month, what Little Crane Grass did the most was to communicate with the iron-spiked trees. He always felt that there was something wrong with the iron-spiked trees, but as for what the problem was, Little Crane Grass still hadn't figured it out. When he was chatting with the iron-spiked trees didn't show any abnormalities. Every day, the iron-spiked trees would chat with Little Crane Grass. On this day, after Little Crane Grass finished cultivating, he went to chat with the iron-spiked trees as usual. He sat on the side of the iron-spiked trees and said, "Iron-spiked trees, what are you doing? How did you sleep last night?" If other people were to hear Little Crane Grass talking to a plant like this, they would certainly laugh themselves to death. In their view, plants couldn't sleep, but Little Crane Grass actually asked a plant how it slept. Wasn't this funny? However, this wasn't the case. Plants could also sleep, this wasn't a question of whether they needed it or not. As soon as Little Crane Grass finished speaking, a voice was heard, "Little Crane Grass, why did you wake up so early today? Did something happen?" Little Crane Grass replied, "Nothing, I just wanted to tell you that I'm leaving. I've already stayed here for a while, so I'm leaving." "Right, Iron Dragon, when I leave, can you give me a branch?" "Don't worry, I'll take good care of him. You should know that I'm a plant, so I have a spiritual object space. And my spiritual object space is different from ordinary people's. My spiritual object space can allow a lot of plants to survive. Right now, I have 2 demonic plants in my spiritual object space, so I want your branch to take better care of him. There's natural energy in my spiritual object space, so if I put your branch there, it'll definitely live very well. Who knows, it might even turn into a demonic plant in the future. When Iron-Spiked Tree heard Little Cranegrass's words, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "You know about devil plants? Then when you meet a devil plant, shouldn't you eliminate it as soon as possible?" When Little Cranegrass heard Iron-Spiked Tree's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He shook his head and said, "Who did you hear this from?" "I am a plant master, and plant masters like magical plants the most. Among the several professions in the soul world, plant masters have the weakest combat power, and a plant master who has a magical plant as his weapon will have a very strong combat power. So when we, plant masters, encounter magical plants, we usually try to communicate with them to see if we can take them as our subordinates so that we can improve our combat power. How can we just get rid of them and get rid of them quickly? I already have 2 devil plants. Then can you release your devil plants for me to see? I haven't seen one before," Iron-Spiked Tree said. His tone had a slight change, but Little Cranegrass didn't notice it. In this month, Little Cranegrass had become friends with Iron-Spiked Tree. So when he heard what Iron-Spiked Tree said, he didn't think twice before agreeing. After all, Iron-Spiked Tree wouldn't say anything after seeing it, so Little Cranegrass naturally wouldn't be worried. Little Cranegrass's thoughts moved. Iron-Spiked Grass and Stonehammer Tree were released by Little Cranegrass. When Iron-Spiked Grass came out, it immediately wrapped around Little Cranegrass. Of course, Iron-Spiked Grass didn't use any strength. Instead, he acted coquettishly and said, "Little Cranegrass, why did you release me? There's no battle, it's boring outside. I want to go back, I want to go back. I'm having fun with Big Brother Stonehammer. I want to go back." Little Cranegrass didn't know when Iron-Spiked Grass became like this, but he didn't have any business at all. Instead, he bitterly smiled and said, "I'll let you go back in a bit. Come, let's get to know each other. This is Iron-Spiked Tree." Iron-Spiked Grass turned his head to look at Iron-Spiked Tree. Then he suddenly came down from Little Cranegrass and stood between Little Cranegrass and Iron-Spiked Tree. He said in a deep voice, "Iron-Spiked Tree? You're a devil plant? Tell me, why do you want to get close to Little Cranegrass? You even made yourself look like an ordinary Iron-Spiked Tree. What's your goal?" At this moment, Stonehammer Tree also came to Little Cranegrass's side and blocked Little Cranegrass. When Little Cranegrass heard Iron-Spiked Grass's words, he was stunned. He looked at Iron-Spiked Grass in confusion and said, "Iron-Spiked Tree, you're saying that Iron-Spiked Tree is a devil plant? How is that possible? He doesn't have the characteristics of a devil plant at all." Iron-Spiked Grass said, "I can't be wrong. He's a devil plant. I can feel it. But he has a way to hide himself. He's right. He's right, I am indeed a demonic plant, but I've been hiding here for many years. In the past, I wasn't here, I lived outside, but later, someone discovered me and wanted to kill me. At that time, I wasn't a match for that person and was almost killed. If it wasn't for a part of my roots in the soil, I might have been killed, so I fled here and disguised myself as an ordinary plant," Taichio said. Little Cranegrass was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "No wonder I felt something was wrong when I first saw you. So it's because of this. I think you're the only Iron-Spiked Tree here, right? The Iron-Spiked Trees outside should be your branches, right? So your main body is inside the Iron-Spiked Tree?" Iron-Spiked Grass nodded. Then Little Cranegrass noticed that the Iron-Spiked Tree in front of him shook. Then the branches and leaves parted, revealing the Iron-Spiked Tree inside. Little Cranegrass couldn't help but be stunned upon seeing this iron ring tree. This tree wasn't very tall, it didn't seem to be more than 2 meters tall. Its entire body was black and shiny. The most important thing was its shape. It looked like a real dragon that was about to soar into the sky and soar through the clouds. This Iron-Spiked Tree didn't have any leaves. It only had some small branches. These branches looked like dragon claws and whiskers. Just as Little Cranegrass was looking at the Iron Dragon suddenly moved. The dragon-like tree trunk instantly grew taller. At the same time, the tree trunk bent and crashed towards Little Cranegrass like a dragon greeting the common people. Little Cranegrass was startled. However, he didn't feel any malice from Iron-Spiked Tree. So he stopped Iron-Spiked Grass and Stonehammer Tree from attacking Iron-Spiked Tree. Sure enough, Iron-Spiked Grass stopped half a meter away from him. Then Little Cranegrass heard Iron-Spiked Grass say, "Why didn't you dodge? Aren't you afraid that I'll attack you?" Little Cranegrass looked at Iron-Spiked Grass and shook his head. "No, you won't. We've been together for more than a month. We can be considered friends. You won't attack your friends for no reason. I believe you." Hearing Little Cranegrass, Iron-Spiked Grass went silent for a moment. Then he said, "You're right, we're friends. Cranegrass, can you take me out of here? I'm a magic plant, I want to see the outside world. But I'm very clear that if I go out by myself, people would immediately attack me. I would either be killed or become their tool. I don't want to be like this, can you take me out?" Zhao Hai said. "Don't worry, if you need me to fight, I'll help you." End of chapter 3184. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.